jobs take a while. But man, in the summertime, when it's the hardest and the hottest, that's when jobs go fast. Because hey, one way or the other, the concrete's done.
Right. That's what I didn't like about concrete is you only have a set limit. You can't fuck around. Once you get it out, it's like it'll blow up on you if you drag your feet or if there's some delay, if they get caught in traffic. There's so much risk that your materials blow up that I didn't like that about the whole.
We call it running. It runs away from you.
Yeah, sometimes
that's what we call it.
Water to it, but you can't really stop it.
No, you can't stop it. If it's going to be above 95 or 99 degrees, you might as well make it a 7 slump, just an absolute wet mess, and get it out of the truck. Because I'll tell you what, when you've got...
I was just going to ask you about the slump and the temperatures. Do you have to go high slump because of the temperature?
Sometimes. But sometimes high slump doesn't even matter. If the sun is really brutal and it's heating up the concrete from inside, you can go from a 7 slump, which is very wet, to a 4 in minutes. Literally, it will set up coming out of the truck sometimes. If it's been cooking inside that truck, there's nothing you can do.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
There have been times when we have added, 20 gallons to the slump. Like just trying to get it out of the truck, and it turns wet, and as it hits the ground, it stiffens immediately. It's already gone.
Oh.
It's too stiff to work it.
Well, to be fair, on the roadways, you're not working it with your hand, you're working it with a machine, and they have to pour like 6,000 to 8,000 psi. So it's stuff that's setting up coming out of the truck right away. But yeah, I'll tell you what, owning your company, that's terrifying though. When you own it, ooh-wee.
That's all on you. that truck.
When you got $8,000 or $10,000 of concrete on the ground, and you're like, oh, you think you have a high stress job, and that's all out of your pocket if it goes.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. If you lose concrete, next thing you know, if you lose concrete on a job, what do you have to do? If you don't have the ability to refinish it, you got to break it all up, tear it all out.
But what about if the truck is? What about if the truck is late and it's cooked off when he brings it there?
That's why contracts exist. Once you sign that ticket, once that truck gets there, if it's been over a certain amount of time, he makes you sign that ticket. Once you sign that ticket and accept that mud, that's it. That's yours.
You own it.
You own it.
Do they have the time when they made it? They're like, okay, here's the time it came out of the factory.
Yeah.
Here it is. I've been in
sometimes we'll tell them. Sometimes we'll tell them, look, we're 45 minutes away. So what we want you to send us, wet it up at the plant, and don't mix it on your way here. We'll mix it when we get here. That saves you about 15 extra minutes.
What do you mean wet it up at the plant?
That means add a bunch of water to it, but don't start spinning it up too much. Let him spin it when he gets there. Because if a truck is spinning the whole time and they're like really running it, that actually separates the water from it. And it heats up the concrete. And once you get that thermal reaction, that's it. You'll never stop it. It's going to go when it decides to go.
You can make the drum not spin. You could disengage the spinner.
Yeah. The guy it's a hydrostatic drum. So the guy in the truck can control the speed of it however he wants.
Okay. I didn't know if it was connected to the engine. So it's like a PTO. It's like a hydraulic driven.
Yeah. A hydraulic driven.
So that'll buy you 45 minutes if they don't spin it up. Because I took a buggy. The mini mix, the little trucks you get pre-mixed. It's like 1 yard for a small job. And then all the cream floats to the top and you have all aggregate and stiff stuff on the bottom because it's bouncing and the cream is floating up. Those kind of suck.
Yeah.
Little the U-cart concrete. It's like, man, now I got to mix this and it's all just rocks and stuff underneath with all this cream on the top. And then the mix is all screwed up.
We don't use anything like that down here. Everything is conventional truck. But the one thing we have down here is we don't use any rear discharge down here. Everything is front discharge trucks.
I don't see those.
Yeah, I would say 90% of every concrete truck here in the South is a forward discharge. That's where the concrete drum is backwards and faces the front of the truck rather than the other way around.
What's the benefit for that?
It's a faster pour. The driver has more control.
It sits in the cab and steers
He
it.
sits in the cab and can see everything. And like with the front discharge truck, that takes 4 or 5 laborers out of the mix.
Yeah, most of the ones I've ever used, I think all of them have the discharge on the rear, and we just fill our
And
wheelbarrows.
you always have to lose a guy who's running it.
Well, you got to have multiple guys, or you need a buggy. You need a buggy to carry it,
Yeah.
or you use wheelbarrows like a crew.
But see, the awesome thing is with the front discharge trucks, you can pour with one guy what you might have had to use 6 guys for in the past. I mean, I've poured 10 yards by myself, no problem.
Really?
Yeah. Absolutely no problem. The most I've done by myself is 16 yards, which is 2.5 trucks.
Yeah, you probably felt it that day.
Oh, I felt it, but I tell you what, my wallet didn't.
You saved all that labor cost. That's a lot of labor. Yeah.
Yeah, I saved $1,000 in labor.
Right?
Yeah.
Can't do that every day, though. It'll burn you out.
No. I only did that because it was the middle of winter, too.
Sometimes you have to. If someone doesn't show up and you got to get it done, you're like, oh, fuck, I got a man.
Yeah,
up.
you don't have much of a choice in that case.
Everyone called in sick. Well, you got to be Superman today.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've done stuff like that.
In the summertime,
Huh?
I have a different philosophy because I'm not going to kill myself anymore. So
Why bother, man?
yeah, I'm done with the Superman crap. So now I get help when I need it.
And then if you got your own company, it's easier to find people because you have a payroll and you have someone, maybe their friend wants to work a day and make some money. Like, hey, you want to come in for a day and make some cash? You could give them, and they like it. Oh yeah, I can make 150, $200 in a day. Yeah, but you got to.
Oh, well, I pay everybody who works for me. I pay $20 an hour. And if you're a finisher, I pay you $250 a day, $250 a day.
They totally earn it too. It's not.
Yeah, they do.
It's not like doing candy ass work.
Nope.
But that's good because you get good workers. You don't get, if someone's not getting paid what they should, they don't do a quality job.
Right. If they know they're only getting $8 an hour, they're going to give you that. That's what they're going to give you.
Find anybody. The market is tight for skilled labor.
Yeah, it is.
Like finishers, it's a tight market.
Right now, a very tight market.
And they know it. They know it too. So like if your guys are like discontent, they're like, oh man, we can go make
somebody else will hire me. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make $5 an hour.
See, that's the thing. 250 is actually that's the going rate. That's the market value of finishers right now. So I give them fair market value every time. I never lowball them. You lowball a finisher, that's like 185, 150. But if you're doing fair market value, you're doing 250 for a finisher. And I mean, one good finisher is worth 5 laborers, and that's not even a joke. Bodies in the concrete are good, but man, experienced labor who can finish, that's absolutely priceless.
Yeah, that's the whole job, basically. Yeah, you can get anybody to wheel mud, but someone to finish it that's what sells the job. If you can't finish the concrete, anybody can do the dummy part of it.
Right.
It's easy. It's still difficult work, but pumping the mud is not fun either. Running a wheelbarrow is not fun, but
I've had people think I'm insane because if I get a pump truck, I'm like, I only need me out here. I save so much money. If there's a pump on a job, I'm like, look, the pump is worth 8 guys. It does all the work.
Just move the nozzle.
Yeah, he just moves the nozzle. I flatten it out, and that's it. I'm putting a finishing machine on it anyway. What do I need guys out there for?
Yeah, that's true. $250 a piece. That's a lot of cash.
Yeah, and 1 month, owning a business, you have your peaks and valleys. Like, you make 20 grand 1 month, and then you make 5 grand the next, but that's still, you're making good money. So
You could make that in one job, man. If you got a job that size where you got 8 guys on it.
yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, I think I had I made 30 1 month, and it was just off of 3 jobs.
Really?
Yeah.
Depends on the size.
And then the next month I made 8, and I did 12 jobs.
My cousin has
They were all tiny.
company, and it's like probably got like 50 employees or more than that. Got
Yeah.
a big company.
Well, I'm probably going to get strictly into the contracting side of it, to where I'm just going to get jobs and contract them out, because you don't need a license to be a concrete contractor in Georgia.
Yeah,
You
that
can
wouldn't
just
hurt. Sounds like you know how to do all the side jobs, like any small jobs. You could probably knock
Yeah.
them out with you and one guy.
Well, I mean, I don't even want to do them. I want to get the jobs and just hand them all off and just make commission on all of them.
Why
I mean,
get your
'cause-
hands dirty? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
here. Get it done.
The only strength training I want to do is getting back to the gym, and I'm healthy and everything, but if I'm going to be doing work, I'd rather be doing workouts.
Yeah. If you're on the mud, your knees, your back, all that stuff, it's
Yeah.
beating you down.
Yeah, one day it's all going to give out. I had a bad knee, and I took testosterone for about 6 months, and I've never had a bad knee since then. So
You know the little sliders that you get on, those little steel slider things? Do you use those to get on the mud?
yeah, sliders. That's literally what they're called, sliders.
Yep. And do you put pads on it, or use like the leather knee pads with that felt in them, or
Oh no, I have to do knee pads and stuff. In fact, I don't even use the sliders. I have some boards, 2 foam boards that I use, and
Yeah,
I
with
just
the
know
foam.
I know how to slide around on them, like I'm surfing. So that's what I use.
The foam is a lot softer on the kneecap. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
it's like they
steel
have
is-
really slick, low friction bottoms to the plastic, and the top of them is made out of foam, and so
Yeah, I
they're
have
perfect.
those. It's got the 2 handles on. It's got a handle on each side. It's foam with the plastic.
Yep, that's it.
It's like the
But
knee
I-
board. The knee
Yeah.
board is. Yep, you use
Yeah.
2 of those.
Yeah, what I do is I'll sit Indian style on that thing, like I'm getting ready to meditate or get all Buddha, and I'll get a trowel in each hand, and I can push myself around on an entire deck like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, that would be one wrong move and you're in the mud. That seems sketchy.
Once you learn how to do it, it's like skateboarding.
You got the balance like a Buddha. Just sit.
Yeah, that's what it is too, man. It's all muscle memory, and just like it is. There's a lot of balance and stuff when it comes to like finishing. Not everyone can finish. The people who can finish concrete typically come from like doing drywall and stuff. Drywall guys tend to
hate doing drywall
transfer. Yeah, drywall guys tend to transfer over to concrete pretty well because they have upper arm strength and can finish.
finesse. You got to have strength and finesse because
Yeah.
it takes a lot of pressure to finish. And
Your eyes have to be able to see a flat too.
Yeah, it takes a while to learn that skill. Not everyone's got a good touch like that.
No, it's something that some people have and some people just don't. Like most things, it's just some people are more gifted towards it.
Yeah, and then how fast are they? Quick, or are you slow? You're gonna take. I mean, if something's a quality job, I don't care if they're a little bit slower. If it's coming out really perfect, I like people that they take pride in their work.
Yeah, same here. Hold on, let me plug this phone in. Give me a minute here.
That's a killer boom, old dude. Look at that thing. Did you imagine how much
Yeah, I
how
love.
much pressure's on it? That and when you get that full of concrete and then how far it's extended like that, that's
Yep.
a lot of torque
Well,
on.
it's all load specific though, eh? I mean, when the concrete pipe and that is under tension, that then under pressure, that then becomes part of the torsional tension of the arm. If you know what I mean? The way it's
Right,
all
but
put together
it's
is
got
really clever,
a,
man.
a
Yeah.
Really
yard of
clever.
concrete in it, extra weight. I'm saying all the weight is still on the other end of that pivot. That what do you call that turret?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, the weight goes through the whole arm, and it's mostly on top of the truck.
Well, that's what I mean. At the
Yeah.
far end, all that leverage on the pivot
Yeah.
on that turret,
Yeah, you're
it's
right.
lots of pressure on that point. But that'll save you, like, what did you say? That'll save you a ton of wheel throws.
Yes. Yeah, it saves a lot of people. Well, a big like 4 to 6 inch line pump like that, you still need all your labor there for jobs like that.
To finish, right?
Yeah, but like a 2 inch line pump job, nah, I do that with one guy, maybe me and one other guy.
It's like he's pouring a foundation wall, like got the steel. It looks like the steel forms for like a basement foundation wall.
It's one thing I won't use are steel forms.
Why not?
I like wood forms.
Wood is so expensive, man. It's like, but I guess do you use 3/4 plywood to drive the buggies on? Like when you got to go across the lawn, you got to get thick plywood.
No, I get a pump
You
because
just get a pump truck.
I have an
And
absolute religious aversion to ruining wood.
I hear you, especially $100 a sheet wood.
Yeah, yeah, and 3/4 inch ply here is $81 a
Right.
board.
For CDX, right?
Yeah,
That's not bad, Beam. It was 45 or $50 for half-inch ply.
well, the only reason it's cheaper here is because we have a bunch of lumber mills.
You know what OSB was the same. 7/16 OSB was $45. I'm like, are you shitting me? This stuff used to be $5 or $6 a sheet.
Good lord.
Yeah. That's well, the lumber prices came down a little bit. They were $1,600. And then now it's down to I'm not sure. I think it's down $200. But still, that's really super high. Like the normal price was like about 400 before this whole COVID episode, 400 per contract of lumber. I don't know. I think it's 1,000 board feet. I'm not sure exactly what each unit is.
Yeah, I'm not sure either right now. I haven't bought wood in months because I have a huge supply of it already.
That's good. It's good you have the forms, and you just keep them clean and oiled. You don't oil your
Yeah.
forms, the wood, or you just oil
Oh
them with
yeah,
what?
yeah, yeah. I oil them, I wash them, everything.
Oh, you wash them too. Almost nobody does that. They just beat them with a hammer to knock off.
No way, I wash mine. I
Oh,
wash them,
nice.
oil them, everything.
Yeah, you get a lot of use out of them that way.
Oh yeah.
What do you oil them with?
Form release oil.
Okay, so what is that, like a linseed oil or something?
Yeah, yeah. I'm actually not sure what it's based. It might be corn, a type of corn oil.
All right, but it's not diesel. I think, like you said,
No,
you got
no,
to
it's
wait.
not diesel. Yeah, we don't use diesel anymore.
Y'all are too modern and fancy. We used to use fish oil.
Fish oil. That's expensive.
Yep.
Now
No,
we.
Sell
not
that
when you live,
as a food
not when you live
supplement.
in a fishing town, mate. Plenty of fish oil around a fishing town. It's easy.
Yeah, but you could sell that fish oil in capsules. You know what fish oil costs? Like omega-3 fish oil that you're like putting gold on there.
Oh yeah, I mean back then, yes, I mean that this was budget end quality. You know, the not the what's left after it's all cleaned up, probably mixed with oil, diesel oil as well back then. But I remember it had a high fish oil stink to it.
Oh yeah, imagine a hot day with fish oil on there. Oh God.
That would suck.
Yeah. And you got to handle them with your hands. You're getting all that oil on your hands, your tools, and you're smelling it. That's got to be horrendous. Hot garbage. Is there any noobs in here? Is there any guys that are like, or is it just us, or us old guys talking about?
It's just us, old timers,
Yeah,
chatting.
reminiscing about hard labor. Meme is still busting ass. You have today off, obviously.
Yeah. Well, it's Saturday.
Right. Well, yeah. Sometimes you work on the weekends.
Unfortunately, yes.
I would do my side jobs. A lot of times I would work for another guy and do my side jobs on the weekends. I don't do the concrete. I do carpentry and roofing work. Roofing is
Yeah.
brutal in the heat. It's terrible.
Well, my concrete company does also does carpentry. Because I build like pergolas and porches.
Nice. I like working with wood. I do like the smell of it. I just like working with it. I do some metal fabrication too. I do welding. That's what messed up my eyes too. I feel like getting arc flash so many times and then spending too much time staring at a screen jacked up my eyes. Like so my eyesight, my nearsighted is effed up.
Yeah.
Like I would spend so many hours on the screen, like doing this stuff, like flat smacking people and going on the internet that I literally had flash burn on my eyes. My eyes felt like I had arc flash. I was wearing sunglasses to stare at my screen because I was like so determined, but I'm like, my eyes hurt so bad. I put sunglasses on. I know that wasn't good, but whatever. Yeah, now that I learned about all these pump trucks and stuff, it's like I might have a go at it. My friend does concrete work. Maybe I'll go do a couple side jobs with them and see if we could utilize a pump truck and not have to get a buggy.
Yeah,
But a
screw that
pump
buggy
truck,
stuff.
like,
I
how
won't
much
do a
is that
buggy.
at, Meme? A pump truck is expensive, isn't it?
Uh, a big pump truck like that's like $1,000 for a day.
Yeah, so it's cheaper just to get the buggy. They'll bring you a buggy, the cement company.
Cheaper to
I
get the
think it's
buggy, but that's why you just put the price of the pump in the job. Charge them for it.
if it could justify a buggy, like if you're just doing a patio might not be worth it to get a
Oh
buggy.
no. Patio, yeah, but a foundation.
Oh
You
yeah,
want a
yeah.
pump truck because you also
You got
want a
multiple
consistent
trucks.
mix.
Yeah, if you got more than 10 yards.
Hey, Wolfgang, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, that thing you said a second ago about your eyes hurting you from hurting you from staring at a screen, flat smacking people. I just wanted to let you know, today's Saturday, and I was gonna go out to a festival, a market like place to hand out homemade flyers with a Discord link on it, and flat smack people in public. I just want to let you know that's a good way to make it easier on your eyes.
Yeah, that's why I'm in the voice chat. I get tired of reading the text. It hurts my eyes. I'm like, man, I need to rest my eyes. Good for you though, man. Good on you to flat smack in the public.
Yeah, right on.
We need that. I think I'm gonna do that on the beach on the 4th of July. I'm bringing my camera down to the beach. I'm gonna flat smack some people. I'm bringing the P900, the tripod. I'm gonna set it up. Hey, here, take a look at this. I'll find a buoy. I'll find a boat. I'll find something.
Yeah, when you talk to people about it, I've just found that it's just as far as words you actually bother to say goes, it's much easier. Like the easiest way that I know of is to like take them through the 3 points by like asking them questions, or at least asking a question on the first of the 3 points. But like when you go through the 3 points with them, don't just ask them the questions and let them answer and then give your like, oh well, I know it to be flat and stationary, but like explain how you could prove any one of the 3 points one way or the other, with lasers or accelerometers or the second law of thermodynamics, like explain how you could prove it, you want all the way through, and then kind of let them know how they can prove it for themselves that from there on out.
It would be nice if if you could get a laser rangefinder that could go these distances, like let's say 8 to 10 miles. I was looking at laser rangefinders and they only have, I don't know, maybe 1,000 or 1,200 yards. is as far as they were. So it's less than a mile. So that doesn't do me any good. To say, you know what I mean? If I'm like, hey, see this buoy's like 6 miles away, but I can't verify it because my laser rangefinder is only good for like 3/4 of a mile. It works like with the lighthouse or something, but people can see lighthouses with their naked eye. Maybe you could just use binoculars, things like that. I saw someone who did that. I think he was in Australia. He set a level. He had a tripod and he set a level on top of it, like a carpenter's level. It was about a 6-foot level. And he leveled it to the horizon on the water to show that they're both the same. They're both level. And he had a pair of binoculars. So you look out over this level, right? Your carpenter's level. That's what gave me the idea to do it with string lines, like a mason line, like a line level and water levels. And I brought that to Saginaw Bay, and I demonstrated like every angle you look across Saginaw Bay, it's flat from all different angles. Because I set like north, south, east, west, and I strung a line across all 4 posts. And I put a tube of water, like a 1/2 inch clear tubing with water in it, and that's how I lined up my strings to keep them all even, keep them all level, and it worked perfectly. It lined up exactly with the horizon. There was no curve. It was flat all the way around. Some people won't get it though. You know what I mean? If you get it, you get it. You're like, it was 16 feet apart from the center, all my posts, so like 32 feet post to post. So looking down that, you have a wide field of view across these lines. I'm excited for the summer solstice. I think that's a good time to flat smack people too, to let them know the sun is circling us, not the other way around. You have June 21st and then the 4th of July. Usually people get together in the US at the 4th of July. If you live far enough north like me, I'd like to go even a little further north, but you can still see daylight at 11 o'clock and they have a setback an hour, or, well, they have a sprung forward an hour. So they're messing with the clocks. Is anybody in? It's getting too quiet.
That could be an average night in any Scottish town.
The guy tried to jump over the pipe. He got wrecked.
Yeah.
Is that where you're at in Scotland?
Yes, sir.
So they have a lot of fish up there where they could oil the forms with just fish oil. That seems So you're saying there's 2 grades of fish oil? They have a different grade, like a low grade for using like for things like that? 'Cause most of the fish oil they sell like at the store, like omega threes, that shit's expensive. Like omega 3 capsules, they're like $1 a piece.
Yeah, that's the size. That's a job that I worked on. You'll see from the markings on the wall the size of the concrete forms that we were using, with the way
Yep.
it's coloured over the years. It was a bit of a little company had taken on a big job and pulled it off, but we did it all in piecemeal and bite size. But that was one of the. I think that was. But I think it's the fish oil thing was a. They were able to access it readily enough. It must have been used in something else, but it was because it was marine ply. The boards that we used, they wanted to ensure that there was never any penetration, and they could literally rinse the boards off with a hose and reapply, and then use them to cast underwater, almost underwater. We used to make big long forms of them, and then put them down on top of, like whatever steel shutters or posts we'd put in, and some of it went down into the water. But yeah, maybe it was just local to Scotland, the fish oil. I don't know. Yeah,
How
I
do you
remember
keep the
thinking
board?
of it.
How do you keep it from floating up? Your plywood forms.
It's on the outside of the form. There's a wooden framework, and going through the whole section, there's holes with rebar and plates on either side that clamp down and hold the forms on either side in place.
Ah, so your rebar penetrates your form. Okay.
Yes, yeah. And then when it's cooked, you undo the wing nuts, take the plates off, take the forms off, and if the rebar won't slide out, then you just cut it off, drill it out, and plug it, or whatever, plug it with concrete or something. Or
So you
sometimes
guys,
that's where
you
the
removed it.
the
You
ice.
removed the rebars.
Sorry.
You remove the rebar from it.
Yeah, some have got a plastic core when they want to use the hole that the rebar was in. Some have got put in like a plastic sheath that the rebar sits in, so you can take it back out, and then they put in a big steel eyelet. The hole is used as an anchor point for a great big steel eyelet to screw into. It's all part of the design when it's done like that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's like pre-engineering, so they don't have to. So it's easier to retrofit when it comes to the time to fit it. You don't have to drill it after when you want to put something in there.
So basically, the rebar has a spacer between the two forms, and it's a hollow tube is your spacer, and the rebar rides inside that spacer, like that tube.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So the rebar is more like is it an all thread rod, like it's threaded rod, so you can clamp down, or is it just rebar?
Just standard rebar, and the wing nuts are the thread in the wing nut is really strange. The way it's not like a normal thread. The way it's designed, it's like a very fast thread to catch the knurls on the rebar. If you
Ah,
like
I
to
gotcha.
use the rebar as a thread,
Gotcha.
it's a very fast wing nut on them.
Yeah, that's what you need, a coarse thread like that, because the concrete it'll get stuck on there. You need something like that.
Yeah, an open thing. Yeah,
That's interesting. I never knew forms were placed underwater. Very interesting. So you got to go under there with a wetsuit to set the forms, or someone
no.
does.
Well, that's at low. Well, I think that must be almost at low tide. There's a concrete plinth goes all the way across to the wall at the bottom of that. But and the whole thing was cast at at the lowest tide of the year. They did it so it worked in with the lowest tide of the year, and they caught it, and fast set cement that was used on it, to get it to cure really quickly by the time it started to get wet. So they engineered to do it like that, but some of the wooden forms were in the water while it was being cast. Yeah.
Yeah, they got your underwater concrete. It's like they invented, I guess they said the Romans invented it, but it seems like why is their old concrete better than the stuff we have now? Like concrete we have now, flakes and
Yeah.
breaks. How is it they had better concrete than us? They said, "Oh, the
Well,
volcanic ash."
now we do silly. Well, we went through a phase of not knowing the right amount of sand to put in concrete, or cement. You know, like putting far too much sand in it just to be cheap on the economy and get things done. There was a lot of stuff done like that. But mainly, I don't know. I mean, if you use good aggregates and good quality materials in the right proportions, it's going to be better than some of the sort of cheap mix, throw it together, variations that we've got in life today. Like,
I think they don't want it to last. It's like planned obsolescence because all the roads over here, the roads all go bad. I don't know, 5, 10 years. They're already in 5 years. They're already breaking parts of the road, like where the expansion joints are getting breakage around there. They're using low grade concrete on purpose. They should have to warranty the road. If you build a road, you should warranty it for like 10 years. Get a bond, get it bonded, and if it breaks, you repair it. That way, because it's just ridiculous how fast a concrete road goes to having potholes and flakes chipping off. It's not. It's not. It's we're getting screwed. The people who pay for this shit are getting screwed. They put a tax on the gasoline to pay for it, an additional 50 cents per gallon, because our roads were so bad here in Michigan. The winter is what beats them up. The winter, the heavy trucks, and the cheap concrete.
yeah, we're a little bit like that here. We've got tarmac roads, tarmacadam, not concrete. Um, but once they start to break up, that's it. There's potholes everywhere that smash alloy wheels, and I've just had to
Yeah.
pay for a new spring to get my car MOT'd through its MOT, and a drop link that gets smacked when I hit a pothole. And I was lucky it didn't get my alloy this time, but I've had to buy alloys regularly. But yeah, I mean, even Battle Mod will tell you that the way they build the roads, it's more of a maintenance system than actually building them properly. It's like underneath all the old roads, they're built right, but the top is just a skin that they throw over them. And the new roads, they don't do the underpinnings properly. And, Battle Mod's playing catch up an awful lot of the time, I think, yeah.
Well, that's a resurfacing job. Since the foundation is sound, if they've already got a sound foundation, like a concrete road with a good foundation under it, like a limestone 21 AA foundation, there's no need to remove all
Yeah,
that. So they leave the old concrete and resurface it with asphalt. The asphalt is that tarmac you're talking, the black stuff. We call it asphalt, but
yeah.
it's a much faster, cheaper roadway. It's smoother. I appreciate driving on it when it's new. It feels you don't get the chatter, the bing, 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 bing from the tires, the joints. Like a concrete road, you'll get like the tire
Uh-huh.
chatter. Like, but a nice smooth asphalt road, it's nice. It's enjoyable to drive on a new one. The problem is they don't stay new for long. After 3, 4 years, 5 years, they start getting pretty beat up. They don't last. But you can't go around paving the road every 5 years. It would cost a lot, but it would be nice if they paved them every 5 years and they could get it done fast and always have like a smooth roadway. They do that on the toll roads. There's a toll road going into Ohio that you have to pay to drive on, and they keep it pretty nice. It's under constant maintenance, so it never gets beat up with potholes, but it costs you to drive on it, and it's not cheap.
When
Like,
you say
especially
not cheap, how expensive is not cheap?
well, like $12 to go maybe 150 miles, 200 miles. If you got a trailer, you add another
Yeah.
12, so like $24.
All right, okay. Yeah.
But you pay both ways. You pay coming and going. So if I got to go down it one way and I got to pay to come back, it adds up because the other roads are free. The other interstates are free, but this one's not. So for, I don't know, for 8 hours of travel time, it's costing you extra $20 and then another 8 back. It's another,
Yeah, time is money. You're willing to get a shortcut.
well, there's no other option really. I mean, you got to travel Interstate 80, the tollway. You got to pay the toll. The Ohio Turnpike, just got to pay. But at least, like I said, at least it's paved properly. You're not, you're getting some value that you're not driving on a shitty road with potholes. The other problem with a toll road is the exits. They don't have exits, but like every 50 miles or so. So if you miss an exit and you're low on fuel, it could be a problem. Maybe it's not 50 miles, but they're pretty far apart, maybe 25 miles apart. So every half hour or so, there's
Why
an
did
exit.
they
What's
why do they build roads with no exits, Ron? What
it's a
hang on,
toll road.
you've just fried my head, mate. Hang on. What?
The exits are set far apart on the toll road. They're set. There's exit ramps only every so often. They're not frequent. So it's more like a point to point. Like you're going from one major city to another major city, and there's about, I don't know, there's a few places to get off and get fuel or get a bite to eat, but they're not very. It's not like the interstate highways. Every mile almost on the interstate, there's an exit. You can get out nearly every
Yeah.
mile. There's an exit where there's places to get fuel, something to eat. The toll roads are a different animal. I don't know. I don't know why they do it.
Oh, I know why they do it. I get the process. I get the purpose. I see it really clearly, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, the exits cost money. You got to maintain them. It costs you
Yes.
money. So they spread them out as far as possible. So each one has a toll booth. Getting on the exit from different places, they have a toll booth. You got to get a ticket. You get a ticket and then you pay when you get off. Tells you when you got on and it
Ah,
tells you when you got off. So they'll know if you were speeding, like, hey, how did you get from this toll to here in 30 minutes? That means you went 75 miles per hour. Yeah, so they don't care. It is policed, but I don't know that they get you as much for tickets for speeding and such. I think they kind of look the other way because you're paying your toll. So as long as you're not going insane, you're going like 100 miles per hour.
yeah,
They might say, "Hey, wait a minute, you
yeah.
went from point A to point B, and this this you were doing a cannonball run." He looks at your time and it's got a stamp on the ticket when you got it, and then they know you got to the other town and you got from A to B this quick. Like, what the? You just got this ticket like 20 minutes ago. You're already here. What? How fast were you going?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't a competition for the fastest ticket on a toll road, mate. I really wouldn't be.
I don't. I never got a ticket on the tollway, but I did see police. I did see some.
Or like the fastest time from A to B.
You know what I seen too? What I hate. Basically the Ohio Turnpike is Interstate 80, and they did the same thing on I-94 in Chicago. They turned an interstate highway into a toll road. They put up a toll booth and they charge you a toll for an interstate highway that's supposed to be like federally funded. Interstate means it's maintained by the federal government and it's supposed to be free. Well, not free, but it comes out of the tax base. So it's not supposed to be a paid toll. It just comes out of the tax revenue. So those are the ones I'd like to travel on the free ones, the freeway, hence the name freeway instead of a
Yeah.
tollway. Yes, I hate paying tolls.
So what's the difference between a freeway and a highway?
The same difference, same thing.
Okay. No, I was thinking maybe a highway was a toll road because the highwayman told where you were
No,
robbed
it's the
for
same
traveling.
same thing, different name, pretty much.
Can I ask you a question?
Go.
My mic work.
Yeah, you're good.
Yep.
You got another Rolls person in here named Schickelstein or Schickelstein. Anybody
He's
try
got
to
no
talk to
rolls
him?
on him. You want to go up to the VC check-in and we'll check you in and get you a roll?
You
Checkelstein?
hear that, Schickelstein?
Maybe not. Maybe he's just like hanging out.
Yeah, could be. He might have some globe proofs on him though. You never know.
I think he probably knows it's flat. I'd be willing to bet he knows it's flat. Yeah, toll roads suck. I heard in Texas they're building a lot of those NAFTA superhighways. They're starting it like Rick Perry was starting it years ago. They got them coming through Michigan, and they want to go from Mexico, Texas, and then into Canada. They're going to come through Michigan, and they can't travel over any privately owned bridges or tunnels. And somebody owned the bridge, and they kind of forced him to sell it. So now it's owned by it's not privately owned anymore.
Wow. So it was it a purchase by the state basically to say we're having a road and that's it?
I'm not sure the NAFTA superhighway. I'm not sure how it's going to be done. Like if that highway is like a federal highway, like interstate highway, and then that way it's all owned by the federal government, the properties, the bridges, the roadway, all of it. They couldn't have someone privately own one link. Like, hey, this guy, because he could put the brakes on the whole thing. Well, no, I'm going to charge this for the toll on my bridge. He owns the last mile to cross that bridge to Canada. They can't have that. They can't have anybody decide the free
Yeah.
market. I'd rather have it all privately owned, but some of these guys, I think like the toll roads are privately owned, but they scalp you. There's no way. So yeah, I guess it's kind of better. Like I like traveling on the freeways, instead of the toll. Those are government owned roads pretty much, but they're maintained not as well. They're not maintained as well, but they're good enough. Like I can't imagine traveling like coast to coast paying tolls the whole way. That would suck. And like when you do have a trailer, I had a trailer, I was like a double axle. They charge you per axle on the
Oh
trailer.
wow.
Yeah. A single
So
axle
they're
trailer
not
is one
slow, are
rate.
they?
Well, I had a double axle trailer and I didn't necessarily need it, but that was the trailer I had. I rented it and it just happened to have double axles and they charge you, there's an additional fee. Single axle is this much, double axle is this much. I forget exactly how much, but it was more. Some of the trucks that they have, they pull like 2 trailers or 3 trailers behind it, like FedEx trucks, the
Yeah,
boxes.
yeah.
They'll have 2 or 3, like a train. They're just pulling these big long boxes down there from A to B, moving lots of freight.
Yeah, the road freight industry, they can't take away from us. They're trying to turn it into electric and what's his name, Elon Musk and his self-driving trucks. They're pushing that really hard, but they can't take away. They can't. They just can't take the road industry away from heavy haulage and the drivers that do it. Thank God that they can't. But they make them pay for it.
I think like a self-driving car, how would it deal with potholes and things? That's the thing. The road conditions are not always perfect, and you need like a person to say, "Oh shit, there's a pothole coming up. I need to swerve around this." It would destroy those little electric cars. If they drove on the roads in Detroit, I would like to see a Tesla car survive these roads. It would get absolutely ate up. I mean, I drive a truck, a pickup truck, and it beats the hell out of my truck. I have a three
Yeah, I'll
quarter ton
bet.
pickup truck, so it's like a heavy duty pickup truck. It gets beat up. My cousin, his wife lost the rim on her car was bent. She had like an SUV, and it blew out the tire, and the rim was smashed. That's how big the pothole was. It swallowed up the tire and just boom, massive
Yep.
pothole.
Ron, do you really think they'll ever have self-driving cars?
I
Oh,
think maybe
yeah, I
maybe the
don't know, because
highways they may
what do
might
you do
have it on.
about the situation like the ball rolls out in the street with a kid behind it? How's the self-driving car going to know that?
I think more like the highways where it's pretty it's straight runs. They might have them for like freight, like Amazon. I could see Amazon trying to push them. I don't like the idea. I don't like it,
I
but I
don't
think
know.
they might get there. I like the idea of somebody accountable, some an actual driver. I mean, yeah, some of the drivers they don't sleep. They cheat on their logs so they don't get any sleep. I've done it. I didn't have a log book, but I stayed up way longer than I should have, and but still someone's accountable. The driver's accountable for that. If he's driving too tired or whatever, it's on him.
Not to mention, if they eradicate truckers as a occupation, it will decimate the economy.
Yeah, I don't want to see those guys lose their jobs. There's a shortage of truckers right now. If you're a trucker, you're in high demand. They'll pay you
What
top
about
dollar.
what about taxis like Uber? You think that'll go automated?
It could. I could see that, like, because the cars are not going very fast. If you're just in a city and it's the cars are just creeping along, mostly bumper to bumper stuff like New York, I could see something like that. But New York is crazy. You got people driving bicycles between the traffic, so who knows? I'd rather not see it. I hope it doesn't go that way.
It put a lot of foreigners out of work if that happened.
Well, I always wondered, after they automate everything, are they just going to line us up and shoot us when they don't need us to push the button? Or
Maybe the other way around. Maybe we line them up and shoot them. It's like enough of you scumbags. I'm tired of this. I mean, there's a lot more of us than there is of them. When they start ruining things to a certain point, a tipping point, maybe hopefully people reach their boiling point and say, I've had enough of this bullshit. It's time for a change. People that are running shit are not doing it for our benefit. Like all the stuff they subject us to, they're just ruining our lives. You've seen the price of lumber, right? I talked about that earlier. The price of a 2x4 went from $2 to $8 in 1 year. In 1 year, last year on June 21st is when I bought some 2x4s to do my water experiment. I paid about $2 a piece for them. And then a couple months ago, someone's telling me the price of lumber's way up, and I'm like, I didn't even know what it was because I hadn't bought any. But I seen the price of 2x4s was over $8 for one 8-foot 2x4. It was like $8.36 or something. I'm like, that's insane. That to me is $1 a foot, over $1 a foot for 2x4 lumber. The plywood, the OSB was $45 a sheet for 7/16 OSB. That's crazy. Like the highest I seen it during a hurricane was like, say there was a large hurricane like Katrina. I think it went to $13, $14 a sheet from $7. So it pretty much doubled. But I've never seen it go 4 times the price. It's like 5 times the price for some of the OSB.
that's why
It's artificial. They're manipulating the supply and demand. As far as them lining us up and shooting us, that's not likely to happen. There's far too many of us.
That's
We
yeah.
would actually group together
Hold on.
and kick their ass. But what,
Hold on.
hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. What they would do is they would starve us out, and it wouldn't be too long. We'd be killing each other while they sit back and watch.
It's getting there, ain't it? The price.
I was about to hold on a second. I want to say they're famous for saying they can always hire half the poor to kill the other half. So if you keep dividing, eventually they'll get what they want.
Well, it's getting there close, man. Like if you've seen the price of everything like that, it starts with the lumber, the fuel, the trucking cost, and it's gonna filter through to all the food costs. All the prices have been going up on everything. That's all done by design. They're trying to wreck us so that everybody is going to be impoverished and say, man, I need something to eat. I'm broke. And then we're gonna have to rely on the government for handouts because like if everyone's broke, there's no jobs, money is worth shit, the paper currency is shit, inflation. That's what's happening. Watching a fucking train wreck. I don't know how we reverse it, man. Don't know how.
Chuck Norris.
How do we do it? Like this whole shutdown of the economy, that just 1 year, all the damage that's happened from last June to now.
One of the things I find interesting about the way the society seems to be going is the trades and construction like that. The average age of a construction worker or in the electrical and pipe fitting is like I think 58 or 60 now. Like there's a whole generation getting ready to retire and nobody's there to replace them.
See, everyone wants to be like a video game designer or software designer or whatever, and nobody wants to do physical work anymore. These kids that play video games all day, they don't want to do any hard ball busting work. I had a hard time finding work. People that want to do like construction work, like roofing, it's very difficult to find someone. And if you do, they'll come for one day and they won't come back the next day.
Well, back when I was a journeyman, I broke the will of a few apprentices. I kind of look back on that and regret it now because there ain't gonna be nobody there for me to, mooch off of when I retire.
Not only that, but you got to replace them. If your workers quit, then it's hard to find replacements sometimes. I just try not to be a dick to the employees, whoever I'm hiring for the day or the week or whatever. I try and put myself in their shoes and treat them fair, so they give me an honest day's work and for a fair day's pay, and nobody's getting screwed. It's like everybody's content. Problem is, when you got people, when you're out working them and they're dragging their feet, then that kind of irritates me. It's like, wait, I'm working twice as hard as you, dragging your ass, making me work harder. Like we should pull equal weight, right? If I'm on there doing it, we should pull equal weight. You should be keeping up with me.
I don't know about that. Like, there's a argument to be said for your own pace and all, but like,
Well, if you're working at half
hiring
my
them,
pace,
if
he's
you're
working
hiring
at
them,
half my pace, it's like, come on, man.
right? But
Like,
what you're the one paying them, right?
yeah, they're working by the hour, then they have no incentive to work any faster. I get it.
Right. Well, there's ways to make people work faster that doesn't involve, threatening them with firing too. Like, you can do the hourly and then just figure it up and say, look, we get this much done, y'all go home early. And when I've run a crew, I've done that before, and everything comes in way ahead of schedule. If people have incentive to do it, they'll get it done.
I some of these kids, they do have this attitude though of, like, well, you make way more than me, so you should be doing more work. Well, guess what? You're not getting any fucking raises until you start trying to fucking do more work. Like they think that they should get paid more and then they'll start working for you. You pay me more, then I'll start working.
Entitlement attitude, yeah. So yeah, there's incentive for me to get it done quicker because then there's less hours I have to pay the crew. It's like, okay, I got to pay the crew for another 3 or 4 hours. That's going to cost me a lot. So I'll work my ass off. And then if they see me working my ass off, then maybe they don't want to be too much slower, too far behind. Some guys do. Some guys drag ass and some don't. Some don't need an incentive. They just work at a good pace. I don't ask them to work like a slave.
Hello.
But like
I
you
think
said,
that's
breaking their
I
will.
think that's that's kind of the trick though, isn't it? Like the social contract where we got like trillionaires and stuff now and shipping, manufacturing everything overseas. It's been broken. The rich have sold out the poor. So there's definitely a communistic upheaval coming to this country because of that. Because rich people lost sight that, it's not just them. Their greed is going to cause this, and it's a bad
Yeah,
thing.
it already has. It already has. Like we're feeling it right now. And then I'm seeing jobs at McDonald's and like Wendy's, $15 an hour, $14 and $15 for fast food workers. That used to be a skilled laborer would make that. Not that long ago, just a few years ago, you could get skilled labor for that price.
Exactly. I was just slaving them for $11. Now I'm making 21.
Wow. What kind of work you doing?
I'm doing construction maintenance right now for a small family-owned crew.
So he was paying you how much and he's up to 21 from how much?
No, a different job, completely different job.
Oh,
Well, both are labor, but just one's construction maintenance. The other one was for like a warehouse, just moving stuff around.
see, it makes it like say you're doing construction work. You know what too? I would say maybe 2 or 3 years ago, the starting wage at at the auto plants was about $15 an hour. If you wanted to work at Ford or General Motors, that's what they were paying assembly line workers. Because the other guys, the older guys had retired and the new hirees were getting like 14, $15 an hour. Now, if they didn't raise the wage, guys at McDonald's are making that. Usually you were making twice what the guy at McDonald's was making. He was making 7, you're making 14 or 15. So you're like, well, I make twice what this guy makes. Not anymore. I don't know if the auto companies have bumped it up, but that would suck. You're like, man, now they're making the same as me. I need a raise, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, the cost of everything is going to just go up because of that. Everybody knows that. It takes a while for it all to balance out, but eventually, yeah, the auto workers say, "Fuck it, I'd rather go work at McDonald's or whatever." So yeah, they have to raise what they pay their employees. They also have to raise the prices of their products. It just happens that
It's
way
coming,
everywhere.
man. This inflation is coming fast. What we've already got it. The lumber and all that, it's filtering through. Copper is over $4, $4.50 a pound. It's all filtering through. Wages are going up at fast food. It's going to go to all the jobs. We're going to get squeezed, man, hard.
Hello.
Well, they do.
Yeah,
Their plan
I
though
was
is
going to say small business owners and skilled labor are screwed. Skilled labor and small business owners are screwed. That's what's getting ready to happen.
yeah. I hope when they pulled this whole plan that they're doing right now. I hope they were really ready to automate everything because they're killing the workforce. And
They are not.
And that UBI is fucking coming real quick too.
Who's gonna do the work? Who's gonna go do the roofing and concrete and install windows and doors? Who's gonna do that if you get universal income? Who's gonna
Mass
do
immigration.
Yep.
They'll just let the houses go to shit. They'll knock them down. They'll 3D print some fucking stackable little houses that they stick everybody in.
Sell those
You know.
for from ton of money.
Remember, in 10 years, you will own nothing and be happy.
I don't own anything right
Yeah,
now,
we're
and I'm not
track with that
happy.
statement, but Muammar Gaddafi said that communism sells out God and capitalism sells out man. So let me explain how that works. So obviously communism, no God. But the capitalism part is a little more interesting, right? Because capitalism, you want to hire cheap labor. Well, cheap labor is like the immigrants, right? So the immigrants that are like illegally coming across.
Your audio's bad. We can't hear a freaking word you're saying.
You calling from
Hank,
the
you're
moon?
in a whale, buddy. Hank's in the whale.
Hank's in the oil field.
Is this better?
Oh, he's drowning in it.
No, I'm not drowning. Is this better?
Not so much.
Definitely better.
It's like 50%, but it's still pretty muddy.
Okay, never mind. You guys are figured out.
Try to come back in, like leave and come back in. Sometimes that helps.
Nixon had their connection to the astronauts.
Are we still alive?
Yeah.
We're just waiting for Creation Bear to talk.
I got a new one for you guys.
Comments on Elon Musk? Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before. And I was worried about him.
You mean CGI, right? It's the CGI.
The rockets. I mean, he's really good at the rockets.
No wings. It's like
I mean, no wings on the rockets.
This tail stabilizers. That's what he means.
What year was that interview
Trump
from?
is Trump, but he just like demolished everything. Trump being Trump. That's just funny to me. Not that I like him. I couldn't give a stuff.
Yeah, he put it in layman's terms that it's complete bullshit. Yeah, it lands, it's got no stabilizers, and he called them wings, but in layman's terms, they know what he's talking about is wings.
Yeah. It likes rockets. I don't know where they go, what to do. No wings, but you know, it goes up, comes down. I don't know how it does that.
You know it's real
Elon.
because it looks so fake.
Elon's good at rockets. He likes doing rockets. That's good. That's a good one, man.
It's a joke, man. All that CGI is a joke. I think they like trolling us. Elon is such a troll. You know it's real because it looks so fake. And Jeff Bezos has the same thing. They're both in on it. They're both billionaires. So I think they've been propped up. You know, the company Tesla doesn't really earn any profit, the Tesla automobiles. If it wasn't for government subsidies, he would lose money. His product would make nothing. He made more from his Bitcoin investment. He bought $1.5 billion of Bitcoin. He made more from that than he did in 14 years of selling cars. He made more in that 1 6-month period of the Bitcoin price appreciation. What does that tell you? How is his company worth $1 trillion, or it was worth $1 trillion? Doesn't make any sense.
All right, you're 100%. Is what they're trying to do now is distract from the government to say, oh, not everything's government owned. That's big, blah 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 blah. So now NASA will go into the, and Elon will come up and go, oh, look, it's a private man doing enterprise. And, if you take it in the butthole and, sing praises to us, you can be like him too.
Yeah, that's why I
It's
think
obfuscations.
they pushed up the stock price on Tesla and Amazon to make it look plausible that someone would have the wealth to do a project of that size. Like, oh, he's got billions, man. Him and Jeff Bezos are multi-billionaires. They can afford this. It's chump change. Who needs NASA? Then? Let's close down NASA. Who needs them?
Yeah, exactly. We've got, look, it's a private man, it's private. We're capitalists, whatever, sell some bullshit, like with everything. You know what I mean?
I think they're funneling it through the back door. They try and make it look like there's competition between Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, but really they're getting checks from NASA and the government. They're just rebranding it as private.
Well, they had to make space for private ownership because NASA keeps destroying technology. So maybe the private owners won't destroy the technology. I don't know.
You mean the one that lands rockets backwards? They could land on the tail section? Yeah. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see a rocket actually do that. Here, use a thruster and land that thing vertical. I'd like to see that done.
I would like to see an interview from the NASA employee in the 70s or whatever that actually destroyed the technology and why he did it,
Let's see the blueprints. Show us the prints for the technology.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Thanks, Elon.
What a troll.
Wolfgang, there are videos of the booster landings. Have you seen those? Or
yeah, it's so fake, man.
Yeah, but lots of people have seen them. There's lots of eyewitnesses that have seen them.
Well, I'd like to
see. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, actor eyewitnesses, if any. There's eyewitnesses that saw shuttles and rockets go into space, but they straight up arc and come back down. So eyewitnesses are not very credible.
Yeah, but people seeing a rocket come from the sky and land on a rocket pad.
Who has seen one land? Who?
Lots of people in Florida.
You mean the audience that he pays? The people that go, yay! Those
show me one
they're about 4 or 5 miles away from the landing pad, too. What I could tell.
Yeah, they are.
We'd have way better CGI.
I just wanted to, like, before we were talking about Elon and the shit, and you got Bezos. When did it go up for a tender? For people to buy the internet.
Hey, I posted an example of what you're talking about, paid audience.
Bought the whole internet for 100 million. When did that go up for bidding?
Did you say he bought the internet? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
How do you buy the internet?
As in, you know what I mean. As in to buy the servers and stuff. The internet.
Oh, you mean internet service? Internet service.
Yeah, the servers, the actual whole servers for the whole entire thing.
Oh,
He gets delete shit, leave shit on, ban stuff, not ban stuff for 100 million. For 100 million, I could have gone to a fucking bank, put in a fucking, business plan, and be making trillions. But this is what I'm saying. Nobody thinks about these things. That how did this guy just manage to get the servers for the internet for 100 million? That's a bit cheap. 100 million.
It's a big club and we ain't in it. That's chump change for them.
Yeah, that's nothing money when you look at it, at what that can actually produce and how it can affect things, and at least for the better. But it goes either way. So 100 million to be able to control, servers, platforms, who stays on and off, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, what other company could survive for 14 years without making a profit, right? The company wouldn't have made any profit if it wasn't for the Bitcoin investment and government subsidy. It took both of those to make any profit at all. And it's valued at more than every single auto company combined. So General Motors, Ford, Chrysler, Toyota, Honda, BMW, Mercedes, every auto company in the world combined is valued at the same price as Tesla. And those other companies make billions of dollars of profit. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And this guy hasn't produced shit. Like, he's in the rear for like making cars, God knows how many.
He's a joke. It's a boutique company. It's just this boutique company. Hey, we make electric golf carts. It's big deal. If they weren't, they need to drop the subsidy. Let them build them. And if you could survive on your own, good. Why should we subsidize his trillion-dollar company?
Yeah, that's proper. If you're gonna say capital, if you're gonna name something capitalism, that's how it's meant to be. It's meant to be free market, so nobody interferes. You do your business. If you make donuts, if people like your donuts, they keep on buying them, and it becomes better and more money. Or if not, you fall into the shit and you go bankrupt, and that's it.
That's the way it's supposed to be. You sink or swim. You make a profit or you fail. And that's what sorts the good companies from the bad. The bad ones fail, the good ones stay. But when someone's putting their thumb on the scale, hey, we're going to give you a subsidy for, I don't know, $100 billion a year or 50 billion, whatever they give Tesla. If they didn't give him those subsidies, why the company should not exist. 14 years, you should have been on your feet by now.
Yep. And see how all these pricks.
It's one of Jerryism's classic videos about Elon Musk, real man of genius. Anybody remember that one? It was a classic Jerryism video.
Beer commercial or something?
Yeah. It had some stupid Elon quotes in it. It's an old video. It was like that commercial from, real man of genius, whatever.
He's a swindler, man. Like, some people who bought Dogecoin from him, they bought Bitcoin. If you got in early enough, you made a shit ton of money, so they probably love him because he pumped up their crypto wallet so fat. You could have turned like a small investment into a big payday. The whole Dogecoin thing.
I sold my Dogecoin too soon. I sold it before he pumped it up.
You sold it at 5 cents?
9.3 cents.
But he pumped it to get it there even. It was 1/10 of a cent, and then he pumped it up to like 7 cents, and it came down to like 5. And then you must have got out on the second pump before it went crazy.
The second pump, yeah.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
Wish I'd waited till 70 cents. Oh well. I had 100,000 of them. I spent $400 to buy 100,000 of them in 2019.
Wow.
So that $400 could have been $70,000.
I know, that sucks. So what did you get out at? You made 9,000 from 400.
I made 9,000, but I could have made 70.
Right, I know. God, just if you held out another week, it went so fast, 9 or 10 cents to 70. Yeah, but you probably wouldn't have got out at the top. But even if you got out on the way down at like 60, oh, it hit 70, it's coming down. I think I'll bail.
Yeah.
You can't beat yourself up with what
No, I know. I mean,
drive you nuts, man.
You did pretty damn good, man.
I
did 400 into $9 grand.
Yeah,
You're
well,
probably thinking, wow, this is crazy. I better bail out before it
I
crashes.
know. I wish I'd put 4,000 instead of 400. But of course, you can
You
never go
always
back and say, I
test,
wish
man.
this, I wish that. Oh, well.
If we could all know, we would all be rich right now.
Here's the thing. I think you can make a bunch of money on Dogecoin in the next cycle because the same thing happened in 2017. I remember thinking, oh man, I wish I'd invested in Dogecoin in 2016 because I went way up high in 2017 and 18. And then I forgot about it. And then 2019, I bought some because I was given like some money, just for fun. I gave a hardware wallet to a buddy of mine for his birthday. And so I said, I should give him some Dogecoin. I'll keep myself some. So I think that if we just wait till 2023, 24, Dogecoin will like be died down again. It'll be 1/10 of a cent again. Everybody will be depressed because they bought in at 70 cents and it went to worthless. So if the same cycle happens, just remember next cycle.
Oh, for sure. I'm waiting for that, but it's like, damn, it just won't happen. It goes
But here's the
down.
thing. You have to like be paying attention because like a year and a half ago, nobody was talking about crypto because everybody was just like, "Oh, here it comes," the panorama, I'll call it. Here comes all these other things were in the news, and people just weren't paying attention to crypto, and that was the time to buy Dogecoin. So same thing, just put it in your calendar. 2023, when nobody's talking about Dogecoin, it hasn't been in the news for 18 months, 2 years, then buy it.
You have to buy it when it crashes, when nobody wants it anymore, when people give up. They're like, I don't want it. I'm done with crypto. I'm not touching another cryptocurrency. F this. That's when you know you're at a bottom. When everyone's throwing it, the bottom can last. It could last years sometimes. But right now,
and even after, it's not just when people are like disgusted with it and selling it. It's when people have forgotten it.
Yeah, they give up. They walked away, and then boom, out of nowhere.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it in the news for 2 years, then go get your checkbook out and start buying up.
You know what? You should spread it out too, because some of these coins, if you had got in like $1,000, you could have made over $1 million in 6 months. $1,000 investment would have made you $1 million+ in 6 months, and some of these
that's true.
amount they appreciated. And that's not even getting out at the absolute top. Getting out somewhere near the top 3/4, 3/4 from the top.
Yeah.
The problem is people fall in love with their stuff. They're like, I'm never selling my Bitcoin. And they watched it go from 63,000 down to 30,000. And now it's bumping around at like 35, 37. I think it's going to do a next bounce low. It's going to drop lower. Like it looks like if you look at a long-term chart of Bitcoin, it looks like it's falling down the backside of a mountain. It looks just like 2017. People don't realize they're in the crash because they've seen it bounce, but it's a dead cat bounce. They're right in the middle of a crash. I could be wrong. Maybe it goes higher from here, but it sure looks like a crash to me at this point.
Yeah, I'm still holding out hope. I think that we still could be in the middle of a bull market through September. So I'm not going to do anything until September. I have some Bitcoin, but I'm going to keep it.
But that's what everyone's hoping, right? So I mean, you don't realize, but you look at that like 5-10 year chart. It does look like it's coming straight down a mountain, doesn't it?
I know. Yep.
And we're in the dead cat bounce phase, and it's if it takes another leg lower, then it's kind of too late to sell. Like if it goes down into the 20s, you're only going to get a bounce back to like 30 something. Like every support level becomes the next resistance on the bounce back. So it's going to get the worst thing it would be like is a low volume sell off if it just keeps drifting and you don't even get the ricochet bounces. If when it dropped really fast to 30,000, it had a really fast rebound to like 42,000. If it just kind of drifts lower, you're not going to get that violent reversal, that bounce, where you can make money from the bounce.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's just so hard to predict. We just have to wait.
I'm curious what a dead cat bounce is.
Dead cat bounce?
Yeah,
when you get a rapid sell off, it's like pushing a beach ball underwater. It bounces back temporary. So they call it I don't know why they call it a dead cat bounce.
Because it doesn't keep going up.
If you drop a cat, it probably just stays down. I don't think it will bounce.
If you drop a living cat, it just lands on its feet, stops. Dead cat bounces. I don't know.
I don't know if a dead cat bounces. I never tried it, but it just sounds. Can't imagine it would.
Drop it from far enough, maybe.
It's just like dead weight, like thump. Can't imagine it bouncing.
Have you ever seen like those videos of skydivers who their chute doesn't open and they actually bounce when they hit the ground?
That's gotta hurt. Shit. That's what happened to Helio Skeptic. He fell out of the tree. He had a dead cat bounce. He's like, boom. I wonder if he heard the bone break. That's snappy.
When did that happen?
Oh, this was years ago. He was
okay.
building a swing set and he broke a branch and fell out of a tree. I don't know how far it was, but he messed himself up pretty
He
bad.
said this morning. He said it was about 15 feet.
Oh shit! Now, if he's sitting on the branch, he fell the full 15 feet. That's a pretty hard fall.
What did he land on? His head or his feet, or both?
His ass.
And his
ass.
He broke one leg, I think. So I guess the first leg took the brunt of it, first one, and then he broke one leg, not both. He said it was a pecan tree. The pecan trees, he said, are very brittle. The wood is like brittle. It's not as strong as you think. So he was on a pretty thick branch and it snapped.
I thought we established no evolution in this channel. What's he doing climbing trees?
Helio? I don't know. That was years ago. He was building a swing set for his
He said he was like it was like a swing tied to a tree that he was like moving it over for the kids or something. He said this morning.
Helio versus gravity, and gravity wins.
You know, what if the branch broke with the kids on the branch on the swing and it snapped?
That's actually a pretty good point too. They got the kids hang with this swing set attached to this pecan tree, which we're told is really brittle now in the story. So, you got another tree?
They get going and going, and the swing gets like horizontal to the ground, and it snaps, and they fall flat back on their back. Boom.
You guys see in Canada that they're saying that you can mix and match your vax now?
Mix and match. Take
Yeah.
more than one?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, you can take your first round of one and then take your second round of another.
Oh, guess what, dude? I got a text message from the state asking me if I got my vaccine or I want to get it. Let me read the message. I'm like, what is this?
Canada's literally pick your poison, huh? All right.
Watch what you say, guys.
Shit. Lost my glasses. Getting the spam.
Yeah, Ron, I was offered $100 bonus by the people I work for. It's an shopper app to get my Fauci ouchie, but I declined it.
You know what it is? I got a text here. I'll read it to you. It says, "Hi, this is the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services with COVID-19 vaccine info." Okay, and then the next one it says, "Are you planning on getting your COVID vaccine? Yes. A, yes. B, probably yes. Not sure. Probably not. No. Already did." And then the next one is, "The vaccine is effective and the best way to get our lives back to normal."
Hey guys, I gotta stop this because you're saying it over and over. There's words that get monetized and we can get shut down. Can we please get off of the subject?
Who are you?
I am a moderator that's moderating the room.
So am I.
So
Just read the
vaccines should not be talked
All
about.
right, I'm reading my text. Chill out.
I am abiding by the rules here, dude. Please.
All right.
I know it can get off into other things, and that's what we try to not do. And
Yeah, I know. I was just reading the
I'm
text.
sorry.
Yeah.
We haven't said anything that that goes against the mainstream or anything yet, but
It was from the Department of Health. That's all. I didn't disagree and said anything opposing it.
Yeah, but he's saying that just using the V word,
the words
might be,
get monetized.
Yeah.
So
use a euphemism if you want.
The algorithm flags different words in spoken words. We're assuming, right?
What if we're promoting it, saying, "Look, hey guys, go get your vaccine because the Department of Health wants you." That's their advertisement.
It's not monetized, by the way. That's the wrong word to use, though.
Whatever. Yeah, I was just reading the text. I thought it was pretty cringy. Department of Health sending me text. What?
Yeah, I got one from my doctor in my hospital as well. So.
So how about that spinning oblate paroid that people think they live on?
The spheroid. What did you call it? A paroid? Like a pear?
Like Neil says, it's a paroid, right? It's kind of like pear shaped.
Right. There you go.
It's kind of chubby.
Yeah. We're under a grand delusion. A pear-shaped Earth.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah, there you go, Neil. Thanks.
Take a bite. Pear. We need a
Neil is
pear-shaped.
Neil is pear-shaped.
He is. I don't know. I think all these guys, I think they're prepping us to maybe disclose this stuff. They're going to come out. Yeah, we were wrong. We were wrong. We had it wrong, guys. It's flat. It's flat and it's stationary, and that's what some people are thinking. They're going to switch their position. Say no. We always knew this, but we were just a little bit we're just wrong about something. I don't know how they're going to wiggle out of this. How do you reverse your position on this? Some people, they say they're going to absorb it. They're going to absorb the flat Earth thing. I don't know. It's kind of a big one to kind of wiggle your way out of.
Most of them they'll double speak and act like they didn't say whatever they said before, and they'll just keep everybody confused, and then somehow they'll just be back to flat Earth. Who knows?
How many billions were wasted in their space program from the inception, from the first days of NASA to now? How many billions of taxpayer dollars have they wasted? It's got to be in the trillions by now, if you go adjusted for inflation.
They could pull anything off at this point.
Well, I'm worried about Project
TV.
Bluebeam. They're saying they're finding UFOs, and they're putting that out on the even Fox News and stuff.
Right.
I heard it. I don't watch it, but I heard it in passing. I heard it. I'm like, what? This is Project Bluebeam. They're laying the groundwork for it.
Yeah, they either that or nothing comes out of it again. It's just all this bullshit about disclosure. They do it well when they're pulling other shit that they don't want you paying attention to. They get some of those people who might have looked into actual problems going on, and just saying here, did you hear about aliens? They're gonna admit it's true. That, just distraction. That's it.
They'll say there's good and bad ones. Oh, the good aliens are coming to fight the bad ones. The bad ones have been running your country. We are the good aliens. They're going to pull that shit.
They can't tell you the by law. the legal, you are allowed to lie. Lying is not against the law. You can't perjure yourself.
Right, they legalized propaganda, but a lot of people would believe in aliens from outer space before they believe flat Earth. Right? They say, "Oh, there's an alien invade. Oh, that sounds reasonable." You tell them the Earth is flat. That's nonsensical, right? That the population in general would totally bite on the fake alien thing.
Oh, I'm not saying no, but people like that, know a bit of law. Me, running through the, I said, we admit all this bullshit. Poor. Just admit
Yeah,
it.
the naivete of the general public, now that they have people so far distracted, yeah, I'm afraid it's going to pass. I don't know what they got planned, but it's not good. Remember, like, imagine if they have these flying craft, like a flying saucer craft, like Independence Day. Imagine they already have these technology, and people think, people are used to winged aircraft. They're not used to seeing something like that, so they would think it's from outer space because they've seen it in Independence Day, and they've seen it in 100 other sci-fi movies.
Well, they've got this. They've got all that stuff. What we see here in the public, we're like 100 years behind whatever they have.
And they had it
Easy.
back too.
Yeah.
Like the technology, what is old is not necessarily low tech. These buildings, they had, like, they call it antiquitech. They had technology advanced to what we're using today. It appears that way. It appears they had ways of collecting, like, free energy from the ether air, just absorbing it. The way everything was designed around, like, cymatics, the patterns on the stained glass windows, all those shapes. There was a lot of engineering. Like, how would they know? How would they know this back then? Did they have some sort of computers? Like, how? Like paper and pencil, you can't really design all this stuff on paper and pencil. You have to have some kind of knowledge of sound.
Yeah, it's still
acoustics.
It's still there, bro. They just don't want to use it. Like, just a small example, and it's like, I'm not going to compare it to no massive like cathedral or some pyramids, but just look at a simple example what these guys do for for fun, just to mock us. The thing in you guys have it in America. That Luxor thing with the pyramid.
Oh yeah. That's in Vegas.
Yeah, in Vegas. Like, I've only seen video, but that thing is.
They have
Sorry?
a glass one in Paris too, don't they? A glass pyramid.
Yes, they do. But
It's
the
not as
Luxor
big,
one's
but
like massive,
yeah, the Luxor one is way bigger.
and it's aligned to certain constellations. With the big phallic sign and all the rest of it. It's like.
Oh, you mean obelisk, right? Obelisk.
Yeah.
I stayed in the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas once. It was interesting.
See,
You did?
I'm fairly good engineer. I hear that the rooms are inside the actual pyramid, like on the sides.
Yeah, so the wall isn't straight. It's like slanted, the outside wall. The window to the outside
Was it
is slanted.
expensive? Was it like a high class hotel, like really expensive?
It used to be. It was the tallest thing in Vegas for a number of years, but now it's sort of medium range. You could probably stay there for like $80 or $100 or something.
Oh, really? That's reasonable. That's not bad.
How was the ambient feeling inside? How was the? I also put the question.
I mean, it was just like a
how's the vibe?
casino inside, and also they don't have elevators; they have inclinators because they don't go straight up and down; they go on an angle. So they called them something different, which was interesting. But the inside was like air conditioned. If that's what you were asking.
So yeah,
as
can't
in,
envision
like,
it. Is it one row of rooms on just the outside shell of it?
Yeah. The outside shell all the way around has one row of rooms. I mean,
Wow.
different levels. And then so there's a big empty interior, and that's where they have the casino and several levels of shopping and stuff.
Strange. I guess you gotta have something. Like everyone has a different angle. Like you have the water fountains for the Bellagio, and then you have a pyramid. So you have the Phoenicians, you have the Egyptians.
I was going to ask you, like, as in, like, how is the I lost the word again. Wow.
There's a picture of the
How was
inside
the?
of the pyramid.
Oh,
Okay.
that's cool.
Yeah. How was the feeling inside? Was there any like the energy? That's the word. Fucking hell. Energy.
Yeah, I don't think it had any special energy or anything. It was just like a weirdly shaped building. It's a modern building. It didn't.
You know what? That
have-
looks like the Tower of Babel in the corner. This thing is evil. It probably like gives off an evil vibe. This whole Illuminati pyramid crap.
That's why I was asking him. How was the energy inside? Because a few people that have gone there, because I've looked at it and how it's done, and they've got that ride where you go like down the Nile, and what's that ride called? It's like this, I don't know, ride that you go down, whatever.
Yeah.
It's meant to be a representation down the Nile. People don't get the point of the ride is to find a missing piece of Osiris's dingling.
Yeah, it's cringy. That's the obelisk, right? That's the homage to the
Yep.
obelisk. Did you know that Washington, D.C. has a miniature obelisk buried? It's the same scale as the Washington Monument, but there's one that's buried underground. It's about 12 feet tall. It's a scale model.
Where's it at?
It's in Washington, D.C. You pull up a little sewer lid, and it's buried underground in it like a cylinder. Like it looks like a
No,
missile
in
silo.
Washington, D.C., bro.
Yeah,
Where?
yeah, Washington,
They
D.C.
they did this thing with for quite a while, but they stopped after. I think religious people got to be pissed off. They were by sort of accident. They found in one cathedral where the wall broke behind like all the frescoes of Jesus and all the rest of that, like an obelisk, phalanx. And so they went around the dudes that found that. They were like, structural engineers and archaeologists in the same vein, like sort of a thing. And they went around to like, I don't know, it was quite a few churches, and they found the same thing behind every single wall of that. There was a obelisk behind.
So did you guys hear there's some crazy flat earther in front of the White House yesterday with a microphone talking crazy? Y'all heard about this?
No, that sounds like it's like a psyop to paint us in the bad light.
Maybe Winston knows something about it. I don't know.
We should go there legit and put up like legit flat smack them, like not let these other people represent us bad.
Yeah, Winston shouldn't represent us.
No, you done good there, Winston. Way to go, man. Major props to you, man.
It's like the steamship guy. You know the steamship rocket flat earther? That was so cringy. Yeah, he wanted to see the curve of the earth from his steam rocket. That was obviously a psyop. And I don't think the guy was in it. I don't think he was in it at all. I think it was just propaganda.
I haven't heard that.
Not,
What else?
not to be paranoid, but everything's a psyop.
You know I was joking, like right, Ron. Winston really was in front of the White House flat smacking yesterday.
He was in front of the White House?
Yes, it's on his
Bring the
channel.
video.
Unless they deleted it. Are you there, Winston?
Yeah, it's still there.
Okay.
You were flat smacking in DC?
With
on
the
a mic.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, good work, man.
Hell yeah.
We need some back.
Cops
reaction.
and tell me that I couldn't use the amplification the second day I was there. Like, it's like a day in between them. And I was like, I just check the city ordinance, certain decibel anyway, and I have a First Amendment. So I effectively First Amendment audited the closest you could get to the front of the White House and the Pentagon.
Can you bring
Is there still
laser
military there?
to the reflecting pool
Sorry,
and show people how perfectly flat the water is?
Did I bring a what?
A laser beam. Say you had like a little laser and you bring it to the reflecting pool and you shine it across the whole thing and show that there's no curvature whatsoever across that pool, even though there should be a couple inches at least from end to end. That's a pretty long pool. I think it's at like 6 or 7 football fields in length, that reflecting pool.
Yeah, with about a monument between that and Abraham's psychopathic statue.
Yeah,
I'm
it
curious
shows the eyes
I'm
above.
curious if you saw any. Did you see any cameras on the front of the Pentagon? I don't think they have any of that.
There were
do they?
cameras everywhere, dude.
They didn't have any in 2001. That's a different story, though.
Yeah. Dude, I was asking every single employee that came out, where did y'all just forget about that 2.1 trillion? We never try to figure that out.
Oh, the Pentagon missing trillions? Yeah.
Dude, the Pentagon came out and said they were mysteriously missing $2.1 trillion the literal day before 9/11, and where an attack apparently hit that very area that should have had that documented.
Did
right?
you
what
see
are the odds?
water?
Yo, I just go around in the real world, like in front of the White House, and say stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Dude, like to me, you guys are the coincidence theorists. It's like my favorite thing to say out in the world.
Can I ask you something, guys? Do you know about James Corbett from the Corbett Report?
Oh, what?
James Corbett from the Corbett Report. He
Yeah,
made
I've heard of him.
he made a great documentary about a few different documentaries about 9/11, and one of them is called 9/11 Word Games, and they talk about the different word games that were engaged in the morning of 9/11, between the military and the Department of Defense.
You say very basic things because, like, I'm on a microphone in front of the White House, and I have 2 strikes on my channel. Like, they're just looking for an excuse to strike my.
Okay, then I'm gonna shut. Yeah, James Corbett was just banned from YouTube. They deleted his channel like a few.
Yeah, I'm
weeks
just saying,
ago.
like, I don't use the V word. I use genetic modification, or for example, like I just I say stuff like, yeah, believe it or not, guys, I don't think that a passport could pop out of an explosion,
Right.
and float down until they show you exactly who the bad guy is right underneath it. Because paper burns in fire, guys.
And guess who found that password? Not a random guy, an FBI agent of all people found that passport allegedly. So yeah,
Yes,
that.
Was there still army there?
Was the army there?
Yeah, as in like the guard.
I mean, there's like police officers and then Secret Service police, pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
There was the National Guard was there.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're still deployed, but did they have a fence around all the Capitol building? That fencing?
Yeah, man, they don't let you get close to it. And then as I ask people about it, the guys yesterday tried to like converge on me and not let me speak before I even started. They said that the White House was under maintenance or renovation, and that I'm like, oh, how convenient. So this fence is here where we can't be free, And then they're like, no, it's going to be moved when they're done. Blah 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 blah. I asked another officer when we first were like going to the Capitol building, and there were these fences way out, and I was like, so this is just kind of since that thing happened, where they stormed the Capitol or whatever. And he's like, yeah, pretty much. I'm like, oh, I wonder why they would have faked that. And then I walked away. So yeah, like that's the only 2. Yeah, dude, it's whack. It's like most of it's shut down, and it's really weird. It's eerie. It's almost as if they've gotten it vacant and ready or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Is it alright if I ask you one more question? Might seem a bit silly, but if you paid attention to the flag, was it flying at half mast by any chance?
Okay. What the hell was that?
What was that?
I guess I'm gonna kick every one of the ones that are voice checked in. Donnie, yep, kicking you. Donald, if you don't speak up right now, I'm booting your fucking ass out. Donald, Dondo, muzzle fuzzle. Yeah, that's what I thought. Jack, are you here? Oh, Kim just left too. It was probably just Kim. Kim, no, Jack. Sorry, Jack, are you here? Jack. It's the trolls that come in with their muting glitch and start saying shit. So it's the only ones with the voice verification.
I was like,
We'll get
the
you,
question
man.
wasn't that bad.
We'll get you, punk. Someone got ear raped.
It's
All
okay.
of us.
That sound was Dondo. Dondo must
Yeah,
have.
Jack
That's
55
who it
been
was.
here before.
Because he's gone.
Hey, Matthew, bro, do you still come in here and act like the Earth's a ball?
I don't act like it. I actually believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely believes.
Yep.
So you do at least acknowledge it as just like, it's a belief that requires faith.
Yeah, I would say that most beliefs do. Sure.
Did you know I disagree that the conversation of what the Earth requires blind faith?
I think that most beliefs require evidence and thought and ideas and that type of stuff. I would hesitate to say that you could prove it one way. You can't prove that the Earth is a globe. That's what I would say.
Well, what I'm saying is to believe the Earth's a globe, it actually requires blind faith. You know, like I would say, well, to know the Earth's flat, it doesn't do that because I don't need blind faith. I can actually go and observe things. But with the globe Earth, I have to blindly believe antithetical to everything that I observe.
Sure. I mean, I would say the same thing about radio waves coming out of my cell phone. I can't see them, but I still believe they exist.
Okay, but we're not sending the Earth back and forth like a radio wave.
No,
We're
no,
trying
I
to
was
see
just
the ball.
I was using it as an example of another kind of thing that I believe without seeing it.
Yeah, but you can test it with a meter. There's meters that read radio frequency.
Yeah, but then you have to trust the meter. You can't really see what's going on in the
You can
meter.
compare it to other signals. You can compare it to different radios or transmitters, whatever.
True.
Yeah, this is nothing like the globe Earth.
They could
You
all
see
be
the
lying.
horizon is horizontal, bro, and then you have to blindly believe that actually it just looks horizontal, but it's curved. And whenever you see that the water is flat over those distances that you see the horizon, you have to see that they're flat, but believe that they're curved. And whenever you don't feel like you're moving, you have to observe no movement, but just blindly believe that you are in fact moving. And whenever you see the sun move across the sky over the course of the day and then eventually set, quote unquote, you then have to just believe that it isn't actually moving. It just looks like that while it's still, because you're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour. And then whenever you see all the stars move around and reset for all recordable history, you have to blindly believe that in fact they are not moving around and resetting like a cycle in the sky like they always have been observed to do. They're actually sitting still relatively, and we're just spinning, and it looks like that. It requires nothing but blind faith.
That's right. I assume that the Earth is a spinning globe, and then I derive those beliefs from that assumption.
Yeah, blind belief.
He's kind of a strange one because he doesn't believe evolution. So he's like Kent Hovind, I would say. Maybe he's got some disagreements, but he's partially
I disagree with some of what Kent Hovind says for sure. But yeah.
But at least you're partially aware. I mean, at least you're off of that skit, the evolution nonsense. It's just you need to look at this a little more keenly. Look at the evidence of both sides. And I think
Okay, so sorry. You don't believe in evolution, so like Do you believe in these stories about billions of years?
I believe that there's definitely evidence that God created life, and so intelligent design is my core belief that God intelligently designed and arranged everything.
Yeah, but do you believe any of these stories about billions of years?
I believe that it could have taken billions of years, or God could have done it in less time. I don't think I'm less.
Did you know that to believe that the Earth's a ball, you actually have to think that this is the coalescing of gravity over the course of billions of years, and
that's
wait,
one
and that everything's so far away and so many thousands of light years away that it would require billions of years to see any change. Right.
Yes, that's one story.
Well, that's the only viable story, or we would see a parallax in the sky.
But the other viable story would be to say that God created it ex nihilo, out of nothing.
Yeah,
that's the way it is.
But that doesn't explain what we're talking about. We're talking about the movement of the stars in the sky, bro.
Yeah.
That would have to change. But so your model has to say it just takes billions of years because they're thousands of light years away and you don't ever see it change. So.
Are you talking about the creation of the stars, or you're talking about the movement of the stars?
The movement.
Oh, I see. Yeah. There's a little bit of movement in some of the closer stars, but not much. You're right.
Okay, so do we see a parallax of the spin in the orbit of the Earth?
A parallax of the Earth?
Like a parallax that comes from the spin and orbit of the Earth.
Oh, I see. So yes, every 6 months or so, you can see that if you take pictures of the stars, the constellations change very, very slightly. That's what you're talking about. That's like the proper motion of the stars. How many milliarc seconds per year they move. But it's hard to see with your naked eye. I would think you'd have to take pictures.
Dude, you know the sky's reset for all recordable history.
It's reset?
Yeah, it comes back around and does the same thing over and over.
I would say there's slight changes.
Like what?
Well, the pole star hasn't always been exactly north.
How do you verify that?
Historical records.
Historical records by
who? Ancient astronomers.
You're gonna have to just do better than that. Would you like to specify one? Because that's not true.
I think it is true.
People just say it. Globe Earthers just say it. So
okay.
It's one of those things that you just heard. So you're saying it. But actually, Polaris has always been the center, bro.
I'd say you're just saying that. Do you have a historical record that's been the same?
Literally all documentation of it ever.
No.
Yeah, bro. All of it. So all you have to do is come.
Matthew, nuh-uh.
All you have to do is specify one, man. I don't know, man. I guess if you are so basically for you, no matter what, you're gonna go down thinking the Earth's a ball. Is that pretty accurate?
No, if I find I tend to follow the evidence where it leads, where I think it's the most reasonable conclusion from the evidence.
So what about when we see way too far?
Refraction sometimes makes you see.
So that word alone just magically means that there's nothing that we could actually see on there's no way we could see too far on the Earth to prove it's not a ball.
Yeah, the way that you could see too far is if light bends slightly. It doesn't have to bend much. It only has to bend 8 inches per mile squared, which is like 0.008.
That's a ton.
Doesn't seem like a ton.
Yeah, that's a huge bend. It's proportionate to the increase in distance. It gets big.
Hold on, he says it bends to according to the curvature of the Earth, so that's why it looks flat. That's exactly.
Dude, yeah,
8
it's
inches per mile square.
No,
Dude,
not exactly. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower.
Okay, so what you're saying is that when we look out over the Earth, it's supposed to be curving at a certain rate and have physical obstruction based on the geometry claim of the Earth. When we don't see it at all and we see way, way, way too far.
Sometimes, yeah, depending on the humidity.
What happens to that physical obstruction of the tangent point of the sphere?
Oh, you can see around it because the light's bending around it.
You can see around it.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so it's not physically obstructing our view.
No.
The light bends at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth.
No, sometimes slightly more, sometimes slightly less.
Okay. And so sometimes slightly more. And so then you quantify it, assuming the radius value, put 7/6R to get an idea of what it's doing pending around.
No, it doesn't have. I mean, it can actually go the opposite, make you see less than you would expect.
Yeah, you can see no further than a certain amount, geometrically, and then you try to explain a little extension of this with terrestrial refraction, right? Like that refraction over the terrain.
Any type of refraction, depending on the atmosphere, yeah.
So wait, are you saying that it bends at 8 inches per mile squared, like it goes all the way around the ball?
Sometimes it bends more, sometimes it bends less.
So if it needs to go all the way around the ball, can I do that?
If the atmospheric conditions were right, it could, but I don't think it is right.
So you could see all the way around the ball Earth, and it would just look like it's flat. You could see all the way around it.
You could, theoretically. I don't think it ever happens. I mean,
dude, do you know how absurd that sounds?
Yeah, because it never happens.
Yeah, of course it doesn't, bro. It'll never happen.
So your contention is that based on this one observation that sometimes you can see farther than you would expect with no atmosphere, that's enough to prove that the Earth is flat?
Sometimes? No, all the time.
Yeah, all the time with an atmosphere.
It's not sometimes, Matthew. You keep saying it's sometimes, but it's every single time you go out there. Stop saying that. It's every time you see farther. Stop, dude.
Do you remember the skyline?
You're seeing exactly what we are seeing. You're seeing as far as we can see. Now you are telling us we're not seeing it. We're only seeing it sometimes. Shh, dude, that's fucking lying.
Are you aware of the Chicago skyline picture?
I don't give a fuck. I go up my mountain. I see a horizon that's eye fucking level every single goddamn time. It's over 100 miles away. There's no fucking way I'm supposed to see that on a measurement of a globe Earth. Stop lying.
You can see mountains from way, way too far, and so you'd have to believe they're just magically floating up like crazy distance. It's like, oh, it needs to come up a mile. It came up a mile, and that's why I asked you, dude. I asked you to specify. You basically said it'd go forever, bruh. Nothing could happen. A coefficient of 2 or more.
Yeah,
you're just like, oh, just infinite refraction around the ball. If there's ever an observation we see too far, well, I'm sorry, my man. That's not how geometry works or physicality works. You have a physical dimensions claim. It can only be so far. It has to block your view, bro. You stand up to the bottom of a hill. Guess what? You can't see through the hill to the other side of it. That's what the globe Earth has to be doing if it is in fact a ball. Just objectively.
Exactly.
But it doesn't do this. Sometimes we see way too far, and then, well, actually we just get X-ray vision, or basically X-ray vision that makes it look flat because the light will bend magically around the entire circumference of the Earth at the rate of bending around the entire circumference. That is insanity.
Yes, that's the way I do it. I assume that the Earth is a globe, and then I look at these observations and say, that doesn't match. It must be due to refraction. Are you familiar with the,
can I just mention that is the definition of an ad hoc explanation?
Sure, yeah. Because I'm not trying to prove anything with those things. I'm just trying to explain them. Are you familiar with the Chicago skyline?
He's not trying to prove anything. He's just trying to lie to everyone, of course.
So you're not really looking for truth. You're trying to confirm your bias.
On that specific observation, I'm just trying to explain it. I use other things.
How are you explaining it when you're lying to everyone in here? Saying that you're not seeing what you're seeing refraction.
I don't think he's lying. I think he's actually being extremely honest because he's telling us that he's trying to confirm his bias. I just want him to say it in those words.
Right, same.
When I see pictures that don't make sense on the globe Earth, I assume, confirming my bias, that it must be due to refraction or some other optical effect.
Right. Don't you agree that bias is the death of real truth?
Yes, generally, but then I have lots of
Okay. Why would you do this with the most important discussion ever, which is where you live and the nature of it, and understanding what you experience every day and the phenomena around you, the nature of exactly where you inhabit? That's not a big deal. You could just, if there's a truth to the nature of where you inhabit, and bias is the death of truth, why would you enter the discussion of that with a bias?
Because I have other reasons. Views of the horizon, squinting at the horizon is rarely useful to me, in my opinion. Are you familiar with the Chicago skyline picture of they could see Chicago skyline over?
We're
the
all
Lake
familiar
Michigan?
with it.
So the reason it was such a interesting thing is because they're like, wow, you can see Chicago today. So my question is, why couldn't you see Chicago all the time?
Because the horizon is nothing more than an apparent location, and it constantly fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions of the observer height.
That's what I'm saying. It constantly fluctuates. So why?
But you
why
need it to be physical and not fluctuate, though.
No, I'm okay with it fluctuating. But my question is, if it
No, it
fluctuates,
can only
then that's how
fluctuate
they
a
make
little
measurements.
bitty bit, and it can only be
Yeah.
less than a certain geometric necessity, which is 1.225 times square root of observer height in feet, bro. Like it can be no further than that, bro. That's like a maximum extension of the radius value. There's then a tangent point of a sphere edge. There's a physical obstruction that's literal. That's right there. We know that is all fairy tales. That's not true at all. You never would see this because it doesn't exist. And all we see is what we observe forever in all recordable history. The horizon's apparent and moves and fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions.
Justin posted the one I was looking for. Yeah, the atmospheric refraction that Justin posted. Look how much that wobbles and changes. So my question is, why are you measuring anything on that if everything wobbles and changes?
Because it can't wobble and change past a certain extent if the Earth's a ball.
Prove that the curve is moving, right?
Yeah, it moves up
you're
and
an
down.
idiot. It's a physical curve. That's nothing but atmospheric refraction, right? Well, guess what? That's not water going over top of the goddamn land.
You're right. So my question is, why are we squinting at the horizon if it fluctuates and wobbles all this much? Shouldn't we use something else to determine the shape of the Earth?
No, unfortunately, based on your shape claim of the Earth, this has to be a physical location based on a certain radius value.
Sure, but we can't ever see that physical location, so we.
Because it doesn't exist. Is it possible that it doesn't exist if you've never seen it before?
It's either that or it's hard to tell because there's too much atmosphere in the way always.
So you agree you've never seen the curve of the Earth before?
Never seen the actual physical curve of the Earth.
So we've never seen the actual curve of the Earth before.
No, it's too flat.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, bud. It's flat everywhere, my man.
Yeah, but it's just
we
strange.
know the curve's there. We've just never, ever actually seen it.
Yeah, just because it's
and yet you can make a model and a measurement out of something that we've never ever seen before.
Yeah, it's like he's asking us, why would you ever make a measurement with this when it's constantly moving? That's a good question. That's what your religion did, though. Like that's literally what they did.
No, we don't.
Crazy that you're even saying it. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Use sticks and wells to measure the size of the Earth. Not.
Oh, what did Alberuni do to get the radius value? Yeah, calculated based on assumption of sphericity and a distance done with parallel rays, and then you had Alberuni looking out at what we're seeing right now, effectively taking some measurements, assuming that maybe Aristophanes was right. We have to make it a sphere because spheres are perfect shapes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were wrong about that. Earth isn't perfectly spherical.
But they say it is, and they put it in the books, and they make everyone look at the NASA pictures of perfectly sphere. Why are you even backing that?
It's almost a sphere. How much?
No. They put it perfectly, absolutely 100% perfectly sphered in every single one of their pictures. Why are you even... What, man? You're just totally not even seeing it? What?
Who says it's a perfect sphere? I've never heard
NASA says it all the time when they put the damn pictures and they do the damn live streams and then NASA walks and shit like that. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
There's a difference between saying it and showing a picture.
Oh my God. You see it for the whole time that NASA has been around, since the globe Earth has been around. It is a perfectly round sphere. It's not, all just misshapen and flattened out and all. They make it predicted in your head as a perfectly round sphere. Matthew, stop lying.
I'm not lying.
You are. You were saying that they're not saying this, but they are saying this.
They do not say it's a perfect
Yes,
sphere.
they do.
They say that the equatorial.
You are lying to people right now, man.
Okay. Can I just a quick question, Matthew? If I put a quote, and you didn't know who the quote was from, and then I put a picture of Taylor Swift underneath, who would you assume that the quote was from?
I would assume that it's Taylor Swift.
Yeah, sure. So that's what he's saying to you, is that it doesn't really matter what they say, it's the imagery that brings life to the words.
My impression of what NASA claims is that the equatorial radius is 3963.2 and the polar radius is 3949.9.
That's amazing.
Why are they putting a perfectly sphere in every single one of the pictures?
One second.
I just don't understand.
That's what I'm going to ask. That's amazing. So they're telling you this with numbers, and then they're showing you perfect sphere.
Do you recognize that if you make a ellipse that has those dimensions, it will look like a perfect sphere because it's so close to a perfect sphere?
Oh,
well, hold on. Okay, hold on. And what else would look like a perfect sphere?
A perfect sphere would.
Perfect. So how do you know which it is?
You don't. That's my claim.
Okay.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Bro, I got a question for you.
So
does the government ever lie? Hey, bro, does the government someone that we should blindly trust?
No, not always.
Yeah, we should certainly not blindly trust them, right?
Okay, so I'm still stuck on this perfect sphere thing.
They show us pictures that looks like a perfect square, and then whenever they try to pretend that they're going to take the measurements of the Earth that actually exist, they have to make some crazy little oblate spheroid-looking thing and flatten it out.
Do you recognize that when they say oblate spheroid, they mean
it's like pear-shaped.
Yeah,
This one right here should
a ratio
just
of
blow your mind away.
0.003.
I mean, this is from everyone loves Elon, and then they show you that sphere right there.
How can you tell if that's a sphere or one that is squashed by 0.003?
Are you really?
Okay, so it's basically a perfect sphere, man.
Gosh, dude.
Okay, so now that we've got your religion all mapped out here, do you think the Earth is actually basically a perfect sphere?
I do not. I think it is squashed by 0.003. A ratio of 0.
Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
Okay, and so do you agree that this is actually flattened out more than this image whenever we try to map it out?
What do you mean more than that image?
Yeah, like whenever we try to map out like a topography, right?
Oh, if you're trying to put it onto a flat map?
No. If you're trying to put it onto like a globe Earth model, you actually have to flatten it more than this.
I'm not sure what you mean by flatten it more than that.
Okay, so you have something called a geoid model where you try to explain the water, right? And you have this little bumpy, lumpy ball. And then whenever you try to explain the land, you have to flatten it. And it's much more oblate. Then we get pictures that are basically perfect spheres that are cartoon.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by a perfect sphere picture because
Look at
it's
the
going to be
picture right there.
Yes, how do you know if it's a perfect sphere or if it has?
That's right there in the measurements.
There's a picture right there, bro. Are you not looking at it?
Yes, I know, but how do you know that that picture might not be 0.003?
What is your point? That's
longer?
why we said basically a perfect sphere.
He's not even listening. Like
No,
his
I'm trying.
brain
You're a robot, dude.
is just
I'm trying to
not
explain
listening.
accurately what our belief is.
No, you're not.
Are you genetically
truly
modified?
Huh?
I want to ask Matthew one question, please. If the government came out next month and told everybody they lied and it was flat, would you believe them?
No.
Wow, dude, this is getting wild, man. So you built your entire worldview on the government saying that they went to space and they know the Earth's a ball. And if they came out and said, look, we lied, actually, it's not a ball, it's flat. After through the reason that you believe it's a ball, you would still believe now that the government is lying to you after we can blindly trust them up until now for decades of brainwash that's declassified. Now we can't blindly trust them anymore because they said that they lied about the Earth being a ball.
No, I wouldn't say the government's the reason I believe the Earth is a ball.
I'll give you an analogy, man. Okay. So say that you have a girlfriend, right? Just a hypothetical fiction here. Say you have a girlfriend, and then she comes up to you and she tells you that she's been cheating on you. Are you going to assume that she didn't cheat on you?
No, assume she did it.
Okay.
If she
So
said she did.
because you entered this agreement under your own volition with your girlfriend. Well, same thing. You've done that with your belief with the government, and so you couldn't just it would be as akin to you saying, no, she didn't cheat when she told you straight up to your face that she cheated.
So it's not because of the government that I believe the Earth is round.
It is, though. That's the only people that claim to have like a picture of. They're the ones that went and proved it. Like, do you believe they went and proved it in 1969 and took a picture that proved it?
I believe they took a picture, but that's not the only reason I believe the Earth is round. I mean, the
So
other
you believe that
observations-
they proved it in '69 when they went up to the moon?
They provided some evidence. They didn't. It wasn't approved. That doesn't count as.
Well, you're saying a picture of the Earth as a ball wouldn't be proof?
No, it would be evidence.
So you could take the picture of the Earth as a ball, and it could actually be flat?
Yeah, you could fake it.
You could fake it, right?
Yeah,
you could fake it.
Pictures can be faked, obviously.
Okay, I'm glad we've gotten this far. So then, therefore, by deduction, the supposed picture of the moon landing could have just been fake.
Yeah, it could have been.
Okay, and so how do we know the Earth's a ball then without an orthographic view of it?
Oh, just by all the other evidence that fits, GPS satellites work, the constant size of the full moon all night, flights between southern cities before the pandemic, that kind of stuff.
You realize that we just actually manufactured this model based on all of our observations, right? That we had already mapped the cycle of the sky and from different locations and how they're observed and use them for navigation. And then we tried to come up with a number that would work where we could reverse engineer the dimensions based on all the observations so that when you point at the observations and say, look, they proved this model, that's very remedial because the model actually came after the observations.
Yeah, because you're trying to figure out what the truth is. And so, yes, when you look at observations, they inform what reality is, I guess.
Or they just presuppose dimensions based on the phenomena they observed. And then you just said, well, see, all the phenomena work on here. So, yeah, that means it is a ball. Like, that doesn't make any sense, dude. You literally tried to propose the Earth being a sphere theoretically by looking at what observations you had. So you had a confinement. You had parameters of what you could actually propose based on what your observations were. And then trying to assume and force a sphere, you had to reverse engineer dimensions and get a general idea of it and then come up with fairy tales to make it work, and it still doesn't work. So, like, when you point at the phenomenon and say, look, we mathed this one out, assuming the Earth is a sphere and making the model over hundreds of years, therefore, look, it must be a ball. That's actual lunacy. Like, it makes no sense.
Yeah, that's how science works. We look at the observations and try to figure out reality. Okay, so speaking of lunacy, the full moon stays the same size all night.
Actually, I have time lapse of the moon where it looks like it changes size in the sky.
I'm not talking about what it looks like. I'm talking about measured. Like if you go measure it from moonrise to midnight.
I love it.
You go measure what?
Measure what? Yeah.
Measuring the apparent angle, the angular size of the moon.
Oh, I thought parent. I thought we weren't talking about parent. You said you weren't talking about what we see. You said we're not talking about what we see. We're talking about measuring.
He doesn't even listen to himself. You just flat out say the words and don't even listen. Like literally.
Dude, I feel like you're trolling me. I feel like you get paid or something, and you have to do the best you can. This is wild.
Okay, so
you guys are getting paid?
I get
paid.
paid.
This is effectively the same type of behavior.
You're getting paid?
Yes.
I'm saying it's. You just get paid a little bit to sit on here and pretend the Earth's a ball.
No, but just to produce media that says it.
Okay, so I'm saying that to make a point that it's like the same type of vernacular or response you would get from someone that was paid. It's effectively like you were paid because it's that out of pocket. Like I made an observation on top of a mountain just a few days ago where I can actually see it does in fact appear that the moon changes size. I'm not talking about appear of what you see. I'm talking about the measurement. And I said, the measurement of what? and you said the apparent location.
The way that you said it, I thought you meant that you just sort of eyeballed it and said it looks about the same. And I was saying, hey, let's measure the appearance instead of just eyeballing it. What were you?
Okay, well, it noticeably changes size.
Noticeably how? By getting a
It got bigger as it went up higher in the sky over top of me.
By
it was actually big when it was close to when it first emerged by the horizon. Then it gets up in the sky, and then you can actually take a time lapse, and you can see that it starts to change size when it gets over top of you. All right, the whole way. And so then you would actually measure the apparent angular size, which of course angles require actual location anyway.
What was the angular size?
I don't know. It's one of like hundreds of observations on an SD card. I've already just looked at it back on the actual camera.
Did you measure the angle with the sextant or something?
No, man. It's one of hundreds and hundreds of observations on an SD card. I just made a time lapse on top of a mountain on the night of that eclipse, and then I looked at the moon, and you can notice with seeing the time lapse that it is not the same size.
I don't believe you. I think it would be the same size. Yeah.
Do you think that a time lapse of the moon stays the same size?
I do. Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, then you would agree that this observation just dismantles your religion then if it's real.
That's right. If a full moon starts out small and then gets bigger and bigger as it goes overhead, then as it's setting it gets smaller and smaller, that would dismantle the globe.
Well, here's the deal. It goes over your head and gets bigger, and then it looks like it's getting a little smaller, but it doesn't just always get smaller because it depends on the atmospheric conditions, how far away you can see the moon, because when you can see something much lower down, you're looking through a more dense atmosphere, and therefore when you're looking through the denser part of the atmosphere, you get a magnification effect, which is why I preface this with the fact that when it was first visible, it was actually big, and then it got up a little bit higher away from that lower layer of the magnification effect of refraction in the more dense layers that you're looking down through in the atmosphere, and then you can see that it appeared to change size with the time lapse.
Cool story.
But see, your model claims your fairy tale model, dude. It claims that the sun and the moon are, effectively apparently the same size, even though actually the sun's 400 times bigger, but just coincidentally exactly 400 times further away, and that we shouldn't see, dude. We shouldn't see a change in angular size. That's what your model claims.
That's right. It claims you shouldn't see an angular size change in
does
the
day. Does the moon ever look bigger when it pops up on the horizon?
When it's on the horizon, it looks huge.
Why?
It's an optical illusion because it's right next to distant things.
What?
If you measure it, it's exactly the same as when it's midnight.
If you measure it?
If you measure the angular size of the moon when it's rising, even though it appears really huge because it's next to that distant mountain.
Okay. How do you measure the angular size?
With the sextant.
How do you measure the angular size?
Say that again?
How do you measure the angular size?
With a sextant to determine the angles of the angular
location.
Huh?
With the apparent location.
Not the location, the angle, how wide the moon is. Can't tell.
Yeah,
how far.
to get an angle, you have to assume a location.
No, just the angle. You're just measuring.
You're getting the angle because you're drawing a line to where something is supposed to be, dude.
No, you're looking in the sky and measuring how wide it is.
Which, by the way, doesn't work on a curved surface because the sextant is just a glorified protractor. But obviously, curved surface isn't that straight line.
Yeah, you're talking about the ground. I'm talking about measuring things in the sky, how wide things are in the sky, using a sextant to determine the angle of things in the sky.
So then you look at the apparent location to get your angle.
No, you just measure it.
Measure what?
The width of the moon.
Of the apparent moon.
Yeah,
How you gonna do that without the distance?
Because you're just getting an angle, not a distance.
He's going to compare the bottom edge.
How you
from
gonna
the
get
top.
in order?
Angle to the apparent location that changes.
So in order to get the angular size, you need to know the actual size.
Okay, so see the picture that Drace just posted at 34 after the hour. If you saw that in the sky, you could basically measure from the top of the moon to the bottom of the moon, and then see how many degrees that is. about
in order to know the angular size, you need to know the actual size. That's what Eli just said to you. Did you hear him? Do you know that?
You can derive that. You can derive the angular size from the actual size, or you could just directly measure the angular size.
Location, and then presuppose what it should be, and then say it must be refraction when it doesn't match that.
I'm talking about just plain old seeing how wide it is in the sky. It has nothing to do with
the apparent location, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're supposedly making claims about an actual location, though.
No, in this case, I'm just talking about the apparent size. Why doesn't the apparent size change?
Yeah, the apparent size changes. That looks bad for your model.
Not within the space of a single night. It doesn't change.
Yeah, it does actually, because it pops up on the horizon much bigger, then pops up, and you can actually take time lapse. I have one, so it's like, are you not here for the conversation?
I hear what you're saying. I would encourage you to measure the number of pixels on your pictures to see if it's actually wider or if it just has an optical illusion of looking wider because it's next to such distant objects.
Well,
it's up in the air, far away from me on a mountain.
When it's rising,
document something, Matthew?
Yeah,
What's that about?
I tried to document this, but I was using my cell phone and it got too much glare in the middle of the night. So I'm going to try it again when it's clear during the next full moon about a month from now.
Okay.
So.
Okay, man. So you agree that there is an apparent size change?
I don't think there is. Why did I say that?
Oh, so the moon appears to always be the exact same size.
Within the space of a single night, yes.
But earlier you said sometimes on the horizon the moon's way bigger.
It looks bigger, but it's not. I'm sorry. It's like an optical illusion.
Yeah. So again, then you have to actually take the supposed angles, get the apparent location of where it's an optical illusion, and it's way bigger, and then you have to assume that's not actually what you're seeing because it has to stay the same size based on the presupposition of your model.
I would say that when you measure it, it'll be the same.
Amen. How would something that appears to be way bigger be the same?
Because when you measure it, you determine, hey, it's the same size. It's only due to optical.
You mean you assume a size and a distance, presupposing your model. That's how you do it. That's objectively how you do it.
No. Okay.
Yes, it is, bro.
I'm trying to explain some. Let's see.
You just said yourself it's an optical effect, man. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So here's an example. Those two circles in the middle of both diagrams, the one on the left looks smaller than the one on the right. Right? But that's an optical illusion. If you measured it with pixels and stuff, then you'd see they're actually the same size.
Okay, dude.
I think the same thing is happening with the moon when it's near the horizon.
Okay, so you just made up a fairy tale that since it does change in angular size, it must not really be.
No, my claim is that it does not change in angular size, but the same kind of optical illusion is happening when the moon is at the horizon.
Yeah, you're just theorizing that it appears to change size, but it doesn't actually change size because we presuppose sphericity in the model, and then we try to make it work. And in addition, to ever invoke geometry, you have to have an actual location. That's how you get an angle.
Yeah, I just disagree about.
What do you mean, dude? This is geometry. This isn't about disagreements, man. Like, if you're going to measure something, right? If you're going to use geometry, if you're going to get an angle to something else, well, you have to know that where that something else is where it actually is. It can't be different from where it actually is because it's just apparent, because then you're not actually getting the proper angle.
False. You can just get the angle by itself. You don't have to know how far it is.
Oh, my gosh. If you're trying to get the actual location, you can't just take the apparent location and then apply geometry conflating it to the actual location. Geometry requires the actual location.
In this case, yeah, you're right. In this case, I'm saying if we just want the angle, that's all I want, then I can just measure the angle directly and not worry about
the angle to what? It's an apparent location. That changes.
The angle of things in the sky, like how Basically, just asking how wide is something in the sky. That's all.
All right, bro. I guess I'm just like talking to a brick wall, man. I tried, bro. Matthew, here's the deal, my man. To apply geometry, you have to have an actual location to determine your angle, bro. Okay, because you're drawing a line to something. That's where that something is that you're drawing the line to get your angle, right? That's what we're talking about. What is it? What size is it? Does it change? How far away is it? What is it doing? We're talking about it. Okay, it has to actually be it to make any types of claim with geometry about it. But it's not. It's apparent. It changes. It's just an optical effect of how we perceive the moon. It is not the actual location. Jeez, Lobos.
Okay.
Yeah, bro.
Do you think the moon is exactly where you see it?
I think it's close. Sure.
How do you know?
I don't know for sure, but where else would it be?
But there could be a million different things. You don't know. So what you're actually getting is the apparent size, the apparent angle.
I go outside and look at the moon and I think, oh, there it is. Is there a reason I should think it's somewhere else?
Yeah, so it's not the actual. We're just making sure you're not conflating the two. Like you say, it does or doesn't change. You're actually saying it appears like it does or doesn't change. Does that make more sense?
Okay, that's true. What I'm saying is that the measurement of the moon in the sky, the apparent measurement of the apparent moon in the sky, does not seem to change throughout the night of a full moon. That's what I'm saying.
But you said that it was way bigger on the horizon, though.
But which doesn't mean anything, because if you're not comparing actual sizes, it doesn't matter anyway. You don't know the actual size to measure the apparent size. So it's not like you're saying it doesn't actually change.
Okay. Yeah.
The actual size. So how can you know the difference between the actual and apparent size then?
We can't. I'm just talking about the parent size for right now.
Okay.
Okay, but to address what you were saying, my claim is that I think that if we measure the apparent size, like actually measure it with the sextant, it'll be about half a degree, 0.6 degrees. And I think that'll be the case at moonrise, on the horizon, and at midnight. Now, separate from that, our mind plays tricks with us, kind of like the illusion that I posted at 37 past the hour, that sometimes our mind makes us think that the moon looks bigger on the horizon, but if we got the sextant out, we would see that it's only 0.6 degrees still, just like the two dots in that image. The one on the right definitely looks bigger. The one in the center of the right image looks bigger, but it's the same as the one on the left. That's what I'm trying to say. I recognize that you don't agree with me. I'm just hoping that I'm explaining what I'm thinking well enough. And I'm sorry if I'm not.
Yeah, you're just making up a story, man. You're saying just a story to try to explain how
it's a wonderful kid's story. It is a wonderful kid's story.
Hey, are you? Oh man, I'm getting deja vu. So talking about the moon, I was gonna bring up lunar eclipse, selenium eclipse, but I've talked to you about it before, and it's just the same thing. Like, yeah, you're just gonna blindly invoke the idea that it's some type of optical phenomena that has to happen, even though I can't fully explain it, because since we know the Earth's a ball, that has to be happening.
Yeah, we don't need to rehash that.
And it works better on a flat Earth.
That's such a terrible way to go about trying to find information, man. Like, you'll never find the truth that way, dude. Like, you realize that we've been lied to about a lot, right? Like, let's see how much you can even admit, maybe. Like, what about Vietnam War? You agree that the United States lied and set up that entire war?
Yes, the Gulf of Tonkin thing, that was definitely...
All right, okay. And you agree that they told us that $2.1 trillion was seriously missing, and then the very next day, 9/11 happened, where a plane supposedly hit the very area of the Pentagon where all that money that was just now announced to be mysteriously missing was documented, and now it's gone and disappeared. Oh, well.
So I have heard about the 2.1
Bring up the biggest lie.
But I haven't like spent time researching that much.
Okay, did you know that NASA actually, to promote the idea of quote-unquote global warming, which has now been changed to climate change, which is painfully redundant because climate change, that they actually went all the way back to as early as the 40s and 50s and literally doctored and altered the temperature recordings to make them higher?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yep.
Did you know that they admit that they just put out all of these like cartoon images, but at the time everyone just kind of runs with it, assuming it's an actual picture in the real world, and then they come out and admit they're just cartoons?
They call them photo illustrations. They don't claim that they're actual photos, but yeah.
Yeah, but everyone just assumes they are, and then the truth is that they're just cartoons. Do you agree that NASA actually brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, Operation Paperclip declassified that the U.S. government actually brought Nazis over here and put one of the SS officers, Werner von Braun, in charge of space exploration.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think that was in.
Bring up the biggest lie, then, though. The biggest fucking lie of them all.
We hear you, bro. We heard you the first time.
What's the biggest one?
USA Today, I think. They did this whole fact checking thing. Because well, yeah, basically, that story checks out. What do you think about it, or would you like a source to it so that you could respond to it at a later date?
Sure, but Elijah, what are you talking about? I didn't get the context of the USA Today article.
The Nazis that were employed by the CIA brought over here and made up the scientists that are building rockets and stuff, and the ones that engineered everything for us to go to the moon and whatnot.
That's bullshit. Yeah. It's a lie.
Yeah. SS officer Werner von Braun, Operation Paperclip. He had Psalm 19:1, the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator, on his tombstone, let out on his deathbed that you can't actually go to space, the place he was revered, supposedly taken to the United States, because firmament in Hebrew is rakia, and too strong as bronze to penetrate. And so he let it out. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s. And he predicted Elon Musk. Oh, man. He said Elon's going to found the civilization on Mars. In 2021, we have Elon about to take us to Mars. It's just a Nazi troll, but the point is, like, it's crazy to me that you could just breeze past NASA. NASA didn't even claim to go to space until they brought Nazis over here and took an SS officer and put him in charge of it. Mm-hmm. So I'm only bringing up like declassified things you can't even like debate.
Yeah, but you don't bring up the biggest lie of them all.
What's the biggest lie?
The Holocaust.
Oh. You better not mention that on the live stream.
Yeah. Wowzers.
No, I just say that.
Chill
I'm not
out,
gonna
man.
bring up any more. No, look into it. If you talk about other things,
we know about it, dude. Like, you're not allowed.
Yeah,
if you're awakened to.
It's off topic, Compend. It's off topic.
Exactly.
Keep it on topic.
Yeah, like I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just in general. So, like, look, the government's continually admitted that they lied. The U.S. government lies about all kinds of things, like within the military and intel groups. Operation Mockingbird took over the media. They brought Nazis over here, right? They were really good at their propaganda. Joseph Goebbels, propaganda of the Nazi regime. They brought an SS officer over here because they were so good at it, and they used them to actually propagate a lie about going to the moon. And so I'm just saying, so should we blindly believe record buddied up with Nazis?
Yeah.
By the way, the Russians also had their own versions of Project Paperclip during the same time, so they got their own batch of Nazi scientists to work on their space program.
Interesting.
Yep. Okay, so all these are interesting things. I'm gonna have to say goodbye because I'm meeting some friends at the top of the hour, and I have to go in a sec. But it's always a pleasure to speak with you, Witsit. You have a lot of interesting stuff to say, so thank you.
Yeah, bro, be easy, man.
And I'm gonna go look at some of your the live stream stuff you did in front of DC. That looks interesting at some point. So
cool.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Yeah, I was there for that live stream. Matt, I'll talk to you later, buddy. It's that live stream with it, dude. The people in the back, the cops, everything, dude. That was just unbelievable. That was great.
Thank you, bro. It's pretty wild, yeah.
Yeah, Witsit, I think you've earned a new subscriber. I think Matthew might subscribe.
Yeah. He's about getting the Clover subs.
Yeah, man.
It's funny, bro. Like every time I wake up, if I go check comments, it's just there's always some like very passionate Globers that stalk it. You know, it's like, damn, bro,
It's
that's
very
wild.
weird. If they hit you up saying random shit, and it can go from 0 to 100, depending on the day and how they're feeling. It's
Yeah,
the most
it's wild.
amazing thing. But
It's crazy stuff, bro. It's just like,
we've talked to Matthew about like everything. I don't. The Black Swan single-handedly is like I don't know how you can say atmospheric refraction and then looking into Andrew Thomas Young's journals or papers or whatever, knowing that I don't even want to go into all that, but there's no situation on paper or mathematically that could recreate or bridge the gap that is the the chasm or the chasm that is so great between real and not real. There's nothing.
dude, what's so funny is most people don't. Dude, most people don't get anywhere
Getting a robot out of him.
close to that.
Yeah, robotic. What is it, me? Am I here?
No, it was Witsit that was right.
I left and came back too, just to make sure it wasn't me.
Me too. I think we all got sniped. See, CIA don't like us talking.
It doesn't. They don't. The AI is taking over and making sure we don't talk. I'm telling you right now.
Yo, like I just in real life, if you break down all the context of the lie, like NASA, okay, like our military went and explored the Antarctic region, and then they said no one can go there, and then they founded NASA, and they brought Nazis over to do it, and so we went to the moon, and so like if people just know, like hear all the actual sequence of events, the average person is like, wait, what? Like they don't know any of it, and they're like, this is getting weird. It's just people like on the internet that are zealots that are like gonna go down swinging, you know.
Sadly, though, most of them just then justify it some way because of the cognitive dissonance. And they're like, well, it must just be because, we saved the penguins. That's all.
Well, Matthew, I think once upon a time you said you don't know the ins and outs of refraction. Was that the case?
I mean, no, he just blindly takes whatever position is required to explain how it could happen on a ball. Like he basically admits it, you know.
No,
just
I get that, but like when you really break it down as to how it could work, if there's some kind of simulation, if there's some kind of math that can be put with this, I think the answer was, I'm not that deep. So I know that happened months ago. So it's like at some point you got to stop saying I think refraction could be the thing, and actually give a more in-depth answer if you're gonna say that you're honest. Because you can't just say refraction and that's it. Because I've asked you to define it, I've asked you to give citation, and you haven't. And I know you're trying to be as honest as possible. So where that at?
Have you noticed how Matthew's put like a little, got a nice little picture here with like 7 balls and 7 other balls. It's like, obviously the question seems to be, which central ball is bigger? And the answer is obviously that they're the same size, and he thinks he's going to trick people with that.
Yeah.
We definitely need to clip that the light bends exactly 8 inches per mile square.
Yeah. Bro, I swear, dude, the thing I'm trying to say is people are not like this in the real world, man. It's it's pretty insane that there are people like this. I guess what I'm saying. I'm not trying to bash on him at all. Like he's actually way more respectful than a lot of the globe zealots, but it's just in real life, people are just trying to figure this out. They never heard it. We need to get, you know what I mean? Like, dude, some people just
I've
never have
been
heard it.
following your stream. Sorry, I've been following your stream. It's kind of insane to me that no one's picked up that $100. Like it's not like you're asking to prove that the Earth is a globe. You just have 3 questions that there are answers to, and nobody can answer. It's just fucking insane.
Dude, I let whole groups of people do it, and then I give it to them if it's close, you know, or give them another question, and I'll tell them the first question in advance. Like, dude, the distance to the sun, like no one gets it right. And what's funny is some people hang around back in there, and you can tell like Google certain things about the Earth, and they come up and think they're ready, and still don't get it. And some people sit around and hear me say the answers, and then still can't remember them. You know, it's wild.
I wouldn't mind taking $100 off you. What are the 3 questions?
Yeah, dude. I mean, I would never let a flat earther play. It's easy money.
Exactly.
Pretty funny stuff, man. Like,
yeah, I heard you say it out loud and everything the other day. I was like, wow, he's saying the answers. He's gonna lose the money. Nope,
yeah, dude. I just straight up say the answers, bro, and a few minutes later, people don't. It's a trip.
In a world that's post. I mean, well, that's pre all of this YouTube algorithmic bullshit. I could see you going up against like the dudes on the street, the new Israelites that be on the street talking about. It's really harsh language. I'm not gonna lie. They be going ham on the less melanated brothers.
I already know. All right, bro, and like,
and
dude,
I'm
it's
like,
crazy.
but is the Earth flat though?
Yeah, dude, that's what I would do. I'd bring that up. I mean, but like, I've been outnumbered 10-1 in one of those exact situations before, dude. And I just started hitting them with verses, bro, and it was super funny. But yeah, I don't know. I know that'll probably happen when we're in these bigger cities. We'll run across some sitting out there, like, you know, preaching effectively.
Like I ran it every time I run into them. I'm like, yeah, but what about Helios? Like you're talking about the deception of you're talking about all this deception and this, that, and the third. But I don't hear you saying you quoting Genesis in these scriptures, but I don't hear you saying nothing about the deception of the land itself. I don't hear you talk about none of that. Oh yeah, you know that's important. That's important too. You know what I mean? But you know, nah. Like I want to get that shit on film. Like me and you versus like these dudes.
That'd be epic.
It would. Like it would. I think. Well, it would have been. I don't know about now with YouTube and all that. It would have been.
Yeah, you should be tripping. Who cares? Dude, I will say this, when I end my live streams, bro, I start getting super real on that microphone, bro. Like it gets 1,000 times more intense, bro. Because I start dropping like everything. Like everything you're supposed to skirt around. I'm telling everything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know it. I know when you had to get off the live the other day, you went ham. That dude was playing that music. Yeah. Tell us what happened, because I know you went ham after that.
I can't even really like say it though, right? Like I can't say everything I said.
Here. Right.
Yeah, I went hard, bro. It was intense, and like not like raising my voice or anything, just like what I was talking about. You know, like you could just feel. Like, dude, people couldn't help but stop and listen, bro, because it was so serious. And I mean, I was hitting them with everything, bro. It was wild, and so that's what I kind of do when it's not taping. You know, it's wild. Like I did one stream kind of like that on Facebook, out in front of Washington Monument, breaking all that down. But that's like really one of the main things people need to hear right now. You feel me? And I can't tape that and live stream it. So but I still say it. Like I still say it on the mic. Like people need to hear it. But I know what I can say. Like what you can say is stuff like they're conditioning you for the mark. The same year the entire world shut down overnight and agreed on that. They tell you to identify yourself with some physical apparel to buy, sell, and trade. Then start scanning your wrist and your forehead, and now they're coming out with something that doesn't seem legit, But like when it's off, I'm like clonal diet, luciferase enzyme, clinical studies, medical journals, bada 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 bada, It's actually really uncomfortable, bro. It's like the one time I get uncomfortable, because like I'm not really too concerned with what people think and stuff like that. But dude, it's weird having to drop some of those truth bombs about that genetic modification because some of them are genetically modified.
There was a time where YouTube did that. There was a time where it was almost really popular for reals. And then they kind of switched it. Now it's this pseudo all this fake shit. Like before, YouTube was the place that you could find certain things. And now, because that medium isn't popular anymore because they shut it down, it's probably somewhere else getting ready to become the next thing before it gets usurped too. But the thing is, people don't have anywhere to hear the whispers of the realness. They don't have that at the moment. Whereas YouTube was that for at least 5 years, 6, 7 years.
Right, man. TikTok's been blown up recently. I don't know if you've seen a lot of like Flat Earth, especially, is massive on TikTok.
I was thinking about going over there. So many people keep telling me to do that.
Yeah. What's that about?
Like apparently they don't really censor you that much, bro. And they're saying that I could go over there and you get
There
tons
is
of
so many flat earthers on there. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy. So maybe I should start doing that. Because it says you get hundreds of thousands of interactions and stuff, especially if it's like good. So
it's Chinese owned, isn't it? I think Chinese, the way the Chinese see the world is quite interesting. Like, obviously, I'm not an expert, but it seems to be as long as you don't criticize communism or the central state, they don't really give a fuck what you say. Whereas, like in the West, it's like they have to control every minutiae of how you think.
Dude, the irony, it's wild.
Yeah, and we say that they don't have freedom of speech, yet you can talk about Flat Earth on their main social media platform.
Right, and like be treated as if anyone else. Yeah. From my understanding, that's why everyone keeps telling me to go on there, and you can maybe get people over there. Because like really, my plan as of now is during these different types of interactions, like getting a crazy potential viral moment, editing it up real short, and trying to glitch the matrix out. And I wouldn't even use my channel to do it. I'd pull like some juice to use a Bravo or something like that, and try to just glitch through the matrix. But this TikTok thing is pretty interesting. I actually like legit have to download the app and see, but if there's like some freedom there and there's that many people interacting, then it's worth a shot.
There's over 1 billion people on TikTok.
Can you search Flat Earth on TikTok and it won't give you?
I'm not positive. Let me check.
Does it give you the shadow ban, like debunking TikTokers, or is it real Flat Earthers?
It's crazy what the media has done.
Well, we should have a debunker on there.
Yeah.
Yep. Your
It's
style of
crazy what
talking
the
what's
media
it
does.
on there would
go
fit
ahead.
perfectly, mate. Yeah, your style of talking on TikTok would fit perfectly, mate. You would go off like wildfire. You know how you've got this capability of saying everything in 30 seconds flat and having it perfect? That is what TikTok would go crazy on, man.
Yeah.
By the way, which is somebody uploaded some a video of you on TikTok.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wizard.
Yeah, dude. I'm just looking up it, and there's several things. I mean, it doesn't tell you how many, but you can see.
Okay, I'm kind of impressed. The first TikTok on Flat Earth is Eric Dubé, so that's a good sign. The second one looks like a debunker. Hang on a second, I'll let you know.
I don't even care if it's a 50-50 split. I just don't want to try and look for a specific video and then have like a wall of debunkers that have nothing to do with the video I asked for.
So this
Yeah, exactly.
this guy named Flat Earth 05 has a liars NASA like tag, but it says liars with the NASA kind of emblem on his tag. But he has over 2,500 followers with 43 videos. Only 43 videos.
You just have to come up with really funny, good ways to get the videos to go viral. I mean, the reason that the value of TikTok to me is like I've been told numbers like 100,000. You know, like there are these little things you can do where it'll just go viral for the day and last a little bit.
Now that I've done that, I'm probably going to get so many freaking Flat Earth videos in the next few days. Just by looking it up with those 2 words. That's it. I just put Flat Earth in the search.
Yeah, it's cool. Maybe it's free. Maybe it's a little more free, you know? Like I've had numerous people tell me I should, so yeah, why not? It's like it's kind of the same with IG when I meet people in real life. It's younger people. It's just like, you know, you got IG. It's kind of how you like link up or show someone something. Like if you tell them Facebook, they don't know what, you know what I'm saying, or like. But TikTok's kind of up there with it. So is Snapchat. It's almost like you wanna find a way to take these platforms over with viral content, because it's where like a bunch of the younger people are. The younger people kind of lead the charge on the top tier of the platforms. You know, like they determine via their demand kind of what's the go-to platforms. That's why they focus on, you know, younger people. Because that's the way I see it. Because it's Snapchat wasn't made for like 6 years old people. You know, it's just like Facebook wasn't, but they just kind of migrated over there. I wanted to do the flat smack challenge for real, but it's like schools don't even meet in person anymore.
Did you figure out what was that group behind you, or that was passing you? You know, when you first started, like when you first started that broadcast.
I don't know. There were a few pretty big groups
there. Yeah.
Yeah, like you always see like a couple adults with the children, and sometimes they'll just like try to rush the children away. It's wild. And I immediately just start. But there's a few times they'll let them walk up. The children naturally want to walk up to the guy with the microphone, you know. But it's like there's only a few times that they don't get rushed away. It's sad, but I just like, yeah, ask your teacher. I just tell them to ask their teacher certain flat earth questions. That's what I wanted
Yep.
to do with the flat smack challenge. I'm like,
just ask your teacher.
yeah, seriously. And then they get uncomfortable real fast because they want to like laugh and smirk and like basically tell the children this guy's crazy and he's wrong. And then I flip it over, and then they want to leave because they get uncomfortable. I'm like, yeah, I mean they may smirk, but they don't even know what the second law is.
Is there any way of not making them uncomfortable so they will stay longer?
I try. It's like basically it's all dependent upon what they do. Like if the adults come, but they kind of let the children be free and listen and stuff like that, or they're even listening, then it's no worries. But sometimes they're like trying to make sure the children can't hear me or listen and rush them off or move them on and laugh. And yeah, and that's when I feel like I gotta stand up for them. Like let the children make their own decision. Let them hear we should at least be able to let them hear all the evidence and then make their own mind up. We don't have to brainwash them and make them not be able to think for themselves. You'd be surprised, man. A lot of people. When it was one of the top search terms in the world, if flat Earth had been left alone, it'd be over already. Now they just see flat Earth society, misinformation. If everyone gets to hear the real information, flat Earth would already have won. So if there's
I think
100
that
people
too.
out there, I'll take 50.
I think that really, yeah, I think it really hurts the flat Earth in the very beginning. But now I think it's like, you know, people are really understanding to say, oh no, flat Earth society, yeah, that's not real. You know, we need to
Which
actually
actually
look.
makes them more curious, right? Like, why is
Yep.
that not censored?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I try to explain it all to them. Like, you guys may have briefly heard something about the flat Earth before, but it's just because you probably heard some representation of the flat Earth society, like when Obama said it. The truth is, no real flat earther agrees with what the flat Earth society says, and they admit in Congress they censor it. So you should ask yourself, why is that one the one that's not censored? It's because if you do just happen to hear about this, then you'll come across that, think we think something we don't think that is dumb. That way you can dismiss it. And that should make you think, you know, like, why, if it is dumb and archaic, then why would we not be allowed to just have a fair representation? Like, it's when people hear this in real life, they're kind of like, whoa. You know, being in person with someone, it really rips away a lot of the walls they have, I guess, on like different social media. I don't know. I just try to stay optimistic about it. I guess what I'm saying. Like, I think that you'd be surprised how many more people receive it when they hear it all broke down. Most people just haven't heard it. That's the real trick. And that's why I think, dude, they can only do this for so long and it'll get out. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yo, what's happening, troops? Quiet tonight. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
You're loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wondered if there was something up with the Discord there. I'm like, there's a couple of people with their mics open, and I was like, there's no volume here. Thank you. How's it going, guys?
Yeah, it was a pause. No one was actually speaking.
Oh, okay.
Did I hear a Scottish voice in the distance?
How's it going, old dude?
Not so bad, young man, not so bad. How are you?
Aye, not bad, mate, not bad. Getting there.
Cool.
It's quiet tonight. That's the first I've hopped in and heard it quiet, man. Gosh, have I missed the excitement?
Well, yeah and no. Did you hear the thing with QE last night?
Aye, I was listening to it, mate. I was in for about at least an hour and a half, I would say, listening to it, yeah.
Yeah, well, there hasn't been much since past that, I don't think.
All right, okay. How did it end with QE? Did the guy get kicked for the server or something because he had a bit of a bad attitude from what I heard?
It was basically his disingenuousness that he wanted a discussion or an interview with QE, but it wasn't an interview, it was a discussion. And then by the time he asked the second question, he started to debate QE.
Yeah.
And start to think that he had a point that he could argue against or argue on. And
and it turns out he knew nothing.
Yeah, he then thought he could do that without evidence.
Yeah.
So it was then, eventually it was then put to him that he was now under arena conditions. And it was debate conditions under the arena.
Right.
And he had the blatancy to turn around and say, well, I'm kind of watching the basketball now. I'm not
Wow.
really
So his attention wasn't even on what he was talking about. How that's just ignorant, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't even deserve the time of day, really. Yeah, so he was wasting QE's time and everyone else's, really. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it serves a purpose at the end of the day, mate. You know, it shows everyone the kind of nonsense that goes on.
Yeah.
And that was there was a lot of people on both sides of the argument that knew about that were obviously aware of it and heard it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, not just another, as QE would say, another pretender clown.
I believe he did say that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I heard him say a few other choice words, but yeah, pretender clown summed up. Yeah, and exposed. Yeah, no doubt we'll see a video of some of what was said in it.
Aye. There's a link. Look in the gold text.
Yeah, gold text. I'll have a look down there.
It's Helios clipped it and he timestamped it.
Oh, right. Okay. Cool. I'll have a look at that. Oh, I've been posting in the wrong thing, boys. Yeah, I was saying good evening all. It's quiet tonight. I'm posting in the Flat Earth Arena text. Yeah, I better come out of there. Delete message on that one.
Welcome to Life Over 30, mate.
Yeah. Gosh almighty, man. Here we go. Live stream voice text. I'm in the right one now. Hip hip hooray. There we go. That's it. So nothing new from SpaceX. They not launching any shuttles or anything up into so-called outer space as of recently?
I heard rumour that there's something happening in a couple of days. Whether there's
Right.
any truth in that or not, I don't know.
Okay.
Which reminds me, I'll get something for your DM.
Right. See, Jack 55 is he's VC verified. Has he? Have anyone spoke to him tonight, or is he a Glober or Jack 55? You there?
Not sure who that is.
Yo, what's up, Global? How's it going, mate?
How's it going, man?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Jack 55. Does anybody know who he is? Has anybody spoke to him? Because he's sitting in here. He's VC verified, but he's not obviously got any tags. There he is. Yeah, how you doing, Jack?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine, thank you. Yeah, I've been speaking with people for about few weeks, on and on. Maybe a
Oh,
few
right.
days.
Okay.
But I'm on this Discord channel for about a year now. You know, I didn't have much activity until, let's say, a month back or a few weeks back. You know.
Okay.
But I joined the channel not a long time ago, but 1 year back or around here. I found the link in the description on some of Janel's videos or Glowbuster videos, you know, in the description of the channel. I found the link to the Discord and I joined then, but unfortunately I didn't have any activity until maybe a few weeks back.
Right. Okay. So, what's your thoughts on things, Jack? Obviously, I've not spoke to you before, and I've missed some of the conversations you've had. And that, what do you think to? What do you think to it? You think it's a globe, or you?
No. I it's not about thinking, you know. It's about knowing. I know it's not a globe. I'm convinced
Right.
it's not a
Good.
globe.
Good.
I
Yeah.
started the journey in late 2015, you know, after watching Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Cruise. And
Right.
after the first time I watched him, I was, you know, confused and I had more questions than answers, and I had to watch them again. And then about the third time, you know, halfway into watching, I don't know which part, sixth part of the fifth part or so, you know, it clicked, and that was about December 2015, and
Wow.
I was
That's
on
a
the
while
fence.
back.
I
Yeah.
was on the fence between the first time I watched the Mark Sargent's Cruise and
Yeah.
the third time, and then, you know, after the last time, that's it. There's no way. There's
Yeah.
no way we live on a globe. There's
Yes.
no freaking way.
Yeah.
But this is, for me, this was the, you know, the eye opener, so to speak. And afterwards, I started, you know, watching the Glowbusters channel, and then I think ODD, yeah.
Oh yeah,
started
ODD.
making videos. He
Yeah.
makes good quality
Yes.
content, and easy to digest, you know, even for
For simple minds, yes.
exactly, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, straightforward, good videos. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight to the point, hard hitting. Yeah, given the evidence, you know. Yeah.
Ryan, can I ask you a question? Because I asked.
Yeah, go ahead,
I have
Jack.
I have a bad memory, you know, remembering the names of the users, the people.
Yeah.
Which I talked to in the
Okay.
past few weeks.
Yeah, it's
So
difficult to
I
keep
think
track, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I never talked with you, but with the few people I talked with, you know, I asked them this same question. that I'm gonna ask you now, because this is on my mind, you know,
Go ahead.
every day. So how do you deal with the rejection that you get from people when trying to talk with them, when you're trying to talk with them about the flat earth, or you bring the flat earth into question? Because I've had only bad experiences, and yeah, let's stop to that for now. You know, I've had only bad experiences, and I kind of quit now. You know, I came to the realization that, and this is just my opinion. I may be wrong, but I came to the realization that some people, they simply cannot see it. No matter what you put in front of them, no matter what you show them, no matter how many proofs you show them, they are simply blind to the truth.
Yeah, it's like a veil. It's like there's a veil over their eyes. How do we deal with the rejection of that? Gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's difficult, especially if it's family.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah.
Because
I've had.
Okay.
Yeah, go
sorry.
on. Carry on.
Because with mostly with you know, a few friends and family members, you know, cousins, you know, a sister of mine. These are the people I talk to. You know, I don't talk to random strangers about these things. You know, and of course, yeah, the reactions from them were like, "No, man, it just cannot be true. Come on, cut it out with this nonsense. You know, let's talk about something else." This is the reaction I got from them. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's almost as if they don't want to speak about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, but it's funny, right? Because it's almost like, well, if you saying if someone is living like a programmed life and they watch the news and they follow the politicians and they trust the government, it's very difficult to break into their type of mental state to tell them that everything they've been told is a lie.
Yeah, it's too much
Very
of a shock,
difficult.
yeah. And the brain
Yeah,
cannot
yes.
accept it, yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny? So, for example, two of my cousins, yeah, who I
Yeah.
talked with about the subject, yeah, for example, they don't believe in the moon landings. They don't believe the moon landings being real, actually happened, and they're otherwise open-minded people. You know, we talk about a lot of so-called conspiracy theories, and we are on the same level about many things, yeah. But when it comes to showing them videos, proofs of the earth maybe not being what we are told that it is, they reject it, and they are educated people, otherwise, college educated, and somehow they are so stuck with the globe model in their head that they cannot break from this.
Yeah, it's hard to break them free from the bondage that they're under, the mental bondage.
Yeah.
It's do you know, I was told recently I'm not a scientist. That was
well, yeah,
that
that's an
was
argument, yeah.
so funny. That was so funny because it fitted right into a little meme that I kept putting up for some point of certain discussions, and it says, scientists have discovered that people will believe anything that scientists say. And that's so true.
Yeah.
And then see, when you're arguing against it, it's like people automatically look at you. It's a status aspect. They're looking at you and they're thinking, who are you? What qualifications do you have
Yeah.
to be
Who are
telling?
you to say these things? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. It's all to do with But I've been quite lucky in a sense with a lot of people when I've spoke to them. I've not really had much rejection. But what you will find is people will listen to you, but they'll go away with having a little giggle to themselves, thinking he's crazy. I can actually tell a story about someone I told about the flat Earth a good couple of years back, and he told me that when I told him this stuff, he went away and he thought he's nuts, he's crazy. But after we got talking more, and I started to put forward evidence of the flat Earth, then he started to understand it all made sense. You know, it wasn't this laughing thing, which is an automatic reaction from a lot of people, is they just think you're crazy. You know, here's this guy here telling me that we don't live on a flying spinning ball, but they've never considered it. And here's this guy telling me that all the media is telling lies and the scientists are telling lies and the world is a big conspiracy, because it's got to be at the end of the day. They're working hand in hand to hide the truth from the people. So, you know, it's a lot to bear when you tell people about these things, you know. We have to expect sort of a negative reaction on some occasions. And then you get people that are almost like, I think the film, have you watched The Matrix?
Yeah, of course. many dozens of times.
Well, you remember the woman in the red dress scene?
Yeah, from the first part.
Yeah, go on, Global.
Oh, I said, how could you ever forget that scene?
Exactly, yeah. Believe it or not, Wetset hadn't even watched that film.
Oh, I know. Amazing.
Yeah, I don't know if he's watched it now. He did say he was going to, but yeah, the woman in the red dress scene is where Morpheus turns around and says that the people are part of the system and they're all, you know, they'll fight to protect it. That's exactly
everybody
what
who will not free that is
Yes,
part of the systems,
absolutely.
and they will
Correct.
fight
Yeah.
to protect it.
They'll fight to protect it. And I've found that when talking to certain individuals, it's almost as if when you talk to them about these things, it raises an anger in them, or it can raise a negative emotion. Because, and I've described it like this before, you imagine, right, that your whole childhood memory is being someone turning around and saying that all your childhood memories are not real, because you see that they're taught about the globe from primary school. Yeah, woman in red dress, thanks, old dude. Yeah, and you see, we're taught this from infancy. When we go into the primary school classroom, they're chucking about a globe to the children and they're answering questions. So they're ingraining it. They're brainwashing them from the earliest of ages. And then it's reinforced by TV, magazines, documentaries, books. Even the children's cartoons are filled with outer space and the globe.
And the globe,
Yes.
Whenever the Earth is, shown from above, is always a globe.
Absolutely. So they're brainwashed. We have been brainwashed, a lot of us, from infancy. And when you tell someone as an adult, it's almost like they're at that stage. It's almost some of them are too old to be freed. Their minds are already set in stone. It is very difficult. Yeah, you just have to be patient with these people. Yeah, just keep dropping. The way I do it is, or I used to do it, is just keep dropping little informational things that is like seeds that will, and just water those seeds with that person over time. And they'll come back and ask eventually, they'll say, do you remember you said this? You know? You just got to be patient with people. That's the way I've found it, Jack.
I've been trying this approach, for like the last week or so, when hanging out with my cousins, maybe a few 2-3 times a week. So I quit, just pushing, the flat earth memes and Yeah, so I'm trying this approach when I'm just showing them. I just showed them a few videos from the ISS. You know, when the astronauts from the ISS they are clearly hanging from wires, and they get entangled at some point. You know what I'm talking about, which videos. So they watched this, and it was the first. You know, remember these clips were actually these events. Yeah, these this stuff happened years ago, but
yes,
they never saw this, and it was something new, and they were looking, you know, with their open-minded eyes, and they said, that's strange. You remember the scene with that everybody explains that I don't know which astronaut puts his pinky finger in the other guy's pockets, and that's what stops him from, you know, from spinning or from. That's obviously not true, because it's that one. Yeah, so I showed them that one, you know, because everybody argues that no, it was the pinky that stopped, you know, inside the other guy's pocket that stopped the spinning.
Yeah.
So I showed them this, and I asked them, "Do you think it was the pinky that stopped the spinning, or you think it's something else?" And they both, you know, looked again. Then we looped the clip again and again and again. We watched it, you know, 15 times. They said, "No, there's no way. There's no way. It has to be. They had to have been strapped with some wires from above." You understand? So this is a big step, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's all them little things that you show. It's like, because we deal with this every day in this server, and a lot of us, it's been like maybe 5 or 7 years or something since we came to the knowledge of that we were being lied to. It's like you just have to give them little pieces of truth, because it can be overwhelming for the people to take it all on board. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Sorry again for my bad English. You know,
No, not at all,
sometimes
Jack.
I cannot
understand you. No, you're good
explain
English.
myself
And
very
you're
well,
fine.
but you put, you know, you are making so much sense, and you're taking it's like you are taking words out of my mind. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, with a lot of us in this server, Jack, have experienced this over a long time. Yeah, it's very difficult to. Sometimes it's easy to get through to people, but that's rare. And then a lot of the time, you just have to, as I say, you just drop little informational things to them to make them think. You know, things that don't make sense in the real world. You know, and it gets there eventually. You know, but there are some older generation, we would call them boomers. Those boomers, they're difficult to change, because they seen NASA as a child land on the moon.
Yeah.
You know, so they were watching that with their parents or their grandparents, and they were watching that on TV. And it's like, you know, so it's a childhood memory. And that's what's difficult about it. It's almost, you see, the psychologists of the world know that if you indoctrinate a child before the young age of 9 and 11, that will stay with them for life. You know, they know these things, so they're very clever. They give as much information about the globe without really saying this is what it is, and without evidence to support it. And it's ingrained in the child, and then we grow up just accepting that as part of the truth and reality that we live in. You know, I mean, because let's face it, a flying, spinning ball hurtling through space at breakneck speeds, and we don't feel motion. We don't see us moving. We see the what's above us moving round, and it's never changed over, they say, hundreds of years or thousands of years. It's never changed. And then you have 9 planets so-called planets, which are simply images in the sky, that they are just up there and they sometimes change position or they move. They're called the wandering stars of old, so it's ridiculous. It's absolutely mental to believe that we live in what they tell us. But for people, that a lot of them, they've never even considered what we're living on. They're so distracted with everyday life and just trying to pay the bills, trying to put a roof over the family's heads, trying to put meals
Food
on
on
the
the
table.
table and
Absolutely, that's right. Yeah, and the government knows this. They make it harder for the little man to survive and to fend for his family. So that's why it's all part of the distraction. They have to keep us divided as well, because when the people are united, we're strong.
Yeah, when people get united, they start looking for, hey, who was marching us to war? Who was pushing us to to do these things and that?
Absolutely.
And then
They need people
naturally they
divided.
look at the
People
rulers.
divided, Jack, is easy to conquer.
Yeah, true.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I have a question. Have you heard anybody talking about flat Earth in the year 2013, or have you heard somebody talking about somebody saying anything about flat Earth in the year 2013?
2013? What?
13, yeah.
2013?
2013.
Right.
It would have been
2013.
extremely rare. Extremely.
Okay, because I have a small story, it's only gonna take 1 minute.
Hi, Hank. How you doing?
I was working in Germany in 2013 on a construction project. There were we were, I don't know, 18 guys or so. We were stationed at some kind of motel, in close proximity to the construction site. So we were two people in each room, yeah. So my roommate was back then in 2013 he was about 30 years old, 30, 31, 32, something like this. So we talked about the moon landings, we talked about different conspiracies, the guy was very smart, a German guy. So after we were one night we had 1 or 2 beers, and then we started talking about the moon landings not being real. And I totally agree with him. I mentioned a few documentaries. If you remember the old British documentary, about the evidence, the photographic evidence with the shadows and stuff. So after we were talking about this, at some point he says, but that some people also say and believe that the Earth is not actually a globe, that is flat. And I laughed instantly. I said, "What are you talking about, man? This is crazy. It cannot be true." She said, "Yes. They say even the all the footage from space that we see on the internet coming from NASA, that they are doctored, they are made on the computer, they are CGI, they are hanging on wires." And I said, "No, that's still, that is, wait, this is so stupid. Such an idea is so, it's such impossible." I said, "Okay, I'm pretty sure they never landed on the moon, but look," I told this guy, "look at the footage from the ISS, which even back in 2013, there were tons of videos, from the ISS." So the guy said, "Yeah, well, that kind of stuff can be faked with computer graphics and different methods." And I said, "No, that's That's silly. I cannot accept that, and I laughed about it, And then the guy, I now thinking back, I realized that guy didn't want to tell me, hey, this is what I believe. So he said, hey, some people believe this. Yeah, he didn't want to, just say it to me. Hey, I think the Earth might not be glow. So he said it he put it like, hey, some people think that the Earth might not be a globe, just to test me, to see my reaction, to see how open-minded I am or whatever. So after I rejected this, with laughter, and I said, no, that's stupid, man. It cannot possibly be real, because I saw the footage from the eyes. After this, he never brought, for the rest of the, I don't know, 2 months after that, he never brought the subject back up, about the flat Earth. But even to this day, I'm sorry, I don't have the means to contact this person. I wish I could contact him and speak with him and ask him where did he heard about this back in 2013, and that was February or March 2013, around this, between February.
Yeah. We've had people come
February,
in
March.
here who grew up as flat earthers because their parents taught them that.
Oh man, this is that's the first time I hear this. All right.
Yeah, someone
The
put
parents.
someone put in the chat as well, Jack, just to say Eric DeBay, 2010. So by the looks of it, he was talking about this a way back.
Okay, I
Yeah.
wasn't aware of this.
Yeah. The definitely a lot of skepticism about the moon landings. The footage, a lot of people, obviously not the majority, of course, the minority who gave it any thought, realised that the moon landing was faked. Guys like Bill Casey as well, who worked for NASA and was an engineer for NASA.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I know
Yeah, so way back then, obviously Bill Casey doesn't. I've never heard Bill Casey talk about flat Earth or anything, but by the looks of it, one of the oldest people that is on record for to be talking as early is definitely Eric DeBay.
Yeah, it must be it. But for me, having heard about Eric DeBay, in late 2015, that is December 2015. Yeah, I always had this idea that since I heard about Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues in 2015, that also Eric DeBay started talking about Flat Earth also in 2015, but now I know that he started way earlier in 2010. So there is that. But can you imagine in 2010, 11, 12, 13, I imagine his videos about Flat Earth had maybe hundreds of views or something like that. I mean, I'm sure not many people got to watch them, or just my opinion.
There was a lot of traffic flowing into the topic. People, going into true topics, and especially, the flat earth and the other stuff. But they had to bury that and expand the propaganda machine. So they changed the algorithms, and also incentivize other people to do debunking videos for these topics. So the debunking videos will be on top, and it will take away from the influx of traffic that was going into the real information videos. So
But
a lot
do
of
you
the
a lot of the good videos were being, deleted, channels taken down, that kind of stuff. And the propaganda videos are being promoted. So that causes that's a big thing, because they control the information, so it will control kind of how people think, in a way.
But do you remember Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues and many other Jordan's videos and Globebusters videos? They remained in the top search results when searching for Flat Earth until what, 2017, 18? I mean, the algorithm wasn't changed until at least 2 years after 2015, when the topic became hot, and everybody was recommended these videos. There were people who had YouTube on autoplay. They were the Flat Earth videos were playing automatically without them.
Well, you gotta understand, it's decentivized to talk, to kind of like make your channel about this kind of topics and putting work into it and not making any profits. A lot of people are, like, it's decentivized, and then going on the other side and being incentivized by debunking truth stories or truth topics. That's why that's why it's not gonna how do you say, I'm sorry, I'm eating and talking at the same time. I mean, I'm thinking about the food. It was trending, but since it's been resisted, and the algorithms are actually incentivizing going against it, people are gonna flow towards the monetary gains, and that's been happening.
Yeah, but since 2015, for a few years, until they manually, altered the algorithm, Flat Earth videos, they were continuously recommended to people.
Yeah.
And there is a YouTube video with I think a Congress hearing in which the CEO of YouTube, that woman, Susan something, the blonde woman, the CEO of YouTube, she was asked, exactly. She was asked by a member of the Congress, what do you do to prevent conspiracy theories and false information and fake news being spread on YouTube? And she gave an example. She said, well, we can prevent these kind of videos to be recommended to people. And she gave a specific example. For example, if someone searches about Flat Earth, we don't recommend some videos that are tied to conspiracy theories about Flat Earth, but we recommend a video that will show people the truth. Yeah.
And when she gave that answer, it was telling you that they've been doing that before she made that statement, right? Because to make that kind of thing to work, they've been doing it for a while, and now they have it at that step. And for her to make that statement, and people with big channels, they know what's trending and what they should be, promoting and talking about.
Yeah.
So if the government is saying, hey, don't talk about these conspiracies because we might shut down your channel, and YouTube is saying the same thing, and the government is asking YouTube to do that kind of stuff. If you have a big following, you're gonna be, what are you gonna do? Just expose your channel and risk it to getting shut down because of fake news or whatever? You're not being incentivized for spreading the truth. You're being incentivized for, following the status quo
and following the
Yeah.
rules.
And you got to keep that money coming, from the YouTube ads and stuff.
Exactly.
For the big channels, yeah, I'm talking about. So yeah, of course, the big channels, they avoided the topic, and most of them even made debunking videos. That was a
Didn't
matter.
all, some of the biggest channels on let's say the flat Earth side, let's say, right? I think they got shut down. Many have been getting shut down recently, and in the past, many of them. It didn't ODD TV got shut down too.
Man, I think he got a few strikes. Then he recovered. The strikes expired, but I'm pretty sure he got at least 1 or 2 strikes.
So imagine they can strike anybody they want, depending on what they want to do, right? Shut people down. It's an information war.
True. Well,
But since we are limited on what we can do, we are limited on what we can do because, I mean, we're not billionaires, right? And we can only do so much. Maybe talk about the information that we have available and everything. But exploration is not being incentivized. Actual things that we could do to, I don't know, explore out there, explore the land, and come to bigger conclusions about things. That stuff is not incentivized, and to the opposite, it's being held back. And many of the people that want to put energy into this, they do what they can, but with a chain in their necks and their hands and their feet.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. And all the money flowing into this parallel fake universe of the heliocentric model.
I think Jaden made a video about this some 1 or 2 years back. About he made some research about the money that is, I don't know, the money that's involved in, for example, in the gaming industry, in the Hollywood movie industry, in the music industry, the billions of dollars, and then he compared it with the money that's involved in the space industry. And by space industry, every movie about space, every so-called space project, every ISS mission, every space launch, and the the numbers were, I cannot give you the numbers, I don't remember, but it was about, I don't know, 20 times the budgets that is spent on space, on the subject of space, is over 20 times the amount of the music industry, the Hollywood, the gaming industry combined. So space is a big business. Short-lived. Yeah.
Business based on promises and dreams.
There is a lot of money put into sending people to the ISS, sending. What was the cost per pound? $40,000 or so per pound of cargo sent to the ISS. That was a cost, something like this.
Yeah, space toilets are very expensive.
According to them,
the last one was like what, $50 million or something. I don't know. Imagine installing a upgrading a toilet in space. That's pretty expensive stuff, you know.
Yeah.
I imagine toilet paper, space toilet paper has to be expensive.
It has to cost at least $1,000 for all, you know.
At least
Because
1,000 times regular toilet paper.
because it cannot be normal regular toilet paper. It has to be, you know,
Gold
designed by.
plated. Gold plated.
Yeah.
You know, you guys are joking, but it's actually really sad what they're doing to the taxpayers. You know, taking their money and, you know, giving them cartoons, right? And then how many times do people come in here and say, well, we got pictures from space, right? So the people, you know, don't even know the difference between cartoons and reality.
Yeah.
Like Matt Boylan pointed out so eloquently.
And the money is a big thing. They collect currency for a reason, because it's the energy that we are putting into the system. And if we're, you know, using our days and our time and our energy, you know, our efforts to kind of put it into this system that is taken away from real development and, you know, progress, it's just holding people back. Because that money and that effort, that energy could be going into something more productive, something real that could be beneficial for the masses or the community, at least, you know. Or they pushing that alien agenda, space. They've been pushing the zombies too. Like, I don't know if it has to do with the. I guess the zombie thing is a huge thing too. With the alien stuff in the news is it's crazy. Yesterday I saw some news that wasn't related to any of this stuff that we're talking about, but a news worker was involved in the news subject, in the news whatever, and they were mentioning what he used to do, and they say, oh, he's an ex FBI double agent, and you know, and now he's working for the news. Like these agents working in the news and giving us these stories.
Wasn't also Anderson Cooper, you know, that guy from CNN? Wasn't he also proven some time ago that he was collaborating with the CIA? That is, he was receiving scripts from the CIA on what uncertain news snippets. Yeah.
I will say that most of the anchors that you see, most of the famous ones in the biggest networks, we're talking in every, I mean, at least in the Americas, most of them are definitely agents. Even in the Spanish news, because I speak 2 languages and I mean almost 3, but even in Spanish news, you get these agents, anchors that had these kind of jobs in the past, and now they work in the news and they give you the information. It's
just to add there, guys. I pulled out that little document there that I've just posted. It's pushing forward the agenda of the new space economy, marked at hundreds of billions. So that was pulled from a legislative document that is to do with American government. And so there you can see that one of the incentives to get involved in pursuing the space economy, it's a lot of money, hundreds of billions.
Oh yeah. Hey, breaking. Good. Thank you for that.
Yeah, how's it going, Jamesy? You all right?
Good, bro. On your point, this $1 trillion space economy, it's definitely part of the upgraded economic system that they're pushing. We're talking in the hundreds of trillions of dollars. So a $1 trillion space economy is definitely part of the new economic system. Yeah, it adds up to what they're talking about.
Absolutely. Yeah, and everyone's getting in on it,
So my numbers were way off when I said earlier that, the space industry is worth maybe a couple of billions or so. I was off by
Now,
hundreds
when
of
you look
billions.
at it historically with added inflation, it's already over the $1 trillion that they have put into the how do you say the cost of the space whatever propaganda they do and research or whatever. And because there's a lot of subcontracts that they pay all these companies a lot of money to do supposed research and develop technology, whatever, for space. And but the $1 trillion economy, we're talking, is gonna be in the daily basis, in the yearly basis. It's not gonna be in the billions anymore. It's gonna be in the trillions that they're gonna be spending into space every year, beyond the $1 trillion.
Yeah, since NASA's inception, they've spent, including inflation, it's about $2.7 trillion since NASA was created. And
Yeah,
now,
and now to go in pair with the new economics, that $1 trillion is gonna be yearly instead of in six decades or whatever, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And it grows exponentially because, they're coming up with new projects every year. Yeah. Fake projects that they can launder
Well,
money in.
the new one is Space Force. I mean, we laugh about Space Force, but I watched a 2-hour congressional hearing all about Space Force, and they were asking for much more money, trillions of dollars over a period of time. So, as Jimsy says, the money value has increased probably tenfold, and that's going to be yearly instead of over a period of decades. What you've got to remember as well is that see all these things that NASA has stolen the inventive ideas of. Like, for example, NASA's credited for the jaws of life. The thing to cut people from car wrecks and all that. But that jaws of life was invented way before NASA, same as a lot of NASA's credit should not be given to NASA because there was inventions way before NASA on these inventions like the jaws of life. All NASA did was took that idea and maybe added an O-ring here and there, and then they've got the patent for that new creative idea. And see, from all NASA's patents, that's $1 billion industry as well. So not only do they get the billions of dollars per year from the government or the taxpayer, they're also making billions of dollars or trillions of dollars from their patents worldwide.
What happens if you get it's also the same thing. Sorry, you go ahead.
What happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
Best answer ever.
Sorry, Hank. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No worries, bro. It's also the same when the scientists discover, a jab, right? They take taxpayers' dollars to do the research, and then when they discover it, they get the patent on it, and they get to make all the money off of it, even though it was our funding that allowed them to do, these so-called achievements or whatever, right? So that's why there's such a big push, right, in advertisement in the past year on every website, on every business, on every corner, right? The advertisements or the commercials, right, so that they could, make money off of everybody putting this on their website, for free, because, who paid for all these signs that say, 6 feet apart and everything? But the space industry is doing the same thing, right? Everybody puts it in the books, and they do the patent thing, and a lot of the patent stuff that NASA does, I'm sure, is what's called patent trolling, right? Where you can't make something that NASA has patented because that'd be, you can't sell it, right? Because NASA has the patent on it. But where did NASA get their funding to patent this sort of stuff, right? Well, the taxpayers. So how come the taxpayers can't reap the benefits of their fruit? Because NASA's fruit is not NASA's fruit. NASA's fruit is our fruit, right?
It behaves like a parasite.
Yeah, just to add to that, all your universities and colleges all over the world, it's like NASA steals the ideas from the young minds as well. All these universities that are science departments, that's where NASA probably gets a lot of its ideas from. These young minds come up with new things, and then it's that they've got an ear into everything, they've got a hand in every pie. They're just taking the ideas and then they patent it. Then they're making millions off of that as well. Yeah, they're just stealing the wealth and economy from the young minds as well.
So there's no way you can prove that.
What? Say again?
There's no way you can prove that.
What do you mean?
You can't prove that anybody's stealing anything from anybody.
Oh, definitely, man. If you look at all the science departments and look into the inventions that are found by young aspiring minds, NASA just takes those ideas. They've got their hand in every pie. Yeah, definitely. I believe that strongly.
Close family members that this exam that students do in high school is the I don't know how they call it in English. This exam they give you so they can see your intellect based on whatever years you had in school at the end of the school year. What's that name of that test, Hank? It's Hank there. Anyways, it's
SATs.
Yeah. So I remember in Puerto Rico, the guys that did the highest, and I had a family member that scored like almost perfect in that exam, and he got offers from NASA, like come work for us. He was called from the military, from the army, and he ended up going to the Marines. Just based on the exam, people approach students based on those exams. So what you're saying is related to that because they hijacked the brightest minds. They put them into this system instead of letting them go into the private, or something. Or they take them into their working ranks and mold their minds. And whenever they're inside that system, they have to be able to participate. They have to, agree with the terms of service and work within the limitations they're put, and also take whatever pharmaceuticals they're given as well. That also affects.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So what's Space Force?
It's a troll. It's a troll force. What is it? You tell us. What is Space Force?
I don't know. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, I can tell you a little bit about what Space Force says. Space Force says apparently the protection of the outer space. That's what Space Force says. It's territorial above the Earth. So let's take it America, for example. They have, or they are creating a space force, and they're already in the process of doing it, or if they've already done it, of territorializing above America and any airspace carrying on right up to low Earth orbit. That's what Space Force says. It's to protect that area.
Protect it from what?
Well, that's
from those damn aliens that are trying to come here and take our jobs.
yeah. Well,
I actually have a lot of shit to say about the aliens.
Yeah, they said that they cannot disclose to the public what they're protecting us from.
Isn't that convenient?
Yes. I would love to know what they were talking about. I'll put a little. I'll try and find the congressional hearing where they're talking about getting more money and putting all the military under the banner of Space Force. And if you listen to the end of what they're talking about, they mention something about protecting the people of Earth from a threat that they cannot disclose. So I'll put it in. You can, but it's a very interesting listen to, and you realise the industry that they're creating and the banner that they're going under. But I'll put the congressional hearing in. Have a listen towards the end. I'll try and find the bit for you, but it's quite interesting. I'll put it in the live stream.
Do you realize how insane you sound right now?
Yeah, Jester, do you realise how insane you sound if you believe you live in a flying spinning ball? That's utter madness. I take it you do, Jester, because you're just coming in here with little comments about how mad we sound or how mad I sound. So I take it you believe you live in a flying spinning ball and you came from a monkey?
You just changed subjects, man. You were talking about aliens a second ago, man.
No, that's part and parcel with what you're coming in with your little comments. So let's get straight through, cut through the mess, and let's cut the chase. Do you believe that you live in a flying spinning ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, do you realise, Jester, just in reply to that, do you realise how insane and mentally retarded you actually are believing that?
Well, you're saying something to me, but what you were saying earlier, I don't completely understand.
Okay, so what part don't you understand?
You're fucking talking about aliens.
No, I wasn't talking about aliens at all. I never spoke about any
you were.
I never said there was alien at all.
Well, he was talking about the government talking about aliens, but the government lies, so the government would probably lie about aliens. They don't exist. They're like unicorns. But they might use them for a psyop in the future to pull one on you, and it would be easy for them to use a psyop to pull some kind of trick on you if you think you're on a globe flying through space.
Absolutely. I agree with Ryan there. But yes, I never mentioned aliens. I said about an unknown threat. That was the word.
Right, UFOs, right. So what's the trick then?
No, Jester, let me just point something out. You've taken from what I said as meaning alien, because you've obviously thought unknown threat, UFO, alien. I never mentioned any of that.
UFOs are all over the internet right now, man.
Yeah, but NASA created UFOs.
That's what you were talking about.
With Hollywood. NASA, way back in the 50s and the 60s, worked hand in hand with Hollywood to put into the mind's eye all about aliens and little green men and stuff like that. They created that through Hollywood. And we've grew up believing that that could be a possibility. Whereas most of anything that you've seen flying about your sky is probably military. You know.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, do you recall the War of the Worlds?
Yeah, this is a discussion. Orion, if you want to fill in with us, gentlemen, because I know you have a little bit to say on aliens and stuff, but if you want to carry on the discussion with us, gentlemen, I'm happy to listen.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know why he's bringing up War of the Worlds. I mean, that's just science fiction. I mean, science fiction can go all sorts of different directions, but again, it's just fiction, kind of like the globe.
Yeah,
it's just fiction.
they posted they put it in the radio and people was listening to it and people believed the war was ending and we were being invaded by aliens and stuff.
Right. Yeah, that's a perfect argument because like obviously they did that and people believed it, right?
Yeah, just like the moon landings, they heard people heard it in the radio, watched it on TV,
Right, but there's a
and believed
point
it was
at which
real.
you guys. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah,
Go ahead, man.
Okay, so there's a point at which you guys are like definitively wrong.
Can you be more specific?
Can you prove us wrong somehow? Prove us wrong somehow?
Yeah, dude. Back in the 1940s, they did the War of the Worlds, and literally the fucking American country. I don't remember what year it was, but they thought that the world was ending. They could do that with media.
Okay, so how does that prove us wrong? By the way, it happened before the 1940s. How does that prove us wrong about anything?
That's our
Okay,
argument.
Okay, so you guys are trying to like basically perpetrate the same crime that they did. You know what I mean with the flat Earth bullshit, right?
That's a false equivalency that is way like just right out of thin air. I don't even know what you're
So
talking
how
about,
is it
man.
different though?
It has nothing. Well, okay. First of all, you can prove that the Earth is flat very easily. You can prove that it's stationary very easily, and nobody can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So we know we are inside of a container because we wouldn't have gas pressure without it. So, what point are you trying to make again? You're trying to say we're just making this up?
So what do you have to say about like okay, so why are the aliens coming here then?
Okay, there are no aliens. Listen to me very carefully. Look, I have myself even caught a UFO on camera. Now, I can't tell you where that UFO came from. I can't tell you who or what was piloting it, but I can tell you that it didn't come from space because the vacuum of space cannot exist next to a pressurized system. So I can tell you that it did not come from space.
Show me it.
It doesn't matter. There's a whole bunch on the internet. I don't even need to show you. The point is, there's a whole bunch all over the internet, and there's real objects in the sky, real UFOs, unidentified flying objects, but you cannot verify what they are or where they came from. That's the problem. Do you see the difference between that and flat Earth? I can tell you a fairy tale. I can tell you a fairy tale about a bunch of aliens coming and making good friends with me and patting me on the back, but that's just a fairy tale until I can present to you an alien.
Dude, I'm not asking you about a fairy tale, and I don't want to hear about your fairy tale. You can see things in the sky that are abnormal, right? So how do you describe that?
Well, you can describe them by what they look like, but my question to you is, how can you verify what they are, where they come from? How would you do that?
I can't, but what makes you so definitive? Like, why do you have the answers and I don't? You know what I mean? Like, I need to hear
answers about what? I just told you I can't tell you where it came from. Answers? What are you talking about? I'm pointing out what I know for sure and what I don't know for sure. I don't know what you mean by I have all the answers.
That's fine, man, but I'm like there's things in the sky that we can't describe, right?
No, that we can't verify. We can describe what they look like, but we can't verify what they are.
Verify them.
What?
What do you mean by
you cannot measure the size of it. You cannot go up to it and put something against it to see what it's made out of. You can't touch it with your hand. You can't chase it off into the distance when they fly away because you don't have advanced propulsion technology of your own to go and chase it. Maybe in the future we could, but at the moment we don't. So you can't follow it. You can't go up to it and touch it in the sky. You can't put a ruler up against it to see exactly how big it is. You can't even tell for sure whether or not you're even looking at a solid object or even a hologram. You don't even know that for sure. So it's just unverified.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. It's something that you don't know and I don't know. That's fine. And none of us.
Yeah, I mean, they're
really,
mysterious things. I'll admit that, but it's just that they can't be used to prove shit at the
So
moment.
why
There
does
is a
the
problem.
Pentagon say
Real
that
quick.
there's like straight up UFOs in the sky? That they have like
Yeah,
video
that's
evidence
when the
against?
propaganda kicks in people's mind, because people relate observable objects in the sky, and then they think, oh, aliens coming from a violation of natural law, the vacuum of space, right, or other planets and that kind of stuff, and they start making stories about space travel and all that kind of stuff, and they think that what we observe here in reality, let's say the level stationary motionless contained environment that we're in, people think
What
that
the hell are you saying, man?
what they saw in TV, the aliens, that's what they're looking at when they're looking at the sky.
You don't know why they're here, and I don't know why they're here, right?
No, bro, listen, when people watch TV and watch movies and see aliens and see all this stuff in the TV, in the fiction, in science fiction, then in the news they promote these UFOs, and people think these UFOs or this stuff that we see in the sky flying here in reality, or we observe here in reality, is equal to that stuff that we see in TV. That propaganda
People
stuff, that
associate
space
them
stuff.
together.
Oh no, I don't know.
You
guys
just
know-
said we don't know why they're here. You say that as if you know they're from another planet. Do you think that for some
I
reason?
never said that, man. They're here.
Oh, sorry. I didn't
They're
mean to put
fucking
words
here,
in your mouth. I
man.
just thought you said it that way.
It could be technology from here, or it could be people from other areas, but that doesn't equalize space, spinning globes, and spheres flying through space.
Hey, you want to know what I'm crossing my fingers that they are? I mean, I have no way of verifying this. I don't even necessarily really think it's true, but you want to know what I hope they are? What I really hope that they are, just because it'd be interesting? I hope they're interdimensional. I hope they're just, interdimensional beings, from other worlds or other containers that can, teleport. That'd be cool, but we can't verify that. It's just a thought.
That's cool. That's your argument. Amazing.
Well, it's not an argument. It's just a thought.
That's cool.
I agree with you. I'm also at the same opinion. They are something. They exist. They are part of this reality. They come in and out of our so-called sky. Yeah, what we perceive as the sky. At their will, they disappear.
Wait, so how many of you
and
guys
they-
actually believe in Q?
Okay, real quick. Because your original question was about Space Force, and a lot of people relate Space Force to this alien stuff and globe and outer space stuff, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So that's
There's
what, a
visitors
false
from the
equivalent.
outside, man. They've confirmed it.
Yeah, we can verify it, but remember, we could have like military things that they're doing, and we can verify that either. But claiming that Space Force is being created so we have a protection against alien invaders and protect satellites and that kind of stuff, it's just ridiculous.
Okay,
And
so
people
let's
will
say
actually
that you were the head of administration of Space Force. Are you going to just like let that go willy nilly? You know what I mean? That's
Let what
ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Let
No
what go?
one's going to reveal those secrets. And the fact of the matter is that there's aliens in the sky. They've released those videos from Navy fighter jets.
Well,
Man,
what is
those
an
are-
alien
those-
for you?
those
What are aliens?
Unidentified aerial phenomena.
They did not.
It
No
does not
one.
equal aliens. They are objects in the sky,
Correct.
Yeah, nobody verified that they are aliens.
right?
Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. Nope.
Do you understand that no one said aliens? They might have said, in high speculation,
That's what they said first.
That's how high their voices get. But ultimately, they're saying it's UFOs, which is not the same as aliens.
Right. And nobody has an explanation of them. You know what I'm saying?
I
Nobody
don't
has
care.
an explanation
I
of
don't
what they
care.
are.
The point is, you said aliens, and everyone
I didn't
in
say
one
the word
accord.
alien.
Yeah, you did. Are you high?
Yeah, you did just say aliens.
No,
And
no,
by
no.
the way,
I
you
asked,
shouldn't be
what is
looking
Space
that you
Force? What is Space Force? If they don't have a reason to justify Space Force, then why do they have it?
to
It's for
keep a check on other
communications.
countries.
Like, do you think that it's not ironic that they have developed Space Force and now they're just
It is
now?
for communications.
Like, Space Force comes out 2 years before Aliens are coming out. Like, come on, dude. Come on.
And then you're gonna get the alien invasion, right?
Right,
That's
like,
what that's what we're waiting for.
it's just like
Yeah,
this
that's
I
with
don't
the
know
same
what
Osama
it
bin,
thing.
Has
is.
you
to
know.
do
I don't
with
know what it
no
is, man.
Oh,
space
oh
monkeys.
my, oh my God, the prisoner of Azkaban. Oh, could that possibly be Harry Potter's father? Jeez, how did I see this coming? Maybe I didn't see it. Did you see it coming? Oh my God, there's another movie coming out 2 years later. Oh wow, how did anyone see this story coming together so well?
Okay, so you're talking about how science fiction is like obviously not demonstrating reality, right?
It's not reflecting reality.
Then why are they coming out with aliens? Like, what the hell are aliens, man?
Because
And
they
why
want to
is there
pull
so
one
much
on you.
evidence?
If you think that there are aliens
Look,
coming
has
here
anyone
from
lived through
space, then you believe you live on a ball.
who lived
I don't know
through
where they come
Roswell?
from, man.
Hold on,
A lot of people say that they're
hold
demons.
on, who lived through Roswell? Do you know that there was a time in recent past that people were going crazy about aliens? Like they were going harder than this. What happened?
Yeah, post World War II, there was Roswell, New Mexico, I believe it was, and they obviously had a reason to establish Area 51 and all these secret bases because, like, do you have any like proof of why they did that, or? Why would they just do that? They wouldn't just do that. There's
No,
something that they're
what I'm
hiding,
saying is
right?
your thing is, oh wow, look, all of a sudden they're talking about aliens. Like, no, I mean, they do this every so often.
I don't know, man. I don't know who built the pyramids. I don't know who established history. But I'm telling you right now that I think that they're the aliens. They're coming back, and they're what gonna straight up let us know, like, because
Coming
like
back
this
from
stuff doesn't
where?
just show up for no reason. There's a reason why they're doing this.
Hey, to answer your question about Groom Lake or Area 51, one reason why they would want to seal that place off is because they might be developing technology that they'd want to hide from us or others. So there wouldn't need to be any aliens there for them to have the motive to do such a thing.
Yeah, I understand that, but like you don't have any basis for why they would want, technology to destroy people as opposed to, controlling the people or anything like that.
Yep.
And it's kind of like me, like being a skeptical person of like, why are there fucking aliens? You guys have literally zero answers.
It sounds like you're talking about motive. It's like there are UFOs in the sky. We're not going to lie to you about them and give you some fairy tale. If you want, we could
So
come up
where
with a
do they
fairy
come
tale, but I
from,
don't think
right?
anyone here wants to. But we're just telling you, don't blindly believe whatever fairy tale they tell you about UFOs in the sky or the stars in the sky or anything else.
Oh, trust
Just
me, I
focus on what
don't.
you can
I don't.
verify.
I don't. But like, come on, where'd they come from? They come from man or fucking outside the fucking space?
There's
You know
no
what I'm saying?
outside space. I mean, outer space, like they describe it, the vacuum of space. That's what the problem kicks in.
They could
So
come from
they
there.
might be
That's
coming from us.
very
They might be coming
possible.
from an old. They might be
And if
coming.
that's
Let's
the
say
fact, then I think that they've been here for a long time.
they might be coming from different lands, or who knows, outside of the container. Who knows?
Yeah, they do
But
call them extraterrestrials. So listen to this. If there was extra territory out there, then the life forms coming from there would be extraterrestrials,
Now, of
not
course,
another
there's
planet.
extra territory, man. They're just
Well,
visiting.
there could
I
be or
don't
there
believe
couldn't
they're
be.
from Mars or nothing like that, but like they're straight up from, you know, like
Well, do you really want to
have a
know? Are you
feeling.
really, really curious and you really want to know where UFOs come from? Because I've got a suggestion for you if you are.
I don't know where they come from, man.
Okay, well, here's my suggestion for you. You should do everything you can to get politically active and overturn the Antarctic Treaty so we can go and find the walls of the container that gives us air pressure and map
Yeah, I
out
read about
the
it.
dimensions of it. And then as we proceed from that point forward, you might get political will to declassify certain things to answer the questions that you're wondering about.
Well, I mean, but no, you could look to the skies and you can see the same things. You don't got to go to Antarctica to fucking, you know, see those things.
Yeah. I'm talking about verifying things in the ultimate sense. If you understand.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, so what's your point?
My point is there's no point in believing somebody's stupid story about stuff in the sky or anything like that. The point is that we need to wake up people around us so that we can all acknowledge the fact that we live on a flat and stationary Earth and that it's not infinite. It might be really big, but it's not infinite. There is somewhere out there where the ceiling meets the ground. Once we all acknowledge that, then we can start working together to do our best to politically, legally, peacefully, intellectually drag other things out into the open, like hidden technologies, hidden propulsion technologies. And then once you have propulsion technology that would allow you to have something that is functionally speaking like a flying car, then from that point onward, the next time you see a UFO, you can chase it. And if you can chase it, who knows? Maybe you'll even figure out what the hell it is or where it came from. And then maybe you'll have more answers. You need to build your knowledge from the flat Earth upward.
Right. So when I was a little kid, I seen some weird shit in the sky, but I don't know how you correlate that to like that there's a reason to go into Antarctica, that there's a reason to believe that you haven't verified for yourself that there's extra land out there. It's ridiculous. Why wouldn't they just come from the sky?
I think you're missing my point. The point is you need to get everyone around us in this country or another country, the United States or the rest of the world. You need to get people to acknowledge the fact that it's flat and stationary. And you know, so most people don't continue on thinking that they live on a ball for no damn reason, no logical reason. And then from that point onwards, you know, once people realize that, they'll come to the realization they were probably lied to about a lot of stuff and have a lot of stuff hidden from them. And maybe propulsion technologies have been hidden, and maybe we could drag them out into the open somehow with a process.
I hear what you're saying. Well,
So
let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So are you gonna lead an enterprise out into the Antarctic, dead, fucking desolate wasteland that it is? You know,
not
because
unprepared.
I'm not going to join you on that venture because it's literally death. Like, what are you trying to prove? I don't really get it. I just don't get it.
It's not a question of going out to find where the ceiling meets the ground or not. It's a question of, are you allowed to do that without getting stopped or not? At the moment, we are not allowed to do that.
Laws against
that needs to change.
I understand. And I don't buy the dome thing.
Well, it's unverified the shape or size of the container, but we know that we're inside of a container. So as far as I don't buy the dome goes, it's like, well, I can't verify the shape. I can verify that there is a container. So I don't know what you mean by that.
So what would you do if you verified that it was a container? Like, what's
No,
the next
no,
step?
no. I know that it is a container. I have not verified the shape or size of the container. I know that it is a container that we are inside of.
Okay, let's say you prove that there is a container, that there's a big wall separating us from whatever. Like, what's the end state? What do you have there? Is it religion? Like, I don't know.
Ultimately speaking, I would just be satisfied with, peace, people not going to war so easily or fighting with each other so easily. And beyond that, propulsion technology, I would frankly like to get propulsion technology released to the
What's
public.
the end state for the globe? What's that end state?
Oh, there's plenty
to send their imagination to
stop
space.
asking dumb questions, dude. Like silly ask dumb questions, trying to imply we're some fucking cult, dude. I don't appreciate that shit.
I'm not a part of the cult.
Listen, we know what the implication is. What's your end game? Like we're some like activists trying to turn everyone into flat earthers. That's not it, dude. I'm telling you, think for yourself, open your eyes.
Well, I don't see it. I don't know. Like, what's the point of
You
going to
listen. You don't see a flat Earth. Where did you experience the Earth as Where did you experience the Earth as a globe? Hold on a second. Where did you experience the Earth as a globe? When did you experience that? Do 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 do. When did you experience that? Never. Never.
What we were taught. Why would
the globe is only
so
on
let me ask you
television.
a counter question. Why would we be taught otherwise? Why would we?
What's
why
the
would we
difference?
be
What's the
taught that
difference
it's a globe
between
if it's
being?
not?
What's the difference between being taught something, or told something, and believing it to be true?
Okay,
And
so why is the whole?
I wasn't finished. I
why
wasn't
the whole
finished.
world
There was
based off of-
obviously a second part to that.
Why
What's
is the
the difference? What is the difference between what you're describing and what Indio asked you, which is, when do you experience a globe? If you're learning about something, that means you're not experiencing it. If you're reading from a piece of paper, if you're being
that makes no
dictated
sense
to,
because why? Okay, so I could ask you the
how
same
does that?
question.
How does that not make sense? Tell me how it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I could ask you the same question. So how do
No,
you
tell me how it
observe a
doesn't make
globe
sense
for
first.
yourself?
Tell me how it doesn't make sense first.
We all
Well, it
experience a
doesn't make
flat
sense
Earth.
what you're saying because why do you experience a globe?
What
Why
about what
should
I'm
I
saying
not?
doesn't make sense?
Dude, it's a fucking I don't know.
What
What are
about
you
what I'm
talking about?
saying
Nobody
doesn't?
experiences a globe. What are you talking about? Nobody experiences a globe. We all experience a flat and stationary Earth. All of us. You, everyone you've ever met, everyone I've ever met, everyone in this chat. There's 500 people that say they experience something else. 500 people in the entire history of humanity. You're going to bank on that?
Well, I can't talk to those people, so but like, how does that make it a flat?
Well, I'm just saying, man. Like, are 500 people going to tell the rest of all the history of humanity what reality is? And say what you experience is just bullshit, and we actually, us 500 people, actually experienced in this special place where no one else can go. We experienced something else, and that's what it really is. Just believe us.
No.
That is exactly the situation. Tell me what's wrong. Tell me one incorrect statement I made.
Because you just
Word,
said you
sentence,
believed
anything.
in that. You just said that
think
you
he's
believe in a flat
inebriated
Earth.
I don't.
or something, bro.
I don't believe in a flat Earth. I experience a flat Earth. I don't believe in it.
Okay, okay,
I
demonstrate.
just walk
to
out
me
the
your
house, and there it
experience,
is.
then.
I walk out the
does not
house, and
make
there
it
it
flat,
is.
man.
You walk out the house, and there it is.
Okay, I can look at the sky right now. It's overcast. That doesn't make it flat.
What the fuck would the sky have to do with the ground?
Because he just said you can go outside and look at it and it's flat. That doesn't mean
What does that have to do
any
with
sense.
looking up, bro?
He said go outside and look around.
Are
I look
you
at the sky.
high?
So listen,
No,
I
I'm
go
really
outside, and it appears flat. So I conclude it's flat. You're saying it appears flat, and you conclude it's round. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, I've been taught that it's round.
But what if they taught you
So
that Narnia
like
exists and 500 people went there and they just teach you this? And even though you've never been to Narnia yourself and there's no way for you to get there or ever experience it and you don't know anyone that's ever been there or experienced it, would you just believe that? Base your whole
well,
worldview
yeah,
and how you
because
live your
there's
life on it?
Dude, there's like whole communities behind the fact that they base like scientific experiments based off of the fact that it's a globe, man. That doesn't make
Name
any
one.
sense. You can't just go outside
Name
and
one.
say it's flat and make it
Name
flat.
one. Name one. Name a
Okay.
scientific experiment where it has to be the globe for it to work. Just one.
There's a lot. There's tectonic plates. There's the inner workings and all that.
Tectonic plates is an experiment. Are you saying the core of the Earth?
Wait, so how is that an experiment?
It's not you. I asked you for the experiment, and you brought up tectonic plates for some
Okay,
reason.
no, you asked me. Okay, well,
think he's high, man,
tectonic plates,
or
they
something.
move, man. That's what makes volcanoes.
Do
There's
they?
multiple ways that
Whole story.
tectonic
Explain
plates,
Hawaii. Explain
because
Hawaii.
they move. They move against each other, man.
Explain
That's
Hawaii.
why there's volcanoes.
Then explain Hawaii. Explain to us Hawaii. Why does Hawaii exist? It's not on a tectonic plate. It's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Well,
Why is it a
because
volcano?
so those plates converge.
There's
Those
no plate
plates
there.
converged, right?
Out of Hawaii, they don't.
How?
See, the tectonic plate theory idea is a bunch of just gibberish. There's no evidence for it. No one's ever measured a plate, right? And the deepest hole that's ever been dug is only 7 miles, and the plate is supposed to be something like 300 miles thick. So it's the whole thing is speculative nonsense.
No, that's not
Making up
true
stories.
because you cannot dig down when the heat is so high. Your machinery will break down. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and you
Kola
can't
super
think
deep.
when you're so high.
The Kola super deep borehole is the deepest hole ever dug. It was dug in by the Russians, right? It didn't fail because it was too hot.
That
was not the reason. What did you hear?
Okay, so
What did you hear?
machinery runs hot to begin with, and when you're going to run it down, and you dig down deep, it's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter, and your equipment will malfunction due to the heat. You can't you can't just dig down to
drills get
some
hot,
magma,
right?
dude.
Listen,
can't
you know
just
that
dig
drills
down
get
to-
hot.
Okay, sorry, go
Listen,
ahead.
the reason the drilling they were still making very slow progress. It's just the progress was so slow they couldn't continue. The reason they stopped is because the rock that was down there was contrary to all their theories, and it was what you would consider viscous like honey. So a drill, a boring drill, isn't like a drill that's on that you use to drill wood. These got 3 heads, and they pulled the rock up the center and crush it. Okay, it could not bite into the rock to crush anything, so they stopped. And 2 reasons for this is because the rock was almost plastic from the pressure, and because it was full of gas. Okay,
But
so
it
it was very
wasn't because
gaseous,
it's
like it was
molten
saturated with gas.
at
It
any
had
point.
nothing to do with heat. It did not have anything to do with heat.
But if you drill down that far, it's going to create heat.
Just drilling itself creates heat.
Right, and so when you drill down further into the hotter portions of the earth, how is that not going to create more heat? Like you said, it turns into honey, right?
It was viscous because of the pressure. You don't understand these, like when you're drilling down 8 miles, there's 8 miles of shit on top of the rock.
Okay.
Right, that creates a pressure. Right, so the properties of materials changes when it's under pressure.
Right? There's pressure.
Yeah, because of the weight of a bunch of rock on top of it. And nothing to do with heat. Heat is not what stopped the drill. That drill bit would have worked up to 600 degrees Celsius, and they only encountered temperatures of 475 degrees Celsius.
All right, interesting story. I'd like to hear more about it.
Okay, and listen, that was only 6 miles. Okay, it's called the Kola Super Deep Borehole. On Google Scholar, there's a
I've
bunch of
heard about
papers
it.
on it.
I've heard about
So
it
I mean,
before.
and listen, one of the papers starts off is that based upon what we found out, modern geology is speculative. Okay, because everything that they discovered from doing that was wrong. Nothing matched prediction. Not a single thing. Properties of the rock was wrong. The detection of vibration, seismic waves, the density of the rock, everything was wrong. The amount, the temperature, the mix of gas, every property that they thought that they would experience was incorrect. Everything.
Well, how would you
but
like
the fact
formulate
is,
a
the
correct
core
thesis
itself,
going down
the
into
core
there?
tectonic plates. Listen, give me one piece of evidence that tectonic plates exist. Physical evidence.
Yeah, easy. The San Andreas Fault. Why is that there? Can you explain
So
that?
there's a crack in the ground. Therefore, that crack
Yeah,
goes all the way
it's not
down to
just
a
a
molten
crack in the
iron
ground.
core.
Don't try to downplay it. It's
First of all,
it's
the San
called a
Andreas
fault
Fault.
for a reason.
Listen, you don't even know your own pseudoscience because the San Andreas Fault is not a plate edge. San Andreas Fault is a fault near the plate edge. The plate edge is in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California.
Right, and it's carried on the the Pacific tectonic plate.
The claim is that there is a big plate of rock, right, floating on top of magma, right, moving around the surface of a ball Earth. What is the evidence for that? The existence of a crack in the ground, call it whatever you want, call it whatever you want. There's no evidence for a core, magma, 150 or plates or any of that shit. There's no evidence for any of it.
That's fine. All right.
It's
So
a
what's
story.
your justification for why there's earthquakes in the area then? Why is that?
Well, the latest thing is that under the ground, there's actually water. Yeah, that's the newest thing, man. This came out like a year ago, and they just published another paper on it. They think that there's 3 times more water underneath the ground than there is in the ocean on the surface of the Earth. Yeah, that's right. All the oceans of the world, there's 3 times more water than that underground. And they think that the water is actually going in and out. So, listen, there can't be water and magma at the same time.
Of water. At some point, there's a waterbed, right? And if this waterbed sits and converges against a plate of land that's floating on magma, there's obviously going to be reasons for why there's earthquakes and turbulence.
You ever like take ice on top of each other, like rub ice against each other? It forms like a layer of water. Right? It's actually the slipperiest thing. It has the lowest friction coefficient. Well, ice on ice has the lowest friction coefficient as long as there's a little bit of melted water between. So,
right. So, like,
to be floating on water, right? And because there's water being compressed in between it and some land beneath it, they could move around. There could be earthquakes. There could be whatever. Fracking causes earthquakes. No one knows what causes earthquakes. It's speculation. Earthquakes themselves in seismology isn't even done in a normal geometry. It's done in a hyperbolic geometry, which is non-physical.
Over others.
I don't know,
in certain parts of the world. Like you can go to the the middle of the American country, North America, and there's not an earthquake to be found. It happens at these.
That's awesome. So where we decide there's earthquakes, we're going to say that this is the edge of some big rock plate smashing against some other rock plate without any evidence for it. It's just a story.
How many plates does it take? How many plates does it take to make a ball?
Yeah, they're curved plates too.
Well,
understand that these are stories. These are stories with no physical evidence for it, right? They're just stories. I mean, just as stupid as Apollo being the sun across in the sky. I mean, idiotic.
That seems to me like you're comparing.
Can they predict earthquakes? Listen, can earthquakes be predicted?
No, they cannot.
Okay, they cannot be predicted. So whatever physics model they have, they don't have one. Okay, so even science admits this. The power of a physics model is dependent on its predictive power. Well, if you can't make predictions, you don't have a physics model. You just have a bunch of words strung together.
I wouldn't say that. Nope.
But what is the use of a model that can't predict things?
Because it demonstrates the what is the word? It demonstrates the outcome. What is the word I'm looking for? The statistics that they gather from when it actually does happen.
The outcome for nothing.
The outcome. Listen, okay, they measure seismic. We call seismic waves, right? To figure out where that epicenter was, 100. They use a hyperbolic geometry. You know what I mean by that? That means it's non-physical. Okay, unless you think the Earth is a hyperboloid, you think the Earth is like a saddleback or something.
Like just
Like
because an
this,
earthquake happens doesn't mean that the Earth is a definitive shape. I don't know what you're saying, man. Hyperboloid.
listen, I know you don't know what I'm saying. Listen, I know you don't know what I'm saying. My point is, there is no predictive model of earthquakes. There's no predictive model about cores, tectonic plates, volcanoes, none of that shit. It's a story, right? We can predict how electricity and magnetism works, and we have a physics model. We can predict how light bends. We have a physics model. So we know what's going on, at least descriptively. When you start saying there's a core and there's plates and all this shit, and you can make no predictions, they're just stories.
So there is a like a history of data gathering. You know, they gather data. You know, there's a history.
Yeah, that's
behind
right.
it. And it happens in certain areas of the world. You don't have any, explanation for why it happens in a certain part of the world. So, and you're like,
Neither do they.
tectonic
I mean,
plates.
neither
So,
they don't have.
like, what's
Listen,
your reason?
neither do they. They don't have a
Well, the
scientific
fucking
explanation.
science says otherwise, man.
Listen. They don't have a scientific explanation. They just have a story.
There's some things that we just don't know, especially when it comes
Damn
on
right.
the interior of the earth, and how unpredictable it is, if that's the right word.
Why does lightning happen when volcanoes go off? Why does lightning happen when there's earthquakes? You ever heard of this?
I've heard it with volcanoes, but not earthquakes.
Earthquakes, lightning.
It has something to do with the rock and the ground and the negative and the positive pressure, creating a lightning bolt where that differential exists. There's a ton of examples of cloud to cloud lightning, and obviously the debris is going to create a lot of cloudage. I don't really see your point.
How did we even get here? We got here because you said that there's an experiment. Scientists have experiments proving the Earth is a globe, right? I asked you for it. You said
That's
plates.
fine.
And you said tectonic plates, which ain't even an experiment. But listen, so check this out. No experiment can be done to prove a shape. No science. Listen to that again. There is no scientific experiment that can be done to prove a shape, because scientific experiments are about cause and effect relationships, and they pertain to phenomenon. The shape of something is not a phenomenon. If you want to know the shape of something, you do what a carpenter does. Take out your tape measure and you measure it, right?
Okay, so why can't those two exist on either model that you want to apply it to? Why
Listen,
can't it exist?
we don't have a model because ours isn't
why
based
can't
upon
it
physics.
exist on a flat Earth? You know?
What are you talking about? Listen, it's
why can't
really
it?
understand. I can't what
It's
exists.
underground, man. It's underground. They measure it.
No.
Measure the tectonic plate. I'd like to see that. How they measure something that's
They
2
can
orders
measure
of
the
magnitude.
reactions. They can measure the reactions.
Look,
Right. So if you're on
in the
a flat
deepest
Earth or a
parts, in the
globe and a
deepest parts, they claim,
9.0,
in the
earthquake
deepest
happens,
parts,
it's gonna happen, right?
in the deepest parts, they claim that 50% of all of the land underwater is a level plane, bro. 50%.
You can Google it right now.
50%.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen that, but still, like that doesn't exactly
What
prove
does
anything.
but still mean? What do you mean? It's not proved. It just is what it is. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about how like earthquakes, except flat Earth or globe
What
Earth.
is Earth? What is
Either
Earth?
way,
What does earthquakes have
you
to
could
do
just
with the
okay.
shape of the Earth? What does earthquakes have to do with the shape? What does any question you have
The
that I can't
tectonic
answer?
plates.
What does any question you have that I can't answer have to do with determining the shape of the Earth? Tell me now.
Elijah. Sorry to interrupt you, but I think he's caught in between debunking or the heliocentric model, defending that, versus realizing that it measures flat and that it's just not a globe. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Sorry, man.
I don't know.
But
Maybe
Elijah brought up a good point. Sorry to interrupt you, Elijah. Can you restate your point? I appreciate you letting me cut in. 50%, the abysmal plains.
What does any question that you have about anything have to do with determining the shape of the Earth?
because we can observe both those phenomena that happen
What
on
does the phenomena you're talking about have to do with determining the shape of the Earth?
the tectonic plates.
What
How
about the
do you-
tectonic plates have to
Japanese
do
citizens.
with the shape of the Earth?
Because why do they move and how do they move? And they move in a
What
certain
does that
direction.
have to do with it being on a ball?
Because it's made up of tectonic plates.
Oh,
It
geez.
happens all over the world. And
Chasing
that's
your tail, dude.
Wait a minute. That's news to report.
how is that not like real? The San Andreas Fault exists.
Look,
There's
if you're
the
going to say the
Asian
tectonic plates,
plate. There's a
listen,
reason
if you're
why.
going to,
Okay, so why do the what is it? The Nepalese, Sir Edmund Hillary climbed the Mount Everest, right?
Yeah.
So why is the tectonic plate pushing the land up, right?
okay, give us the evidence that that's true.
Yeah.
See, you're confused. You think claims are evidence. Claims are not evidence. Evidence is evidence. So you make a claim, and then there's evidence that supports that claim. Okay, people saying the same thing you're saying is not evidence. Evidence, at least scientific evidence, is in the form of measurement, data, observation, things like that, right? Someone had to go out and like measure something, right? To conclude that.
Okay,
Or did
so
they
let
just
me ask
say
you
it
this.
because it made sense to them, right? There's a difference. Oh, wait, let us come up with a story because it makes sense to us. We'll tell
Okay,
everybody that.
that's
It'll
fine,
make
that's
sense to
fine.
them too. But they have no actual physical evidence for that.
Okay, let me ask you this question, and I can't answer it myself. This is where we kind of divide, right? How do you measure the top of the world? Right? It's 28,000 feet. How did you?
It's not our
How do you come
problem.
up with that?
How
Right?
do you
'Cause
measure
at
the
some
top of the
point in
world? What are you
history-
talking about?
Listen,
At
that's
some
not our
point in
problem.
history, they
Of the
climbed
top
Hold
to
on.
the top.
Nobody
of the
interrupt,
world. How
please.
do you measure that?
Listen, dude, that's your
Above sea
burden. That's not
level
our
is what it
problem.
is.
You're the one saying it's being crushed up. Like, that's not our problem. That's your problem. Why do we need to frickin' figure out your proof?
That's what I've been
Why do we need to
taught,
find
man.
your evidence for you? Like, listen,
That's what I've
that's
been
your
taught.
problem.
That's what I've
Yes,
been
exactly. You've been
Have you
taught a bunch of
measured it yourself?
stories. Like, pardon me?
That's
Have
what
I
I've
measured
been
what?
taught. That's what I've been taught. 29,028 feet to get up to the Mount Everest. How do you prove that? How do you measure it? You know what I mean? Like, where does this all break down at some point, right?
When you said top of the world, I thought you were talking about the North Pole. I didn't realize you were talking about
The
Everest.
top
I
of
was
the
I
Earth,
was gonna
meaning
say
the
you got to get a
highest
ride
point.
from Santa Claus to figure that one out.
Well,
No,
let me
it's
ask you. Let me ask you a question.
29,028 feet, I believe.
Let me ask you a question. How could you prove that there's a big, huge tectonic plate crushing another tectonic plate, pushing mountains up? How can you prove that? Like, what can you do experimentally, scientifically, measurements? How can you actually prove that?
Well, maybe if I lived 1,000 years, I might be able to formulate some sort of experiment, but obviously that's out of existence in that of
Now
itself,
you
right?
see that these are stories, right? These are stories. They're just that's all they are. There's no scientific evidence backing them up, and that's why we're here. Because people, the globe earthers that come in here, and we all used to be globe earthers, and all the flat earthers in here believed the stories. And then we tried to verify and look for the evidence to support the stories, and there isn't any. The globe earth model
Okay.
cannot demonstrate a single freaking thing, dude. Literally, not a single thing. I'm not
All right, so you
exaggerating when
can't.
I say that. We have people coming here. Oh yeah, gravity's holding the air down from the vacuum of space. Okay, show me an experiment. Okay, get an evacuated vacuum tube, pump some air in that, and let's watch all the air settle at the bottom because of gravity. It doesn't happen. But that's what they say happens to the atmosphere, right? That's what the claim is. But they can't demonstrate it. I can go after point after point after point after point that they can't demonstrate anything.
Okay, yeah,
And
no, I
Nothing.
I've heard him talk about stuff like this for 5 years, man. The old heliocentric models played out. I hate to break it to you.
No, that's fine, and I get it. You can't
Listen, like you have to realize, like, listen, all the flat earthers in here, we pretty much came to the same thing. Heard about flat Earth. Some people were like, "I'm going to debunk it, and I'm going to find the best evidence for the globe and kill those flat earthers," and they couldn't. Other people were just like, "Okay, I'm just going to verify the evidence for the globe." Then they didn't find any. That would be my case, right? So I in my case, I just looked. Okay, they must have done. They had 2,000 years. They must have done some direct measurements by now, right? Nope, none, zero, zip, nada, right? So, and that's a fact that no one can dispute. We have people coming here every day. This is live streamed. There's I don't even know how many. We're up to almost 2,000 episodes.
Man.
Not a single person has ever come in here with a direct measurement of curvature. And I've been doing this 4 years and have probably talked to 2,000 people.
Yeah. Easy.
So I understand the argument that you guys hold about, like, okay, let's
It
say
should be a measurement of
I'm on.
curvature. It should be something very simple to measure because the globe model radius 3,959 miles says it's simple to measure. It says it's simple to measure. We can make a prediction. Hey, this is what we should get if we go do this measurement. We don't get that. It's really that simple. And what are we supposed to do? Oh, we didn't get that? Well, we still believe it's a globe. Fuck the experiment. Let's just believe the story. Just turn on my TV and watch some more Star Wars. No,
Okay,
not
so
doing that.
you didn't let me really finish.
Well, I'm just trying to get like where we're coming from, man. I'm just trying to like impart it
Like,
into your
I
head, like
understand
where
the
we're coming from.
atmosphere.
We don't believe the stories. We want the evidence. Fuck the
Okay,
stories.
so I understand the whole, like, yeah, you can measure things, but let's say we do a measurement from the top of the world, right? There's no atmosphere at that point, so why can't you see? You know what I mean? Because a lot of what
Yes, there is.
flat
What are you
earthers
talking
will
about?
say is that, oh, well, you can't see
There
through
is
the atmosphere.
atmosphere.
But if the
There.
atmosphere, when you go really
Are
high up,
you
is so
high, man? Do
thin.
you hear me talking? Trying to
No,
interject.
I'm not. I'm just trying to, like,
So
clear
do
my
you
point,
hear
man.
what I said when you said we can go to the top of the world and there's no air there? Yes, there is. What are you talking about?
There is there. The air is there, obviously, but they use oxygen for a reason. Okay, but
Not
a
everybody.
lot of what I hear flat earthers
Not
say is
everybody.
because you can't see so far because there's atmospheric, obviously, like it's looking like a pool of water. What they say. So
see
what
too
happens
far,
when you're so up high? Why can't you see so far? You could. You
Maybe
should
you
see
can see
farther.
further, but you still can't see forever. Did that ever occur to you?
I understand that you can't see forever. I'm not claiming that at all. But like, you should be able to see. You know what I mean? Like, you should be able to see like extra far, right? Like,
You can. But the thing about Mount Everest is that
because
it's
there's a
actually
lack of
surrounded.
atmosphere.
Listen. Mount Everest is surrounded by other peaks that are nearly the same altitude as elevation as it is. Okay? They get in the way. Right? You can't see down to sea level. Okay? First, Everest is above the clouds. You'd be looking down on top of clouds. Like, how are you going to see the land if you're looking onto the top of the
Well,
cloud?
on a clear day, you could see further down.
Look, we got
I
panoramas.
understand at that
Listen, we got
altitude, there's a lot of
Listen,
clouds.
listen. I'll post a panorama of somebody on top of Everest, and the only thing you see is just continuous mountain peaks and then clouds. Okay? You're so high up that, like, I don't know what you expect to see. And still,
You
you're
should
looking
be able to
down.
see
You're still
farther than
looking
you
down
can at
into a
sea
thicker
level.
part of the atmosphere.
You should be able
Look,
to see farther than you can at sea
as
level,
who?
and that
As
goes
who?
for
As you
like
who doesn't.
horizontally as well.
Why are you saying you should? What's the basis of that?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Why are you saying that? What is the basis for that? You're just saying it. You should. Why?
Because
Why
flat
should you?
earthers say that you can't see so far on the ocean bed than you can if you're on the top of the world, like the top of Mount Everest or K2, all these like really high peaks. You should be able to see farther, right?
Who says you can't?
Well, that's my point. Is you can see farther, and that's
Okay,
because
when
of
you go higher, you can
you
see
can
further, which is the same reason you stand on your tippy toes in a crowd to see farther. I mean, a toddler knows that if he's laying on his stomach, he wants to find his favorite toy, he sits up. Okay? So, I mean, this isn't mysterious shit.
Yeah,
You
I'm
go
not
up
talking
higher, you
about
see
toddlers. I'm
farther.
talking about like
I said
20,000
toddler.
feet.
Even a little 3-year-old knows that if his toys are strewn across the board, to find the toy he wants to play with, all he has to do is stand up.
So
When we
you
go up
can
higher,
see
we see
farther.
farther.
You can see farther
Of
unless.
course, you can see farther when you
Right.
go
So how
higher.
far should you see? How far should you see?
Oh,
In
first of all,
comparison,
I mean,
right?
well,
Like
the
I'm
air is
doing a
not actually
comparison right now.
transparent. Okay, so do we live in a vacuum?
No.
We have to go through this. How do we see? Do we see out, or does light reach our eye? Light reaches our eye, right?
What?
Light reaches our eye. It hits our retina, and then a neuroelectrical signal goes to our freaking brain, and we perceive sight. Right? We perceive objects out there in space.
Okay.
That's how vision works. Light
It's a
photons hit your
biological
retinas.
process. Okay.
So the light from, like, say you're looking at a distance, right? Sun is lighting up a mountain. Sunlight has to reflect off that mountain, go through all the air, and then go through your eye, and then you see it. The further away something is, the greater the volume of air that it has to go through. Air is not transparent. Okay? Air is not vacuum. Air is not transparent. There are times where you probably can't see 5 feet in front of your face because of the non-transparency of the air, because of water vapor, particulates,
Yeah, like fog.
whatever.
Fog. That's what you're saying. Fog,
So,
right?
but air itself, even if you took all the water vapor out of the air, even if you took all of the CO2 out, even if you took all the particles, dust, grains, whatever, even if you take all that out, the air itself attenuates and absorbs light. Okay, there's actually a theory behind this. It's called Laplace's extinction theorem. So just like the sun
Come on,
can't
say that again.
illuminate the bottom of the ocean, it's called
What is it again?
Laplace's extinction theorem.
Posse?
Laplace's extinction. Laplace. He was a famous mathematician from the 1800s. Anyway, the point is, you know how Laplace's extinction theorem, it's about optical extinction of light. There's also Beer's transmission law, and there's, like, I'm not going to get into like the technical details. Like you admit, you agree that the sun can't illuminate the bottom of the Marianas Trench, right? The light does not penetrate that far through it.
Well, yeah, obviously because it's deep. But hold on, I just googled
Okay.
it. It says
So the
opossum.
air is not Laplace, Laplaces.
On no, because I
Called
want to look
optical
at this. I want to look at
extinction.
this. I want to see what you're saying. Alpassus.
You need. Am I drunk or is he drunk?
He's fucking retarded.
Hey, you're trying real hard,
No,
Indio.
no, no, yeah. Alpassus
Indio, you're
extinction.
trying real hard. I'm giving you claps all around.
I don't know. Maybe I should start drinking. What time is it? Ah,
Maybe
shit.
we should just switch to
I have to
some.
run to get to the beer store.
Maybe
Is there more
I'm
people?
headed to the-
Are there other
I'm
Globers
headed
in
to
here?
the-
I'm ready to.
I'm
Are
literally.
there other
pulling
Globers in here? I'm ready to switch while he learns. Dude.
No, if that's what you're gonna
Understand
claim,
that you're gonna have to like learn Maxwell's equations. Like you're not gonna just like get that. You're gonna have to like go out and learn some more than just that.
Well, I'm trying to do that, and you won't even spell it for me.
You just really just say that?
Yes, he did.
You spelled it like 5 or 6 times already.
Even they spelled different.
Hold on, it wasn't in crayon, so he did not understand it. GAT cat. You're not going to understand it. The point is that light is absorbed by the air just the same way that light is absorbed by water. But, it doesn't have to go through 300 miles of water to get absorbed. It's absorbed in like something like, 5 or 10,000 feet. Air is more transparent than water. But after 300 miles, it adds up. Okay? The light from an object, reflected light from an object, because there's no such thing as a perfect reflection. So the sunlight reflects off an object, you're losing about 60% of the intensity of the light, and then it has to penetrate 300 miles of air to go through into your eyeball. And you think that somehow you're going to see thousands of miles. It's ridiculous. There's no reason to even think that. That's why I said,
Right. So
why
at
do you
some
think you
point, it's
should?
going
There's
to
no
be
basis
like,
for that because we don't live in a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. We live in air.
right.
And
So at
air
some
absorbs
point,
light.
it's going to be like obfuscated. Like you're not going to be able to see what you're trying to see at some point, right?
You're not going to have enough contrast between the object and shit in the background, right? So we make things out, right? You got to have contrast. You got to be able to distinguish it from other things. And if the light is, if whatever object you're trying to look at, say a mountain, right? And if that light is dissipated to the point where it's as bright as the non-objects that are near it, then you won't be able to see it. It'll just all look like one thing.
Yeah,
So yeah, the dissolution.
Got to have contrast.
Right. Yeah.
And
So the
plus,
dissolution of light,
and
right?
plus, there's another factor. So let me explain another factor. The further an object is away, the bluer, it'll emit all the colors of light, but it will appear bluer, right? And I hate to tell you, human beings have the least amount of contrast in the blue light range.
Yeah,
So
I
we can
understand
see
there's
the least
species
amount of
like more
specific
advanced
colors
light,
in that range, and we're looking at something very far away. So we have everything working against us.
All right. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. The atmosphere, obviously,
that's
is
the
going
point. You
to
shouldn't
have too
expect that
many
you couldn't.
particles for you to
Yeah, I
see,
mean, dude,
horizontally.
listen, I'm sure you've been in like a weather condition where it was so dark that the streetlights came on, right?
Oh yeah. They're usually like in a time.
So, I mean, and that was just your local weather. Some little storm that was probably 6 miles across. Like people come in here and ask all the time, why can't I see, England from New York City? Like, do you know how many weather systems are in between you and New York City? Are you kidding me? It's probably raining like in 50 different places in your line of sight. Like, what do you expect to see? You're not going to see anything. Ridiculous. You can see through 3,000 miles of air. Not to mention
Right, so
whatever
that
would be over
complicates
there, and
things
England
for
would
you,
be so
right?
small that you wouldn't be able to see it. Be the size of a fucking atom.
Right, so that complicates, complicates things for you,
It doesn't
right?
complicate. It doesn't complicate it. I mean, it's just. Let me say this: the idea that we should see forever, unless the Earth is a globe, is just wrong. It's provably wrong, and it's silly, dude. You know, they came up with this. Early, first recorded as like Ptolemy or something. Or plenty of other, ships go over the horizon. We don't see the boat forever, therefore, Earth is round. We can prove that that's baloney. Because we can demonstrate that effect on something we know is completely flat. Right? The exact same thing on a smaller scale on something we know is completely flat, where it can't possibly be the curvature of the Earth, but we can do the exact same thing.
Okay.
It's just a mistake that people. Listen. A lot of people say this is some conspiracy. No, it's a mistake. The globe is a mistake, dude.
An intentional one.
You should have used protection. Okay.
Yeah, I've done that before.
It really is. It really is. Listen, it started off as a mistake, and some people just kept doubling down, and now they're so far in. Like if they recant, they'll be hanging from trees. I mean, and I would say that most people, so-called scientists, they just believe it for the same reason you do. They were taught it. Because if I ask you, a scientist, name one scientist that has done a test of the globe the last 50 years.
Well, no one's going to
nobody
go
can
out and
name
test the
one.
globe, right? If it's established, why would they do that? Okay, so and this goes into my next question: is where do you live?
Where do I live? I live in Boston. Why?
Okay, so you've looked out onto Boston Harbor, out to Cape Cod or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Well, I didn't look in that direction, but I did go to Revere Beach and watch the boat go from 6 miles to 30 miles away.
So okay, so how do you know they were 30
Oh,
miles?
so you know what
Do you
marinetraffic.com
have
is? You know what Listen, you know what marinetraffic.com is?
I've
A
never been
website
there.
that tracks boat. Well, it's a website that tracks the locations of boats that are out in the ocean. So one day I went to Revere Beach. I watched a boat go from 6 miles, right, tracking it all the way out to 30 miles. The globe Earth predicts that that boat should be 470 feet underneath the horizon and should not be visible at 30 miles. But it was. Why is it visible when it shouldn't be visible? Why it should be way over the curvature of the Earth. Or the boat has to be 47, as tall as a 47-story building. There is no 47-story building tall boat on Earth.
Okay. Yeah.
This is just my personal thing. I got photographs of it, and I even photographed it with a shitty ass iPhone. Like that's how visible it was at 30 miles.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, you can listen, and I always say to people, don't believe what we say. And I'm going to tell you this: don't believe the shit we say. Don't believe the shit they say. Go out and test it yourself. Like seriously, just go out and do a test yourself. Laser, get a mirror, do something. Go out, go find a large body of water because the surface of water has to curve in the globe Earth model. It's a requirement because the Earth is also said to be 72% water. Yeah, so the Earth is said to be 72% water. If water isn't curving in one place, it's not going to be curving in any place. Right? So you can't have a 72% flat surface and still have a ball there. Right? That just doesn't work. You can't have the 33% of the land like curved some way. It would be, I don't even know what you would call it. It's going to be a freaking shape. Can't even say what it is. It wouldn't even be a shape. It's a mess.
Okay.
It'd be a
All right. Yeah,
blob.
that's a fair argument, but like, what
So
have you
the
done
point
over
is,
land?
we
What have you
can.
done over land?
I mean, pardon me.
That's a
About
fair
land.
argument. Okay, that's fine. But what have you done over land?
So you listen. You use water because the globe Earth model says that. Like I said, 72% water. Gravity forms it all into a ball, so water should be curving everywhere, no matter where you go. But we can go out
So
and we
what's
can
the
test.
point? What's the fucking point?
The point is we can take. But the point is you can go test this yourself, and you don't have to believe us or anybody
So
else.
what, like, what do you get from this? What do you get? What do you get?
What
Out
do
of
you get from this? Knowledge.
Yeah.
Confirmation that what you experience is real and not a figment of your imagination, and that the globe concept is just that, an idea. And you don't have to
That's
live on the
bullshit.
basis
That's
of belief.
bullshit.
Fundamentally, because where did I start this? I'm actually going to just loop this right back around to the beginning. You've never experienced the earth as a ball. So fundamentally, it's only a belief. Okay? What you've experienced is earth being flat. That means that's knowledge. Now, of course, the earth might not be flat, but you can go out and test and do an objective test to see if your perception of reality is actually true.
So what do you get out of that?
What do I get out? It's what do you get out of it?
Like,
you get to know what you listen. You get to know what the nature of where you live is. I mean, fucking dude, like, what else do you want?
I still think it's bullshit, man. I don't know.
You want a freaking strippers and cocaine? I mean, like, what the fuck do you think you're gonna get?
Why
Like,
I think we might
No,
be.
that's a good argument, but like, I don't know, man. That's like a little bit too far.
listen, if you don't care and you're just a nihilist, then like go play Roblox or something. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not the kind of guy, but
I always find it interesting at what point people randomly ask, essentially, why would they lie? That's essentially.
He's at why would it matter?
Well, yeah, start asking the why questions. Not of the facts. You're like trying to find a motive to justify what you don't want to be true. So I find it really interesting. Yeah, so appreciate you asking that question.
How could we even prove the motive? Like, what do we need? Like, signed confessions? Do we need, like, like, how would we even prove that? Like, seriously, it's like something impossible to prove. What's in someone's mind?
Crazy. It's a little too crazy. You know what I mean?
I think he might be expecting you to hack their heads open and look at the brains and then somehow figure it out from there.
Hey, that could be something.
It's kind of crazy, like what you guys actually think. Like, I get.
Listen, we don't think it; we know it.
It's only crazy because you have a globe Earth model in your head, and you haven't had a flat Earth model in your head, or at least even the concept that matter.
You have to unindoctrinate yourself, dude, and start over and look at what you see.
That's crazy. That's like the literal definition of crazy.
Listen,
No.
What you realize you just told us believing what you see is crazy.
Being crazy is being
Dude,
irrational.
That's fucking insane, man. No fucking way, dude. You cannot. I don't even know. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know. That's stupid.
You gotta start from the beginning.
That is fucking
It's already started, man. You're gonna.
He's
starting
to spiral.
Yeah. I got a meme for him. Just wait. Oh, I love this meme so much. Hold on.
Look, what's this dude's name again? Jester.
There's buoyancy and there's density, and this guy is dense.
Oh no!
No, he's not that dense.
Nah.
Shoot like a rocket to the bottom of the ocean.
Don't call me dense. I'm a pretty smart guy, man. But
Okay,
like, what you guys are talking about is a little too. I mean,
there's the meme.
you guys are kind of out there. You know what I mean? You call me everything.
Telling us that we're crazy.
Listen,
That's amazing.
Listen, this is you trying to cope with the information you just got.
Yep.
You don't have a retort. You don't have a reputation. You have nothing. So all you can do is make thinly veiled
So is
insults.
this what you do?
I do lots of things.
Oh no.
So listen, that's a concession of defeat is when you want to talk about flat earthers instead of flat earth. Like, seriously. Now you want to talk about personalities and like what we think and how we feel.
Let's not be
Funny
mean to
you
him.
can say that.
No one's being mean yet.
The whole goal of
I'm
us
gonna be mean
talking
to
about
you.
this, the whole goal of us talking about this is that you become aware of the truth.
But when you come in calling us crazy,
it's not about to beat up on you.
You know that we're not crazy, Jester. You know it.
I don't care
That's
what
the
he
whole
thinks about my mental state. He isn't.
I know, but it's the
He doesn't
fact
even know what
that
the
they say
Diagnostic
it all the
Statistical
time.
Manual of Psychiatric Disorders is. So, like, he's
We
not
know more than
qualified.
him about his own model, yet we are the crazy ones. It's unbelievable.
It's a little ironic, little bit. A little
I
bit
mean,
ironic.
it is ironic to call people crazy because they believe their own eyes. That's pretty fucked up. Yes, me.
I'm
Believe
glad
what
Hey,
you
maybe we should.
experience and see? What the hell is wrong with you? You're insane. I live in Fantasyland. I sniff frickin' angel dust.
Disney for adults, aka NASA. Yep.
Hey, let's ask Alex C. Do you think you live on a ball? Or a cube, going by your picture?
Yeah, we're gonna move on, Jester, and just let you absorb what you heard because
Can I be
yeah,
I think that's
you're starting
necessary.
to, you're starting to
call.
spiral and shit, dude.
Yeah.
Listen, this is heavy information to take, right? Really, if
Yeah.
you like, listen, most people do not consider, even for a moment, that they've never experienced the Earth as a ball. They think that what they saw on TV is what they've actually experienced in real life, and they can't even separate the two in their mind. And
In
just you saying
retrospect,
that, they go crazy. Like, go ahead, Jeff.
There's
I
been
think there's actually something, man.
there's been one or
There's
two
something to
times
it that you guys are missing.
there's one or two times where I kind of, look back in retrospect of when I believed it was a ball and I never experienced anything to indicate as such, but yet I still believed it but acted like I didn't. It's very a hard pill to swallow.
Dude, I waffled back and forth, man. Like in the beginning, like it's like an oscillation, like a pendulum swinging back and forth. Where?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Because it's so hard to get rid of the psychological component of it.
Bye-bye, Jester. He left.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, oh, I gotta go. I gotta
Seeds
go.
were
Left.
planted. Seeds were planted.
Oh, I hope he didn't think we were like trying to talk
Well,
down on
that's what I was saying. Don't be a douche to him. Like
There's
he was
so-
he obviously was defeated, but there's no reason to be a douche to him after that.
Nobody's being a douche.
Like-
we're not gonna do.
No,
we're not
we're
gonna
not.
tolerate
It's
thinly
happened
veiled insults. And please don't mod this fucking channel, dude, or I'll just ban you off the server. Seriously, you read the rules, right? Concerned trolling is against the rules. So we don't want to hear it.
I know I've had a couple shots and smoked a few tonight, but they're so fucking fragile, these Globers. They run away when you
They'll
say
be
the
all right.
smallest thing that upsets them.
Did you say you're
Look.
gonna ban me?
Yeah, you. Mind your fucking business, dude. I'm looking at your name. I don't see mod. I don't see gold. I don't see shit, dude. You
I
don't
used to
need
be
your.
gold plus, dude. It's hideous. I talked to you.
Oh, oh my
Come
Oh
on.
man.
I used to be gold in the 1.0.
I'm sorry.
server, but I
I'm
don't
the one who
care.
gave
Look,
you gold.
look, he was. I was just saying he was being receptive at the end. He said that you guys are nuts, but we all said that.
Was
That's the whole reason we
knee-jerk
came flooded.
reaction with his
Okay.
responses.
Adius, I apologize because you're my bro.
Oh yeah, man.
Listen. I checked you in goddamn many moons ago. Remember?
That happens
Yeah, I remember.
sometimes.
Okay, I think it
So
was.
how you
a good
been? Like, no, we're gonna have like a reunion right now. So what's up, man? How you been?
Pretty good. I mean, I've fallen off, being on the server quite a bit, but I've always joined it. I just don't like come in and like debate people really, except for the occasional text debate. But even that's really annoying because nobody it's not like voice where you can come in and talk to people and actually change their mind. The text people are a bunch of trolls. Most of the time.
Yeah, and it's not like face to face where you can change someone's mind looking into their eyes.
So they listen. They try to they'll post our invite and try to speed run get banned over in the Flat Earth server. And they come here to see how fast they can get banned. So and they'll do that. It's just they're always playing these little games. So the lobby is basically the lobby is just try and find the random person that actually is interested and try to get them out of the lobby as fast as possible before they get exposed to bad influences. And try to get them in VC check-in to get them into voice. Anyway, I think he started drinking faster, because of the information, and then he ran out, and that's why he had to leave so fast because he started with a 12-pack, but then Every time he was flat smacked, he had to like pound that beer.
Damn, dude.
Pretty soon he was out of beer. It's like, shit, I need more beer. Nah, he was all right. I mean, it's hard information. It's a hard, like, all of us got slow walked. Yeah, all of us got
The
slow walked.
oscillation effect is real. But eventually you're like, oh man, it's just you can't deny it.
Indio, I guess it's been around for a while, but have you seen the lost history of flat Earth and then what on Earth happened?
That the Dubai stuff?
No. Someone named Ewar. Totally anonymous.
No, I don't think I've ever seen that.
I'll DM it to you and post it in the live stream.
Awesome.
It really gives the whole big picture. It's really fascinating. Hold on. So I think some of these people need to like watch information for themselves. And, I think people catch on to what's going on in different ways. You know what I'm saying? All right, hold on here.
I mean, all of us, we didn't have the benefit of Discord.
Right.
But we all like, took baby steps to get where we are. And they come in here, they're just getting it all just like jammed down the throat. They're getting the information that it took all of us to research, like a couple, 2 or 3 years.
Right.
Dude, they're getting it all at once. They're just like getting like,
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what these
eat the whole buffet right now. We're gonna throw the whole buffet like right onto your table and just you gotta eat it all. Eat it all.
Oh yeah, it's fucked
You know
up,
what I
man.
mean?
You're right.
They expect to be spoon-fed every single step
Okay,
of the
so
process.
I DM those to you, Indio, and it's a whole series. I think there's like 7 or 8 parts of each one.
Could we be overwhelming?
That's a lot to stomach all at once.
It is. I probably have to consider that.
I just
like
got done binge watching them, man. They're good. So each one, you can find one where they're all together, but I think it's like 6 hours.
Is this old? I think I've seen this before.
It is old.
This came out like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, right?
Glowbusters was involved with this. I don't know how, but somebody told me. Yeah, this is not new. This is not new at all. It's good stuff, though.
I'll check it out, definitely.
But yeah, what on Earth happened, that's the big picture stuff. It's like, woo. Yeah, so it talks about like the reset type of stuff and orphan trains and all that. Wait, no, that's the lost history. I don't know. I just, it's kind of fried my brain a little bit.
Listen, thinking about what Alberica said about being overwhelming, man. Maybe we should like be bartenders and cut them off after so many flat smacks points, right?
Right.
We need to cut you off, man. You're right now. You're drunk.
Yeah, something. Can't get people.
We see the same thing all the time, right? It's like they listen, and then that resistance
They get
happens.
triggered.
They get
They get triggered. It's like a knee jerk. You can hear it in the way they say it.
Dude, literally, you can hear it in their voice. I literally heard it in his voice the moment his demeanor changed.
I heard it twice.
Well, when he came in, he asked about Space Force because we were talking about Canada stuff.
Are you serious?
And he said, you guys know how crazy you sound, right? That's
wow.
one of his first statements.
Well, at that
I
point,
guess
he's
that's
just
being honest. To him, we do sound crazy.
Space Force sounds crazy to me.
Right?
All I can
I
think
mean-
about is Team America and the frickin' fake rocket launches with those little puppets.
Okay, so they didn't even.
That was the reply, kinda like the breaking walls gave him.
They have a comedian playing a TV series, Space Force. They don't even wait for the project to be over with before they make a parody out of it. It's like, what the fuck?
It is a parody.
Yeah.
One
know,
they
usually-
charge you taxes for to build it, and the other one they charge you tickets. You gotta pay tickets or whatever to watch it. Same thing.
I guess, man. Double dipping.
Double, triple, quadruple dipping. That's what they do.
All right, well, hopefully that dude will be back as the flat earther that he is. He just doesn't know it yet. I hope he stays up all night and watches videos.
That's what I did.
I think India should be at the back of the bus because India gave him way too much information.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
well, the seed was planted regardless, folks. So we did a good job, Indio.
Ooh, it's like
Good job.
a bottle of red pills. Not even just like, here's a red pill and take the whole bottle.
Eat them all. Just swallow them.
And they're like, I
You-
don't
you
feel
guys
so
gotta
good.
be missing- you guys got to be missing something.
Indio. I don't feel Whoa, dude, that was awesome. That was the best ever. Oh my god, I don't remember that one. Oh shit.
All I can think about is like back in high school, like someone would take acid and they'd be like, they'd have a bad trip. They're like, I don't feel good. Like that's who we're ditching. We know who we're ditching. The person that's gonna ruin our trip. Like, hey, let's go buy something at the gas station. Hey, go in and get some stuff. We come out. We wouldn't be there when they come out. Gone. You're on your own, buddy.
Oh god. Oh shit. Oh yeah, you got to be careful of that dosage, India, on these fragile sheep. The poor things. Oh, so sad. Everybody has their process, so it's all good. He just
Give me
skipped
some-
along the road of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Give me
He's gonna
some
wake up
to chew on.
Listen.
Let's see what it does.
Yeah.
What?
He's gonna wake up tomorrow and his head's gonna hurt. He's not gonna know if it was the flat smack or the beer, right? He's gonna like, why does my head hurt so much?
Yeah, give me one of
It's
those.
gonna be because he used his head.
Yeah, just give me one of them little square pieces of paper. I'll give it a run.
I want one.
I want one.
I'll give it a run. Damn straight.
We can mail each other a little tiny square, and then all at the same time we'll take it.
Wouldn't it?
That would be so fucking fun.
Discord tripping. That'd be fun.
Hells yeah, man. Oh, I definitely would be listening to that after the fact. I'd listen to the rewind.
A non-live channel, but other than that, it'd be great.
I've never done that.
Oh, me neither.
Believe it or not, I've been a stoner my whole life. And, well, I did, but it wasn't anything. It wasn't. I didn't take the right dosage.
Oh, I
And
thought you had never done that. Oh, I've done it. But
I mean, someone told you notebook paper is acid.
maybe I don't know, dude. I mean, there was a little something there, but not what I thought it would have been.
Oh yeah, listen. There's no doubt. Okay, when it works, it works. Like
Yeah,
you're
it
like,
didn't
I
work.
feel a little something. You're gonna know. It's not
Right,
gonna be a
right. It
mystery.
did. Yeah, it didn't work. I tried, and then mushrooms one time with people. That didn't work really.
Really?
Yeah. So
Did you take enough?
I guess I didn't. I don't know.
I know this girl, and like she's taken like all this stuff, and like she's like immune to this shit.
Well, listen. Okay,
She
so
took
recently,
3 blasts of ayahuasca, and it did nothing to her.
dude, that's whoa. Okay,
Well,
mine
she
is
went to like
not
a
quite like
ceremony,
that.
and there was like 10 people there, and everybody else other than her did one thing, and there were bowls of jelly on the ground. She did 3 and felt nothing.
Damn. Well, I
She
just
had this experience with
recently
shrooms, with LSD, with ecstasy.
huh.
Like she's like immune to like there's
So
something wrong with her brain or something.
like a month ago, I bought a package of gummies from the dispensary, and I should have saved the damn fucking package, and I didn't. But I tried, like 2, and then I did like 4, and I think I did 6 at one time, maybe, and then I did all of them, and it didn't do fucking shit. It pissed me off. I guess my tolerance is too high.
All you got was a cavity.
What?
All you got was a cavity.
Maybe. Yeah, it was a lot of candy for the effect that didn't really happen. So, I don't know. I'll have to try somebody's home or figure out how to make it myself.
I
Not
actually
gummies.
have some mushrooms right here. To be honest, someone grew them for me, and I'm like saving them for when I'm really bored.
Can I have
I've had them for like a month and a half.
That's awesome, dude.
They're like some weird
buy
special
syringes.
kind too. They're not like like the normal cow shit mushrooms either.
You can buy syringes in the little shops around town here that are full of mushroom spores. You can like $20. Like $20. You can go right
I
down.
am so jealous.
I know it's
Oh
weird.
my god.
Then it's nothing. It's like so many strains of cubensis mushrooms. It says on
Mushrooms
the
are supposed to be so good for you.
Anyway, my friend bought one. I don't think he squirted it on in any medium yet, but yeah, if it works, I think I'll go get me a couple of those syringes.
Dude,
Put
that's
something away for a
awesome.
rainy day, you know.
Yeah, no doubt.
I couldn't believe they're selling them in the stores, though. I mean, you can just go
I
right
think
down and
I
buy it.
heard something about that it's being legal in some states.
Well, the
I
spores
mean,
are
like in the East Coast, they're supposed to be making heroin legal.
yeah,
I
that's
mean,
stupid there. Holy
yeah.
fuck.
Indio, are you gonna eat them all? Gonna have some?
Yeah, how much you got, Indio?
It's quick enough. I think it. Listen, that person I was telling you about that's like into this shit, he gave them to me like a month ago. And, like, I don't know if it goes for one person. I don't know. It's like 4 of them, but they're not like normal. I don't know if they're like psilocybin conventions. They're
Hey,
not
you
like the
gotta
ones that are
rejoin, dude. You're coming in real bad.
This is a different kind. They're like, oh, hold on.
Hey, Indio, you're roboting hard.
Yeah, I think he's gonna rejoin.
All right. I'll be
He's a robot.
He must be on
Yeah.
a Bluetooth.
And I'm just kind of curious, who just said it was a bad idea to make heroin legal?
I did.
Can you explain to me using logic why it would be a bad idea to make heroin legal?
Well, from a personal experience standpoint, it's addictive for one thing, and it's very dangerous. People can overdose very easily. So I would think there would be large quantities of deaths and many more addictions created because of it, which would not be good, in my opinion.
Do you think that any deaths might be potentially caused by the criminal enterprises that would exist because it would be illegal? You know, people fighting over turf in the streets and such
Yeah.
things like that?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sure that would happen as well.
Do it regardless.
Yeah, and so do you think that it would be all 90% of it would be produced in Afghanistan and illegally shipped here and sold here if it was legal?
Probably Mexico.
No. Correction. It would be made here if it was legal here, because you can grow poppy seed plants just about anywhere in the world. And so you can very easily grow them here in the United States, even in the northern states, you can grow them here. And so, no, if it were legal, it would actually be produced here, refined here, and sold here. And there wouldn't be any extra crap thrown in there, for various reasons.
More
Well,
in America.
Well, what about the idea that if it's legal, then that's going to get the police force off the hook with handling the overpopulation of people that take it right out in public?
Yeah, I don't even, wait, can you ask that question again? What?
It wasn't a question. It was more of a rhetorical statement. Sorry, I just think it's going to make it easier on police if they don't have to arrest people that are doing heroin.
Yeah. I agree. I agree entirely. Yeah, police will have more time and energy and a budget to go after actual murderers and serial killers and doing things that they should be doing, as opposed to busting this kid for smoking a joint or busting that person for using heroin or whatever the hell they're doing with drugs.
Yeah, actually, forbidding drugs is against the original point of the Constitution. I don't know a lot about the Constitution, but I remember, having conversations with people and,
There's a lot of other complications that come along with that, like, sharing needles, dirty needles, laying in the streets, people picking them up, getting pricked and getting diseases, getting sick. I mean, the whole concept is nothing but horrible outcome. I'm sure there's just no way it can be good. I don't,
Yeah, look, don't misunderstand me. I don't want to encourage anyone to do drugs, especially not heroin. I would discourage anyone to do it. But you've got to recognize that when it comes to really hard, crazy, addictive drugs like heroin, or a good example around the place where I live, because it's a big problem around here, methamphetamine, even more addictive maybe, or just as addictive, but a different kind of drug. The point is having methamphetamine illegal would not help my situation or anyone else's situation around where I live, because having methamphetamine illegal just makes it so the people that are addicted to it are really just going to be obsessed with, stealing stuff and selling stuff to fund their expensive habit, as opposed to going and finding some regular work, making a few bucks, and then using just those few bucks to buy economical, legal priced methamphetamine. So they won't have to steal your bike, they won't have to break into your car, they won't have to punch you in the street and take your wallet. Do you see what I'm saying?
If I may, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that it would kind of be like the same as legalizing abortion, where it makes it safer for women, allegedly. And somebody's echoing.
It's you.
Me?
It was, yeah.
No, it's not anymore. No. But how did we get on this topic anyway, you guys? I don't know how we veered off.
Well, I just heard someone say that heroin should be illegal, and I was just saying no drugs should ever be illegal. All drugs should be legal. There's no logical argument that I know of why any drug should ever be illegal.
Right. So, but what were we talking about before that is what I was trying to get at. Anybody remember?
India with the shrooms.
Mushrooms, Indio shrooms. Yeah, we should make that an event. Well, I don't know. Indio would probably choose to do something else besides be on Discord. But if he did, it would nice to know when he did
it. I just wanted to add to that all drugs should be legal to argument is that my argument against the drug war is that if I woke up tomorrow and all the headlines said all drugs are now legal, I wouldn't be running out to try out meth or whatever, because I know what I like to do. I like to smoke my weed. I like to have a couple beers. That's where I draw the line,
Yeah, there's no reason to be afraid of freedom, like being afraid of your own shadow.
Exactly. And as far as an underground market goes, it's there for all things. There's an underground market for alcohol, an underground market for cigarettes, and those are legal items.
I don't know, but you guys know how expensive it is to buy legal marijuana? It's crazy.
Well, you should reform the laws so that it's not taxed the hell out of.
Oh man. It's like 25% tax.
Hey, Jamsey, go look in live stream voice text too. If you want to see what it is. And everybody else, I guess, since the public channel. I just didn't want it on YouTube. Just posted it over.
What is that?
Mushrooms.
Oh, man, those are pretty.
Yeah, she grew them herself. Yeah, I guess she's.
Dude, you should do like the water or rice experiments on your mushrooms before you take them.
See if you get a bad trip, right? You yell at your mushrooms.
So you don't. So you don't have a bad trip. Like you decide what you want your trip to be.
You already do that.
That looks like about a good eighth of an ounce. That's enough to put you over the edge for sure.
Ooh, you don't want to go over the edge, Indio.
Why not?
Fall off.
Share with me before they go bad. Come on, bro. I'm gonna make some tea out of them.
Only if you come on the live stream. Listen, only if you take the shrooms while you're home alone with the kids and come on the live stream.
Dude.
So I can laugh my ass off.
I've had too many good.
I'll do
I've
it.
had I've had too many good mushroom trips to nullify any future ones, you know?
That would be so fun to do on live stream, you guys.
Last time I took shrooms, I walked around Boston and like, for some reason, architecture looks like makes sense when you're tripping, but every other time it looks like it's just randomly put there.
Really?
So, well, to me, I guess everything looks like symmetrical and planned out, but normally, because if
Do
you
you
look
make
at
them
buildings,
into tea?
me, I'll just eat those fuckers.
Wait, mushrooms made you more logical than you normally are?
What?
When you
No,
microdose,
that listen,
potentially.
it's more logical that it's a mess than it's. Listen, if you look at the Boston skyline, every freaking building is different. There's no plan.
Yeah.
There's no like. So just build a random building. We don't care what style it is. These windows are different. The color's different. The shape is different. Like it's a mess.
So you're saying all the construction workers were on mushrooms?
No, like whoever, like the development,
Sorry.
like the development committee or whatever. Whoever like approves buildings being put up, approves the plans, like they have no plan. But when you're tripping on shrooms, man, it looks like there's actually design to it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's why you're tripping.
Well,
One of
does it make sense from a bird's eye view? I mean,
Dude, most cities look like there's like no plan. They just like if you look at European cities, like there's a style to the buildings. You know what I mean?
yes.
All the buildings are kind of like a style. Not in America. We're just like just put up whatever. We don't care.
Well, some coastal cities have some sort of shape, right? What about star forts? Do we have any for this country? Star forts?
Everywhere.
What?
Fort Ticonderoga, is that a star fort?
There's a star fort in Utah. Believe it or not, a couple of them.
I thought they were
there's multiple in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. That 6-hour video.
Where's the most notable cathedral in the United States?
New York, I believe.
Because on that lost history of flat Earth that talks about mud blood, reset, antiquitech stuff, and stained glass windows didn't always have glass in them. That's not what their purpose was. And I was like, whoa. Kind of like, yes.
That's what I've been looking into for like the last 8 months, and that video is the very best one ever.
It is. It blew me away. And I had already knew some mud
What
flood
video?
stuff.
Was
the
it
ones I
videos?
DM'd you. The ones I DM'd you.
Oh,
yeah.
now I'm really gonna watch them.
Oh,
The
it's
stained
the
glass
best,
shit.
dude. It
The
is
stained
fucking
glass.
every minute you spend watching it, you'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
It starts from the beginning, and he explains everything in such fine detail, and
Yes.
solves so
Yes,
many
he
of the
does.
mysteries. He makes so much
Very
sense of it.
impressive.
Yeah, very. I mean, I couldn't stop watching it, and it's like 5.5,
I
6
just
hours
got
long.
done binging it, both of them.
Yeah,
I
very.
might
very
watch them
good.
again. I watched the one about the moon mirror, the
Oh,
map
yeah.
from the moon. I watched that shit 2 times in a row, that part. I'll probably watch it a third time or all of it again.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Oh man. It's like, okay, so I don't know if you were in here earlier, but we were talking about it and what everybody was saying. I think Damsel Medic was talking, and I'm like, whoa, okay, so you're telling me that this is supposed to be allegedly an ancient post-it? I mean, come on. That's a way out there. Way out there.
What gets me is
So
it
super
shows
fringe.
more landmass than we have today. So it kind of makes me wonder, is it still there, and they're hiding it, or has it disappeared for some reason?
That is
That-
very curious. But they did make a reference to it like being an X-ray kind of looking when
Right.
they investigated the layers, and that it may be crystalline somehow. And so if an image was casted upon that material somehow, it would be like a photograph, like a negative.
Right. I mean, you can
So
clearly
I
see
mean,
continent.
it sounds wild and crazy, but not really, because certain materials hold information differently. Water holds information.
Oh yeah.
A crystal holds information. Quartz
Well, that same
conducts
video goes through all
electricity.
that too. All that, the living water, that same video goes through all
Right.
that good
So
stuff.
I don't think I know it sounds far-fetched, but to me, it doesn't. Even though it can't be proven or whatever you want to go off on like that. I mean,
Well,
I'm not to say that I'm going to die believing that, but,
I think it's almost self-evident, to be honest with you.
Sort of.
Yep.
So yeah, the map for them on the moon, it's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, I've literally spent almost a year now looking into the alternative history stuff, and that video there sums it all up from A to Z.
It really does. It really does. And I was really surprised that it was an old video. How about
Yeah, me
that?
too. It's like 2 years old or something.
No, I think it's older than that. I'm not, well, I'd have to look. You're probably right. But yeah, so it's been around for a while. I think everybody should be aware of all that information, all the flat earthers, because you need to meet people where they are.
Yeah.
And if they have interest in those types of things, like, let's just say, we get people with credentials in here, allegedly with credentials, and let's just say an archaeologist came in here or an architect. You give them a little dose of the big picture. Let them kind of, you know what I'm talking about. I don't need to waft on
Spiral.
about.
Most likely spiral, because they're too indoctrinated to accept it,
Yeah. But I don't know. My world was completely different when I figured out what scientism was.
I mean, the what was?
When I figured out what scientism was, I had this epiphany. Like, I kind of had this flashback of my religious journey up until that point, and it was like,
Well, it really makes you want to take a step back and just review every possible thing you can.
Well,
And,
yeah. I
because you
mean,
throw so much of it away once you understand whether it's pseudoscience or not, I mean, there's just very little real actual science that's available compared to the pseudoscience. Let's put it that way. I mean, there's
oh,
plenty of
for
real science,
sure.
but by comparison, the pseudoscience outweighs it. I'd say 100 to 1 minimum. And the sad thing about it is people believe in that shit.
Just say the magic word. Say science 3 times. They say in
The
Beetlejuice.
science says. The
There you go.
science says.
So check out this post. Looking Livestream voice text. Artist sells invisible sculpture for $18,000. How much do you want to bet a globe earther bought that? Had to be a globe earther.
Damn, dude. What the?
Look, man, I'm gonna find whoever bought this, and I'll build him a statue twice as big and charge him half the price.
Damn,
It will
man.
also be invisible.
That is so bizarre.
No, India, yours will be better. It will be invisible and untouchable.
Mine will be just over the horizon. It just moves like as you walk along. It's just out of sight over the horizon.
Just like a rainbow, you'll never find the end.
Yeah, exactly. Keep walking. What do you think the resale value on that is?
Wow, dude. That's so bizarre. How does that even happen?
And it's gonna be like a meme, right? There's gonna be like billionaires like buying it from each other just to see who can pay the highest price for nothing.
For the scarcity of the amount of them, you could say there's 0 of them. So it's rare.
What do you do with that? Do you just sit in it, or is it?
Oh,
I
it's
mean,
a
Hang it
vacuum
on
or
a
something.
wall and brag about it.
Are there four walls, or is it? I mean,
It's supposed to just be a vacuum, something.
oh boy.
Yeah.
The vacuum is
I guess you
nothing
go in
more
there and
than a
meditate.
space of energy. And even if we empty it, there's nothing left. Nothing has weight. Oh my. No,
Listen, this is. I want to quote this guy because this is just priceless. Apple them with bullshit. When I decide to exhibit an immaterial sculpture in a given space, that space will concentrate a certain amount in density of thoughts at a precise point, creating a sculpture that, from my title, will only take the most varied forms. After all, don't we shape a God we've never seen? He has to go down in history as the world's greatest salesman. I'd like to return this invisible sculpture. Where is it? No, you didn't bring it with you, man. Like I need to see it. What a mess, man. Like this is tough.
Wow.
Statue of Globe proof. He's got it. 100%. An artist sells proof of the globe for $18,000.
I'm going to troll so many people with this, man.
You know what? I should sue the guy for like copyright infringement or patent infringement or something. I already did this. Hey, here it is, right here next to me.
Have you guys seen this one? The no phones.
What?
It has 0 gigabytes, 0 megapixels, 0 storage, no connection to the antenna. It's an actual product. It's a no phone.
No phone. What does it do? Nothing.
You know when people have this addictive thing about cell phones? So they made this product. You just take this instead of your real cell phone, and you feel like you have something in your hand, but it's not the cell phone. It's a no phone.
So it's the 21st century version of Linus's blanket.
It's much more socially acceptable. It's more socially responsible than a regular cell phone because this one wasn't made by slaves.
How do you know?
Look at the comparisons. No headphone jack, no operating system, no screen, no processor, no battery, no storage, no Bluetooth.
Oh man.
Dude, man, that was fucking funny. Linus's blanket, dude. Linus got to bring that shit around everywhere.
Man, you're on fire tonight, bro.
It's an actual
Because I was out in the
product.
sun all day cooking my brain.
You could buy it at Amazon. Look, let me find a good one. It's a brick of plastic.
Does it at least vibrate?
The no phone is $14.99 plus taxes.
Shout out to Breaking.
For $12, man.
$12. It's an adult toy phone. Wow.
They did a TED talk on everything about it.
Wow.
Were they on Shark Tank? We're on fucking Shark Tank.
I think they did went to Shark Tank. I think so, yeah.
We should get one of those for Jester.
The official no phone store. What the fuck?
They even
I
have a
don't think
selfie
you're-
no phone that has like a little plastic mirror glued to it. I'm serious. Dude. This is absurd.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I don't think you're old enough to remember the pet rock.
Yeah, I am old enough to remember the pet rock.
You probably are, but I don't think she is.
I'm
That's
older
close
than
to my
India.
age.
I'm older than
Are you?
India. Yeah. I'm gonna be
48.
50 this year in August.
Oh yeah, you are older than me. Son of a bitch.
Wow. So you remember it. Nice.
Yeah, man, it even had air holes so the rock could breathe.
I never had one.
They even had like bedding for it, like that stuff there that you package stuff with.
Yeah, the little that straw shit. Well, it's like shredded paper.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
I had sea monkeys, but I didn't have a pet rock.
The pet rocks were very obedient. When you told them to sit and stay, they did.
Yeah.
It was included already when you bought it. You knew that trick already.
Pet rock, the future human.
Future human.
Yeah.
Complicated.
Yeah, complicated human. Yep. Complicated rock. That broad that says that shit is so weird. Oh my god.
She's on drugs, just like that Tom Pettit dude. They're like MK Ultra victims, man.
Dude, they're like sniffing ketamine or something. Like there's something wrong with them. Like seriously wrong with them.
Yes.
Yeah, times 2 or 3.
We should pray for their very souls. They shouldn't have done what they I don't know.
They
They got lead
get
poisoning.
paid for it. It's the people that believe it that we should pray for their souls.
True enough, man. The arrogance of Michelle Thaler, and she tries to like quote unquote debunk flat Earth, and then to say that we're all just complicated rocks, and that she makes. Chocolate Saying used to post this about all her bad life choices about sleeping with people. Like,
what?
Jesus. Oh man. Yeah. I'll find it. Hold on a second.
I just don't. How can any
Chocolate
human?
Saying still on the server?
Who?
Chocolate. Is she still on the server?
As far as I know.
Yeah, he is. Oh, he's got these weird freaking characters.
I hate it when people do that. Okay,
Yeah, it's like she was given an interview and she starts talking about like bad sex choices and stuff, dude. It's creepy as shit.
Wow.
It's like, dude, it's too much information. Totally too much information.
Yeah, isn't that like a form of public humiliation? Like it's some sort of like process to some club of some sort, initiation.
Like right up to
You
MK
know,
Ultra Alley, man. Like,
well, like you know how pretty much every major male actor has worn a dress at some point in their career. I don't know any dude who really truly wants to do that, but I mean, Chris Rock
Do you,
allegedly. I don't think he did.
do you mean like the casting couch, Jenny?
Huh?
Do you mean like the casting couch? All the
Yeah.
actors have to go across it, yeah.
Well, it's an initiation process, one way or another.
Yeah.
Right. So for her to divulge alleged sexual information, I mean, that's pretty embarrassing. Humiliated and to be subject to ridicule. I don't know. How could you not be ridiculed over something like or at least, you know, kind of thinking it cringy at best.
Maybe because it's celebrated in their community.
Really? I didn't know anything about that.
Well, not the scientific community, the other they.
Is that an actual quote from her breaking?
Yeah, that's the captions. I'll post a video. Yeah, she's a lunatic, man. She says it's not okay to think that the earth is flat. Yeah, that was my next picture I was going to put up. I'll post a video.
She's something else, man.
Know your expert. Is Michelle Thaler certifiably insane? Oh my gosh, there it is. Got that
I'm trying. I don't think it's in that video, but her talking about her bad sex choices, dude. It's hilarious.
damn. Oh, I
Hey,
have
and
that.
Munchers, window leakers.
Going through Chocolate's post because I know he post.
Oh.
What's happening, guys? Saturday night.
What up, what up?
Oh. This one's only a few seconds long, dude, but it's like 14 seconds.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it in the stream. This kills me, man.
And what I do, I connect to people too hard. I have sex with all the wrong people. I'm trying to constantly draw everybody
But you're here
to
so
me.
briefly. Why not? I mean, this is the thing. You know, like
we should have sex with whoever we possibly
many people don't realize.
Wow.
Can I get
Too
her
much
phone?
information.
Can I get her phone number, please?
Looking at her, I don't think it's that many people. So it's
If
not a
you're
big
gonna have
thing,
sex
I
with a complicated rock, go for it.
I'd want to
Yeah,
hear the whole
not
thing.
many people. That would include the entire staff of NASA.
I don't mean to be critical, but that woman looks like a bitch.
Did she say she has sex with all the wrong people?
Oh my God. Rock.
That's
You got
really
sex
bad.
with rocks. Think about it.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. You guys are confused, so I'm gonna play it again. This is nonstop comedy hour.
And what I do, I connect to people too hard. I have sex with all the wrong people. I'm trying to constantly draw
But
everybody
you're here
to
so
me.
briefly. Why not? I mean, this is the thing. You know, like
we should have sex with whoever we possibly
many people don't realize.
Who would have sex with her? Anyone
Listen,
here?
that's why she said she's gonna have sex with anyone she possibly can. Her opportunities are very limited.
Whoa.
That's what I said.
When she says the wrong people, it sounds like she was trying to sleep her way to the top, but then didn't do with her bosses.
She look on her face is like enough to make you want to just cringe, dude. So if a woman looked at me like that, I'd probably run.
Maybe she's like in some type of she's on some position that whenever someone wants to get like an upgraded position, she's like, you know what you gotta do to get that position, right?
She's one of the chicks. You'll find her in a hotel bar buying dudes drinks. Okay.
Yeah.
Here, have another one. Have another one. Have the hell is it? Long Island iced tea. Have another Long Island iced tea.
That's
Another
when you'd
one.
rather cut your arm off than wake her up to get off your arm so you can leave in the morning.
Imagine you drunk next to her and she start talking about you being a complicated rock.
Yeah. I mean, she's just got a sour ass look on her face, man. Oh my
Disgusting.
God.
Okay,
Yeah.
listen. Even if she was beautiful, it that comes out of her mouth is disgusting.
Yeah. And she said people, so I guess she includes all types of people, you know, like man, woman. So I guess.
I think she's lying. I don't think anybody would touch her with a 10-foot pole.
Well, I'm gonna see if she's reproduced. Has any children? Please no. God no.
Yeah, her going both ways would not be the most disgusting thing about her.
She's married. She was married to astrophysicist Andrew Booth until his death in 2020.
She killed him.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Ah, where's this world come to, man?
Hey, Gemsy, do you actually think that there's anything wrong with girl-on-girl action?
No, I'm just pointing it out. Because, I mean, I've never done girl-on-girl action.
You've never done girl-on-girl action?
No, so
not a girl.
I'm just pointing it out. Yeah. She said people. She's gonna sleep with as many people as possible. So I imagine she means all peoples, you know, all kinds of people.
She could hit the homeless camp, maybe have some success.
Ew.
Well, as far as I can tell, she has no children. Thank fucking Jesus.
Thank goodness.
Yay!
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Yeah, aborting her children.
Hey, maybe evolution
Looking up
works
at being
after
born
all.
and looking up at that, and then her drawing her head to her breast.
Oh.
Like, fucking throw me up against the rock like the Spartans. Please.
You like putting your head in a guillotine, bro.
Reading bedtime stories to her children. You know you are a complicated rock.
You're really just a bunch of stardust. If you watch that video I posted, the first one, she's sitting there saying, if you want to know what's in, we can touch stars. If you want to touch a star, just touch your arm, because everything that's in your arm used to be on the inside of the stars. You know that.
Whoa, that's deep. That's really deep.
I'm
Yeah,
telling
she
you,
certainly is dumb as a rock.
He's crazy. Cray.
Cray, is that what you just said?
Cray, crazy, man. Batshit crazy. Ever stick your dick in crazy?
I'll
looks like
pass
Mrs.
crazy.
Potato Head.
Thanks for the offer, but no thank you, crazy.
Mhm.
I'm married. No thank you.
As soon as she starts to talk, the first thing I'd say was stop. Right now. Just stop. Don't say
So
another
would you
word.
guys say like MK Ultra victim or what here? Come on, man.
I'm not sure, but it's certainly something pretty serious.
What about like Don Pettit? I think he's a victim.
Yeah.
He's a participant.
Hold on, SC Montreal just posted something. Professor Phil says, no, I love this place. We have our own particle accelerator here in Australia. Telling everybody he's in Singapore.
He claims
he's from
he's in
Australia,
India.
but listen, yeah, like he's in Asia. He's from Australia, but isn't there. It's like this. Who is that guy? There's a guy. He's probably still over on John Pandas. And he worked at freaking neutrino detector, the super commando, whatever they call it. That he worked there. Blah blah blah. I was in John Pandas, and he starts talking about a TV show that's on American television. How he just saw it. Like, you're busted, dude. You're not in Japan. Like, they're not showing American TV on TVs in Japan.
Yeah, these guys are full of shit. They're in a cubicle somewhere.
What
in the
about the VPN thing?
Yeah, you can portray you're anywhere. Yeah.
Oh, this was a broadcast television show. Not, I mean, yeah, I guess they do you can get bootleg.
But it was something that was just televised.
It was like something on CBS or something. I don't know. Like, this is like maybe 3 years ago. Something that was on TV that he said he saw that was just broadcast, and like he was telling everybody he's in Japan. Like, how are you getting American television in Japan?
Wi-Fi.
There's some really good sites that you can get stuff like pretty much an hour or so after something's been out.
Oh yeah. This dude is full of
But
shit.
I get what you're saying.
Like, listen, first of all, this dude was full of shit for other reasons. I mean,
Yeah.
He is.
What's his name, man? I can't remember his name. Who? Wish Crit was here. Crit would remember his name.
Rocket scientist, maybe?
No, he's like an Australian. He's a neutrino scientist.
I haven't been over there in forever.
He was on the
Good
old
for you.
server until he got kicked off. Got kicked off for lying. It's like, we imaged the sun through the earth with the neutrino detector.
Wow.
Yeah. And then he showed an image, right? And the image was like a circle ring. Well, that is not the sun. So when you ever seen an airplane when it goes supersonic, it makes that cone?
Yeah.
Okay, the cone when it breaks the sound barrier?
Yeah.
Right?
Up the tip of their wings and whatnot.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So when a particle goes faster than the speed of light in the medium, it shoots out. It's the same way. It makes this wake cone, but it's called reverse Cherenkov radiation. Right. So this detector will image that with a photomultiplier. It'll image this ring, right? Because it's getting a cross section of it. It's not like outside the cone like we see in a picture from an airplane. It's behind it, so it just sees a ring. He's like, that ring is the sun. Now, that ring was one particle hitting the water, and then it makes this cone, and then the thing takes an image of this cross section of a cone, right? Like I said, a cross section. It's like a slice. Like looking at the cone from the bottom and taking a slice of it. Yeah, so he was trying to say that was the sun, and then I kicked him off the server. He's full of shit.
He's a believer, bro. Maybe someone
in
told him that
physics
and
or
he
something.
believed it.
He's the one. He said he worked there. And the thing is, the Globers, John Pinos, they'd follow him around. Like he gave a class, right? And this is the other reason I knew he was full of shit, right? He's giving a class on elementary particles in John Panda server. So he called an antimatter electron. What the hell did he call it? Anyway, the name. Okay. He might have called it an anti-electron or something like that. Something that they don't use. It's not a term they use. They call it a positron.
His
An
own
antimatter
term.
electron is called a positron, an electron with a positive charge. He called it some anti-electron or something. I'm like, dude, you're full of, like, listen, I know you're full of shit. No one that works in, in particle physics runs around saying anti-electron all day. Okay? They say positron. It's easier to say. It's briefer. Like, you're not running around saying anti-electron. It just showed that he read about it in a textbook, a decade ago, and like didn't read any further. Right? He read about antimatter or freaking saw it on Discovery Channel or something like that. He never actually looked in like a physics book. They call it a positron. But he didn't know it was called that, and he's trying to dupe all the Globers over there into thinking that he knows something when he doesn't know jack shit. They just follow him around like, oh my God, he's got a PhD in physics. Let me suck his dick. What they're all doing. What the hell was his name? It's gonna bother me. I'll wake up in the middle of the night.
Fucking
Yeah.
It'd be a nightmare if you do.
I know if I say his name, half of you guys are going to remember him because he's been here once or twice. Another Australian douche. Come on, like it's the Australian guys that are the biggest douches. Like,
Was it
Professor Phil.
Was? Maybe?
No, it's not Was. It's not Was.
Is
Was is a douche though. Was is a douche. So I mean.
Yeah.
Honda? Jazzaconda?
No, it was. Remember the neutrino guy that used to be over there, Lemon?
I think I remember him. Kind of sounds like what's his name? Brian Simmons?
No, he was like Australian or something. It was a couple years back now. Maybe 3 years back. He's a neutrino. He said he worked at the Japanese neutrino detector.
Kind of soft spoken.
I've only heard him talk a couple times. Yeah, he was, I guess, soft spoken. He didn't yell and scream and swear at people.
Kind of sound like Brian Cox.
What a guy, Brian
I
Cox.
don't know.
Jeez. Yeah, Brian Cox is something else. He looks retarded or something. It's the young, what's the dude in the wheelchair that everybody renowned?
Oh yeah,
Hawkins.
Hawkins, yeah, that's what Brian Cox reminds me of, a teenage Hawkins.
But Hawks, he has like a troll face. He's actually trolling and he knows.
You're not talking about the rig, are you?
No. He was on the old server, and then like for a little bit, and like he never came in voice. He was always like in the lobby. Then he got bans, but he stuck around over at Gem Pandas. I know he was over at Gem Pandas for like a year. Might have vanished out of there. His contract was up or something. Control the flat Earth.
Could be.
Okay, I'm actually gonna have to join Gem Pandas.
The only Glober I remember, besides Vosto, the only old gold Glober for this Discord group would have been the astronaut son. What's his name?
Beach.
Yeah.
Beach is all right.
I remember when he first joined the Discord.
Gold Steel.
What?
There's
actually a Bell Lemon. Gold Steel.
he does sound sort of familiar.
There's actually a gold rope for a Glober. Did I hear that right?
You say gold steel?
No,
Gold
just
steel.
gold roll, like on the rolls. Is it like a double gold plus or something? I mean, how's that even possible for a Glober to obtain? I don't.
I
get it.
block a lot of people over there, so half the time I don't know who's speaking.
Are you talking about for this our server to have Globers as Gold Plus?
Yeah, I thought someone just
well,
said
we
that
did
there was one.
Well, Vosto, he's a Glober, and he was a moderator at one point. So we were trying to make an atmosphere that, Globers were welcome as long as you weren't an asshole.
I'm sure that you found that to be an impossibility.
Well,
his user account doesn't exist on Discord anymore. I said his agent contract was.
It was up, and Matthew got the new contract. Matthew learns.
Ooh.
He gave him a better deal.
I've yet to see Matthew learn anything yet.
Matthew, today he said that he does get paid. He creating content. I mean, he has a YouTube channel, so I don't know what he meant exactly by creating content, but
Osho called him one of the smartest people, Gold Steel, one of the smartest people in his community. Jesus.
What?
Well, it's Kosho, so make whatever he says or two grains.
Kosho.
I respect smart people, but when you're saying something to me, it's got to make sense. If you're saying a whole lot of esoteric gib gab, then I'm gonna need to get a common sense translation of what you're saying.
Listen, when you're talking about detecting neutrinos, which is supposed to be able to penetrate something like fucking 2 light years of shit without hitting a particle, and you have to apply crazy statistical analysis even to infer that any collision actually happened. You're just talking witchcraft to me, man. Like, you're just playing with numbers. That's all you're doing.
Yep. I agree with that. Absolutely.
Well, somebody kind of simplified it and said it's like directing two hoses at each other. And I guess in this analogy of what they're doing with these particle collisions is they're smashing the ether together. And then you get water droplets that come away from the collision, and you call each of those water droplets like a different particle or something. And I said to myself, well, if that's what they're doing, they're going to get 1,000,001 different particles at this rate, when they could just simplify it all as some sort of ether background that they're smashing together. But who knows? They say they're trying to get a unified model, but every time you look around, they're coming up with a new particle. And particles have to be separated from the surroundings, so that means more separation, not more unity. And that's why atomism isn't really going to give you a nice, streamlined, simple model of any sort. It's just going to be more separation and more particles.
They're clinging to atomism, and they know it's wrong, but they cling to it anyway. I mean, what are you going to do? Listen, they went down the road of the Epicureans, and they won't let go of that bone, man. They're just going to keep going. Matter, void, atoms, vacuum, that's it. They're just going to keep on that road forever.
I mean, just because you attach a particle to it doesn't make it scientific. I need to see that. And half of this stuff we reason back to and infer, but you can make another inference anyway. When you look at an atom, really, all you see is like a generalized center and a hazy cloud
Okay.
around it. That's it.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah, we're smarter than you. You got muted immediately. Oh, hope that was fun talking to yourself.
Stupid.
That was Littlebird making noise like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was DMing me. Can I say something in the debate?
Everything intelligent to say, little bird.
Littlebird. I guess not.
These are like.
Is that it?
No, bird. I'm
fucking degenerate.
They see us as attacking their parents or their teachers, and on a primal level, they just want to be like the bullies on the schoolyard. They don't even know why they hate us. It's just like a visceral emotional reaction.
I swear his parents are related by blood.
They see us attacking their dreams.
Their dream, exactly. Their dream of going to space. The ironic thing is, even if you believe it, the globe model and the heliocentric model and the rocket equation and orbital mechanics, he's never going to space. Not going to happen in his lifetime.
It's like what ticket to space currently and going up $50,000, something like that.
No way out.
It's like $51 million.
Living in a closed system, there's nowhere to go.
You read my mind. I was trying to say that.
Maybe if you're a Mason,
It's a closed system.
Like Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, Neil.A is alien backward, like they're laughing at us.
Hey, can you say that again, Lemon, please?
Neil Armstrong, Neil.A, backward is alien.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you can't spell alien without the word lie in it.
I don't believe in coincidence.
Might be hard to get through the alleged container.
Yeah, looks like we got a firmament.
As long as, if they actually broke through it, that would be like, well, let me put it this way. If they manage to find a container and they break through it, I just hope they live stream it. That's all I want.
Well, I saw a video in the one of those 2 documentaries that I've been putting out there, where it has like the latest launch, and it looks like it hits scrapes along a barrier or something. It's bizarre. And it looks like something
So-
underwater.
So if they were to break through the walls of the container and live stream it, do you think that you would have gas pressure long enough to watch it on your computer?
Only one way to find out.
Well, I think that the entire universe, whether it be inside or outside of the firmament, it's the opposite of what they try to tell us. It's full of matter. It's not empty. There's no such thing as a void of nothingness. There's got to be. There's got to be.
There cannot be nothing. Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. There's got to be stuff there, massive amounts.
Wait, I know a place where a void exists in the minds of these glowbirds.
Yeah, you're right about that one. But that's conceptual and reality at the same time, I guess.
All right. Is there any do we have any in here? Any globies in here?
Yes.
Oh, really? Yeah. Do you have any questions?
No.
Is that Mickey Mouse?
Oh man. Who's good at impressions?
I had to do it because I looked through the names and there's no new people at the moment. I unmuted that earlier guy. He was DMing me that he wanted to say something, but
What
he
was
was
his name?
short-lived. Little Bird.
Cool.
Little Bird.
Yeah, I don't see him in here anymore. All right, I'll pretend to be I'll pretend to be like, what's more interesting than a concaver? There's got to be a hollow earther. I'll pretend to be a hollow earther. Okay.
You can still have a hollow earth though with flatness on top though. They're not mutually exclusive. It'll just be flat on the top.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Even concave earth, could have a flat bowl of water on top. So some of this stuff still kind of works.
Okay, I got a more interesting one. A person who thinks that the Earth doesn't exist.
I believe it'd be called a hollow header. Like, your head is hollow.
Yeah, that's the one.
What about people that say Australia doesn't exist?
Yeah, that's a good one too. That works too.
That's supposedly all of us.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Don't we have Australian people in the server?
Yeah,
We do.
of course.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
Allegedly.
That's what they say. Of course we do. Don't be an Aussie denier.
IGC's in here. What's up, IGC? Are you real?
All right. I'm getting confused now.
Do you see Australia from where you're standing, IGZ?
I'm upside down, so it's difficult to.
Well,
Yeah.
we're standing sideways.
Well,
What
get off
if
the
you
monkey
look up?
bars then.
Yeah.
Try working on your hands, boys. It's not cool.
Well, do you see? Is it when you look at Australia? Do you see it moving or do you see it not moving? Does it look like it's spinning?
What's happened to Michael lately? Where is he?
I've got confused. Is it if I'm
I don't
there?
know where Battle Mod is.
Don't know where he is. Oh.
I banned him.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you send him a t-shirt?
Yes.
Cool. That's nice of you.
It says, it said, Flutter Discord 2.0, you was here.
He had a good run though, right?
Yeah. He takes a break every other day. He does. It's been like what, 3 days that I heard him, maybe.
It's been longer than that for me, but who knows?
I haven't. Have you guys heard of? Go ahead, Greg. Who's that other guy? Not Stock. Was it his name Stock? Do you guys remember who the old owner was? No, I don't know.
Old owner.
Yeah, do you remember in the old server, the guy he was never online, but he was at the top of the list. I think his name was Stock or something. Or Scott? No, not Scott. I
Scott
don't-
Vish.
No. Different guy.
Just kidding. I don't know really. Elbow TV. Elbow TV. That's what you're talking about.
Elbow TV.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean ODD TV?
No.
No, okay,
Elbow
different guy.
TV.
Different guy.
Dude, you guys are so not on the same wavelength at all whatsoever.
No, I heard him, but I thought I know what he's talking about. I think I can't remember what his name was. But yeah, that sounds. I think I know who you're talking about, but I don't think we're talking about the same guy.
It's all on purpose.
Yeah, I do TV on your elbow.
Oh wait, that guy's actually here. Is
Who?
G Bruiker here?
For
No.
now.
What?
For now, he is.
For now? Oh yeah. Because I see him on the fence, but I was gonna point out to him that fences allegedly are flat, you know. I don't want to make any claims, but I don't know. Has anyone seen a spherical fence before?
An electric fence? Yes.
Was it spinning or was it not spinning?
It was motionless.
Okay. Did it look tilted?
Unless it was windy.
Oh, so it was moving, just not all
And
the time.
some sections of the fence do tilt to the side.
True. I guess that proves it, right? That settles it.
Fences tilt.
Mm-hmm.
The fences tilt. We've solved the problem, boys. Fences tilt. Shut down the server.
Yeah.
I can't believe we didn't come up with that earlier. Chimsy. Why didn't you tell us earlier as well?
We've been knowing this for a long time, but it's secret knowledge.
So because I'm from Australia, because I don't exist, you keep it from. Well.
Right. Oh, we got a new person.
So, Grey Cat, welcome. My friend Zodiac would like to speak to you.
Grey Cat, are you there? Rip. He deafened himself. Wrong button. You're pressing the wrong button. You gotta press the unmute, not undeafen. There you go. Okay. This isn't a musical.
That was beautiful. That was just wonderful, wasn't it?
I want to hear the rest.
No, that's just his or her cat got a hold of the mic and is doing that. So once you get your mic back, you can speak to us, okay, Grey Cat? Just get your mic under control. Feed your cat or something else. Grey Cat, you ready?
Speak.
I can hear like little things that I can hear some little sounds. Are you
That's the
okay?
cat.
So, do you guys really think flat Earth is real?
Are you there?
Gray cat.
You're talking really softly. I can't really hear you that well. Gotta
It
speak
kind
up a
of
little bit.
sounds like you don't want people hearing you saying flat Earth. Is that the case, Gray cat?
Okay. Are you there, Gray Cat? Did you hear what he said?
Oh, speak up.
Okay, he's not. I don't know what he's doing. He was asking. I think he asked us, "Do we think it's real?" It's an observation. You don't have to rely on your like the only thing you need is your senses. You don't need to ask anyone what it is because you know what you see when you go outside. You know what it looks like. You already know what the Earth looks like. Just go outside, you can see it.
She is texting in the voice text in the VC check-in text.
We should just ask him, does he have any evidence for the globe?
Yeah.
I mean, he sounded like a young lady to me. She loves cats.
If you ever see curve or measure curve, tell us.
The cat.
Okay, Gray Cat. Oh,
The
he muted
cat
himself.
lady.
Yeah, he muted himself. Or she.
Oh, it's she's saying I am a 234 man. So
Yo, that
alright.
boy got knocked by that fucking beach ball though.
What?
I'm sorry, that is just too funny. That boy got knocked by that beach ball. What?
Wait, where are you reading that he said something?
In the VC check-in voice text.
It
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like they removed it.
Well, everybody laughing.
So Gray Cat, you can speak? Go ahead.
Cat got your tongue?
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
it's a
he
grey
said
one
he's
too.
thinking.
With
Okay.
what brain? What brain is he
Yeah.
using?
You know, if somebody ever makes the claim that all cats are white, you only need to find one gray cat to disprove that.
True.
Yeah.
Which brain is he using?
He
The one
said
he's
he's
sitting on.
rubbing his 2 brain cells.
I think he's sitting on them.
Oh, I got more than 2, but I haven't looked at my own brain, so allegedly,
I think you only need one to outthink a Glober.
Yeah, prove that you're rubbing your Gray Cat. Can you prove that you're rubbing your 2 brain cells together?
He's got less than one. He's got a half of one.
He made a positive claim that he has 2 brain cells. Now I'm asking
I think he's sitting
for
on it.
proof.
No.
Gray Cat, welcome to the Flutter Discord 2.0. You have control over your mic. You can open your mic and ask your questions.
Communication is required here.
Will answer. Yep.
Communication is required here. Or you're of no good to nothing, or no one, or even yourself. So speak up.
We're not giving you image perm. Well, he just asked for image perms, but you need to earn it. So you have to actually talk, not just be like, oh, we're gonna give you image perm. You have to actually have a conversation. Yeah, we can give you that once you actually talk.
Speak
Yeah.
with your mouth, dude.
Okay. He said 1 second, so we'll wait.
I can tell my dog to speak and he'll bark. That's
Oh
better.
yeah, we got another person, Adams. You there?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize my mic was muted. Hello.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Do you have
Hello.
any questions or any proofs of the globe?
I'm kind of caught up in a debate with Degas, so just give me a quick moment.
All right.
The gas is normally in the lobby. So if you like, you can maybe bring into the voice conversation whatever you guys are debating about. Maybe we can discuss it, possibly, if you like.
Yeah, tell us what the debate's about. We'll give you some tips.
Oh, the Cavendish experiment?
Okay,
That's
and
not
which
an
side are you
experiment.
defending? Which side are you defending, the globe or the
I'm
flat
defending
Earth?
the globe. It's not necessarily globe. It's more of defending the experiment itself.
Oh, that's gonna be really intense and difficult because there's a
It's not an
lot of
experiment.
assumptions that go into it.
Maybe because it's not an experiment to begin with. How
And
about that
Correct,
part?
Kiwi.
How about that part? You're going to defend that? How is this an experiment?
Uh-oh.
If it wasn't an experiment, why would national laboratories all over the use it? NASA? What's the European one? The European Space Administration?
Because they know their target audience are morons. That's why. Well, you think this is an experiment? Laugh it up, funny boy. You think this is an experiment? Really?
Ew.
That's pretty funny
So does
because it's
NASA.
106 year out of date
Boeing,
pseudoscience.
Airbus.
106 year
Airbus.
out of date pseudoscience. Do you know that?
Pseudoscience.
Yeah. It's not
You
an
guys are
experiment
fucking-
either, but we'll take
you
it.
guys are fucking
We'll
awesome.
take it. We'll roll with it.
Yeah, sure.
It's so funny. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to.
It is funny.
Or you.
6 minutes after
It's
the hour.
shocks-
Let's go through this. Shut the fuck up. Who is this?
Before
It's
that,
Adams.
let's direct him
Pleasure
to
to
the
meet
voice. He is busy in the
Adams.
lobby, so bring him to the voice text. There's a voice text above this. There's a text channel.
Which one is it?
Above this voice text.
it's called Livestream voice text. I'll ping it to you.
Livestream
Okay.
voice
Okay,
text.
got it.
Yeah, you need to go in there real quick.
Hello.
Yeah, you see it?
Yes, I see it.
Scroll down. Okay, go ahead, Kiwi.
Yeah. At 6 minutes after the hour. See, he's parroting 106 year out of date non-experiment pseudoscience.
That
From
was
his
re-
alma mater.
that was
From,
no, that was
I'm
that was
not- I'm just
replicated
getting
3
started.
months ago
Just shut
in
the
a
fuck
Harvard
up.
experiment.
Shut the fuck up.
Just wait a second, bro.
Newton's
Wait a second.
classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. You're toast right there. But where's the fun in that? We'll just move on. From ScienceAlert.com, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. Huh, that's quite interesting. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics via Phys Libertext, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. What do you know? From Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity, pretender clown fuckwit. So, since you're parroting 106 years out of date pseudoscience non-experiment, let's get to the experiment, Cavendish experiment. So before you have an experiment, you have to have the hypothesis. So please post Cavendish's hypothesis in Livestream voice text for us. Well, wait.
Adams, go ahead.
Yeah.
Adam,
You're not muted. You're not, Adam. You're not muted.
1 second.
Like he's going to find it.
Go ahead, post your non-experiment from 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience. Go on. We're ready. You don't even know what a hypothesis is, do you? That's what I thought. Did Cavendish find Big G? What did Cavendish find? I bet you don't even know the title of the paper. What's the title of Cavendish's paper?
He's going to be like, a hypothesis. Aren't those big, giant aquatic animals in Africa that are dangerous?
He's questioning your source. He's questioning your source.
Oh shit! I was
at the
muted.
moment.
He's questioning my source. I posted
Experiments to
something.
determine the density of the Earth, if I believe it correctly.
Really, the density of the Earth. Then how was this? How did this have anything to do with gravity?
Actually, shit.
What? I thought you were gonna.
I think he honestly gave an accidental, honest answer.
I think it was the.
You think what? Your mic cut out. Say it again, Adam.
Hmm?
Adam, your mic cut out. Just repeat what you said.
The value of G. It was to determine the value of G, which calculated
ask you that.
the density of the Earth.
The density of the
You
Earth.
didn't even wait
I said,
for me to finish my statement.
Cavendish. What did Cavendish
Wow.
find? Did he find the value of Big G?
Yes, he found the value of D.
Really? He did.
Earth. Look at the papers.
Oh, I already read the paper. You fucking haven't.
Haven't read the entire thing.
No, you haven't read it at all.
Read the Columbia, what's it called? Lecture?
You haven't read it at
Harvard
all,
lecture as
dude.
well, and I don't think the people there are idiots.
You haven't
Apparently
read it
you
at
do.
all, brother. All right.
And frankly, that's not why
I'll
you're
just
there.
post this. Let's go through it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just post this for you. So, okay, can you pull this up? Let's see this. I want to direct your attention down to first, second, third, fourth, start of the fourth paragraph. It has Cavendish's paper. Did not disappoint. This is the Reverend John Michel Cavendish experiment. This is from Laurent Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, Iowa State University. Can you read this with me? Cavendish could be, because you said that Cavendish found Big G. Cavendish's paper did not disappoint me in this respect. There were three major surprises awaiting me. First, Cavendish did not determine either G or M. You friggin' bozo pretender clown. And an additional question. He determined density. Well, if density equals mass over volume, and he didn't know what M was, how in the flying Fukuyama did he determine the density?
Adam's you there? Oh, he left. Damn.
It's done.
You're finished, man.
Giggling is not a reply.
You're finished, dude. Where is he?
He left, I think. It looks like.
Put his cattail between his legs.
Wait, no. He's typing in the chat. I just don't see his
I don't do
username.
chat skanks. Yeah, good one, Breaking Down. Look at Breaking Down. Fucking on top of shit. Oh, I bet you had that way.
Oh, he stopped typing. Never mind.
I didn't. Hey, Breaking. I didn't ask him what the universal law of gravitation was. That was coming up. I figured, why beat him to death.
God Rocket Ice Battle Mod's here, I think. I know. I just found him. I just realized.
Goodness gracious, that was a crush. You got crushed, man. That's what happens when you pretend to clown your way through life. Fucking clown. Thanks.
Oh no, thank you.
That's a good one. He's asking me to check. I'm not checking my DMs. Fucking.
Sorry to butt in uninvited.
How dare you?
I do.
Well, perfect timing. So I was saying when he said Cavendish experiment, I said that's not an experiment. Just reminded of what you say sometimes, and then you kicked in. So good timing.
I just thought it ended quick. No sense in going on for like 45 minutes of him dodging shit. Just kill it quick. Saves time.
Okay. We have to. I'll promise not to interrupt. It's just one. He's complaining that he's being outnumbered. So it was 1v1 most of it.
We can have one person like Quantum speaking to him and everybody quiet. We can have that. Come on.
Didn't we just have that?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, but some people made few small comments here and there, and he got scared. It wasn't you, Quantum, that scared him away. It wasn't you.
Maybe it was the truth.
Aww. 20 versus 1. Oh.
Oh, poor baby. I know. 20. Well, I'm actually 50 verse 1. Who's counting? Numpty Clips. Make sure you tune in next week, Numpty Clips. Monday is going to be a big day. Sci-fi scam. Don't miss that one, folks. I'm telling you.
It looks like we got another new person in here. Broken Sky. Are you there?
Get rid of that. Get out of there.
Broken Sky, are you there? Okay, never mind. He's not there.
Let me get the Numpty Clips out for you. So here we go. We got Monday. We got Sci-Man Dan. That's actually Sci-Fi Scam, the half a sissy wiki headline parroting sewer rat. In Clockwork Mickey's Sky is Blue Spectroscope. Wednesday is Brenda, the space time table. That's friggin' hilarious. Thursday it's Georgie Tatanka, the space git idiot with his thermodynamics implosion. Don't miss him.
He's still around.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Did you say Sci-Fi Man?
Sci-Fi Scam.
Oh, okay, that's a good one. I label him Straw Man Dan.
There's many names, but that's my
Straw Man Dan. Yeah, that's a good one.
That was good while it lasted.
Broken Sky, welcome to the Flutter Discord, Broken Sky. Got my friend here, Zodiac, would like to discuss a few things with you. Are you there?
I tried to get him earlier, but he muted himself.
If you don't like to speak to Zodiac, well, we have Quantum Eraser here.
No. Yeah, no, yeah, Kiwi and Gen Z. One of you guys can take that.
All right. If that doesn't work out, battle mode will take it over. Or God Rocking is here too, so there you go.
When you
Well, let's get him to speak up first. Man, good hell, where is he?
Yeah, I'm throwing multiple offers all at once, so
yeah. Hey, you know, if the sky, do you think the sky is actually broken? That's my first question.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Well, how do we put it back together?
Falsify the second law of thermodynamics. Best wishes.
All right. Never know until you try.
Falsifying natural laws does not seem very applicable to me. Not
No.
very possible either.
I'll give it my best shot, okay, guys?
Good. What,
All right, I
friction?
give up.
Friction?
Yeah.
Damn, things are going slow, man. What's up?
Yeah, he's just muted himself. Or she. I don't know if Broken Sky is woman or man. But that's the only
Any
person.
big dogs on the floor, they're never going to come play.
There's another one, G.E. Bruiker, but he's also muted himself. He's on the fence.
Oh.
Everyone else, I don't know if there's anyone else who's. Yeah, I think those are the only two people. Broken Sky and G.E. Brew. Everyone else is Flat Earth, it looks like. But no, neither of those two people are talking, so it's just like, whatever. I'll pretend to be a concaver, or not a concaver. I'll pretend to be a Hollow Earth.
Your head's going to be in the hollow thing if you keep that kind of action up.
What would be more interesting to act as? Like a concave earther? I think it'd be more challenging to be a concave earther than a glober.
Theistic evolutionist would be a challenge. I'd like to see you do that.
So that's like combining evolution and God. So God plus evolution?
Yeah.
Oh. Nah, because that means like little tiny. So like alligators giving birth to something.
chickens.
Chicken.
Oh, he's a swift one, isn't he? Can you hear me?
They always gave me the willies, man. I always needed a shower after. I was like always uncomfortable with that shit.
My mic working?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
you're
can hear
good,
you.
Mike. Yep.
Yes, you're doing. We're hearing you.
All right. Been a fucking long work week.
Yeah, I was asking about you earlier. Hadn't seen you for a few days.
Yeah.
I got a new contract with a company that refuses to talk to my son, even though he's the general manager. So I want the money and they want me on site for the first 3. So I went upstate for a few days. But I think they're happy. I quartered them a week. I paved the parking lot in 3 days. And they didn't bitch. They ain't got one break. I'm pretty sure we're good. Told them I live this shit. I don't just do this. I've been living it. How many owners you know that sleep in a dump truck on a job site?
Did you get any tack
Start
oil
with
on your
this,
boots?
huh?
Did you get any tack oil on your boots?
Tack oil, yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah.
I spray diesel on my boots. I'm not gonna lie. You gotta seal your boots good though if you're gonna do that. Keeps the asphalt from building up on your boots.
Yep.
Feet get heavy on it. But we got plankers. We got these forge.
You don't
Wait,
use that
he's
water.
back.
You don't use that water-based tack oil, do you?
No.
Yeah.
Spray tack. I got a machine, and it has to get up to temp before you can even spray it.
Right.
I use the good shit.
I hate that water-soluble shit.
Welcome
It
back.
doesn't really work good. I don't think it does what it's supposed to, in my opinion.
No, it doesn't.
I won't use it for potholes because it just doesn't bond. But I got these new pothole trucks. They're called infrared trucks. There's a 15 by 15 square. You drop it down, you heat it all up, you rake out what asphalt is in the hole, and then you fill the hole up with new asphalt and roll it out. People like those patches. He's selling the shit out of patches this year.
That probably works really well once you heat it up like that. And it really bonds good, I'll bet.
Oh, two guys can. I mean, these trucks aren't cheap. We're talking $275,000 piece of equipment, but two guys can do 150 pothole repairs in one day at $175 pothole. So they're good money. I own 4 of them.
Wait a minute, bro. Is that all it costs? It costs a couple $100 to fix a pothole? Really?
Yeah, well,
15 by 15 square. If you order me, if you order enough of them.
Yeah, I don't think he shows up
Man,
for just one.
you know how many tie rods people go through? Because one pothole?
I don't think he shows up
Yeah,
for just
well,
one.
Hey, the counties in the states don't buy these, dude. But if they had them, then no roads would be in disrepair. These trucks are newer. They've only been out for like 4 years. Fuck, I love them, dude. You can have 10 dudes, 6 trucks, and a dump truck, all doing potholes and only do 30 a day and still make money. I got a truck that just kills that. 4 of them. I can send 2 guys out, man. They haul a trailer with a roller behind it. Fuck, they do 2 potholes in 20 minutes.
Hey guys, Adams, are you there? Or I don't know if Kiwi's still here, but
Yeah, he is.
okay, Adams, are you there? Because you can resume defending Cavendish if you want. Oh, never mind, he's
Or,
muted.
or you can move on for a different topic.
Yeah, we could
Because
talk about
that was destroyed really, really quick.
yeah. You got any? If you have any questions about that or any other questions, let us know. Okay, he muted
Or here,
himself. Never mind.
this one is close. I got 2 that look like this, and 2 that do 10 by 10 squares. But it's a big pothole. It's got a warmer. It'll keep 2 tons of asphalt warm. So you just basically recook the asphalt, cook the whole spot. get it up to 350 degrees and it's rakeable again. And you pour fresh in.
Is that
And a couple
propane?
new barrels.
You use
Yeah.
propane? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all propane. It's got a large tank by the warmer, in between the warmer and the control.
Well, you slap that big old square down and just melt the shit out of that thing, huh? Scrape it
Yeah.
up, put some new in there. That'd work fucking fantastic.
Oh yeah, I think the counties should be doing this.
It's a propane in a container, right?
It sure is. Isn't that the only way you can
Can you imagine?
transport propane?
Can you imagine firing that big white block up and laying it down on top of one of these globers?
All they need to use is try. I would ask them try using gravity to save your own life.
Yeah.
I can't do it, especially gas.
That is a cool as fuck truck, by the way. There's no doubt. I can see exactly what's going on there.
Yeah, see what that's what the repairs look like too.
Yep.
And people love them. Used to be you had to send a guy out with a wet saw and cut a spoiler, then send the dump truck out to pull all the stuff out, and then come with the crew and crash and roll it. And spend a lot of money getting it done. Now two guys in their own, one hand operated roller. You don't even need a rider roll.
So, Mike, I
It's
got a
literally-
question for you, bro. I'm under the impression that the city or whatever who's in control of the roads, I think they're in cahoots with the tie rod shops or the front end shops, and they always neglect the roads. Like there's always one spot. Like every time it rains or it snows or something, it's just like a massive pothole, like right next to a bridge. And it's a real tight spot in between the church and a bridge, and it's really hard not to hit that pothole. So isn't there a way you can permanently fix it?
The pothole?
Yeah, he's showing you right there.
I just showed you. But it's funny. He thinks Moog is giving kickbacks to the city. Moog, they're the number one manufacturer of tie rods, ball joints, and front end pieces. Moog.
Yeah.
Moog tie rods.
Yep. Big company.
It could be.
If you
could be
fix
giving
a
you kickbacks.
pothole, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
If you fix a pothole without a permit, do you get fined? Or do you
What?
Do you need any legal approval
No,
before you just fix it?
I don't need a permit to maintain a private parking lot. No, you're just maintaining what's already there. You need I have to get a permit to put a new parking lot in, yes, but not to repair one that's already existent. It's like, do you get a fencing permit to repair your fence? No. Just
If you
repair the fence. It's already existing structure.
Wait, I thought you were talking about potholes, not a parking lot.
Talking about potholes in a parking lot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where the hell do you think the pothole's gonna be, man?
I thought I was talking about like if you
I'm
were
not
to
just
go
gonna
out.
roll down the road and go, hey, stop, man, there's a pothole here. Let's smoke a hoot and fix this fucking pothole. I'm tired of it. Hell no, you gotta pay me.
Okay, but are you allowed to do it if you had like if someone found a pothole on a random street, could they just go in and fix it even if
I
they
see people do it. I see people do it in my town. They'll go in and fill it up with concrete and then put a
Yeah.
little cold patch asphalt on top of it. I've seen people do it. I don't know whether you can get in trouble for it. I don't know.
That's cool. Yeah, I think I don't know.
Hey, I say if you want to get it fixed, man, go down there with a pickaxe and make it 5 times bigger.
Yeah, and if you undermine the edges a little bit so the concrete can't come out, it's bigger at the bottom, they stay in a lot better.
Oh, we got a new person.
Don't they, Mod?
Yeah.
Oh no, never mind.
It's why we put concrete under the pavement on our bridges.
Yep.
Is Adams here? Adams, are you there? Or Apatalu, are you there?
Hello?
Yo, welcome to Flat Earth. How's it going?
Good.
You got any questions or any globe proof? Oh, you left. He left. Well, that was a good conversation.
Was it?
I just asked him, welcome to Flat Earth, and then he said, oh no, I said, how's it going? He said, good, and then he left. That was pretty
Why are all
quick.
these ballers scared of the shadow?
Yeah, I was gonna ask him for proof for the globe, but you need, in order for something to have proof, it has to exist, so they're gonna run into some problems, so. I mean, what I would have expected is if most of these people would have just said, where's the evidence for flat Earth? That's what I would expect them to say, but usually it's just like, muted. They're usually muted.
Well, I would assume after decades of indoctrination, they would assume there wouldn't be any evidence.
Yeah.
But you would at least assume there'd be evidence for the globe, right?
Yeah.
Well, the problem is you give them evidence, they just don't. Very few of them listen to even 2 or 3 words that come out of your mouth. They don't even listen. That's the part that irritates me the most.
It's
Try to
intense.
explain something to someone and they just don't. They pay no attention whatsoever to the evidence that you're actually providing.
Yeah.
That's the most irritating part to me. They ask for it and then won't listen.
I mean, well, anybody got any measurements of the tilt? That's a funny one. That's a fun one. I've never actually opened a conversation. Next time I'm gonna ask for that one first. Because I've always talked about curve and not curving and moving and not moving, but I never talk about the tilt usually.
That almost looks like a fox half braid or something.
Doge. If there's anyone listening on YouTube, come on in and tell us why. Save us from our misunderstanding, you know? All right. Since no one's talking, I'll pretend to be a concave earther. And then you pretend like the Earth doesn't exist, okay? Wait, I heard something. Moment of silence for the imaginary globe.
I can't wait till that silence is permanent. People could stop talking about it.
Yeah. There's no globies.
They're going extinct.
Yep. The last one besides Adams is Broken Sky. But they're muted right now. Local mute, not server mute.
Yeah, they're searching for arguments.
So if someone claims, let's say, they've been on one of those airplanes, the U-2s, the spy planes that go supposedly 70,000 feet, and they say they've seen the curvature from there, what's the reply for that?
Just post the recording of the, like, before you, well, you could say many take it in many different ways. You could say at 100, if you were higher and you don't see it, that wouldn't be possible. Or you could say, like, the first thing I would say is just show me the recording. I want to see it. I wouldn't even bring up, how like at Felix Baumgartner, all those high altitude, way higher, like max height of hundreds of thousands of feet. You know what I'm saying? Or are you saying that a plane went higher than 92, or was it higher than 120?
No, those airplanes go around what, from 35 to 60,000 feet or something.
Right. I would just simply ask, is the glass on the cockpit aerodynamic? And if so, is it bent? And if it's bent, does that make light bend? And if that happens, is that an accurate representation of the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. I wish
That's
they.
one of yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. You got it. Jamesy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just heard what Hank said, and yeah, that's one of the main reasons you might see some curvature, right? If you're inside the cockpit.
Yeah. Hank, you there?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I should also mention, did the person in the airplane, was he looking through the window? I'm assuming he did, right?
Most definitely.
Okay, so he didn't open the window. I mean, that would be really intense, but I just want to make sure. Okay.
Jamesy, what kind of plane would you say he was a pilot of?
What was that, bro?
What kind of a plane did he say he was a pilot of?
You
I got an image. I got an image for you, Jimsy.
The U-2 spy plane?
He's lying. He's contracted
Yeah.
to never speak about that. There's no way he could have been a pilot. He's lying. He's contracted to silence, mate.
Oh,
There's
Adam.
a non-disclosure.
Adam's you there? He just muted himself. I saw Adams unmute himself, and then immediately, when I said his name, he immediately muted himself back again.
Scared of the shadows, bro. Did you guys see the photograph that I posted? The GIF. Sorry. What? No shit. What is that? A meme?
You mean the curvature on the ground being the same as the one in the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty telling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. So now we can actually take a look at it. Sweet. Why is the horizon rising to eye level? Never mind. Actually, certain parts of the video, it doesn't even look. Oh, yeah, you can tell it's not. Because when he moves the camera, the curve is not even the same. Or it's flat sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like you see.
Oh my goodness.
You see at 7:25 here. I'll post a timestamp.
No, bro, just go to the first 10 seconds of the video. Look at the distortion in the window. I'm gonna post a photograph.
On the the middle one, the middle window. I see it.
In
Well,
all
not
the
the middle one,
windows,
the
you
left
see-
one.
you
Yeah, I
s-
see it on
You
the
see
left one.
distortions everywhere.
Yeah.
The first 10 seconds, bro.
Yeah, right at liftoff, you can tell distorted.
Does that eliminate some of your concerns?
No, but it raises a few.
That's on that this is good because this is only one of the things, right? That someone inside the airplane, and including the camera, because the lenses of the camera, when you put everything into account, you might see some curvature, but that's an optical illusion. It's not the ground curving, right?
Yeah, that's why I tell people it's in their head. The curvature is in their head, or it's on TV. It's not in reality.
At 7:20, no, at 6 minutes into the video, the curve looks really, really small, and then in other parts of the video, it's like way more defined. You know, and he was at like the same altitude. Yeah, there's no way.
That's how you know it's real, because it looks so fake.
Yeah. Okay, wait, actually, this is fun. Here, let me take a picture of this.
It looks concave.
Yeah, does this part look oh, I can't tell if that's the wing blocking it. If that's the land on this image here, it's definitely concave.
So the windows, the cameras themselves, right? And then we also have the expert subject matters, like the astrophysicists or whatever. They also say that you won't see curvature even at 120,000 feet or so, or something, right?
Yeah, and you have video footage of that as well.
So
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can give them this one. Like, have you seen this one? That one's interesting. I've never actually done it myself, but this one, this footage, this photograph right here. I don't see any curvature here at 120,000 feet. And also Felix, Gems, you remember Felix Baumgartner, the inside the cabin? It was perfectly flat right before he jumped.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just that little one, yeah, that's a big one. That's a huge one. I don't even know why. It's so tiny, but it's so huge. Yeah, that looks concave. Or almost flat and concave. No, it just looks concave. Yeah, it's just weird. So I got a solution. All you got to do is open the window and boom. You'll see
At
that
60,000 feet?
Well, it's gonna be difficult if you're not going slow. What I would do is how high can a slow moving aircraft, maybe a helicopter or a hot air balloon? It's just got to be slow enough to where you can look out without using a lens, you know?
I mean,
But
the lens, the view from the camera, the windows are one thing, definitely. Then
Yeah.
the astrophysicists say you can see it from 120,000 feet. But then when you go to the technical things like the the way the airplane is designed for a non-rotating, motionless plane. And then when it's practically used and they're actually flying, they could go to a really low altitude, right? Almost above the water, even touch the water in some cases. You know, there's airplanes that can pick up water during flight, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they can set their airplane to fly above the water, and it will just go flat, straight. No account for the curvature. So where's the curve if the airplanes don't take the curve into account? Or the motion of the ground.
Yeah, I don't even know why people bring up. You know, it's so funny. Like, you could say, if someone says, you can't see the curve, like you'll get people who say you can only see it if you go high, but they don't realize they just debunked boats going over it. So it's like, okay, so all the people who saw boats go over it, they were all lying and wrong. And you can only go it if you see it high, but you can't even see it from the ISS, according to what that planetarium guy said. So
Not to mention, Felix Baumgartner went up in a balloon, ascended for 3 hours, and during that time, the Earth should have been spinning under him, according to the Coriolis effect, and the Foucault's pendulum, right, and sniper bullets, right. According to those things, the Earth should have been spinning roughly 700 miles an hour for 3 hours. He should have landed 2,100 miles away. Instead, he lands like 80 miles away in the opposite direction, as if there was no spin, but only wind.
the wind that moves in the opposite direction, right? So the atmosphere is not moving with the spin.
Yeah, so if they claim that it was wind going against the spin, that would have been what?
That debunks
720 mile an hour, 725 mile an hour wind, 730 mile an hour wind. What?
Yeah, but that one also would debunk the idea that it's going in lockstep. So the whole thing is just like, because if he's going the other way because of wind, that means the atmosphere is not going with the spin of the Earth, but there's no spin. So, yeah.
So far we got no spin, no curvature. What's left?
Yeah. No tilt, no core, no wobble.
Actually, we do have curvature on the lenses.
Oh yeah. Curvature in the lenses and in my imagination. Oh wait. Just kidding. Imagination can't curve because it's not real.
Wait a minute. If space time can curve, then my imagination will be able to curve, right? They're both just concepts.
Oh yeah. Maybe they just want to be like time travelers or something. That was probably their whole goal, was like,
They need to travel back to like 2014 when everybody thought the Earth was a globe.
yeah.
That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna be like, man, people were so stupid back in the day. Back in the year 2014, everybody thought the Earth was a globe, except for like a handful of people.
Yep.
Here's a theoretical question for you guys. Like you were saying, in the future, when mankind looks back, how do you feel if they mention our names? How would you feel about that?
You mean in like our personal names in real life?
No,
Or
like
just
the
like flat
crew of,
earthers in general?
yeah, the general crew of flat earthers, the people who stood out, maybe me who was behind some of the scenes. You know what I mean? Like some of the
Like
names
FE Core and
yeah. I mean, big names like QE and
or
like
Nathan
folk like
Oakley would be one of them.
Battle Mod and Indio that built the server, and like, stuff like that. If future were to refer back to flat earthers, us, by our characters, how would you feel about that?
Be an honor. But I mean, it doesn't even matter. It'd be cool just to like see who they remember, because there's a few people that I remember. I would probably remember, but like whoever was doing those measurements, I think those people definitely deserve to be remembered because they went out there,
Yes,
Yeah, those are the ones.
that's where I agree completely. Yeah, that should be recorded. That
Yeah.
should be recorded and dated. Yeah, definitely, mate, definitely. We're all just part of the movement, but the guys that are on the cutting edge doing stuff like that, absolutely, that should be recorded for all time. And
I think the arguments should be remembered. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea lives on. The person may die, but the idea lives on. What's that guy? I forget his name. What was that guy's name? Who said that?
That's why
Che
you don't remember
Guevara, I think. Yeah, that's why I don't remember it because he literally said it in a way. It was some communist guy. I think it was Che Guevara. Che Guevara.
El Che Guevara.
Was he the one who said the man may die, but the idea lives on? Or no, you can kill the man, but you can't kill the idea.
I think you're right, but he said it in Spanish, so it doesn't sound familiar to me in
Oh
English.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, as long as they remember to rely on the funniest arguments, honestly, is not even about the shape. It's just the arguments about getting people to rely on their senses and then getting them to realize that anytime they try to tell us that that your senses are fallible, they have to rely on their senses to tell us that their senses are fallible. So it literally refutes them. Like it refutes themselves as soon as they say it, you know? It's kind of like saying there are no absolutes, but that statement is an absolute. So it's the same idea, like, oh, you can't rely on your senses, but you just told me that I can't rely on your senses, and in order to tell me that, you had to rely on your senses because otherwise you wouldn't even be speaking right now. So
No, I think the argument goes, I have to rely on my senses to hear what you just said. Right, and then I have to weigh it out with my common sense to think about whether it's logical. So I'm actually relying on my senses in order to listen to you talk about don't rely on your senses.
It's hilarious. I mean, it's just, yeah. That makes sense to me.
You know, there are times when you can't rely on your senses, like if something's too far away, right? You can't read it, right? And that's when you know,
Get
either move
closer.
closer or get some binoculars, right? But most of the fucking time, like 99.9% of the time, you can rely on your senses and you don't need a telescope or binoculars.
Yeah. It's almost like it was designed that way. No, couldn't have been. It's almost like your senses were designed to help you navigate. No. Intelligent. There's no way it was intelligent design, right, guys? Couldn't have been intelligent design. I love that when people talk about like the constellations or the stars moving in a circle. And then I go, wait, so they're going in the same and they appear in the same location a year after year for thousands of years. It's almost like it was designed. No, it couldn't have been designed. I don't know why. I think it's hilarious. So you don't see the curve and you don't see Earth moving.
Therefore, it's moving.
It's almost like it's almost like there is no curve and it's not. No, it has to be, right? But it has to be, right? According to Roberts, it just has to be moving. I mean, come on. It's got to be curving and it's got to be moving, right? Because it has to be.
It looks flat. It feels flat. It's practically used as flat and motionless. Therefore, it's a spinning globe.
Yeah, there we go. It looks flat, therefore it's tilted and spinning.
It's motionless, therefore it's spinning.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a straight line caused by light bending? Have you ever seen a curved line caused by light going straight, or a straight line caused by light going in a curve? That's
Those
just
questions
funny.
make my brain hurt.
That is the funniest shit I've ever heard. I can't remember who said that. No, it was Pillbox. He was really funny. The way he said it was so funny. So everything looks flat because the light is curving. So everything is straight, right? Because in order for it to look straight, the light has to go in a straight line, right? But no, it's actually curving. So it's so stupid, man. The whole thing is just so stupid. It's like, wait. So what you're seeing here is
It's a
everything.
mirage.
Yeah.
Just messing with
Yeah, it's so funny. And then when we point out, like, if I point out the sun has an apparent location, then all of a sudden they're like, no, it has to be where I'm pointing it at. And I'm like, okay. So then when I look at these mountains 325 miles away, they're there. Okay, so no curve. Congratulations.
I like when they do that. I tell them to point at the sun and ask them where it is, and they say it's right there. My finger's pointing at it, and then I say, right, okay, where is it now? And they have to move their finger. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I would just show them like the long distance Canigou Mountains. I'd be like, okay, so if you point there, that's where that thing is. Now, if you point at the land, is that where that thing is too, or is the light magically bending? And then, but it's straight, right? Because everything looks flat. So you have this curved. Okay, this is so stupid. Like a curved causing a straight line, right?
And at this point, these ballers are just a bunch of desperados, man.
Yeah, I can't. Actually, that is kind of funny. Next time someone says refraction, I gotta bring that up. That's hilarious. I want to see their reaction. This is gonna be so funny. Oh, we got
They're a bunch of lawless, reckless zealots.
We got Jaquan in live stream voice text, but he's not in voice.
Yeah, they're not going to speak up.
Oh wait, here he is. Jaquan, you there?
Yo, what up?
Oh, what's up,
Okay.
bro? Welcome to the server.
What's up?
All right. So your question is, do you want to say your question one more time, just so everyone can hear you?
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, why have all the pictures from space depicted the Earth as a sphere, and there's not one picture from space of the Earth being flat?
All right, we're going to answer your question. All we ask is that you listen, okay?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, fair enough. We got a deal. We've come to an agreement. Okay, so the pictures from space, they're not pictures, right? Because a picture is like when you point the camera and you click, and that image is like traveling through the lens, and it goes into the camera, and it's either saved via film or digitally, right? What you're looking at is actually photoshopped images, right? And one of the pictures of the globe actually has a little Photoshop hand in there. You can actually see it. But I'm not claiming this like it's a conspiracy theory. Actually, NASA's own website will show you Robert Simmons, and he's an artist, and he actually created the blue marble, the one that was announced by Obama, right?
Yeah.
And what you're looking at is technically a cartoon, because he said that he takes raw data, right, in these ribbons, and he said it looks flat, and he stitches them together and makes it look round. And he says it's photoshopped. It has to be. So I got a question for you in return after I've explained all this, and I can cite my source and back up everything I just said. But my question to you in return, if what I just said is correct, and we've had Sputnik, satellites up since like the late 50s or something like that.
Right. 60s, 50s, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Then why would they have to Photoshop it?
I have no idea. I was just asking. Like, I was just wondering because I personally haven't like seen anybody go to space, and like take a picture in the Earth being flat.
Right.
So that's what I was wondering.
Hey, there ain't nothing
You're
wrong with
being
wondering,
honest.
brother. Yeah, you're being honest. See, that goes a long way in here. If you could pay attention to the conversation and be honest, like you got a couple of brain cells to rub together, and you can think for yourself. And that's
I
all
haven't
we
even
want.
I don't have anything to back up my claim. Like, I'm not like like that. I'm just making like an observation.
Right,
Okay, here,
and
I'm gonna link you a video. Yeah, I'll post a few sources that'll help you. But do you see this channel I posted right here? It's called, actually, before you look at that, here, I'll just post this one.
And I'm
Okay.
going to back up my source with Robert Simmons.
Yeah. All right. Do you see, what's it? Jaquan, do you see the text chat?
Which one? Debate text?
No. Above this, just right above this voice channel, it's called
Oh, okay.
Livestream voice
Yeah,
text.
I see it.
Okay. And if you scroll down, do you see my composite images?
Yeah.
Okay. This video right here, the channel, the link that just says hashtag composite images, that if you click that, you'll go to the flat Earth perspective on like all of the different images from space and stuff. But obviously we're also Hank just posted a new video, so you can check that one out first, or these two out first before you go.
Right.
But that if you need more in-depth answers, definitely check those out as well. But yeah, go ahead. Hank.
And when
I'm
you
gonna go
click
watch
on the
that
link,
video real quick.
just before you do, brother, when you click on my link, in the description, there's a link that takes you directly to NASA, so that you can see that what I'm saying isn't just some YouTube BS, right? It actually takes you to NASA.gov, I believe.
All right, bet. I'm gonna go watch them both, and I'll come back here.
But one more thing that's kind of important, the whole gas pressure thing. Well, I guess there's a whole argument that has to do with the medium itself that makes it physically impossible because of gas pressure. But it's gonna take a while to explain that. So yeah, go ahead. You can just go ahead. I have to go anyways. See you later.
Now that was cool, right? That was like an honest interaction, right? That's the difference between a normie and a globetard. That dude was just a regular dude, just like all we were, not that long ago. And that's why I say be kind to your normies.
Yeah, the next one we're gonna feed them to the wolf pups.
No, that's for the baltards. That's for the zealots. That's for the sun-worshipping zealots. Do you ever wonder if like Jim Panda has like nightmares about his entrails being eaten up by wolf pups? Because you know, QE is always on their mind. They're like, anytime you make an argument, they're like, QE, QE.
I've heard him recently say that Huey has his own science now. That's called
Well,
QE.
that needs to go in the history books. If QE made his own science.
Yeah, I know. It's just well, you know why they're saying they're trying to say in context that it's his science and it's not valid because it comes from him. But that's the farthest thing from the truth.
Oh, that's the genetic fallacy. But if that's all you got, that's all you got.
Yeah.
What year did Sputnik allegedly go up into space? It's funny saying it out loud. You know, the first satellite that ever went into space, the one that we had a picture of. Who took that picture, by the way?
I don't know. Was it something like 57? I think maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. That's what comes to mind, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it was less than a decade after they were first conceived by a science fiction author.
I'll look it up. Yeah, I was right. 1957.
And who was the science fiction author that came up with it? Was it Arthur C. Clarke? That sounds familiar.
Well, let's see. It says the Sputnik rocket launched October 4th, 1957. At the launch site from site number 1, telemetry indicated that the straps on separated 116 seconds into the flight, and the core stage engine shut down 295.4 seconds into flight. That's about all it says.
So that thing only went up 294 seconds high?
294 seconds. The core stage engine shut down at 294 seconds. Yeah.
How fast was it going?
Well, it doesn't say. It's the strap-on. The strap-on's separated at 116 seconds into flight. The strap-on rockets, I guess, and the core stage engine shut down.
Man, that's some dirty stuff. They got a dirty mind.
Yeah.
Why would they name it that?
I don't know.
These phallus worshipping baltards.
It orbited for 3 weeks before its batteries died. Then orbited silently for 2 months before it fell back into the atmosphere on the 4th of January, 1958.
So when stuff falls into the atmosphere, don't they burn up?
Well, I think that would depend on their speed more than anything.
How fast was Felix Baumgartner going?
I don't know. I heard he passed out at part of it, shortly after he fell. It was so obviously it was quite a bit of. Obviously, the blood got drained from his brain for a few minutes. So I don't really know. But I think, terminal velocity inside the atmosphere is somewhere around 120 miles an hour. But it's got to be.
Yeah, but he was falling
right
up there.
Yeah, he's falling through less atmosphere than what that terminal velocity would be. So he was going much faster than that initially. Yeah. I don't know how fast he was going, but I guess I could look that up as well. I'm sure they would just be guessing. Maybe, I don't know if they had an altimeter on him and it was timed as to how many feet per second he was falling. I don't know any of that information, whether they had that on, strapped to him or not, which is what you'd have to determine his speed. But You'd have to have an altimeter and timed how many feet per second.
Yeah, just to point out, guys, it's all lies about the speed he was going and everything else. I've looked into it. If he was going at that speed, he would have broke the sound barrier. That would have killed him. It would have shattered his eardrums. It would have brain damaged him. It would have damaged his internal organs, planes, and other structures.
Oh, I had no
Uh,
idea that they said he was going fast
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, it's all lies. He was never doing that speed at all. It's absolute nonsense. And
Yeah.
it's if you watch some of the footage, they've made it CGI. The people that actually were in charge of it have done CGI footage of him free falling and like the sound barrier being broken with like a plume of oxygen or air behind him. Yeah, it's all lies, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, sure it is.
If you look into breaking the sound barrier, you'll see that it would kill a human being to travel that speed outside of a vehicle.
Yeah, the suit would have to be like super strong to keep him ripping right off his body, I would imagine. The friction to be going that fast. Yeah, that makes no sense at all. You're right.
Yeah, the sound barrier like shatters windows, it shatters internal organs, it'll shatter your eardrums, it will damage any parts of the human body that it can. There's no way on earth that guy ever did that speed, but it's all to do with gravity. The lie about it's all to do with the speed, you know, how they pick up speed through gravity. It's to reinforce that lie. That's all it's to do with.
It's starting to make sense, huh?
Well, or no sense at all.
I was referring to the text chat.
Oh.
Can someone confirm that Arthur C. Clarke was a science fiction writer in the 1950s, early 50s? So my boss was complaining that I don't put the toilet seat down. I was like, "What do you want me to do? Like pee on the toilet seat? Like I lifted it up." And then I asked her, I was like, "Are you a feminist, right?" And she was like, I don't know. I'm not really like an active feminist." And I was like, "Well, do you think women should have like equal everything as men?" She was like, "I guess." I was like, "Well, then you can equally put the lid down, because if I equally have to lift it up, then you got to equally put the thing back down." They didn't like that.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, bro. Who are you?
Oh, it's Paul. I didn't hear any talking going on, so I thought there was something wrong with my
Okay.
connection.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, I've been on here before. It's been a while. I've been kind of busy, so I'm kind of away for a little while.
Welcome back. Good to see
thank you.
I had no idea that there were 1,600 former Germany technicians, engineers, and scientists that were taken from former Nazi Germany to the United States for government employment at the end of World War II between 1945 and 1959, otherwise known as Operation Paperclip. 1,600 scientists, engineers, and technicians. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how many actually were involved. If they only took 1,600, how many did they have actually employed?
Well,
or was that all of them?
That's what they said. Which program more than 1,600, it says, German scientists, engineers, and technicians were taken from former Nazi Germany to the United States for government employment.
It makes you wonder who won the war.
Yeah.
Soviet Russia got some too.
I mean, how many scientists did they have working for them at the time? You know what I mean? Geez, that's quite a group just in itself.
Well, how many of those scientists too that they claim were, Nazi quote unquote scientists and just working for Nazis were really funded? The whole thing was funded by the whole globalist cabal to begin with. So it's not like they want to pin it all on Nazis and make it seem like, they were all bad, but they were all working together around the globe. And then when when the war ended, they just moved them around. They just shift them around, send them, it's not that complicated, really. Everybody knows that the money in America was funding Nazi Germany for years. Who built the railroads at Germany?
Hello. Back over left. Jack one.
Yo, Iggs.
He's muted right now, it looks like.
Is anybody?
Yeah, I can hear you. But I think Iggs is muted.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe my Discord was glitching.
You're good.
Zodiark. I don't think I've seen your name before. Have I spoken with you?
I don't know. What's your username?
A person?
No, I don't think so. What's up, man? Are you Flat Earther?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen you on here before. It's weird. Are you in here pretty often or not so much?
It's been a while. I used to be in here like a couple months ago, I think. But it's been a long time.
Oh, nice, man. Well, it's good to meet you.
Yeah.
I got on in hopes to rumpus Helio or somebody, but Helio's not on, so.
Why did you want to rumpus Helio?
Next up is Iggs. He's next on the chopping block. I don't know, because Helio's funny and old.
Yeah. You know what you should try? Well, actually. Well, let me put it this way. If you try to rumpus QE, that would be the most how would you say, like, you would not be bored. You would definitely not be bored if you tried to do that, but I guarantee you don't want to do that. But it would be the most like entertaining, but it would be really intense.
Be foolish. That's what it would be. Foolish.
Oh yeah,
It would be
true.
foolish.
Let's sit in freaking QE, dude. They're always 5 steps ahead of everybody. You can see it in their debates. I feel like it'd be hard to even try. Like you'd get a good reaction, if you could pull it off. But yeah, that'd be hard. They can smell a freaking rumpus from a mile
Yeah.
away.
He's like the only one I could think of that would be like, I don't know, like crazy entertaining, you know?
Helio's pretty entertaining.
Yeah. I like when Helio. Did you hear about like the Sagitta? You know how Helio likes to bring that up?
No, I don't think I've heard this one. That's weird.
Okay, so like you know how there's that equation, or sorry, the two equations. One is like the 8 inches, and the other one's the 1.22. You know what I'm talking about?
One's one 8 inches per mile squared. The other one is the 1.22 times the square root of the observer side in feet. Those two.
I've heard the first one for sure because that one's commonly thrown out.
Right, exactly. Have you heard of the? I mean, have you ever heard someone talk about 1.22?
No, I'll be honest, I might have, but I couldn't recollect that. But the 8 inches per mile squared, yeah, definitely.
Okay, it's okay. Basically, so what I remember Helio brought up was like, instead of saying 8 inches per mile squared, he was saying like the drop versus distance between the top of the curve and the how would you say it? Like basically think of it like a hill. Like if you have to go up before you go down, basically. So he was thinking like the top of the curve to the bottom. It's hard to explain without a diagram, but like
I think it's called the Sagittarius.
yeah, it's called Sagittarius. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard of that, but there's like another equation for that. That's another fun one because it makes things even more unnecessarily confusing than it has to be. Because there's like no difference, or sorry, it's negligible according to Baumod, but it doesn't matter. It's just funny. I don't know why. That's what I used to talk about Helio with. Or Lemon. You know another person you could rumpus if you ever get into a conversation about ether, just talk to Lemon about the ether, and then you'll get into a whole entire debate. That's another one. You could try that one.
Dude,
too,
I would find it hard to rumpus Lemon just because like his spirit is so good. Like he's just I don't know. That would be so hard. I couldn't do that to Lemon.
just like it would be intense, but that's another one.
I don't know.
Yeah,
but,
Lemon is a good egg.
But Lemon you know what? On second thought, Lemon goes over to freaking Gem Pandas and takes a beating and still fucking handles it like a man. So who knows? Maybe he is worth the rumpus.
Yeah.
But no, he's definitely a good dude. I'll get the best of him. I will. I'll try.
Imagine a conversation between Neil deGrasse Tyson and QE for 1 hour straight. It would be the most hilarious thing.
Dude, would Neil deGrasse Tyson last like 5 minutes?
Literally, I think he would leave. He would run away from the debate.
Yeah, without being told to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. He'd be called a numpty. Within the first 2 minutes, he'd be called a numpty.
I don't believe so. I don't think so. I think you guys are not giving QE the credit he deserves. If QE is like debating someone who's serious, right? And
Yeah.
let's pretend that Neil deGrasse Tyson could be serious. I think he would handle it like a pro, like completely 100% professional. It's just these numpty clowns that he deals with, these pretender clowns, who pretend that they're professors and pretend that they're this and pretend that they're that, and then they don't even know the scientific method, but they're like physics professors? Like, I would shit all over them too, and I would talk down to them too, because they're pretender clowns. How does a physics professor not know about the scientific method? And pretend that QE made it up.
Yeah. I like, my favorite numpties are the ones who don't believe that you can trust your senses. Those are the best.
Especially when QE shows citation after citation from university after university.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Neil deGrasse Tyson would actually take it on, because I know that QE can be professional. I don't know if Neil deGrasse Tyson can.
Oh no, QE's definitely got his shit together. That's not at all what I'm saying, man. I'm saying like QE would just rip his shit apart, like bad.
Yeah.
You hear the
It would be
change in tone.
hilarious.
Once QE gets serious about something, you hear the change in tone, and then they all of a sudden, start to appeal to, being a victim. Oh, well, he's yelling at me. It's like, oh, shut up. Like, after they've been lying over and over repeatedly and coming up with just bullshit excuses for everything. I get it. But that's what I was going for. No. They wouldn't stand a chance. That's why they're not going to do it. You'd think that they would if they had a valid point, but they don't. Freaking Wits, it's crazy too, dude. Like, when he goes in and debates in Gym Pandas, oh my god. I'm always there for those ones.
Yeah, he's wicked good.
They always, dude, and they'll fucking, oh god, I don't get it. Like, they'll shit talk him and like say like, oh, 160 IQ. It's like, yeah, like you can tell they're just jealous. Like they know that his ability to recollect information is like just stupid. Like I can't think that fast. Not a lot of people can think that fast. Witsit does though, and he knows his shit and can spit it out, just as fast as it's coming at him by 5 fucking different people, and then they try to dog on him for that. It's like, come on, guys, like. They're funny like that, but no, Witsit's he's a incredible person.
Yeah, especially with his commitment to what he's doing right now. It's unparalleled right now, what he's doing. I've never seen anybody put as much commitment in what he's doing with his tour right now. He's actually
Passion, bro.
Yeah. He's committed and fully passionate, you're right.
Yeah, there was some so funny moments, and when he was live, it was so great. Like you could see when he was talking to these people that, oh shoot, I just got. You could tell with their facial
are you
reaction.
talking about?
Oh, there was like a few women. Oh no, sorry, a few pedestrians on the street, and there was one that was like sitting at a park bench, and there was one that was like and when he was going through Washington D.C., it was so funny to see their reaction the first time he said the Earth is flat, and then and then all of a sudden their facial expressions completely changed in the middle of the conversation.
Dude, can somebody link me his YouTube account, because I can't find it, dude. And he was talking earlier about
What's it
being
gets
shadow
it?
banned. Like, I typed that in,
Yeah.
bro. I typed it in. It wouldn't come up under YouTube.
Hey, that's a level up for Witsit. If he's shadow
Yeah.
banned, that's great. That's great, man. Awesome.
I'll give it to you. Hold on.
Yeah, dude, I was just researching. Like, normally I'll come in here and whatnot, but like when nobody's talking at night, like I'll still kind of like try to have something playing in the background that's somewhat truthful,
There you
And
go.
so I tried to search his page and whatnot, and just to listen to some of the stuff or to see these new videos that he was talking about. But I couldn't find anything on him, like, period.
Is this link working for you?
I haven't gotten a link yet.
Did you see Livestream voice text?
Oh, live stream. Gotcha. I thought you DM'd it. My bad.
I used to do DMs, but all the lobby people were like going absolutely ape shit. That lobby's the funniest place to learn, like if you're new. It is, but it is so intense after a while. It's just like get jaded. But as long as you think of it like, I can't enter the lobby if I'm not in an ironic state of mind. Like I have to have like a funny comedy state
half serious before I click on the lobby, and then I can like just
I
respond
get
to
what you're saying.
everything.
So when I'm feeling kind of trolly, instead of being in here and fucking with flat earthers, you're saying I should go to the lobby.
No. It's just the funny thing is
Did
like,
you do the TikTok? No.
okay, maybe sometimes, but it depends on what kind of lobby you're dealing with, But
Dude, the most humorous thing to me, I'd say, in regards to trolling is like, just some of the trolls that come in here, man, and it's very few. Some of them are actually funny. Like, they're actually good. You can give them credit, and they're, good company. But then you have the trolls that come in thinking that flat earthers are just so fucking dumb. And then until they debate them, and then they're like, holy shit, I don't like their whole troll demeanor goes right away. That's funny in and of itself. They come in with this like cocky, know-it-all attitude.
did you see you got the link now?
I did.
All right, cool. Yeah, only the fun ones. There's only certain ones that are fun to be around. And I like the ones. I actually prefer the rare concavers know-it-all to the globe know-it-alls. Like the ones that are concave and they think they know it all. I find it more funny than the ones that think it's a globe and know it all. I don't know why. I just think that's even more funny.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done any research into the concave. So it's funnier than the globe?
I think it's hilarious because it's like so to me it just sounds so ridiculous and the best part about it is they're like, oh yeah, it's not curving but it's going up. And actually, you know what the funniest thing about it is? Like, okay, you know how if you're inside something, that means the thing that you're inside is acting as a container, right? So you actually, it's funny because they actually have a container, but I think they have a problem because I think they believe space is like between it's within. But funny enough, they actually have a container. But that's funny.
No, the funniest thing about the cellar theory is they believe they're on the inside of a spherical Earth, right? And you look up at night and you see the stars. The stars are actually cities on the other side of the surface.
Oh
So when
no.
you look up and you see the stars, that's like China and shit.
No way, you can't be serious.
Well, what else will they be? The lights in the sky?
Well,
Inside of a sphere?
Is that? I mean, you can't be serious about that being their claim. They're claiming
I
that
bring
those
it
are.
up and they don't correct me and say straw man.
No.
I bring it up to them every time because I like to troll the shit out of them. Yeah, they don't say straw man. I have not yet had one say that's a straw man.
So they're low key like thinking, damn, like Hank's onto something.
Because I think it's absolutely hilarious that that's what they think. And then when I bring that up, what are they going to say? Like in between, like the Earth, there's like light years? No, they don't got light years.
Mm-hmm.
It would be just like, you know what, like, just 10,000 miles or some shit.
So, like, what you're saying is, as a flat earther, to disprove the concave sort of theory, it's 8 inches per mile negative squared? Like, would it just be reversed?
Yeah, you ask them the same question. Where's the curvature?
Uh, It's all so silly, man. It really is. I just don't get it.
I've had flat earthers kind of get onto me about clowning them when they come in here because they're like, Hank, this is a place where everybody can share their ideas. I'm like, okay, okay.
Yeah, come on, Hank. I haven't heard anybody say that yet. They must be DMing you about it.
Well, if it's incorrect, all they have to say is straw man. I never said that.
I'm still learning the fallacies and whatnot. So a straw man is pretty much setting up an argument for somebody else that's false?
Yeah, it's taking their argument and changing it in a way that makes it easier to attack.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it often starts with the sentence, so you're saying, like when someone says that, make sure they get your argument right.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like when I first started researching the flat Earth, I just saw like the Eric Debay videos, and they were very easy to like digest. A lot of it was just clear as day. But as time went by, of course, then YouTube censored it. I dropped the ball for a couple of years, and then I restarted researching it, and I figured out that there was a Discord for it, and I was like, "Oh, cool!" and found a bunch more information. So, within this past, I don't know, I would say somewhat. I haven't really been trying to be honest. It's a lot of information, and I suck at science. But I've reached out to some people. I suck at science. I suck at all the fallacy. It's a lot to try to take in, you know. So I'm trying, but yeah, the fallacies. Woo, you guys throw them out left and right, and I'm getting them little by little. I think I got the gist of some of them, but it's a lot.
Well, I mean, it's really easy once you're familiar with them, and there's so many different ways that you can deploy them, right? And I think that most of the time when people do them, it's on accident, but the Globers deploy them maliciously, like they're practicing sophistry, right? So if you do it on accident, and then someone calls you out on it, and you're like, yeah, that kind of was a straw man. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase my clarification question. Right. So if you do it on accident and okay, yeah, you're right. That's one thing, right? That's completely forgivable, right? Because you're in the heat of the moment, right? But when they say, no, it's not, that's not a fallacy. Or if they say, I don't do fallacies, like Dr. Bob. So this dude's allegedly a doctor, right? He says that he don't do fallacies, meaning that he doesn't worry about if he commits them or not. I think that's what he meant, because if he said he don't do fallacies, like he never commits them, well, that's dishonest because people can make mistakes and accidentally commit a fallacy. Right? Especially when someone is explaining their argument and you ask a clarification question, and you say, so this is what you mean, right? So you're saying, and if you fuck up, it's a straw man, so they have to say, no, that's not what I mean. This is what I mean. So they're easy to commit. So for someone to say, like, I don't do fallacies, I'm a doctor. Like, come on, bro, you're a human. You make mistakes, right?
So, would you say that intentionally trying to throw fallacies out? No, with the intent of discrediting somebody by throwing fallacies at them, would that in and of itself be a fallacy?
No, that's called sophistry. Sophistry? Yeah. So it's like when a lawyer uses a fallacious argument to trick a layman, right? He knows the layman doesn't know about it, but he knows about it, and he deploys this tactic to win an argument. So let's say a guy chooses to represent himself, right? And the guy that's representing himself, he doesn't have a lawyer. So the guy makes a really bad argument, and the guy doesn't know to say objection, false cause, or something like that, right? Right? He doesn't know to say objection because he didn't know that the lawyer just made a fallacy. So the lawyer can kind of get away with more than if he was, if the guy had hired a lawyer.
Oh, I get it. Well, no, what I'm getting at is like, as flat earthers do it, right? We call a fallacy when it's like in correlation with pretty much with the evidence directly. But I feel like when I listen to the globers, they intentionally try to catch any little thing that they could call a fallacy just for the sake of, rumpusing almost. So I guess it wouldn't be a fallacy, it'd just be rumpusing really, or just negating the point, and trying to, you get what I mean. It's kind of what you were saying, just word picking somebody instead of listening to what they're saying.
Right, because the honest thing to do during a debate is to steelman someone's argument. So if you make an argument, let's say that, you're not as quite as talented in your rhetoric as some people. So when I ask my clarification question, I ask it in such a way that actually strengthens your argument. And then you go, yeah, that's what I mean. Well said. And then I attack your argument. That would be like the honest way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, I heard Huey do that a couple times, like with that guy that was kind of a shit in the arena. Dude, that guy was trying to act like Huey was being a dick to him, but if you saw the amount of chances that he gave him, it was unbelievable. Like, there were multiple times when he would ask, for certain definitions, and then he'd go, okay, well, and you could tell it wasn't spot on, but Huey went, oh, I'll take that, good enough. He knew what he was trying to talk about at that point, instead of trying to freaking word pick him over everything, There's sometimes when it does get heated where he will word pick people just to really kind of prove a point because they come in there in this high horse. But with most people that are being intellectually honest, he will sacrifice having the exact definition for, okay, somebody knows what it is. You know what I mean?
See, I've been around in the debate circuit longer than QE. So when QE first came around, this is how he acted. Sir, you just made a claim that if I believe the earth is flat, I have to throw away the whole body of science. What science do you got? Show me your independent variable. And then they would like laugh at him and be like, independent variable? What a dumbass. Like, independent variable John over here is like asking for an independent variable when we obviously got the full body of science. Right? So they couldn't even like answer his question. They like ridiculed him. So he's like done with people like that. Like he's not trying to waste any time other than the numpty clips on people that are just like not smart enough to realize that if you claim you got science, show your hypothesis. Show your dependent, independent control variables so that we all may look at them, because that's what you're supposed to do with science, right? You're not supposed to do your little scientific test and write it down like Cavendish and keep it a secret. You're supposed to like say, hey bro, look what I did. Do you think you might want to try this? Like, see if you can repeat this, right? Here's my hypothesis. See if you can repeat it. Or see if you can prove me wrong. That's what you're supposed to do. Like, publish it so that people can prove you wrong.
Yeah, man. I get that. It is for me. It'll still always be sad, that they're stuck in that mentality, because it is laughable, most people, and I can understand why they wouldn't believe it. It's really, really hard to swallow. But yeah, it's truly sad. I just feel bad for most of them because they're the ones that have to live with a lie, But I get it. He's fed up with the bullshit and people trying to tease him and give him a hard time over it. That makes sense. But no, he definitely shows like he shows patience in his ways, and people kind of take it for granted and try to ridicule him instead. Like that last arena thing that wasn't supposed to be a debate, but what I saw there was just a troll posing as somebody that was trying to be professional, if you get what I mean. Like his whole tactic the whole time was just to troll and then get into a fallacious debate where QE was accepting terms that didn't actually apply to what he knows. You mean, or you get what I mean? Like trying to get him to say, "Oh, okay, so let's pretend that gravity exists." Like who the fuck pretends that something exists when it doesn't? Like it was just stupid.
Well, see, one of my tactics is give them enough rope to hang themselves. Right? So, like, I'll give them something. Like, okay, you can have that. Sure, Aristophanes proved that the Earth was a sphere. Okay? And he said that the light's coming in at 90-degree angles. Okay, well, how do you explain, the solar eclipse? The shadow on the Earth is only like 100 miles across. Like, sometimes it's even, like, smaller than that. If the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, how does it cast a shadow smaller than that? Then they say, oh, well, the light rays converge. Oh, gotcha. Can't do both. Can't do both.
Yep.
They can't be 90 degrees and converging at the same time.
Yeah, that's a good one. I can see that there. That's smart. That is smart. That is
And then,
smart.
obviously, you go back and sweep up the, dust on the ground, and you finish off the Cavendish lie, because it didn't prove anything except for cavemen can measure shadows. Angles of shadows.
That's usually where you see the freaking cognists start to come out, where they start breaking down like a robot and going into circular reasoning over and over again, as if we haven't seen that happen time and time again. When you hit them with something like that, because the denial then has to set in, because it has to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and if they had something better than Cavendish, they would come up with something better than Cavendish. But that's all they got is assumptions. The reason that it doesn't feel like it's spinning is because it's spinning and it's so big. Right? The reason you can't see the curvature because you got to get so high. Well, that's like the Snoop Dogg and the Ron Jeremy fallacy.
Ron Jeremy fallacy?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're good, bro. So Ron Jeremy was a well-endowed porn star, right? And I guess it would be like the argument would be it's so big that she couldn't fill it. It doesn't make sense, right? So he's like a well-endowed porn star. It's so big she can't fill it.
It's so big she can't fill it. Huh. Okay.
It doesn't make sense, right? And then the Snoop Dogg fallacy, you can't see the curvature until you get really fucking high. Like really high.
Oh, dude. Oh my God. Okay. That brings up something pretty big. Like, when you look up on Google, how high do you have to be to see curvature? Oh, about, as high as a plane flies, about 30,000 feet. Now, then you tell them about what Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, but, if you used measuring tools like level, then no, he flat out says it with like a mockery of a tone. You get what I mean? Like, it's not just what he says, but it's the way he says it that says the most. If you get what I mean, like he pretty much says, no, there's no fucking way that you're going to see it at all. Period.
You talking about curvature at 128,000 feet?
Yep.
Yeah, and the reason he said that is because in the past I've heard him say that if the Earth was a globe the size of a basketball, and you take a satin sheet and wrap it around the globe, that's how thick the atmosphere would be in comparison. So we can't get high enough in the atmosphere to see the curvature.
I believe the measurement is 1/8 the radius to see the curvature, so it had to be 500 miles up, 2.6 million feet. You can double check my math.
Did you say 500 miles up?
Yes, that's 1/8 the radius. Isn't that the recommended amount to see?
I don't know. I just know that we can't go that high to verify it. So it's a cool story, bro.
Yeah,
Well,
we
that's
can't get
another
that high,
thing.
but you'd have to be 1/8 the radius above to see the curvature drop.
All right, check out this argument that Dr. Bob told me and Demark one night. He said that an object weighs differently on an airplane, whether the airplane is flying east or west. And that proves that the Earth is spinning. So the number one fallacy that I catch these globers using is the false cause fallacy, or some people call it the formological affirming the consequent fallacy. But it is basically a false cause. Like they said, the cause is this. Well, how did you make that leap? Like, how did you determine that was the cause? Because we use the scientific method to find out the cause of things, right? We manipulate the independent variable and we watch it, the dependent variable happen, right? We watch the effect from wiggling the cause, right? And when they just, they just say that, well, this is the cause, like the ring laser gyroscope. Like, how do they know what the cause of that precession is? And
Isn't
the
that
thing is,
considered?
they don't,
Isn't
because
that
they
begging
can't.
the question? If they say the Earth spins and you're lighter in the plane, therefore the Earth spins, right?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure on that one.
Here's my question: how much lighter are you in the plane? Is this legit?
I don't know if it's legit or not, but even if it is legit, how did he determine that? Because you would have to literally stop the Earth from spinning to see if it stopped weighing differently, to see if that was the actual cause, right? That's how science works. Another thing they'll do is you'll make an argument, right? Like the one that I just made, and they'll say, I'm not saying that. Exactly, dumbass. I said it. It came out of my mouth. Nobody said that you said it. But they'll use that one a lot.
The key is to get an honest person to discuss, regardless what they want to be the truth, and see if they're flexible to have different points of view. Because if you don't have that, you get cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, a good litmus test question would be, and this is the one that Witsit uses, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it? If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it? And then they have to say flat. If they can't even say it, then there's no point in talking to
Yeah, they don't want to say that. They like to say, well, it's not curving maybe to the specifications because we're not measuring it right.
Yeah, but that one where they go, I didn't say that. Like, that shit, like, really pisses me off. Because it's so dishonest. It's just nothing but pure, like, obfuscation. And then what I see is that a lot of times flat earthers don't catch it, and they'll, like, start biting on it. Instead of, like, calling them out, like, no shit, Sherlock, I didn't say that you said that. So, like, get thrown off a little bit. Because what the Glober is essentially trying to do is they're trying to throw you off of your rhythm, right? Just like any boxer in a boxing match is trying to get you off of your rhythm and stop you from saying what you got to say. Because once you get in that flow state, it's over for them. Like, listen to what they do to Witsit, how hard they try to knock him out of his flow state.
I had that happen to me tonight.
Yeah, I gotta admit, it's a problem for me because when they interrupt me, right, I'm the type of person to just allow someone to interrupt me, right, because I know that it shows, like, the audience that's listening, like, whoa, that dude's being a dick, like, he's not even letting the other guy get an argument out. But I still have to get my argument out, and I still have to retain what I was saying. And then when I don't allow that to happen, then I start yelling and over talking people, which is even worse because so when I start yelling and getting pissed off, that really throws me off of my game because my game is like slow and steady wins the race. That's just the way that I debate. Like, I'm trying, and I might speed up my speech, but I'm still trying to, like, just like flow like a river, right? And when they dam it up with non sequiturs, and I didn't say that.
Yeah, Witset's really good about weaseling his way out of every sort of fallacious argument that they use, and all of the tactics, dude. Oh my god.
He's not weaseling though; they are, right? He's just flowing like a river, and they're trying to dam him up, right? They're the one, I don't know, weaseling or beavering. Yeah, beavering's a better term. They're the one beavering up his flow state.
Well, what I mean is you have one person, like what I listen to, man. Okay, so while Witset's just going through his his main stuff, his argument, right? That's one frame of mind that he's focusing on. Okay, the next frame is the other guy that's trying to tell him, "Oh, let me talk. Let me talk. You're not letting me talk. You're cutting me off." So he has to not only focus on his argument, but respond to him, then respond to a guy that's, 20 seconds ago and saying, "Oh, but you said this." Then responding to another guy that's trying to tell him that his argument is wrong because of this. Like, that's what I meant by weaseling. And he responds to each person as if he's, just I don't know. I can't explain it. Like, I can hardly have one conversation, let alone 10.
Well, here's the deal. Witset is a thin guy, right? He looks like he eats like once a day, right? You've seen him before?
No, I haven't.
He's a thin guy. He doesn't look like he weighs over like 150. So I'm betting he eats like once a day. And if he's eating once a day, then he spends most of the day in ketosis, right? And when you're in ketosis or fasting, it is a huge advantage to debating because you get such a cognitive boost out of burning ketones rather than carbs. It's hard for me to explain to you, but it's like upgrading your video card. It's like, like you had a 970 with 3.5 gigs when you're eating carbs all day long, but when you're debating and fasting, you got like a 1080 Ti. You got like a super badass video, dude. Yes, try it. Do keto for 3 days. Eat nothing but like bacon, burger with no bun, cheese, no carbs, like bacon, steak, right? And for 3 days, just nothing but meat, and you can make like different things too, but just really low carbs, like less than 20 grams, maybe even like less than 10 grams when you first start. But you'll notice, like, how that, when you walk into a room and you're like, what do I come in here for? No, that shit stops. You know that when you're going like, what's it called? What is it? That shit completely goes away. Your cognitive boost is so beneficial to fasting. And think about it, it's like a natural way. Humans are meant to like feast and fast. So they come in with a kill, they eat good for 3 days, and the meat spoils. Then they have to go back out. And when they go back out and they're out there in the forest, like they're starving and they're fasting and they're burning fat, which is a cleaner fuel than carbs, you catch the deer better because you're so mentally aware of your surroundings. It's a huge cognitive boost. And I'm assuming that Witset is already a smart guy, and he doesn't eat a lot of carbs because he doesn't drink soda. He talked about it, so he's definitely in ketosis most of the day.
Interesting. I heard that. I heard bad things about the whole keto diet thing.
Well, I'm not giving you nutritional advice, or I'm not a nutritionist or a doctor or anything like that. But yeah, I've seen a lady who was on keto, and she went to the doctor, and the doctor did like a CAT scan of her body, and he said that if I didn't know you and was looking at you right now, I would assume that you're like a 16-year-old athlete. And she was like, "Wow, like really?" And the doctor was like, "Yeah, you're like perfectly healthy." So anytime something gets bad news, you want to look at the opposite side of the coin, right? Because you have to look at both sides of the coin on everything. So they say it's like dangerous for your liver, but if you think about it logically, which sounds more dangerous for your liver and your pancreas? To like drink sodas like 24/7, or to not have too much sugar so that you don't get the diabetes, right? Because if you eat carbs every day, all day long, you're going to have a fatty liver. So they're saying that if you do keto, you're going to have a fatty liver. Does that make sense?
Interesting.
Because and once again, like, I'm not a nutritionist, but you really got to think about it. Like, why do people get diabetes? It's not that they have a lack of insulin. It's they have a problem with insulin resistance. So think about a dog that like barks every day, all day long, and his one job is to let you know somebody's on your property. Well, when the burglar comes, you're not going to be aware that the burglar's there because the dog always barks, right? That's what it's like if you shove carbs down your throat all day long, every day. The cell walls aren't going to open and allow your body's natural insulin in the cells. Right? It's like a dog that
Okay.
won't shut up.
So, Hank, all medical advice aside, because that's not what I'm asking for, do you think, in your opinion, because I did, and I'm not necessarily fat, I was just trying to cut a few pounds before summer, last summer, and so I tried the keto diet, and I felt like shit, and I mean complete just dog shit. And I did it for, I think, 12 days.
Yeah,
Holy
that's
cow,
called the
it
keto
felt
flu.
like months. It felt like months.
That's called the keto flu. So it's like this. I grew up eating once a day. Like, I was like 9th grade, like 6 foot, like 180 pounds, 185 pounds. Because I ate like once a day, like most of my life.
Mm-hmm.
So my body was used to doing keto, so I never get the keto flu because I've done it in the past. But if you're not used to switching fuel sources, then it might make you feel a little bad. But for me, I'm a fat guy now. When I do keto, I feel great. I feel like I want to fight, and I want to do the other F word.
Mm-hmm. Well, I
Well, the
typically
keto
only
flu is only supposed to last for about it generally only lasts for about 3 days. After that, you do start feeling better.
I felt
Yeah, maybe it's
lethargic the whole time.
maybe it's not for you, bro. I would say listen to your body. If it's telling you no, then don't do it.
Well, when you
Because
do
if
the
you did
you
it
gotta
right,
you gotta make sure that you get high fat, like a lot of fats and proteins. If you do the keto, I mean, it's you gotta mix up and not stick with like one particular. You gotta mix up your fats and proteins.
right? So you got to do high
What
fat.
what do you mean by mix them up? I don't get it.
Well, eat eggs, eat bacon. The next day, eat sausage and eat hamburgers. The next day, eat like a steak. But the thing is that you're supposed to get carbs in the keto. It's just supposed to be like less than 50, or unless you're really serious, like less than 20.
Less than 20, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm a big dude, so I can burn, some carbs just by walking around. So I do less than 50. But yeah, the thing is, if you're not doing it right, then it's not going to make you feel good at all. Because, okay, there was a study back in the day. And what they did was they gave one group just enough food to survive. And they gave the other group like nothing. They were completely fasting. The people that were fasting were like content. They didn't really have much problems after 3 days, right? Because after 3 days of hunger, you go into ketosis. A woman will go into ketosis after 2 days. But yeah, after they started living off their fat, they were fine. The group that had just enough food to survive, they were like fantasizing about food and doing like a bunch of weird stuff, like not taking their spoons out of their pockets. They were like constantly talking about the food, and they were in far more anguish than the group that was in fasting mode. So you got to do it right.
And there's also, it depends on how toxic you were too, like how toxic your diet was and how toxic your body is when you go into it. Because if you have a lot of toxins, like depending on what kind of toxins, but if you're heavy laden in your fat tissue of your body with tons of toxins mixed in with it, then when your body starts burning off those fats, when you do go into ketosis, and your body starts burning off those fats, it's also flushing out those toxins. So that may like extend this quote flu type feeling, unquote, or whatever, a little bit longer. But like I said, generally that only lasts a week or two if it's from toxins. From my experience, right? But that's also something else to consider.
Yeah, you might be right. All the man, my guilty pleasure is Red Bull. I hate to. I know
Mine
you guys are
too.
gonna. I know you guys are gonna shit on me for it. Oh, thank God.
No, it
Thank
is.
God.
It's mine too. It's like I'm actually drinking one right now while we're talking.
They keep you awake. They perk you up. They make you good enough to be you at work. And to me, I've always kind of because I personally I only eat once a day, but I drink 2 Red Bulls a day, and I guess that would make up for the lack of diet elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm right with you on that, man. It's almost like we're walking together.
But in all seriousness, when I do the
My
keto, I
question
feel so wonderful. Go ahead, Jimsy.
about the Rebel, does it gives you wings?
Well, you think if you think it does, I guarantee you drink one, you will not go to sleep for at least 4 hours anyway.
For
Go
me,
ahead, Hank.
I won't go to sleep for like 6 to 8 hours. I'm pretty sensitive to caffeine, so I stopped drinking it after noon.
And it's the taste of it too, the taste of it and the fizziness. That's what
Yep.
I enjoy it. Yeah, I don't even like the different flavors. I like original. That's the one.
Yep. That's the one.
You guys sounds like drug addicts.
It is kind of like that for real, because I mean, you fiend for it. It's like if you feel crappy and you're like sluggish and wore out, it's like that's what you're thinking about. It's like, okay, I've got to get to the store. I know if I get a Red Bull, I'll feel better. And I know it's bad. It's bad for you. No one follow this. Like, don't like start drinking Red Bull. If you're not drinking it, don't start. But it's my guilty pleasure. I'm with you on that. Sorry, Hank, you were getting ready to get into something.
Yeah, get it, Hank.
No, that's all right. I was just gonna say that when I do keto, like I'll rake the yard for no damn reason, because I'm the type of person to be like, leaves are supposed to be on the yard. What's the matter with you people? But I'll rake the yard and then put it all in a pile and just like leave it there in that pile and like let the wind spread it all back out.
Well, there you go. Do you jump in it? Be honest. Don't lie to me, Hank.
Bro, I weigh 300 pounds. I'm not doing a whole lot of jumping.
Damn it, Hank. Well, fine. You just kind of skip into it.
Yeah, Hank.
What are you like imagining me like frolicking through the yard? Like, what's going on?
I'm just saying. You have a perfect mound of leaves. You're not gonna fuck with it. Like I couldn't. If I saw some leaves, I'd have to kick it or jump in it.
You're one of those people that like walk around fucking up other people's sandcastles and shit, aren't you? I went to school with kids like you.
I've evolved. I can now withstand the sandcastles.
You mean
with
you've
the
adapted?
kids.
You've adapted.
Depends on how you look at it. No.
I hate that word.
Oh shit! You were there for that debate too. Oh boy, that was funny. Anyways.
Yeah, Hank, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you? Am I coming in good?
Okay,
good.
bro.
Okay, awesome. Well, I just wanted to say that I can also attest to the benefits of intermittent fasting with the whole keto diet. But it's kind of funny that you're talking about it because I've only been doing it for maybe about a week, and I can definitely account for the boost of energy. And I believe that there's been scientific studies that show that basically when you eat a meal, not only is there the what's that chemical called that gets secreted after you have a big hearty meal that kind of makes you feel slow and lethargic? You know the chemical?
Serotonin? No, that's not right. That's the sleepy one.
Well, I think there's multiple chemicals. Anyway, it's kind of
Dopamine.
not
Yeah,
off
it's
the top
going
of
to
my
be a
head right now.
dopamine hit. Yeah, it's a dopamine.
Yeah. Well, basically, they did studies where they deciphered that it takes about 80% of the body's energy to digest food. So even if you're having a healthy meal, or it doesn't really matter the type of meal you're eating, just eating in general, because it takes your body 80% of its energy to digest it. It's just
Well, it
going to lower your
depends.
energy regardless.
Yeah, it depends
Right.
on which food it is, because different foods take a different, because like with white chicken meat, for instance, or celery. Let's take celery for instance. The celery is a good one because celery has a negative, like it takes more energy to digest, or is it white chicken? I think it might be white chicken meat. It's one of these two. Anyway, it's like you can look it up and they'll tell you if you can trust the information, right? Look it up and they'll tell you which ones, but some of them have like a negative calorie count to where the calories you get from the food, it actually takes your body more calories to digest it because some foods are harder to digest. So it requires more calories to digest, the food. And I think white chicken meat, it's either white chicken meat or celery, or it could be both, are have like a negative calorie count. So it takes more calories than what the food gives you. It requires, like, your body uses more than what you get from it to digest it. And I think it's celery. I want to say celery. But anyway, and then some of them have like, very low. It's like if you look at the net versus like how much you get versus how much it requires to digest it. But different foods are different. And if you add that into it and you factor that into, in addition to your high fat, high protein and your ketogenic diet, then you'll drop the weight and you'll feel pretty good, pretty fast.
High fat, moderate protein, low carb.
Yeah. Insulin was the word I was looking for, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you get a huge insulin dump when you eat a meal, right? Because it's got to be processed.
And it's the insulin that makes you feel like crap.
But there's this thing where dogs like salivate when they see us eating, and in their brains they can't tell the difference between them eating it and us eating it. So I think it's been proven that you have an insulin dump when you see like food on TV or other people eating, like, because you know how your mouth waters when you see someone eating like a delicious meal and you're hungry. So you got to not only be careful of insulin dumps from eating, but also seeing other people eat.
Yeah, definitely. I know when I see other people eat, I get hunger pains and all kinds of stuff. So I went through the whole, what you guys referred to as the keto blues. And I'm kind of getting over that now. Right now, I'm at the point where I'm not feeling like I'm starving. I feel like I have more energy than I ever had, but on top of just these very persistent hunger pains. So it's kind of weird because, society assumes that if you're hungry, then you have lack of energy. But me, I feel fantastic, right? My cognitive abilities are superior. My outward directed energy is superior. But the only thing is, I get these hunger pains that drive me crazy. Do those go away at some point? That persistent hunger?
Yeah, dude. If you fast for 3 days and 3 nights, it's going to kill all the bacteria in your gut, and you're going to get a new immune system. And it also creates neuroplasticity. Is it neuroplasticity or is it? It's either neuroplasticity. No, I think working out gives you the neuroplasticity. It gives you stem cells if you fast.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Hey.
man. This is
How do you fast without
This has
dying?
been.
What, bro?
How do you fast? Do you like drink water or what?
Yeah, if you do keto, right, and you're eating like steak, which is like fatty, like chunks of cow, like bacon, but from a steak. Like eventually you'll get tired of eating that, right? And you'll kind of fall into a fast, or I do. I fall into a fast, kind of like falling asleep on the couch. Like I didn't mean to fall asleep on the couch, but I fell into it. And that's happened several times. And the longest I ever went was 4 days, but I work with food, so 4 days is kind of hard. It'd be a lot easier if I was in the wilderness. Well, no, maybe not, because there's lots of food in the wilderness.
What's a good fast? 3 days? You think you won't like faint or nothing? Can you have like a juice or something? You know, something or
No,
cold
water,
drinking?
bro. 1, 2, 4.
Just water?
Yeah, water. And I've even fasted from water before, but I wouldn't recommend that at all.
Have you heard? Have you heard of taking baking soda?
I wouldn't do that either because you're supposed to have like a balance, right? You don't want to be too acidic, but you don't want to be too base either.
Baking soda is alkaline or basic?
Yeah, alkaline. Yeah. But you don't want to go too far. Like people that drink that pH water, if they drink it like every day, all day long, I don't think it's what you're supposed to do. I don't think that's natural.
I don't take that, but I can guess that most people are acidic because they're having sugar and carbs and nitrates and stuff. So in that case, they need alkaline. But if you are balanced already, you don't need it.
Yeah, all I know is when I'm doing keto, like I'll get tired of like eating like, basically carcass, right? Like it's like after like so many days of it, and then you eat some fat, right? And it's like it's really hard to break down fat, so you stay full for like a really long time. And it's like at a certain point, the gut bacteria, the bad bacteria die, and they stop sending signals to your brain that you're hungry, right? Once you get past that 3-day hump, I'm telling you, it's like if you could stay away from the food, it's so awesome. But it's tempting because you're like, liver, I want some liver, because liver is so full of nutrients. Like you're literally craving it, even though like who wants to eat liver? It's disgusting. But yeah, I take
So
Moringa oleifera when I'm fasting, and that's like full of like vitamins.
what is it called?
Moringa oleifera,
Never heard of it.
Moringa. Some lady came on here and told me about it one day. Don't take too much; it'll make you poop.
That won't be a problem for me.
Yep.
Remember earlier, you guys were talking about all of the trolls that come in trying to debate you. I know it's easy to maybe debate somebody through the internet, but when it comes to family members that you have to live with or coworkers that you have to interact with on a daily basis, it becomes kind of interesting and more so uncomfortable because it becomes more personal. And I didn't want to spill the beans as to what I think in the subject of flat Earth, right? But I brought it up one day when I got a little too comfortable drinking beers the other night around a campfire, right? I guess I had the liquid courage came out, and I started to tell my brother when it was just him and I, one-on-one. I told him my views on the subject matter, and he thought I was kidding. He looked at me and he was laughing hysterically. And I was telling him, no, I'm serious. This is really what I think. I don't trust NASA. They lie about everything, blah, blah, blah. And the cognitive dissonance was so to the third degree that he couldn't even comprehend that I was being serious. The whole time I sincerely tried to tell him and just kind of whet his appetite a little bit and offer him further information. I said, I'll send you some links on Facebook or through your personal phone number. He was just laughing. He couldn't even take me seriously enough to the point where he knew that I was being serious. And I just thought that it was so fascinating that this lie is just so freaking ginormous that people just think it's a comedy. People just think that you're kidding. And then eventually I'm like, yeah, I rolled my eyes and I said, I'm just kidding. He didn't even.
That reminds me of an encounter I had one day. Okay, I used to be like really athletic. One day I was swimming laps at the pool, right? And this little half pint dude, like soaking wet, weighed like 100 pounds. He comes up to me and he's like, "Larry, I'm gonna kick your ass." And I kind of had that same response. I laughed in his face, like, "Dude, are you serious? You're gonna kick my ass?" Right? So it's kind of a defense mechanism. Like, you can't believe it, right? Because it's such an absurd thing. So I would say take it real slow and plant seeds. And have we talked about the woman in the red dress? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah,
Right,
I've
so
definitely seen The Matrix.
you know you want to circumvent his programming, right?
Right.
So is he a Bible believer?
You know, he did go to church before this whole pandemic nonsense took place. Now churches are closed in California. But
Right, but
yeah,
is he
he is.
culturally Christian, or does he literally think Jesus died and rose on the third day?
He's well, I know his wife's very Christian. So yeah, I would say yeah, he's a Christian. He goes to church, so yes.
All right, so Robbie Davidson did this documentary called Scientism Exposed. Just like pay him to watch that, because the whole thing, they go over like a whole bunch of truth without saying the word flat earth, right? And you have to get him in the mindset to be open to it, because, you know, the general population believes something that when scientists say, right, they believe it, right? So he has to understand that you're not attacking him, because that's how he's going to take it. Like, you're attacking, like, you know, me. Like, no, bro, I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking the argument. So when you tell like a 4-year-old kid that Santa isn't real, like, and they like break down and start losing it, it's like you know, you're attacking them. But you got to remind him that for some reason, the entire population, everybody agreed to lie to their kids and tell them that Red Man comes down the chimney, right?
Yeah, it's much the same with the whole globe-tard phenomena that's going on right now. That seems so obvious to me now, but didn't seem so obvious 6 months ago when I ridiculed it.
Right. It's Santa Claus for kids. I mean, for adults.
Yeah, it sure is. So when it comes to, and I just use that as an example because it happened more recently, but like I said, I don't like to shit where I eat, so I don't want to talk about it with coworkers and family members, etc., people who I have to see on a daily basis. But
circumvent
I don't.
his programming.
Exactly. The only reason why I did that one time is because I was drinking and I got a little too comfortable. But there was one time I was talking to a friend that I don't see on a daily basis, and I really just kind of wanted to pick his brain and see where he was at. And I don't remember how push came to shove, but he got so outraged that for some reason his response towards me telling him what I thought and really trying to encourage him to think for himself, and I was being absolutely polite as I possibly could, but next thing I know, he got so angry that he actually wanted to fight me. He seriously was like getting in my face and wanting to fist fight me because according to him, I'm such a retard and I need to get my ass kicked, and who the fuck are you to tell me that the earth is not a globe? What are you saying? You know, and it was just this. It was crazy that people will get so angry that they'll want to respond with actual violence. Like the way people respond to this is very fascinating.
Yeah, it's like once you encounter an agent, you're supposed to run, right? When that dude was like about to like kick your ass over like, you know, your beliefs or your foundational beliefs, that's not good, you know, because if he kicks your ass, that's not good for your dental plan, right? You might have to tap into some of your 401k or whatever, or whatever you're doing. right? And it's definitely not good for him because he's going to catch a charge or maybe get sued or something. So you definitely want to avoid that. Like, that's not a good idea. You know, but me, I'm the type of person that I would take the ass whooping and gladly sue some motherfucker. You know, but I don't think it's good for everybody else.
It's hilarious. I don't know if he would have kicked my ass, but I was just surprised at the response of anger. How do you get, like, if, like, for example, if somebody was to come to me with something that I just thought was absolutely ridiculous, like somebody told me some schizophrenic type shit, like I think the CIA is implanting thoughts in my dog's head, and I think he's working for him, and he's in cahoots with the government, and he's spying on me. I mean, I'm going to think you're insane. I might entertain you just to be polite, like, oh shit, man, maybe you should see a therapist, man. Maybe you should talk to somebody about this. But I would just think in my head, like, this person is crazy, and kind of pity them in a way. So if we really
How old
are,
was the dude that was going to fight you?
19.
Okay, yeah, he's peaking testosterone right now. So yeah, he definitely, would fight you had you challenged him a little more, right? So you got to be careful who you're talking to. Like a old dog, you can't teach him new tricks. Like a young dog is too arrogant and too puffed up with testosterone. So it's delicate when you're talking to people in real life.
Yeah, definitely. It really is a sensitive subject, and I'm surprised at how sensitive it is. But the response that I've noticed, whether it's through debates that I've listened to on here or shit that I've encountered in real life, it's either laughter or anger, or maybe somewhere in the middle.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So that's like the two most common responses. But the thing is that you got to do it so delicately because, well, not so much women. Women have higher openness, trait openness, and men are higher than conscientiousness. So, like, if you're
Are you
talking
talking
to a
about flat
dude,
Earth?
we're
Just
talking
flat Earth?
about talking to people, talking to normies about flat Earth. So if a guy does like a lot of mushrooms, like you might be able to like talk to him, or if he smokes weed or something, has like an open mind, right? But if he's really high in conscientiousness, like a lawyer likes to argue, puffed up with testosterone, you may not be able to get to that guy. Only thing you can do is just, pull a Jesus and plant a seed and walk away, right? Knock the dust off your feet, and maybe someone else will come plant a seed. Because when my brother first started telling me about World War II revisionism, I thought he was a Nazi. I thought he was a dumbass, right? But it was
Yep.
until like several people told me about it that I actually looked into it.
Yeah, and you actually watch the Greatest Story Never Told and Firestorm and all that stuff.
Haven't seen Firestorm. Send me a link.
Oh, okay, I will. I mean, that depends. I'm pretty sure they've deleted it off of BitChute by now. I've noticed that BitChute has been deleting all those types of documentaries that expose the revisionist history of
Yeah, BitChute
what
cooked.
took place. Yeah, they totally did. You have to go to like very specific, weird, dark corners of the web in order to even watch this stuff anymore. But no, I'm
So
familiar with that. I looked
2015,
into
check this
that.
shit out.
Yeah.
2015, like I'm discovering flat Earth. At the same time, my brother is discovering, the JQ, right? And then
Yes.
like we start talking to each other and sharing conspiracy theories, right? And he's telling me about the JQ, and I'm like, what? No, bro. Like, no. And then I'm telling him about the flat Earth, and he's like, what? No. And then like I keep on hearing like this guy with like a squeaky little voice, right? This little man, and he's like making more sense than everybody else I've heard talking before, like early 2015. And then I discover like Eric Dubay. I was like, oh shit. What the
What's
fuck? Like, what is
what's GQ?
JQ? The Jewish question?
What's the Jewish question?
You got to figure that out for yourself, sir.
You can't DM me.
Just go to World Truth Videos and type in the German Holocaust.
Yep. The one thing you're not allowed to talk about without the algorithm destroying everything.
The name you shall not mention.
Yes. Even though it couldn't be more obvious, the key word I would say is just centralization. You just realize that they control absolutely everything, and it can't just be a coincidence because they're like less than 2% of the population, maybe even less than that, and then they just happen to control everything. What? Come on.
I don't think they control everything.
They at least control everything in America. I don't know about other places.
Do they
but
control Bitcoin?
Definitely
hon-
involved.
To be honest with you, man, you got people like Elon Musk, who's definitely in the big Z club, the big Z cult, and he sure as fuck is promoting it. And you got a bunch of these small hat gentlemen coming out and promoting it, and you have other, because you have to have you have to have a controlled dialectic, so you got people that are for it and against it. But man, these people got their fingers in every pie. That's one of the main things about this matrix that we live in, is these people got their finger in every pie. So I would say, not with authority, but I'm pretty sure they got their finger in the Bitcoin pie too, if I had to bet the farm on it. You can feel free. Yeah, you can feel free to disagree, but they
Can you
control
tell
everything.
me what do you think about Bitcoin? Because I'm not really sure myself.
Well,
Bitcoin is sold to us as the libertarian's dream, uncentralized currency or means of exchange. But if it were to fall into the wrong hands and be controlled by the centralized bankers, it could be used to tighten the grip on every single transaction to force you to pay taxes on a used pair of socks.
It has cashless society written all over it. It is a good idea, but somebody's bound to infiltrate that if they haven't already.
It's coming, and they're gonna make it look pretty, very convenient, and everybody's gonna access it from their phones and computers and that kind of stuff. Smart wallets, smart watches.
Yeah.
You go to the store and pay for your groceries with your smartwatch.
Exactly. It's all leading up to the cashless society. I don't think it's any coincidence that Bitcoin really starts to blow up and get popularized, and people like Elon Musk and several others start to speak it out loud on television, promoting it or going against it. But it's definitely getting out there. I mean, I got people in my family that aren't even, they don't have one conspiratorial bone in their body, yet they're investing in Bitcoin. It really is a hot topic right now. And
Bitcoin is a big chunk of the crypto scene, but it's not the whole thing. It goes bigger than that and deeper.
I would imagine. I haven't looked too much into it because I have a tendency to just see that if something goes mainstream and you got big names speaking about something and promotion of it, then by default you have to just assume that they got their finger in the Bitcoin pie, as they do with all the pies, because of the principle of Zionistic infiltration. Now, with that being said, you got all kinds of, like, for example, I remember listening to this guy named Max Egan. I'm sure most of you have heard of him from the Crow House. I was listening to his videos. Yeah, man, I was listening to his videos years ago when I was quite young. I was like 15 when I first started getting into this stuff. I'm 22 now, and I was like brand new to this. And I remember him warning, and he kept saying that this was way before even 5G came along, right? But he was warning everybody years in advance. He was saying they're going to come in here with 5G. They're going to create smart cities, and they're going to have this Trojan horse like Bitcoin, because Bitcoin at this time was very underground and not a lot of people knew about it. Not a lot of people were talking about it. Yeah. This was a while ago.
He said Bitcoin, but or you adding it into what he was saying?
No, at the time of me listening to this, if as far as my memory, he mentioned Bitcoin. He said he said that Bitcoin was basically it was a Trojan horse that was going to come in right around the same time 5G came along, and right when they started to hook us up to smart cities, smart cars, smart everything, you know, and it was gonna convince the people who were more conservative minded or conspiratorial minded that if we just go to this alternative form of currency, what's going to happen is we're going to be able to, with the help of this technology, be able to basically say no more decentralized banks. But he says it's a Trojan horse and it's a setup, and as soon as people start investing in this Bitcoin, eventually Bitcoin is going to become the cashless society, the digital social point credit system. It's
gonna
just
be
a
part of
Trojan
that
horse.
system.
Yeah. Yeah,
See,
because
it is
anything
pretty
that's
much
cashless
almost
is not good.
cashless. It's almost
Yeah.
cashless in China. Like, they pretty much use their cell phone to pay for most everything. And, you know, our president seems to be like 100% pro borrow from China to get us out of debt, right? And I've said it with Obama. Like, Obama like extended the debt ceiling. Like, okay, we got another credit card to fix our debt problem. Like, great guys, it's awesome. And every time the politicians get together, they spend your money like frivolously. Like, what happens when you give, like, I think it was Rand Paul recently said that they got studies on what happens if you give like cocaine to like lizards and put them on treadmills. Like, that's what like the science is studying for the American government.
So I know that Bitcoin is a very controversial subject because people seem to be very polarized in the truth community, either very for it or against it. But the next thing that I would say is just as controversial, if not even more so controversial, is the whole QAnon scenario that took place, which I was pretty sure was a psyop, like right from the beginning. I talked about it a lot in my old channel that got taken down, and people with just religious fervor were unsubscribing, leaving me nasty comments, leaving thumbs down. You know, like, people were very polarized by that subject, and I just wanted to get your honest assessment on that. I don't care if you're for or against it. I was just wondering what you think of that.
Who?
Whoever. I guess you, Hank.
Yeah, I never did really follow Q. I didn't listen to anything that he had to say. I've heard other people say that it's a psyop, and I believe them, but I haven't done independent research and never hopped on the Q train. I was always one of those people that were like, look, let's see what Trump does, right? And we'll judge him based on what he does, based on, 2016 campaign rhetoric.
Exactly.
But it appears that everything that Q did was cover for Trump's deliberate treasons against the American populace as somehow 4D chess, and he's really, going to get them on the back end of the deal, and that's what it appears to me. But I say that as an argument from ignorance. Like I said, I haven't done a lot of research into it.
Well, I did get into Q when it first came out, and I followed it, and the quote map unquote, followed that. I had it all like mapped out and shit, and and I was just seeing what it was about, and I followed it and followed everyone else who followed it. And then when it got to the point to where you could put it all together and you saw where they were pointing the fingers, and certain individuals that we all know are guilty of certain things that we can't talk about, which Alex Jones used to talk about. And then at one point he shifted it and started, following the mainstream narrative of who to blame, like China and Russia, but it wasn't. And we all know who it was. We all know who is like the head of these certain, the JQ question, right? And then following Q, it was when, like, you could tell in Alex Jones's journey, that was when he shifted from talking about those to talking about the main, like, blaming the same people that the mainstream narrative
The Muslims control Hollywood.
was blaming. But so when I noticed that Q was doing the same thing, I was like, this is bullshit. It's a psyop. It's just enough to. It's like the Pied Piper trying to hypnotize and lure the followers. That's exactly what that was. It was. I think it was. Honestly, I genuinely think that it was an attempt to cause some kind of like uprising to where people would like take up arms. I believe it was trying to see if they could form a gathering to do that, because they've been trying to, do that in all these other
Oh, I
major
think
cities too.
there was a news article recently. The FBI or the CIA, can't remember which one, got caught trying to get a right-wing, mentally retarded guy to commit some sort of treason or some sort of act of terrorism. They got caught like propping him up. So you probably heard people say that you have to tell me if you're a cop or it's entrapment. No, that's not really entrapment, and no, they don't have to tell you they're a cop. The cops can lie to you all day long. That's why you should never talk to them. But entrapment is when you. Now, I'm not a lawyer and whatever, but look up the term for yourself. But entrapment is when you set someone up to do a crime they otherwise were not going to commit. Like,
Exactly.
if, for example, if the CIA gives a kid some C4 and says like, "Hey, what would happen if you like bomb the train station?" Like that would teach them, and then
go throw them in prison after they done it.
right, like, oh, you got caught with possession of C4. Like that kid was playing Minecraft. What are you bothering the kid? Oh, see, that's what entrapment is.
And in addition to that aspect of the psyop, because the psyop has many different layers to it, it's also an intel op too. They gather information, gather intelligence, and they learn the minds of the people, where they're at, how easily they are to be led, how easily they are to be manipulated, and who is like where everyone's at in their mindset, who's willing to perform whatever type of manipulation they want to do, whether they wanted to do what you just described, or whether it's just to cause more division amongst the people or whatever. But they gather intelligence of this too, and that's exactly what Q was. No question, without a doubt.
Yeah, I think in essence, I did quite a bit of research into the psyop element of it. Unfortunately, the QAnon movement, they were kind of in their own little bubble of isolation where everything was like pro-Trump, pro-Q. They weren't really looking into anything on the contrary. But, Donald Trump, I think he was put into place to be there at this time when all of these violation of our rights and freedoms have been taken away. That's been unprecedented as of 2020. And I think he was there to kind of be a beacon of hope so that the armed populace of the Americas would kind of sit on their hands and just say, nah, Trump's going to save the day. He's going to make those arrests. He's going to get rid of all these criminals. He's doing everything he can to take down the deep state. He's doing everything he can to do everything. And then you kind of come to the conclusion that it's too perfect for it not to have been a psyop, as far as I'm concerned. And plus, when it comes to straight from the horse's mouth, I mean, the term Operation Lightspeed in regards to getting the American population, losing their V card.
Obama did the same thing before he got out of office. He passed laws that would fast track, what?
He coined the term Operation Lightspeed, as far as I know. Trump did, because you got him giving speeches that saying like he's going to deploy the National Guard on all four corners of America to mass disseminate these vaccinations, right?
Dude,
So
I think he did. I've never seen such a high military presence in my little town. In my little, Bodunk town, like there is a crap load of military in our hotels, like 24/7. I delivered to this one guy, and he was just like nonchalant, right? And he spoke up and said something about he's in the military. I'm like, oh, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, I'm here for the vaccine. I was like, for the vaccine? Like, what the fuck? The fuck are you doing here for the vaccine? Like, can't you get one in Dallas? And then he's like going past me. We're going kind of to the same floor. We're walking the same place. And then, like, I open the door, and there's like a whole bunch of more military age men. And they said hello to him, like he knew who the fuck they were. And I was like, damn, what is all these military dudes doing here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Trump said that he was going to deploy the military, mass disseminate the vaccination. And he was saying, we got to get this, this is a very deadly disease. Like, he was totally going on with the so-called pandemic. And they used to say in the Q movement that he was, oh, but look at him, he's totally against it because he's not wearing a mask. But all the while, everything that comes out of his mouth is saying, want you to stay in home, don't go out to eat, just really going along with the narrative. And I always would say in response to people who would try to debate me on this, like, do you think it's a coincidence that all these violation of human rights and our freedoms that's unprecedented and just happened to take place while Trump was in office? Like, do you think that's a coincidence? Because they're talking about, he's doing all this good things, right? He's doing all these good things, but look around. What do you mean?
Well, they're absolutely playing cards on the world stage. This is like they're on they put out this deck of Illuminati cards, and then it's like it hasn't happened yet, but you see the card and then it comes to pass, and then it's on the cover of The Economist. They have this shit planned out.
Yes, exactly. I think this was preordained probably decades and decades and decades in the past. They knew that they were going to deploy Trump for this exact reason years ago, for sure.
So Trump is the modern Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was an actor, right? And he was the president while the former head of the CIA, former in quotations, was the vice president, right? Bush. And it's really interesting because Mike Pompeo was the quote unquote former head of the CIA. That was like his counsel. And Mr. Mustache, Mike, whatever his name is, he was also like a neocon. So as far as I'm concerned, like, there's no difference between Trump and Obama. There's no difference between Bush, any of them. They're all the same. There are no conservatives. They all want to spend everything they got. They're wringing the United States out of its best and bravest genetics to go mow the backyard for Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Exactly. It's a circus. You got the donkey cult and the elephant cult. And up the asses of both the donkey and the elephant is who. It starts with a J, right? Like, conspiracy 101. I mean, this is one of the first things that I was able to ascertain when I first started to get into this stuff at like 13 years old.
Look at the
cover.
cover.
First started getting into it.
Look at the cover
that we don't
of
live in a
that.
democracy. That's it.
Of The Economist, the Economist, the cover of The Economist on there, it's got the DNA, the spiral DNA, the DNA spiral together on the arm of that dude in on the cover. And if you watch it and you look at all the things, because there's more to it, you can only see so much of that image. So you'll have to but if you watch that, it's like there's so many different the symbolisms and everything. You got to know that this shit was planned out. And I wondered also, because that was another thing that they were pushing with, and I seriously believe this. I seriously think this, because this is, it amazed me how easily people are to be led and manipulated, and they just follow along with it, and they ask no questions, even when people get in their face and are like, wait a minute, have you considered this or this? And they're like, and they just laugh at you and walk off. They don't want to ask any questions. And I seriously believe that when, this was the very, very first, aside from the JQ question, as Hank puts it, this was the very first red flag when I was looking into the Q psyop. Is they were pushing and luring people in and convincing people, manipulating them. Well, if martial law, we will have to have boots on the street when these people start getting arrested. And when it happens, calm your neighbors, settle them down, tell them that just follow the plan. It's part of the plan, and this and that and other. And I'm like, this is straight up a psyop. Anytime that they're telling you that it's okay to have boots on the ground and that you just need to calm your fellow American, that it's like, no, it's bullshit. It's definitely a psyop. That was my very first red flag, which I kind of, it's a red flag anyway, that anyone thinks that they can have something like that, that is secret. You're going on. Well, anyway, I don't want to get down that tangent of how people just are gullible, but I was one of them. when I was first started looking into it, I'm like, well, this is some inside information shit. But and yeah, that, because that is a truth. So the truth community will latch on to it because it is something that's verifiable and it is the truth. But I think that they wanted to like take over the conversation and control the entire narrative about flat Earth. And it was the timing of a lot of the information that was released. I think they knew it was going to come out and they wanted to control how it came out and they wanted to control the narrative. So they wanted that they've got like, we'll put agents and controlled opposition out like the Flat Earth Society and shit like that so that they can control it.
Yes.
So if you guys wanted like a whole bunch of links, facts about, the CV Axel, Miley Cyrus, Fauci ouchie, all that situation, if you scroll up in the live stream voice text to about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning today, I posted, an ass ton of links. Like an ass ton. a bunch of. So, yeah, we were talking about that this morning. And there's a bunch of stuff up there, if you were willing to scroll up that far.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out. I'll give it a look. But you really do got to give them props that that plan, as far as Q being deployed, couldn't have gone any more perfect. It really was perfect how it all just worked out without spot, wrinkle, or blemish. It really did serve the purpose that it was supposed to serve.
Yeah, because I've tried to talk to the Q-tards, and they don't listen. They're like, nah, man, I think you're wrong. It's like, okay.
People's imaginations of what they want to be true will conjure up false hope. And I'm all for hope, but I'm not into false hope. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen the video, and this is really the nail in the coffin for me right from the beginning, but I don't know if you've seen that video and of course this video was like heavily censored everywhere it went, but I'm sure you've seen it because it's been up for a while, where it showed all the people who were financing Trump. You ever seen that video?
No, haven't.
Oh, okay. So basically,
But
you got...
if he's in New York, I can probably figure it out. Yeah, he's from New York City, so...
Yeah. Basically, long story short, man, it's literally a video that lasts about 35, 40 minutes, and it shows all the trillionaires that pretty much own him, that were funding him, that wanted him, that were funding his campaign, and it was like just nothing but pedophiles and men with small hats and hook noses. You really see the people that were funding him, so there's some big names. I mean, even Elon Musk was funding him.
The term for what they did, it's called sheepdogging. They did the same thing to the left with Bernie Sanders, right? They offered up this guy who's, on the surface is going to do some kind of radical change that people are looking for. And in the end, like in 2016, what did he do? He just ended up, even though everybody could see that, he got cheated in the election, he just stepped aside and let Hillary Clinton take the ticket. And then he did the exact same thing in 2020, and it was just to give people that had the, that angst that they wanted change, to give them something to donate their money to and to get behind the cause. And really, when it was never going to go anywhere, by design.
Exactly, by design.
It's just something to occupy the mind, to keep you under control, to keep you bought into their ideas. It distracts you, it occupies your mind, and it puts them in a position where they can manipulate you. And the whole time, they just gather intel on you.
So Jimmy Dore, like the jack-off leftist comedian, He's like pretty good on some things, right? I guess even a broken clock twice a day, right? But he was kind of saying that they felt like they all got screwed, right? And the leftists, they want the leftist agenda like accomplished. But I think that even the leftists are more liberal and centrist than they think. Some of them, anyway. Because not everybody's like an extreme leftist, just like not everybody that's conservative is like an extreme, right winger or whatever. But the sheepdogging thing, I definitely see it. You're definitely right. But the thing is like people are so blinded by their party, and they can't see that like there is no two-party system. It's a one-party pro-war with Israel and Saudi Arabia's enemies. And it's pretty much we're fighting the bankers' war because here's the deal. Wars are really freaking expensive. And the only way that you can have a war is if you get it financed by bankers. So what we do is we go to war with the bankers' enemies. Right?
Yeah, Smedley Butler said it, war's racket.
Well, to have this massive control over the entire world, you need different hands. You need different tools, and each nation is a specific tool. So we're the military might, and then you have one that'll be the religious might, and then you have another that'll be the technology head of technology, and so all the technology of the world will get funneled into that nation. All of the military might will come from the military. It's like each nation is a specific tool for the controllers. But what you got to do is you just got to like know that when they disseminate shit like this, they mix in truth with all the other propaganda, and you just need to learn how to sift through it all and discern which is what's truth and what's not.
And then on the international level, the China versus the U.S. is just as much of a wrestling match as American politics.
Absolutely. And same thing with Russia. Like a lot of people like are under the influence that Russia's our enemy. When I ask them, like, can you name a time that a Russian soldier has ever fired upon an American soldier, like in history? And they'll bring up like proxy wars, like what about the Ukraine or what about like Vietnam, right? But nobody can ever answer that question. If we're enemies, how come we never shot at each other? Like, has a Russian with an AK ever shot at an American soldier with an M16? In history. Ever. How are they our enemies?
Just like Jimmy Dore was pointing out that Russia was the perfect kind of scapegoat to shift, the blame onto for everything from, Trump getting elected to, well, I guess that was the big one. That actually that Russiagate thing was kind of one of the big parts of me waking up, was realizing, look at the media just spending all this time saying all this stuff, and all this money they spent investigating, and all they could continually come up with was nothing.
There never was a Russiagate. It was Israelgate. But I don't think they wanted to like tell the public that's what it was, because you're not allowed to say the J word.
Right.
So the whole time everybody's talking about Russiagate and nobody could find like any evidence. That's because that's not what it was about. The whole time it was about Israelgate.
Trump was the perfect character for the wrestling match, though, because the people on the left hated him so much, and the people on the right loved him so much, so he was perfect for it. But you could tell just from his cabinet appointments that it's like, wait, he said he was going to drain the swamp. Well, he drained the swamp, and then he found his cabinet at the bottom. People like Bill Barr, that guy was in the CIA back in the 80s, and he was one of the key people in covering up the whole Iran Gate and he worked for the Department of Justice. Then he was the Attorney General, I think, in like '92 or '94. And there's a clip of Biden in the Senate, arguing that they don't even need to have ask him any questions or anything. They just need to actually just put him in, and vote on it and put him in. There's no point in even, vetting him at all. And he covered up that scandal with Clinton and the Whitewater stuff. He also helped cover that up.
Watched now you know that if it's just because it's in a video, it doesn't mean that it's true. And they could actually control this too and release something and make it seem like it's such a secret that just so that you'll believe it. But I did see training, but this was also before the censorship got real heavy and real bad too. So I mean, you got to take that into consideration, because this video didn't last very long. It got taken down pretty quick, but I did manage to get to watch it. It was supposed to be like a military training video, and they were considering the people the swamp. So they may be draining the swamp. You just may not know who they consider to be the swamp.
I was going to say, speaking of Trump's cabinet, his financial advisor, Wilbur Ross, bailed him out of some 25 million or billion in real estate debt for real estate in New York City, when Wilbur Ross was working for Rothschild Incorporated. So I'm just saying that I have a theory that Trump's political status was sort of like his debt payoff. Like, he had to enter the world stage because he owed the Rothschilds so much money. That's my theory.
Yeah, he had to pay less than Bruce Jenner.
Yeah, I like that theory.
That's a good theory, but if you want to consider him to be his own man, okay, it's a good theory. But I mean, he was groomed for this. He was born. He was brought into this. His entire life is built up for this.
I don't know when that bailout was. At least the early '90s.
He went to a Jesuit college and was in the Marines, and all of these agents, they're going to be like, you'll have players, and you can have but all of these agents are going to be military. All of your agents will generally, for the most part, I don't really know of any. I mean, it's not like I could ever verify that I have actually established agents that have been in the mix, but your agents will be military. Now you'll have puppets, you'll have players and things like that, but and they can use people, they can utilize people, they can have assets, but your quote agents unquote are going to be military.
He was bankrupt 5 times.
Bankruptcy is a tactic for some people. Right? So whether he did have the money to pay it back or not is irrelevant. He probably used it to consolidate material wealth. Would you agree or disagree, Iggs?
Yeah, for the guys up the top, yeah, he's not that far up the top, if you get what I mean. Like, I agree with you. It's their way of kind of, as you said, consolidating, bringing everything into one clump. Yeah, just he's not in their league, because if you look at it, a man cannot be bankrupt, like, unless you're, God forbid, like a vegetable state. But yeah, he did get paid 20 billion just before he went for president by Rothschilds and a buttload of other money.
Not to mention, selling his daughter, who changed her name, and she no longer, is legally named Ivanka. That's not her name anymore.
Hi, Ivan.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but I saw this documentary, and they basically proved that Donald Trump's dad was half Jew himself, but not from the mom, but from the dad. So it's not the blood, how Talmudic law takes that very seriously. But he was actually an architect, and he was building synagogues for like some very like in Hollywood and all over the place. Like he was literally the architect of synagogues, because he was born into all these connections right from the get-go. So
He was
it's no
building garages, bro.
Wasn't his name
right.
Drumpf?
If he was only half Jew because, well, unless they were the fake Jews, because his great grandfather was German, came from Germany.
Yeah, Germany. His mother from Scotland.
Trump is at least
Highlanders.
part Jew.
What wasn't
Has
his
to
name?
be.
Drumpf?
I've heard that somewhere.
Well, back
Yeah.
when it was so-called Germany, it wasn't really German. It's the Weimar Republic. They actually speak Yiddish. Then it changed the actual language no longer. But people have a short-term memory.
But yeah, he was definitely bred for it. He was bred anyway, but from birth, like his destiny was lined out before he was born. I mean, these guys are they are part of the control hand, and they're the ones. Well, I don't want to say it like that. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. I don't know what word to use to describe it.
You
But,
said it. You said it perfectly.
well,
The controlled hand. I would say the word hidden hand.
well, because I mean, it's like his great grandfather came over with the Rockefellers. They have been like these families have been tied to one another from way back. Like probably if you could look back far enough since the beginning of them taking control of the world. Like, I'm talking thousands of years. Like these ancient players. But yeah, his great grandfather was German and came over with Rockefeller, and they've been in business. And who knows before that how long they had been in business. And I'm telling you, I swear to you, if you like put Trump and when he was running for office, put him and Angela Merkel next to each other, they are straight up brother and sister. Or brother and brother, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. But they're straight up. I mean, look at them. Look how they just look too much alike, in my opinion. And she's German, and we know that his great grandfather was German, came over from Germany. Anyway, now I'm getting off sidetracked, but whatever.
You've got a point.
Well, I don't want to get into their families and shit because we're talking about their tools and how they utilize them and their control mechanisms and their methodology of controlling our minds and manipulating us. And I don't want to get off
It
on
goes deep, though. Yeah, that's fair enough. I was just going to say something. All good.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I mean, I wasn't trying to talk. I was just rambling comments there.
No, I thought you made a very good comment, but like I'm not sure. Profound, you think it is, but most people don't notice that the ones at the top, e.g., Rothschilds, Merovingians, all that, they've actually got how would a proper term? Well, I just lost the term. Rights for who's gonna marry who's gonna have what baby.
Yeah, they keep it in the family.
Breeding
And
rights.
then if they have a
breeding
couple,
rights.
and if they have a couple
Okay.
and they're moving up in the families, then they'll sacrifice one of their kids. And it's so fucking crazy. And like
but
one of
have that
Stalin's
in the
wives
document.
looks just like Jared Kushner. Anyway, by the way, but go ahead.
Yeah, Kushner's a funny character, that dude. Yeah, they've got that actually like written down, like on paper. They actually those shifty pricks actually took over so-called Queen's position, which is pretty funny.
Did you guys see that taboo conspiracy one that he did about incest?
Though I'm not sure who you're talking about, but if you can elaborate.
So, taboo conspiracy is a flat earther, and he did this one about incest, about how it's not as genetically damaging as you thought, right? For people to have incestuous relationships and have children come out. They don't always come out deformed. And he was saying that his argument was, what if, like, it's a way to consolidate power like the world has never seen, so they trick everyone else into, like, breaking up the family unit. Not only through the neo-Marxist communist ways, the Long March, but also through breeding practices, because like people back in the day used to do incest like a lot, a lot. And his argument was that the powerful rich elite, they know that there's nothing like wrong with it, and they use it to their benefit to like consolidate like large amounts of wealth and never have to like have it go sideways. Because like me, I worry about like what if, like I leave something to my kids and then one of my kids has like a new hot wife and the
that rips them off.
inheritance goes sideways. Yeah, because you want it to go down. Like you want your inheritance to go down the line, not sideways. Anyway, it was weird to hear somebody make an argument for pro incest, to say the least. But like at this point, you have to look at the both sides of the coins on everything, every single topic. And I just remember, like, I didn't really listen to a whole lot of Taboo Conspiracy before that. And then that was like the one video that I watched, and I was kind of like, what the? Like, why is that making sense? Not that obviously I don't want to have anything to do with my cousins. But the argument itself made sense.
Well, if you look at them, that's why they're all deformed. A special kind, those, the chosen people, whatever you want to call them, all these so-called royal families. You look at them; they all look the same. They're all deformed. Something's missing, and they're fairly like stupid. They're fairly dumb. There is something to it. I know back home, you there's I don't know how many thousands of years you no chance of like if somebody was to find out that you were up to third cousin, you get like I don't know thrown out of the city or the country or like start running away, mate.
I got a funny story. So when I was in middle school, I was kind of talking to this one girl, and we were kind of getting close, and we weren't dating, right? But we were talking. We were like getting to know each other, like stay up all night talking type thing. And then she mentioned a surname that was in my family bloodline, so I started asking questions. And then she started asking questions, and then come to find out that we're like distant cousins, and it was like that was it. Like me and her like didn't talk much after that at all. But we got off great in the beginning. But after we found out that my great grandmother had the same name as her great grandmother and that we were technically related, it was over like instantly.
Well, that should be having the same surname is fairly big world, but if you're related, and even that it plays on your psyche because
Well,
it's
our
kind
great
of like
grandmothers were
looking at your
cousins.
auntie in a funny way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Just like they push people into having less kids or not having kids at all, right? With the environmentalism thing. And then meanwhile, you've got other families that are having lots and lots of kids.
So if anybody's got a flat Earth question, Earth related question, or if you want to like be able to steer the conversation to the Earth, that'd be great. Just go ahead and hop in and ask your question or start your conversation. So anytime while we're talking, just go ahead and feel free to do that. I was trying to find that one of where it showed Stone's wife, but I'm not really that concerned about it. Because we all know that they're all just players. The entirety of it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Let me paint a hypothetical scenario for you, Hank, and just give me your honest assessment of how you would handle this particular situation. Let's just say you met a woman from the truth community, and she had very holistic knowledge when it comes to the gravity and severity of the situation, when it comes to the, I don't know, let's say the Jewish question, and just the whole 9 yards, except she was a real hardcore globe earther, and she would give you a hard time and kind of bust your chops and say, "Oh, I can't believe you are falling for the psyop." And no matter how hard you tried, there would be nothing you could do to change her mind. Would that be a deal breaker for you?
Well, no, not really, because my wife isn't exactly a Christian. She's agnostic. You accept people and love people for how they are, like how they come to you, or at least some people do, right? But you know, the thing about my wife is that she's not really the bitchy type around her monthly. Like, for example, we've never talked about the toilet seat ever. She's never, ever, ever had a conversation with me about the toilet seat. Now, she's talked to me about the trash, right?
Well, you probably
But
don't
that's
leave
my
the
fault.
seat. You probably don't leave the seat up every time, either.
Yeah, I do. Every single time.
Every single time. Well,
Right.
then she's just used to it, and it's not like she goes in there and it's always down. And then this one time she's about to pee on herself, and she hurries up and she runs in there and sits down real quick, and boom, and toilet seat's up. You know, that's really the only
Well,
time it ever bothered me. Is, but that was my fault for waiting too long to use the restroom.
my wife's chill, so whatever little differences, you know, she don't worship Christ or the Most High Creator. She's agnostic, but I get a lot of other benefits from being with her. Not just carnal benefits. I'm saying like she's
Very
she's very
supportive.
chill, supportive, open-minded. I told her about the whole flat Earth thing, and she said, "You know what? We don't know. Like it's impossible for us to tell what we're living on. We're too small." And she was very open-minded, and she's not quite a flat earther, but she's definitely don't trust NASA. She definitely don't trust the government or like anything to do with the government. So I used to be extremely anarchist and hate the government and hate the idea of control. And she's very anarchist in that way. I'm very conservative. She's very liberal. Not leftist, though. She's not
Do people
leftist.
really
She's
get in arguments over the toilet seat? I've never really gotten an argument over the toilet seat. I've gotten aggravated like right at the moment, but I get over it pretty quick. I don't think I've ever had an argument over the toilet seat.
I'm just saying that if she was a Glober, like I
I'm
don't think it
sorry.
would be a deal breaker, but
Focused
that's
on
all
the wrong thing.
hypothetical. No, it's okay. It's fine. That's all hypothetical if I were a bachelor. I guess I would accept whoever accepted me 100% flaws and all, and I would hope that she could do the same 100% flaws and all.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'd have
nobody's
to say the
perfect.
same for me. They would have to at least meet me halfway. Like, say, for example, they had holistic knowledge when it came to everything but that. And I'm be like, okay, we can agree to disagree on that one thing, but there would have to be like, compatibility. But that in and of itself wouldn't be a deal breaker, no. But it would be a bit of an inconvenience. We
Well,
would
see,
probably just bust each other's chops about it, and that would be that. But we wouldn't take it too seriously.
I believe as long as so if I was interested in someone, I believe because I've always said since I've came into Flat Earth that I couldn't be with a Clover, right? But I think that if they were woke enough to where they knew not to trust the government, and they weren't going to like buy into this alien agenda when they pushed it, and they didn't cut everything that they told them to do, so long as they were at least that woke, I believe that it would be possible. But I don't know. I definitely prefer a flat earther. But it sounds to me, Hank, like you guys were really good friends, and you still are, and that you did it right. So it's
yeah, I just want to say one last thing about my wife. My wife is my best friend's oldest sister. So she's like 4.5 years older than me.
Wow. I'm pretty flexible when it comes to differentiation of opinion. My ex-girlfriend, she was also a truther, and she was that very like fuck the government anarchistic type as I am. We see eye to eye when it comes to being anti-government and stuff like that. And the only difference between her and me was she was not a flat earther. She thought that and we just recently stopped talking. So right when I started to become convinced that it was flat, because I told you I've been researching it for about 3 months very heavily, I started to talk to her about it, and she was very, antagonistic towards it. And the whole time I was with her, she was always a meat eater, and I made the choice to be a vegetarian. But you know, when it comes to that, I'm definitely not going to eat any of the Bill Gates burgers that he's recommending. That Beyond Meat synthetic stuff. No, I'm mainly like a raw foodist. So I pretty much just eat like organic fruits and vegetables because I'm pretty health conscientious. And the point is, even though she was eating meat in front of me and we had differences in belief, I was never shallow to say that any of that was going to be a deal breaker because I'm not dogmatic when it comes to my convictions. You know,
There's a certain point though where like there's so much of it that they have to be woke to, or you're gonna have conflict. Like if when it comes to cucking to the government and to everything that they say and believing everything that comes from mainstream, and then laughing pretty much like laughing at you when you don't, because when they tell you to take a vax or whatever, and they do, and you don't, and I mean, it's like there's certain things that are going to cause conflict. It's like, and they wouldn't have to like have the same mindset in every aspect, or the same viewpoint in every subject, but they would have to at least be woke enough to where you guys could at least walk together in harmony, and I think that's what, because I don't know. I mean, how would a couple be able to make it together and be happy and even be able to respect one another if one believes everything that the government or the mainstream tells them and then the other one doesn't?
Yeah, I think the Bible says that you're not supposed to
Evenly
mix the
yoked.
yoke. And the yoke is that thing that goes on the oxen's back, right? Or it says you're not supposed to be unevenly yoked. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. So, like, you're not going to want to get with a statist, right? Like, that would be a bad idea. You're probably not going to see eye to eye. It's probably not going to work out. You
Yeah,
have
because
to
I mean,
have,
no, that would be a deal breaker.
right.
go ahead, Hank. You have to have.
Yeah, you have to have rough spots and smooth spots. It can't all be smooth spots and it can't all be rough spots. Like you don't, in my opinion, like I don't like the typical yes woman or Stepford wife. Like I want a woman that's going to challenge me, put me in check, you know, smack me around if I get out of line. Right? I don't want like the type of woman that's just going to be like, you know what, you're right. Oh, you're right again. Oh, you're right again. But then I'm not going to be the yes man either. So I'm not going to, yes, dear, you're right. Yes, dear. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy my time in the doghouse from time to time, right? Because if you don't spend any time in the doghouse, then she's not going to respect you. So, yeah, there's got to be smooth and rough spots.
Yeah, I agree. And like dips and like hills and valleys. And where they have hills, you need to have valleys so that you guys will fit together. you know, it's just like a puzzle pieces that just kind of like fit together.
Going on 32 years myself.
Much respect. Much respect. It's something to, it's like a badge, man. It's a badge of honor. Especially today.
She was a gift from God, so what can I do?
I could tell that when you said, what can I do, that you said, what can I do, as you turned your head to look at her, didn't you?
No, she's in the other room, but I love my wife very much. She's a wonderful woman. She has put up with me for almost 32 years, so
yeah.
And I'm kind of an asshole. I'm a hard person to get along. Just ask me, I'll tell you.
I got married leap year 2004, by the way.
Congratulations. I hope everything's going well.
Well, Texas has no alimony. My kids are over 18, and she still likes to keep me around sometimes. So couldn't be better.
Texas has no alimony.
You heard that, huh?
That was the thing I was laughing at.
So first thing I read is the
I'm pretty lucky. My wife believes the earth is flat.
Dude, you got it made. You
Yeah,
guys have
I'm
it
pretty
made.
lucky too. My wife believes that NASA's full of shit.
For the first time, I got her to do a Google search for flat Earth, and she was quite upset. She was like, "Who are these idiots, and why do they got to talk about us like this?" She was pretty upset about it.
So it kind of makes you wonder. Okay, so we know this, and this always every time that we get into these discussions, I always go to speculation and men. Like even if I don't share it with anyone, I'm sitting here thinking about it and contemplating on it. Like what do they have going on at the center of the world and like to the around Antarctica and around the outer perimeters or whatever? Because they're all in agreement on that, and they want to keep us like hoarded up right here. And I always go into it's like you can't help it. You can't help but go into speculation about it.
Well, maybe if we went all the way up north, we would find out that there's an angel with a flaming sword keeping us from the Garden of Eden, and they don't want us to find out that God's real. Because if we found out everything, then we'd know for sure, I mean, there would be no doubt in nobody's mind then.
Well, we know that now.
We do, but the populace doesn't. We're just a handful. They mostly trust in man. They trust in what man says mostly, so they can't trust in their own feelings. They can't trust in their own senses. They can't use their own brains. I feel bad for them, and I pray for them constantly. Some of them are my relatives. Most of them.
I've heard the argument from Timothy Osman that I've heard it diagnosed as mentophilia, like pushing flat Earth on people. I've heard people say that like we don't have the right to tell them, right? But who's to say, right? You can offer them the truth, right? And it's not like Morpheus, I'm offering to tell you the truth. No, we're telling you what the truth is, and you can either laugh it off and go watch cat videos, or you can get pissed off and never talk to us again, right? But we are supposed to tell people the truth. You're supposed to speak the truth continuously without ceasing, and then if people choose not to accept it, that's fine.
Well, I think
But
we
no
have a
one can
duty.
tell us we don't have the right. Yeah, that's right, we have a duty.
Let me ask you, Hank, do you get this when there's something that someone someone doesn't have, they don't have the knowledge of, and you're aware of it, like in the moment, do you get this like this unsettling where you just you just can't stand it and you have to say something? It's like a burning desire within you. It's just like, I don't know, it builds up within you and you have to. It causes so much unsettling within you. The only way you can find peace is if you say something.
Yeah, call that a quickening of the Holy Spirit. So he is like telling you, like, hey man, like I need you to convey this message, Like, I don't have lips. You got lips. So you need to go ahead and say this. And it's like, you can either do it or don't. But I
We
feel
pro-
like when you feel that, like in your spirit, because it's often like you can feel it in your solar plexus or your stomach, like your gut,
Yep.
right? And like you have to respond. If not, you're going to be miserable for the rest of your life. What if?
Well, I believe that stepping, like not doing that too, like talking about the vibrational frequency, and we probably mean the same thing. I'm sure we mean the same thing when I say like the spirit of truth or the spirit of love. It's like just of truth and love. If you're walking in the spirit of truth, you will experience that, and when if you honor that and you're loyal to it and you serve the spirit of truth, then you'll continue to resonate on it. But if you walk away from it and you don't, and you feel that, and you don't serve like the duty, the pulling that you feel it pulling you to do, if you don't say something when you feel like you should say something, and you have that unsettling and you turn away from it, then I believe that you'll lose that to where you don't know what the truth is, and you'll be easily deceived because you won't
Exactly. It's like
resonate on that frequency.
exactly. It's like the old Cherokee parable. You have two wolves inside of you, the dark one and the light one, right? And the one that you feed the most is going to be the one that you can hear the most. So if you don't like respond to the Holy Spirit when he tells you to speak, then eventually he'll be like, why even bother? He's not listening. He's not willing to be a vessel for good. So what happens is then you start listening to the adversary or the lower vibration.
When I got caught up in Mormonism, I had that happen to me. Because before I joined the church, I witnessed miracles in my life. And then after I joined the church, they slowly faded away and left me. And then when I left the church 10 years ago, it's coming back. So I know exactly what you're saying there.
Hey, I'm really glad that you got out of that cult. Or should I say culture? Because what is a cult other than culture?
The family aspect of it is awesome. They got some good ideas there, but they are Freemasons. And the church actually came out and said it. You can go on their website, lds.com, and look up Freemasons and Mormons, and it says yes, we've been Freemasons from the beginning.
Well, they have to have a way to sell it. There has to be something
Well,
that looks positive to it.
they denied it. They've denied it the whole history of the church. They've denied any affiliation with the Freemasons, and now all of a sudden they just came out with it. This video is like a year old. It came out last year, right after COVID. Yes, we're Freemasons. Join us.
I see those dudes like walking the streets all the time. I call them coochie recruiters because they're often like strapping young men with like blonde hair, blue eyes, and they're always like, I think they're always like trying to get the females to join the cult.
Yeah, they're trying to get everybody to. It's more money. Because it's a money-based system, and if you don't pay your money, then they come knocking at your door and ask you why. I had 3 of them come knocking at my door, and like they were going to corner me in my own house. And boy, that was not a good idea. That's when the falling out with the church started, was when they came knocking at my door telling me what I earned. Who the fuck are you to tell me what I earned, motherfucker? Excuse my language, but that's how I felt about it. And I wasn't very happy. Who the hell are you to stick your nose into my income? How do you even do that? How do you even do that? Tell me. As a church, how can a church stick its nose into your taxes and stuff? How can they even get their hands on that information?
I'd be curious to know how many military members that there are at the top.
Not a lot. They maybe after they come back, okay, then they join the church and stuff. We did have a lot of ex-military, veterans that were higher
Ryan
up in the church.
Eartherton,
Pardon?
you're hot micing.
But there were several veterans, quite a few veterans. But to be a higher up in the church, you have to have a really good paying job or own a business to get anywhere in the church, higher up in it. And they truly take care of their own, and they turn on you quick.
Well,
They
and I
turn on
believe
you.
that the
Go
more
ahead.
you honor the spirit of truth when you receive those things and you feel that feeling and you honor it and you serve it and you walk in it, then the more discernment you'll have. You'll continue to gain discernment.
I just learned I just started reading it. Just read the Bible when I joined the Mormon church, and it was the first time I'd ever read the Bible, and they totally took advantage of that. But I found the Apocrypha in the church library. I was serving as librarian for a day, and I found the Apocrypha on the shelf, and I pulled it out and started reading it. And then started asking questions, and boy, they did not like that.
No, I had them freak out on me when I took you take your books out of the church and they'll freak out on you.
Well, I know now that God lives inside you, not in a book. So I knew him way before I ever knew the book. I had a personal relationship with him my whole life before I read the Bible. And the Bible's only confused me, I think. Actually, I think it was the people preaching to me that confused me, not the Bible.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily a religious man, but I have studied the Bible. And when you read the passage, ask and it shall be given, I do believe that is 100% true because I have this memory. This probably took place about 4 years ago. And I remember praying, which is pretty uncharacteristic. I don't know what brought me to make that decision, but I had prayed to some higher power that I called God or the universe or what have you. And I asked if you can bring the truth my way because I was really inquisitive and I thought that I deserved to know the truth and I wanted to know how things really are. And upon me making that request, there was a whole series of events that took place in my life pretty much immediately after. It's the right information falling on my lap at the right time or what have you, and then everything just made sense afterwards, and everything just started falling into place. And I don't think that would have happened if I wouldn't have reached out to some kind of a higher power. I definitely was reaching out to something, and I definitely felt something.
Well, and just think when we, it's like the creator's probably laughing and thinking, well, the truth is right there in front of your face and you can't even see it. So let me open your eyes for you, or let me put you on a path or whatever to get you, away from some of the mind tricks that they're doing on you. But it's like, because the truth it's so dead in our face. It's like it slaps us in our face every time we turn around, and just think of how long we've went and just haven't seen it. Like how many opportunities in our lives have we had to see that that the earth is flat and level and that we're not moving, that we have a local sun and a local moon, that all of the water is flat and it never curves, but yet we believed it was just right there in our face.
I've always believed the earth was flat, so I can't share that experience with you.
Yeah, it's something to be thankful for then. I couldn't imagine what it would have been like to, because I mean, it's unsettling when you know, and everyone else believes that, you know, what they believe and they can't see it. And this has just been for, you know, the past, what, 5 or 6 years or however long it's been. I couldn't imagine having my entire life to have to deal with that.
I'm 56. It was horrible. It was a very horrible situation all the way through school. I got bullied a lot, picked on a lot, even by my siblings. My mom never believed either. She still doesn't to today. She won't talk to me. Because I started up, when you guys started this up, I started sending her videos and telling her, look, here's the proof. And she got really angry with me and cussed me out. And I
She
haven't
never
talked
believed
to
in
her in
globe?
like 4 years. She's always believed the globe. Ever since
Oh.
NASA, she believed in the moon landing when I told her it was lies. It was fake. I thought it was fake when I was a child. When I watched the, anyways, it's just kind of heartbreaking, but I love my mother. We used to talk all the time, like almost 2, 3 times a week at least, and she lives down in South Texas, and I live up in northern Arizona. And she's still around. She's 87, 88 now, and she's real healthy.
Nice.
She almost got kicked out of her senior home because they made her prove that she was as old as she was, and they tried to lie and say she was faking her age to get in there.
Really?
Yeah, that
That's
happened when she was like 79.
That's funny.
She looks very young for her age. Anyhow, but she's a baller, and there's no change in her, and it's heartbreaking. I don't know what to do about it. I've never heard her scream like she screamed at me about it. I've never heard. It was like a demon voice.
That wasn't her, bro.
And so what I did is I instantly just dropped to my knees and I said, God, I can't handle this. This is way too much of a burden for me. This is too heavy for me to handle. So I give it to you. I give you her life, and her life is in your hands because I can't deal with this. You know, I don't. So anyhow, that's how I deal with it. Is I turn it over to my Lord and Savior, my God. I give him all my troubles and worries, actually. And in return, he puts a roof over my head and clothes on my back and shoes on my feet and a vehicle for us to drive and food for our belly. We've never wanted for anything we've ever needed. We've been homeless and lived in a tent for a year when they kicked us out of our house after I broke my back. And we did really good. It was nice living out in the tent for a year. It was wonderful. And the kids, 7 kids in the tent, in the snow, and CPS come out and they all had the flu and they were like, oh, looks like everything's fine here. And they left. That was the last time we ever seen them. That was quite the experience. Anyways, but when we finally got into a house, nobody would rent to us because we were such a big family. And I was making good money. I was still building custom homes and living in a tent. Building beautiful homes for people and living in a frickin' tent. It was awesome.
My wife has been flirting with the idea of us living in a tent. I don't think she could handle it.
My wife did fine. It was wonderful. Actually, the kids wanted to go back to a tent after we got into a house. They wanted to go back out in the forest. And we still try to go camping on a regular basis.
That's exactly what I'm in the middle of doing
But we've
myself.
been in the house for like 10 years now. That was, a long time ago before our Oldest was, 15 years ago. Heck, it might even been 20 years ago now. I don't have no perception of time. It's not part of my reality. The sun comes up, it's daylight. The sun goes down, it's nighttime. Ask me what day of the week it is. I couldn't tell you. I have no clue, honestly. All right, so what do you guys think of this guy's X-ray moon theory?
Do elaborate.
Okay, I will share it. I have to. Well, I don't know what I have to do to share it. Hold on. I'm technology challenged. My son gave me this phone, and it's a really nice phone, but it sucks because it doesn't have a headphone jack. It's only got the charging cord. What kind of phone doesn't have a headphone jack?
They make
$1,200 phone.
adapters that you can plug into that C port that have
Yeah.
like a headphone jack into it. I'm sure you can find it on Amazon for like probably about 10 or 12
Oh yeah,
bucks.
yeah. I don't have no money. I don't want no money. I have no desire to buy nothing. Anything I need, my kids will give me, and my wife will give me. I trade for any work I do for anybody. I barter it. I trade. Whatever. I did a timing chain, timing belt on a car for these two ladies that broke down passing through town for 6 loaves of banana bread because they had a farmer's market booth that they were doing. Anyways, my kids loved it.
Well, they
It was
got the
really
top
good
end
banana
deal on
bread.
that. I got to tell you. I don't know if that
I don't know. I
was
was
enough
quite blessed
calories. I
for it.
don't even know if they paid you enough calories. Yeah, you were blessed for it, sir. You're right.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I felt really good about it, and we all enjoyed the banana bread. It was delicious. So, and it only took me 45 minutes to do it. So, anyways, well, it wasn't like it didn't take a whole lot of time. But I tried to barter everything. I don't
Yeah, my
like
car
money. I
started
hate
smoking
money.
at work today, so I gotta
No kind
do a
of
little.
smoke.
It was not very smelly smoke, not very much smoke, and it was cylinders misfiring. All cylinders. It's a Honda Acura 2001 CL,
No, yeah.
3.2
So you can
liter.
just plug in an OBD2, and you'll be, it'll tell you exactly what's wrong with it.
Well, it didn't tell me what's wrong. It just said it's misfiring. So I'm thinking I'm
Well,
gonna
buy
do
the
a
blue
few
drive.
checks.
Buy the blue drive. It's like $20, $19 blue drive, and it just
No,
plugs
I'm
in.
just
And
gonna do
gives you,
diagnostics.
well, that's what I'm saying. That's what it is. Oh, if you don't have one already, OBD2. That's what I just said.
Yeah, I got the OBD2, but I was just gonna do the old-fashioned diagnostics. I'm gonna switch around the ignition coils, switch around the fuel injectors, and if that doesn't work, check compression.
I'd throw the OBD2 on it. It could just be a sensor malfunctioning, giving the wrong signal. It happens a lot. These newer vehicles, they're electronic. You got to trust the electronics. Okay, I was sharing a video with you guys. Where okay, here's the guy right here. And here is the last video, the one that I'm talking about.
Brian, Arthurton, are you sweeping or something? What are you doing? Well, it's none of my business what you're doing, but
No.
you're hot micing again.
Sweeping, man. I'm sorry, guys.
Like,
I thought I was the only
okay,
one that
I
hot
think I
sweeps.
just got 30. That video. Have any of you watched that video yet?
No, I don't think I have.
I don't think I have either. What's it about? The thing that you mentioned?
He did a pretty detailed map in the moon. You just have to watch it. I don't
Oh,
want
yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's what it is. Somebody posted a couple days ago. It was on the Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app, and but this is the source channel. This is the guy that posted it, and I also have the link to the guy's channel that did the work on the moon. If you guys want that link also, I can post it. But I just want to know what everybody thinks about it. No comments on the moon being a X-ray map of the world.
Okay, I've seen something like this before, or this exact video before. I think it's one of the most far out theories that I've heard. Not far out being unbelievable, but far out like interesting. It's very, you know, simulation theory. Like, not that the creator wouldn't put a little mini map up there, but it's like one of those things. Like, huh? What if it
I'd
were
like
that
to
simple?
know if the Eye of the Sahara is in the line of his magnetic north that he says is in the middle of our circle in the bigger circle. Because there's like 4 quadrants in the bigger circle. And I always wondered about those old clocks. I don't even know where they're at, but they're, the old clocks that have the thing. I don't know where. I think it's in like Belgium or something for some reason. But I always wondered about the face of the clock, why it was like it was, and this guy kind of explains it in that video. But I had a dream about the cosmology. I asked about how the heavens worked, and I'd seen things that I couldn't explain until I seen that. So it's like the closest thing I could understand to that fits my dream, but I still don't believe it. Which is kind of funny because, it's like the whole flat earth thing in reverse. I don't know. Don't know what to believe anymore. I really don't. I don't know what's real. I don't know what's fake. All I know is what I feel inside me, and I just go with that.
Well, welcome to being a human or being a man. There's a lot of uncertainties. There's a lot of I don't knows. And then there's some things you can figure out. I think it's possible for every single person. Well, maybe not every single person. Let's say every single person that can reach the level of accountability. Let's say that. I think it's possible for every one of those people to figure out if there's a creator or not. And that's not an easy task, right? Because the creator isn't physical, so you can't science it. But you could still figure it out and know for sure. So if this, moon is a mini map and If that's true, then there would have to be a creator of the minimap.
Right. If you watch the whole thing, it shows other lands. In my dream, what I seen was two suns and two moons, and I couldn't understand how they could work together because they were going in opposite directions, like. And it was just kind of I really didn't understand it because the stars were all up in a layer above, and there was two suns and two moons that were going around, and it just, anyways, when he showed me that, imagine another circle opposite of our circle doing the opposite thing, counterbalancing out the whole system. And
So you read Enoch, right?
they're living free and
Sorry.
advanced, and they're blocking us from going there by blocking off Antarctica through that area, because that's basically Summer's Gate. I don't know. That's just what came into my
Summer's
mind, and
Gate.
I'm just saying what I'm thinking.
What is Summer's Gate?
No, it's on the flat Earth map that has the outer ring. Summer's Gate is a break in the ice wall that it only opens part of a certain time of the year. It's also in if you ever did Dungeons and Dragons, it's also in a lot of their storylines in there. Except they've got it backwards. They've got it reversed, that everybody goes through the gate to Inner Earth. Or not everybody, but anyways.
What if?
Blah, blah, blah.
This is off the top of my head speculation. What if we're supposed to use desertification to unlock more land with global warming? That's a stupid thing to say because global warming has such a...
Well, okay. His theory on global warming is that it's a circle chasing itself. And I was thinking, what if it's like a clock movement, that all of a sudden when the pole moves to the next location, it's like a clock ticking, bam. You know what I'm saying? It moves an incredible distance all at once. And that's what they're talking about, the pole shift. And so the circle will just move over, and new lands will uncover themselves and melt off, and lands that were covered or that weren't covered, like South America, according to his map, South America will be covered next.
I
With
hadn't
ice.
considered that. That's interesting. I've not heard of that perspective before, but I have
haven't
heard of.
it either. It's all just coming to my mind right now as I'm talking. Actually, this stuff that I'm saying is just popping into my head, and I'm just rambling.
Well, I have heard of like the center opening up and everything expanding outward, which is interesting because it kind of like matches some of the ancient maps and stuff like that. And not only that, but it's also interested in the fact that if you consider and look at where all the earthquakes happen, it's like the closer north you get, the more frequent the. Anyway, just saying.
Right. That would explain a lot of things, actually, like the inherited buildings that look like they might have been under a lot of water. I mean, being under ice would definitely pack things down and squish things down, and then the next time it melted, we'd be digging it out. We'd be discovering all these buildings, like everybody says, the reset.
What if
We're
that's
digging
why
out
they're
all
trying
these
to keep us
buildings
in?
that were buried, new lands, new worlds. Anyways, yeah.
What if that's why they're trying to keep us in the center? Because what if, like, when it expands outward and it expands out into like the containment, whatever that is, that it just like, so if you think of a toward,
Well,
like it expands outward and then it goes down and then it recycles itself and comes back up the center. So what if it comes back up the center and
have you
we
seen
just
the map?
I've seen different I've seen
Okay,
like all
he's
different
saying
sections of it.
he's saying that there's a rotation going around the center. There's a main center pole that's in the center of the larger circle. All right, and that is right on the that's where the where we would say the edge of the dome is on our flat Earth model. Okay. Or, well, I mean, I don't know what I'm saying about that, but you get what I'm saying. Flat Earth model that you see all the time with the dome just going down to Antarctica. Anyways, if that's where the center is, the actual center is there. And what if there's two circles, one on each side of it? There's another civilization that's living off of free energy, and they've got a wonderful civilization, and they're building all these wonderful buildings and things because they've got lasers and they've got anti-gravity. There's funny stuff there. They've got magnetic lift systems that just lift up blocks and move them into place. And they've got lasers that cut accurately, like we have 3D printers now. Okay, maybe they're going across over there and stealing some of the technology. That's why we're not allowed anywhere near Antarctica. I don't know. That's some crazy theories right there. I'll have to think about that for a second.
We're probably causing people to pull their hair out right now. It's like, stick to the reality, stick to reality, quit speculating. Yeah, all of that is interesting.
The thing is we don't know. If they would let us go, then we'd know. Then we'd know for sure for ourselves.
Well, there's probably beneficial secrets that are at the center, or at the north or south or whatever. In terms of energy and plant life, like just life in general, like just the nature of reality.
You've seen the clock faces that have a clock face in them? That's kind of what he's saying the moon map is. But the smaller clock face rotates around the main clock face. Do you get what I'm saying now?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of do.
So what if there's a North Pole? We've got the North Pole and they've got the South Pole on the opposite side of us. I don't know. I mean, that would explain other lands and extraterrestrial, blah, 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 blah. But
I don't know, man. It gets into...
That's all speculation and theory. And we don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to ever determine all that. But if like the things that are in our reality that are indicative of some of these, conceptual ideas are definitely, I mean, things to keep an eye on, and then see if it's like a compounding, see if those things compound on one another. For just in the future, moving forward, I'm saying.
Right. Well, it gives us a direction to look into, because we got so many people looking in so many directions as it is, which is awesome. And that's the way it should be. Everybody in their own God-given talents, just exploiting them and using them to figure things out. And sharing it.
Guys, I really, well, I'm going to call it a night, and I'm going to go. I really need to get some sleep. I didn't get any at all last night, and I tried this morning, which I mean, you guys don't need to know my sleeping habits, which are horrible. But I have a long day tomorrow, and I really need to get some sleep. So I'm going to have to. I need to turn Discord off. That's what I need to learn to do. I need to learn to turn Discord off and not open up YouTube. Like just totally just stay away from it, because when I do, I cannot go to sleep. That's what causes me to lose my sleep. I hear you guys getting into good conversations and doing the flat smacking, and then people come in here and they're asking questions. They sound genuine, and it just like my ears perk up, and I can't go to sleep, and I can't turn it off.
Right? It's addicting.
So find something boring to talk about for about the next 10 minutes so that I'll be able to click it off and stay away from it.
I need to trim my toenails. You ought to see them.
Oh, Jesus. Good one.
Does that help?
That definitely
They're like
helps.
an inch and a half long, and they're green and yellowish, and not really.
Oh gosh, that's just
They look more like claws.
I think
get
you
me
need to
get.
know the difference between natural and nasty.
When I walk on the wooden floor, they go clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack.
Oh my gosh.
I'm choking.
Oh, what the hell?
She said, "Talk about something to get her to sign off." I was trying to
I
help
said
her out.
something boring, not something like freaky.
I don't know what
Oh gosh.
I don't know anything boring. My life is exciting. I have grandchildren everywhere. 18 of them. My life is
Then
so exciting and busy all the time.
how about a
18.
grandpa story?
Yeah. 18's pretty cool, man. That's a lot of grandchildren.
You want a grandpa story? I'll give you one. So last year, me and my wife were celebrating our 31st anniversary. And when we were sitting there and all of our grandchildren were playing in the yard, and most of my children were there, and most of my grandchildren were there, and family and friends, and anyways, and I looked across the yard, and tears just started rolling down my cheeks, and my wife looks over at me and she's like, "What's the matter?" And I said, "Remember the day I met you? Remember when I looked in your eyes and I said, wow, we're going to get married and we're going to have lots of children?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, this is the vision that I seen in your eyes 31 years ago." Did I break the channel?
I don't know. It was one of those grandpa stories. You know how kind of like everybody just kind of glosses over. I'm just joshing you.
That was one of the first miracles in my life. I was I was just living wrong and doing a lot of bad things, and I got on my knees the first time when I was 20, 25, 24. I was 24 because we got married when we were 20, when I was 25. But when I was 24, I dropped to my knees and poured my heart and soul out to God and told him, "I need you to take all these things from me by putting good things into my life, put somebody into my life I can love and care for and be with forever, and fill my life with good things so I can't go back to doing this stuff that I'm doing, and give me strength to stop doing the stuff I'm doing." And I stopped doing the stuff I was doing. I was clean for 2 weeks and met my wife. And she had a boyfriend, and I became his friend and moved in with him, lived with him for a year. We went everywhere together and had fun and just had a blast. And then they moved away and moved to Colorado. And a month later, like I told her, "I'll see you next month," as I swooped her backwards and put a lip lock on her, and then sat her in the seat of the car next to him. And he's going, "Up, up, 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 up." And I was like, "Later." And they drove away. And she was back on my doorstep a month later. We knelt down at the side of my bed, which became our bed. And we knelt down at the side of it and held hands and looked into each other's eyes. And we committed ourselves to each other before God and vowed to one another that we would never allow the small stuff to get between what God intended. And anyways, she's a wonderful woman. She's the mother of my children and the grandmother of my grandchildren. And life couldn't be any better. Enough about me. How about somebody else?
I knew my wife for about 30 days. But
I didn't hear you. You were awful quiet. I feel guilty sometimes sharing my story because a lot of people aren't fortunate enough to have a story like mine, and I feel guilty about it, and I don't know why.
I was just saying, I don't know, I'd only known my wife for 30 days. But been together for. Everybody said it wouldn't last. Here we are.
That's what both of our families said. Her mom and her stepdad disowned her for several years because she married me. So I would really love to have a flat Earth meetup in Arizona. I don't know if there's anybody from Arizona out there that would be interested. I live up in Sholo, and I would really love to have a meetup up here. And not in Sholo itself. I would like to do it out on the rim because you can see all the way to Tucson. I think you can see all the way. I think if we had an infrared camera, somebody with a good camera and an infrared lens, we could see all the way to Baja California, which is like 500 miles from the rim. Because we're up in elevation above everything. We're 6,500 feet, I think, up here on the rim. And everything else is just flat out there. So I have seen Phoenix, which is 150 miles away, or 180, I think. I'd have to check again. I'm not really good with numbers, but anyways, I think it'd be kind of nice to do like maybe a weekend camp out or something during the middle of the summer.
Have you ever been on to meetups.com?
Never even heard of it.
Yeah, go on to meetups.com and you can put together your own meet.
I only just recently started talking to people because I was very resentful toward you guys.
No, but as I was saying, that you just basically create like an idea for the part, and then people will start to chime in and say, I'm interested, and you
Really?
together like a play.
Meetup.com.
Correct.
All right, let me see if I can find a pen to write that down with.
Put one together in your own city or a couple cities over. Usually you would want to pick like when I which county.
Do you have a link for it? I'm in bed and I don't want to get up to go find a pen. I don't have one on my nightstand, so I'm lazy.
Yeah, I
think it's
meet up. I scheduled next month if you guys want to come if you're anywhere near northwestern Arkansas area. If you guys,
you already know I'm coming.
I know you're coming, Ryan. But
Start me a GoFundMe. I got a decent enough car I can make it.
Well, where do you live? I see too far.
Arizona.
Oh shit, that's a long way.
It is not. It's just across the states. Just a couple
It'll
states
take
over.
you about a day to get over. Dude, I've been to Arizona. It takes a long time to get there. Texas, you have to.
I drove from here all the way to South Texas.
Hey man,
nonstop, a day and a half
have at it.
drive,
And
2
if you
days.
want to come, we're gonna be
I
there.
need money though. I'd have to have a GoFundMe. I'd have to do GoFundMe because I could never afford it. Because like I said, I'm disabled. I don't get an income. I don't want a government income. I don't get no assistance. I don't want no assistance from the government. My family takes care of me, and I wouldn't feel right about asking all of them because I probably already put a strain on them because they give me everything I need. So,
you'd have to have the funds to get there and back. I don't know. I don't have much money.
No, I'm just saying, like a GoFundMe, everybody pitch $1. No, I don't know. I would feel guilty about that.
No, but it's fun.
I don't like money, dude. I hate money with a passion. You know what? I'll pray about it. I'll say, God, if you want me to go, let some money fall into my hands to pay my gas bill there and back.
Well,
And you know
there's
what?
a lot of meetups closer to where you are than where we're having our meetup. So there's a lot of
Oh
meetups in
no,
California.
me and my wife haven't.
So
Me and my wife
probably
haven't
be
been
better
on a
to
road
go
trip
to
in.
California and do some meetups.
We haven't been on a road trip in a long time, and we've got good friends that live in
or maybe Texas.
Grab a
like
couple loaves of
Western Texas.
bread.
Well, we live on the Texas, no, Texarkana. That's where they live.
Take a little trip. It don't have to cost anything but a little bit of gas money.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like
a little
I
bit.
recommend everybody if you haven't been to a Flat Earth meetup, it's really fun. That's why I set them up every once in a while with.
I don't know if I should go. I get all emotional, man. I'm such an emotional wreck. Although I've been detoxing, I'm getting better.
I put that link in the chat for you, dude.
Oh, right on. I appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing I've been cleansing, and because they said I have ADHD, severe ADHD my whole life, blah blah blah. I've been off and on Ritalin and methylene, freaking Adderall and Ritalin back and forth, freaking my whole life since I was 10 years old,
Well, you
9
still
years
taking
old.
you still taking that stuff?
No. I was taking it right up to about, I don't know, I think it was around 2015 when I quit everything. It was like when you guys first started the whole flat earth movement. I quit doctors, I quit the church, so I quit taking all my medicines, I changed my diet, and then I stuck a gun in my mouth and pulled the trigger and it didn't go off. And anyways, there was a bunch of things that happened. It was crazy. I was on such a freaking horrible, and I felt like demons were all over me, and I couldn't get them off me. And then finally, I broke free from where we were at, and I blessed our house before we even stepped in it, and anyways, everything's been wonderful since we got in our new house. So
try not to think of it as a thing that happened or a person that started or like that. Flat Earth was more. It's always
ooh,
been.
I don't even know where all that came from. I don't even know why I said that. Wow. And usually I hang up after saying stupid stuff like that.
No,
Anyhow,
man, there's nothing stupid.
It's all good. I
about it.
mean, a
Relax.
lot of it's all good. I see too far. Hey, check this out. You can set up a meetup if you want to meet some flat earthers in your area. I'm
my
sure there are
point
hundreds in Arizona that would, if you're near one of the major cities, you can just set up a meetup, man. And
yeah, well,
we
Nathan
can help you.
Thompson.
We can help. Yeah,
Nathan Thompson was going to do a meetup in Phoenix, and I was like, of all the
Stay away
people,
from
why?
Yes, David.
Why?
Anyway,
Seriously, man, I really wanted to go.
Yeah, he's kind of weird.
I was like, why? Of all the people, man, he's toxic to the.
But anyway,
Well,
we're not going to talk about Nathan. We're not going
We don't need to
Nathan.
I've followed Nathan. I've followed Nathan for a long time, and I really liked all of his videos up until he started losing it because people weren't listening to him.
Like I
and
said,
I feel bad for the brother, and let's pray for him. No, let's pray for him.
Yeah, we will. I mean, yeah,
I'm just
I
saying,
wish
let's
him
pray
well. I
for
wish
him.
him
And
well.
yes, so do I. That's all. That was my whole point
Amen.
about saying it. Okay, but I wish him well. I do. And anyhow, but yeah, I'd like to do a meetup and anyhow, that would be awesome.
Yeah, you
But
can
I
probably,
don't want to do
if
it in
you're
the
near
major city.
Phoenix, yeah, you can just kind of like I did. I contacted one of my flat Earth friends here in town, and I said, "Hey, we should do a meetup again." And then I chose a venue, and so we're gonna do it next month. but I wouldn't recommend you come from Arizona because it's a long way, man.
Well, I know how far it is.
It's like a 13-hour drive, man. You can't.
I have built
Turn it into a
houses.
camping trip.
I have built custom homes all across this nation, from Washington, Idaho, Oregon, California, just the Northwest, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, New Mexico. And so I've been I've been all over all those states, and driving from one state to the next for the next job, building a custom home for a customer, and then drive back to Nevada where we lived most of the years. So driving.
I lived in Vegas for about 8 months.
Yeah, I lived there 2
back in my
years, and that was
20s.
horrible.
Yeah. It was,
I
well,
could see
I
you
ain't
in
gonna say
Vegas,
I had a
Leo.
good time, but that
I
was.
could see
I
you
had
in
children.
Vegas.
I had young children, and it was not good. That city is evil. I mean, the kids were
I had a
selling
baby when
screwdrivers at
I
school.
moved my baby over there. He turned 1 when we lived in Vegas. That was pretty good. But I moved over there to be closer to Los Angeles because I had a record deal or whatever, and then it turned out to be not that big a deal. Whatever. Yeah, that was back in my 20s.
Record deal. I write songs and then I tear them up, burn them.
Right. No, I've written songs and I share them on my YouTube channel. You can go listen to them if you want to.
Nah, I sing them for God and then I burn them. I don't know.
Anyway,
That's
man. I heard you guys say meetup, but you were talking about the meetup channel. That's what Ryan.
Yeah, I was wanting to know how to do one, because I really don't know, how to get people together or how to even get because somebody was saying you got to get permits, you got to get all kinds of stuff, and it's like,
Look,
what?
Dive In Life is happening on Meetup.
Yeah,
we meet up here and talk, 24
right.
hours. So.
But I'd like some physical contact, shaking hands with some humans and mingling. You know what I'm saying?
I
I don't
guarantee you there are at least like 2,000 people in Arizona that would, Rick, if you set a meetup in Phoenix, you could meet them.
No, I don't want one in Phoenix. I want to do it up here on the Mogollon Rim. The Mogollon Rim. Look it up.
Cool. I don't know where you are. I'm just saying you're in Arizona.
We're at 65,000 feet. All right. And what's the valley floor? 114, I think, or something like that. Anyways.
Wait, did you say 65,000 feet?
6,500. No, 6,500 feet. I'm sorry about that.
That's all good.
Added a number. Hey, if NASA can do it, why can't I?
Hey,
Come on,
we have a popular member here that's in Arizona. It's Pillbox, otherwise known as, what's his other name? The XO, the guy that the XO. You've probably heard him talk on here before. Yeah, he's in Arizona. So maybe.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he wants to meet up with anybody, but
yeah, I'd like to do it up here though, up on the rim. I'd like to do it at the campground that's right on the rim, where you can stand up on the cliff and look out over the whole valley. You can look at and see. You can see all of Phoenix. I've seen all the way out past Casa Grande and Tucson. I believe I could see Yuma, and yeah, I think if
you're in
we
the
had
southern part of the state, then.
No, I'm up in northern Arizona.
Okay. But you can see Tucson.
Yes,
there?
that's what I'm saying, from up on the Mogollon Rim.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's why I'd like to have the meetup up here, because I'd like somebody to bring their nice camera with an infrared lens, because I think we could see Baja of Mexico from up here if we had the right equipment.
I don't know about
You could have it wherever you wanted
I
to.
do.
but
It's all
what I-
flat.
hold on, listen. What I was trying to say is as far as where you register the meetup, as far as where you register people that are going to go to the meetup, you want it to get out to the big cities. You want them, and 9 times out of 10, the more people are going to show up, have it in a big city. Like, you don't want to have it in Tobago, to whatever.
Yeah, I
it
mean,
was,
you're,
his
you're
name.
gonna get more. You're gonna
You
get
know
more
what?
people,
If
in
20
one of the
people
cities.
showed up, I'd be happy. I don't need 1,000 or anything
And I
like
mean,
that. If 20 people
the
showed
first
up,
meetup
that'd be
I
nice.
went. Hey, check this out. The first meetup I went to in Fayetteville. I live in Fayetteville, Arkansas. The first meetup I went to there, I think there was about 15 people.
That'd be
It
awesome.
was really cool. Hey, check this out. And then the second one, there was about the same number, but some people came from freaking Oklahoma, Hot Springs, which is a 3-hour drive from where we are, and so a lot of people took some time and come, and it was really fun, man. It's always a fun time. But yeah, you just gotta, but you should have it like at a restaurant or something. In a public place, because we don't necessarily know each other until we actually.
That's what I said. Campgrounds.
So you want, campgrounds.
Campgrounds.
I
I
wouldn't camp. I wouldn't camp with people unless I knew them. You know what I mean? So
Well,
I'd
it's
have
a
to meet
big
them before I
campground,
camp with
man.
them. You know what I
It's a
mean?
big campground, a lot of distance.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
what a good idea
the
would be to
wilderness.
set
You
up.
know, it's like you
Get
don't
to
just
know each other.
Space
meet
out is what I'm
random
saying.
people in the wilderness. I just wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go to a.
Yeah,
Why? I don't know.
Unless I knew
I would
somebody that
trust
was
a
going
bunch
to
of
be
flat
there,
earthers.
that I've already met them and all that kind of. I wouldn't. I don't think
I
you'll get
wouldn't.
anybody there if you just
Yeah,
set it
that'd
up.
be that would be like a second, third, or fourth, maybe even a fifth meetup type
Yeah,
thing where you once you've already
once
met
you've
the
already
people.
met them.
Well, I'm gonna put it out there anyways and find out.
There
If
you
I get
go.
more than 5 people, I'll do it.
Okay, you're gonna find some random flat earthers who are gonna meet you in the wilderness.
It's not really in the wilderness. If you knew the area, you'd understand. It's not out in the middle of the woods, Arizona. It's not like we got a big giant
Dude, I've
forest
been to
here.
Arizona. It's pretty much all wilderness except for the city. Shit, my brother was born in Tucson, so
Right. Well, have you ever been up to the Mogollon Rim, up to Sholo? Have you ever been up on the rim in
no,
the White
I've
Mountains?
never camped in Arizona or anything. But I've been there a couple times. I've been to Mount
Well,
Lemon.
it's nothing like living in Tucson, so it's totally different from the valley. Nothing like it, actually.
Do you not understand what me and Brian are saying? Okay, if you don't
No,
understand it,
I'm a trusting
fine.
person. I'm a trusting person, so
Well, then
yeah,
you're
I'm
too
kind of
trusting.
naive.
If you're gonna just hey, I'm gonna be here in the wilderness, and you come in here, and I don't know, it's just weird. I'd like
What?
to meet people before I would ever, go out into the wilderness with them.
What do you mean, dude? I go out camping all the time and run into people, and I meet wonderful, great people out camping all the time.
Yeah, I
So
do
I don't know what the big deal is about. Hell.
Okay, hey man,
You could have a crazy
to
fuck
each his
walk
own.
in with a
Hey,
freaking backpack bomb on and blow y'all up at in a building.
I'm just
So
right. No, and
I
I'm
don't
not gonna
know.
tell
I mean,
you
if
how
you're
to
gonna
do it.
worry,
I'm
I
just
have
telling
no
you
fear.
what I've done. What I've done here is, I went to a few flat Earth meetups. Me and a guy that is another flat earther that's local in town. We just set up meetups every once in a while, and it's a pretty big city where we are. It's freaking Fayetteville, Arkansas, which is it's the heart of Walmart, right? So anyway, we just have meetups every once in a while. Now, if I met some of those friends at that meetup and we wanted to go camping somewhere, I would go with them, and we're
Right.
just going to have a good time.
But you know what? I've been in this state for a long time. I know a lot of people. I might be surprised how many people I actually know that might be flat earthers here, because I've been telling them that the earth was flat ever since I've been alive. So I've never stopped telling people the earth was flat. Well, I kind of did, but I still brought it up all the time. But I got big enough to where I started beating up people instead of people beating me up. So
What, physically, Earth is flat, motherfucker.
When I was a child, oh yeah, I got beat up many times in school.
Wait,
Repeatedly.
you beat up people over flat Earth before?
No, people beat me up over flat Earth before because I never would turn. I would never
This
say the Earth was a ball. I've never believed it was a ball. I've always believed it was flat. I got tortured and beat up in school. The teachers never protected me. They just let it happen because I was unruly. They couldn't control me.
You know what? When I was in science class, and I learned biology and stuff, and they started teaching me the evolution theory. My biology teacher went to church with me, and I said, "Hey, that's not how God did it." He started teaching evolution in class, and I was like, "That's not how God did it." He pretty much told me, "Hey, you have to learn it to pass this class." And you know what I did? I learned it, and I passed the class.
I didn't pass no classes.
But I never believed it. So I don't know why you got beat up by it.
I passed the 8th grade without being able to read and write, honestly. I graduated without being able to read or write, and I graduated with all Fs. But I
Okay,
still
you guys,
graduated. That's just crazy. I'm serious.
no,
This happened
I believe you. Whatever.
in the 80s.
I'm about to jump out of here because this shit ain't making no sense.
I know. Yeah. Whatever. It doesn't require your belief for it to have happened.
Everybody else knows what I'm talking about, but anyway.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not bothered by it. I'm used to it, actually. I scare off a lot of people.
See a little bit, Helio.
Because I speak from my heart. I just freaking say what's on my mind. I don't think about shit. I just say whatever is coming to my mind at the time. So
Hey, are you familiar with the White Cliffs in
no.
Kingman?
Oh, I've been to Kingman many times through Kingman. Had
Ever
friends
checked
that
out?
live there.
You never heard of the White Cliffs of Kingman?
No, I might have been there. I don't know if I've heard of it or not.